Chapter 1. Dawning. It had been a long night, and now I was nursing the headache that was capping it all off. I had no idea where the rest of the girls were at. Somewhere inside, probably, where I should be. They wouldn't leave without me. The metal door to the club closed behind me. The chilled night air of the alleyway was crisp and somewhat sobering on my tan skin. My head was hammering. I vaguely remembered the impulse to get some fresh air that had led me here. I was drunk and dumb. Wandering around a college party city was all well and good, but not when you were in the seedier corners of it in the early hours of the morning. And not when your blood was more booze-bonded sludge than free-flowing crimson. I should have stayed inside. I reached back to shake the door handle behind me. The cold steel didn't even budge. Locked. There'd probably been a sign warning of that, but I'm sure I'd missed it. Reading wasn't altogether easy when your eyes were making 2, sometimes 3, of everything. My phone might be the lifeline I needed. I reached into my pocket to grab it. I was confused for a moment when the screen remained black, despite me holding it up to my face. Was it too dark for it to tell I'd lifted it up, or... My finger found the side button and held it down. No, it just wasn't on. I somewhat remembered then that I'd turned it off to conserve the battery at some point. The lights were dizzying as the phone booted up. I could barely make out the home screen. Luckily, the use of the device was so ingrained into me by this point that it didn't matter much. My lazy thumb found the contact symbol, and I scrolled down to find my friend Jane's number. The phone started to ring just as I heard footsteps approaching. A strange cocking noise filled my ears next. I tried to straighten myself as I looked up to the woman who had approached me, but I fell dazedly up against the nearby wall. The smell of the moisture-laden brick made my heavy stomach suddenly nauseous. "What do you want?" I asked her. My words were slurred. Talking was hard. I just needed to get home. Then my eyes finally saw her gun. My phone fell from my hand as my heart skipped a beat. "Just give me whatever you have on you. Money, cards, jewelry. It don't matter," the middle-aged woman said. I tried to stand up again. "Don't move." The woman brandished the weapon towards me. I'd been fighting since I was a kid, but I didn't think it was a good idea to try and take this woman's gun. Even drunk me knew that. "I don't have any money." I swayed from side to side. I'd managed to just barely get off the crutch of the wall. "You've got something," the woman said. I raised my hand and the woman tensed. So did I. I was just trying to gesture back to the door behind. "Listen, please, I just want to go back inside with my friends," I replied. "Don't go near the door," the woman told me. "It's locked," I remembered out loud. "Just let me go to my car out back. I won't tell anybody about you." The woman frowned at me. "You got money in your car?" I hadn't thought that through. I wasn't an idiot normally, but drunk me kinda was. "Turn around and take me to your car," she said. My eyes studied her. "Hey, please just let me go." The woman held the gun out. "Now!" My heart was threatening to burst out of my chest now. "All right, I said, and turned as slowly as I could manage, though the movement was especially clumsy. Could I get to the parking lot through this alleyway? It looked like I saw streetlights at the end of the brick tunnel, and what were maybe the shapes of cars. I hadn't come in this way, though, and nothing made perfect sense right now. Would this woman let me go? Should I try to fight her? Suddenly, all my years of gymnastics, boxing, and fencing didn't seem all that useful. This woman had all the power just because she had the only weapon. "Walk," the threatening, though perhaps self-doubting voice said behind me. The fear was sobering me up somewhat, but even with what the adrenaline did to bring my world into perspective, it also created a sort of tunnel vision as I walked towards the glow of the streetlights. Would anyone help me? Maybe someone in the parking lot. It was late, though. Even the club was thinning out. "I'm going to put the gun in my coat sleeve. If you try anything..." The woman trailed her voice off menacingly and with a hint of paranoia about her, so no one would see that I was being robbed and I couldn't even cry for help. I felt my fear turning into a cold terror. I'd never been a crier. I didn't even want to cry now, but I just wanted to get out of this situation. I was too afraid to glance back at the woman as we walked, so I couldn't be sure if she'd hidden her weapon like she'd said she would. As we moved forward, I could hear the sound of her stepping over the concrete and through the puddles behind me. I did see a body or two as we entered the parking lot, but no one seemed to be paying us too much attention. It was like no one knew the personal nightmare that I was now in. I felt anger rising up inside me. Would my mugger just take whatever she wanted from my car and go? "There's nothing in my car," I slurred. "No money." "We'll see," the woman said. "Keep walking." I felt a bit more of the rage bubble up inside me. Who was she to put me through this? Especially when she literally had nothing to gain. Unless she was planning on stealing my car, I really didn't have anything to offer her. I'd realized not long after she'd asked for money that I'd stupidly left my purse inside the club, though that was the least of my worries. Maybe if I hit her fast enough. An urge to act was growing inside me. The hidden aggression that had always served me so well in my studies and sports was coming out now, only being tempered by the fact that I'd never felt fear like this before. We reached my little Hyundai before I could work up the nerve to make a decision. "Open it," she said. My hand reached for the small handle. Instead of the tension-releasing pullback of the door coming free on its hinges, I was instead met with resistance. I felt my blood run a little more cold. My keys were in my purse. "I don't have the keys," I said. I felt the gun barrel slide into my back. "Open it." "I can't," I snapped, maybe a little too aggressively. A pause. The barrel dug deeper into my shirt. Then it let up just a little. What was I supposed to do? I really didn't have the keys. As if partially accepting my words, but needing to confirm them, the woman's hands started to pat down my pockets. "Don't touch me," I warned. She was going too far. She should just let me go. Things weren't going her way, and I couldn't give her what she wanted. Didn't she see that? She just needed to let me go. Why wouldn't she? Just as I was about to say something else to that effect, a loud buzzing filled my ears. Then a light blinded my eyes from out of nowhere. Next, an equally as sudden explosion of force that almost knocked both me and my attacker off our feet hit me. "What the woman snapped. A gunshot rang out. The force of the bullet entering my heart and the concussion of the mysterious blast both knocked me to the ground. The woman, however, grabbed a hold of my little blue car and managed to remain standing, if only barely. I stared at her face as the world was bathed in an increasingly bright light, until her features eventually faded out into the white illumination. Welcome to the Centrality. The great game begins. Stand by as your world is converted and your souls are integrated into the system. A small progress bar appeared before my all but blinded eyes, yet somehow I could still see the text. Converting souls, 40%, 65%, 80%. The world slipped out from under me just as the status bar reached 99%, and my heart beat its last. I felt a lightness come over me as I slowly lost my connection to my body. The progress bar disappeared entirely, about as quickly as it had come. The blinding light that had surprised the mugger into shooting me became a distant thing as a tunnel of kaleidoscopic colors filled my disembodied vision. I felt drawn to the end of the light. I began to step forward towards it. I saw figures there. I didn't feel drunk anymore. I was almost at peace, I guess, in a way I'd never experienced before. One of the figures, though still mostly a silhouette, looked familiar. More importantly, it felt familiar. "Grandma?" I asked aloud. I was somehow sure that she was there waiting for me. She'd passed away years ago, which meant, was I dead? With my drunken stupor now cleared away, I realized that yes, I probably was. I'd been shot, and in the heart no less. I was only 20. My chest gnawed in regret, but before the full scope of the situation could fall upon me, a new notification appeared before my eyes, even though it felt oddly out of place in this new tunnel of light that I was experiencing. "Error. Your converted soul has been disconnected from the centrality at the moment of full investiture. Threat of soul loss detected. Emergency reclamation initiated." Something asserted itself on my now seemingly spiritual form. Something that I somehow instinctively knew shouldn't have been able to do so in this place. And just like that, I felt myself be ripped into a million little pieces. Though I felt no physical pain, the sensation could be described in no other way than being broken down to base parts, but somehow still remaining conscious of it all. Error, soul has lost connection to body. Teleportation failing. Emergency reincarnation initiated. Error, Human species not fully indexed yet. System is incapable of reproducing the human body at this time. Solution: randomizing physical form from index of compatible invested species. Success. Error: Earth not fully converted. Teleportation not possible in partially converted areas. Warning: danger of soul loss imminent if soul is not immediately reclaimed from afterlife. Solution: transporting to random interworld dungeon. Success. Welcome to the Centrality, Clarissa. The notifications spilled out in front of me as I felt myself being transported through an unknowable distance. The tunnel of light from before, meanwhile, seemed to have long since disappeared. Then, just like that, I hit the ground hard. I had barely even realized I was made of physical matter again, as my lungs were filled with upturned, wet dirt. But it seemed whatever this system was gave little room for mercy. Chapter 2. Dungeon World. The soil was damp and moist beneath my outstretched fingers. Pain thudded in my knees and now sensitive palms, and the wetness of the dirt soaked through my clothes. However, what slowly drew my attention in the most was that my readjusting eyes couldn't help but feel a strange sense of wrongness as they settled on my hands. I'd never been thin per se, but I was athletic and toned from years of sports. My hands were likewise always lithe and strong, though the knuckles were scarred from bleeding in a pair of boxing gloves after long days in the gym. Those scars were now missing from my knuckles, and as my vision got used to the strange purple-red hue of the strange night air all around me, I saw that my skin was an odd and pale cream color. I frowned, and I felt my ears twitch. I felt the motion travel from the base of the sensory organs all the way to the edges, but both ears felt much longer and wider than they should have been. With curiosity, I sat up and placed my odd-looking hands onto my ears. I felt my mouth slowly drop open. My ears were almost elf-like. What the fuck was going on? You have entered a dungeon well above your level. Extra XP, skill progression, and loot will be granted for every victory you claim. A new quest has been added to your journal. Quest name: The Huntmaster's World. Quest conditions: survive the world dungeon. Time limit: NA. Rewards: 1 perk, skill, plus 1 item, rarity based on performance. My mind drifted back to the weird series of events that had led me here. These notifications almost seemed like something out of a video game. I'd played a few MMOs in my very, very sparse free time, but I'd be lying if I said I was an expert. I was shocked, confused, and honestly, not just a little scared. Still, one thing I'd never been was complacent. I'd always faced the world head-on. I didn't know any other way to live, or rather, I didn't want to go back to living any other way. I climbed to my feet. Thankfully, other than a light sense of incongruity with my new body, I no longer felt drunk or unstable upon my own 2 legs. So I was in a dungeon. That much was self-explanatory based on what I'd already gathered. I was, as far as I could guess, based on all the previous notifications, no longer on Earth and... My lips curled into a frown, probably no longer human if the implications of reincarnation meant what I thought it did. At least I still felt mostly humanoid, bonus points for that, though I was more than a bit worried what I might look like now. Vanity wasn't something I tried to let rule me, but I really hated not looking good by my own standards. Maybe I could find a mirror somewhere, but looking around to the various multicolored and dark-barked trees, I wasn't so sure about that. Or that I wanted to, for that matter. Huge ears aside, just how drastic would my transformation prove to be? Still, one thing at a time. I apparently had a quest, which probably meant I had a quest log. The previous notifications had already disappeared from my sight, but I figured there had to be a way to bring them back up. Quest log, I said aloud. Thankfully, I noticed that my voice was mostly my own, though there was a new, certain sing-song-like quality to it as well. Current quests. 1. The Huntmaster's World. The slightly different text box than before spilled out before me. I figured I could likely regain access to the complete quest description if I wanted to, but I wasn't altogether too concerned with that. I'd already read it all over once. Character sheet, I thought, with an intent to signal whatever new power controlled this strange system. Clarissa Ardent, Level 1. Health 20, 3 RM. Mana 50, 3 RM. Stamina 50, 3 RM. Stats, Strength 13, Endurance 16, Agility 18, Charisma 14, Perception 13, Intelligence 17, Willpower 20, Skills One-handed 50, Acrobatics 50, Grappling 50, Unarmed Fighting 50, Writing 50, Spells Known NA, Abilities NA, Perks. Elder Blood I. B. As a member of the Caliban race, you gain a bonus to mana regeneration that increases as your mana does. Inventory. Simple Traveler's Garb. The information that seemed to summarize my new existence spilled out before me. It was good to know that I could access things in the strange menu without needing a verbal command. So, it looked like this new system categorized my combat skills and general health. I imagined there was a way to increase my strength as I went, which as an athlete I was no stranger to hard work, but without a baseline of comparison, I had no way of knowing if my stats were even decent. The Elder Blood perk also seemed to suggest that I was something called a Caliban now. Wasn't that the name of a villain in some play by Shakespeare? I imagined the race name itself was just an approximation for what fit the English language. Otherwise, the implications of an entire type of people being named after a piece of earth fiction would be a bit much for me to sort out at the moment. Still, it was a pretty sinister name regardless. Then again, my eyes glanced up to the sky to see a crimson moon and carmine-lit cloud coverage glowing menacingly down from above me. This world didn't appear to be altogether welcoming. So if Calibans were from here, maybe it made sense. A rustling caused my large, long ears to perk up. My heart jumped and my body fell back into an apprehensive stance. I couldn't really see more than a few feet in any direction through the thick purple and orange foliage, but as my apparently increased hearing was now trained on it, I could definitely make out the distinct sounds of continued movement in the bush. Not long after the rustling, a disturbing and violent sniffing filled the air. A foot that was gnarled, long and grey-black stepped from the thick brambles. It wore no shoes, and its feet were talon-bearing and unmanicured. Someone needed to get this thing a file or 6. I took a single step back. Not that I was offering it a pedicure or anything. I wasn't stupid. I would have run immediately if I had any idea how fast the newcomer was and if it were aggressive. Still, judging by the large inhaling snorts that were filling the air in bursts, I was pretty sure it already had my scent. A half-blinded and pointed face slowly came into my view. One of its eyes was gouged and violently scratched out, causing streams of mostly scabbed crimson to roll down its nose. The thing looked like something between a fantasy orc and troll, but, yeah, it wasn't an exact approximation. A status bar spread out to float above the creature's head. Skulker, level 30. The large beast revealed the rest of its gaunt, but still hulking when compared to my own, body with another step. The skulker's one remaining eye turned to peer at me. An insidious smile stretched out over its battle-mangled and ugly lips. The expression revealed the thing's unbrushed and pointed canines, of which every single tooth was apparently one. Hungry, pain, food heal, it said in broken language and took a lumbering and swaying step towards me. The thing's body seemed to be struggling to support itself. Our eyes met in a moment of sheer discomfort, and I saw how violently and desperately the creature's black-colored orb shook in vibrations of injury-induced pain. "I don't have any food," I said, and took another step back. The thing slowly inclined its head, and its pained smile grew bigger. "Yes." The monster trailed its voice. Its body tightened. The only thing that saved me was that I had turned and cut right before it had even committed to moving. I heard the creature's massive bulk crash into the trees behind me as I ran. Years of cardio and road work served me well. I knew I could run at a really good pace for the better part of an hour and that I could even sprint for a while without giving up the ghost. But the thing was, I was already sprinting now. My instincts had given me no wiggle room when it came to making that decision. However, I could still hear the skulker right behind me. "Food, food, food," The monster hollered and frothed as it ran behind my every step, allowing me to hear its massive claws as they tore up the ground beneath it. Hungry. I heard the thing's voice grow louder. To my disbelief, my new ears seemed to tell me almost exactly where the monster was. And what my ears, in a half-second of dread realization, told me was that if I ran even a single step more, that I'd die. I jumped to the side. A searing pain tore through my body as the skulker's long, misshapen and horrific talons ripped chunks of flesh from my left arm. I screamed as the burning pain shot through me and as I tumbled to the ground. I watched as the HP bar that had appeared at the top of my screen, mostly without me noticing, started to plummet almost to 0. Warning, your health is approaching 0. The warm blood spilled from my arm. I could feel the warm, thick life fluid pumping out in spurts from where the skulker had torn me to the bone. Warning, you are bleeding. You will lose 2 HP every second. My head swam. What were the chances that I'd die twice in a row in the span of, an hour? For what it was worth, I hadn't done a single point of damage to the skulker, but it looked about as bad off as me, except that it could somehow still move despite its grievous injuries. The long, grey-skinned and black-furred creature lumbered over to sway over my dying body. Now that it was close, and I couldn't even begin to think of gathering up the strength to stand, I had a pretty good chance to see the many deep, deep gashes all across its body. One wound in particular seemed to expose the beast's very heart. The blood organ beat and spurted a dark red ichor despite being clearly exposed to the fresh air. How the hell was this thing still standing? Was this the strength of a level 30 being? My head swayed back. I could barely keep it up now. My long black hair lingered against the ground. The creature raised its claws and hefted back onto its hind legs. Food, it whispered in glee, and its tongue slowly slipped out in a stream of drool from its stinking wolf-like maw. My mind drifted back to the tunnel of light. Would I be going back there now? I did want to see my real family again. It had been a long time. My adoptive parents were great, but an annoying feeling tugged in my gut. The system had seemed pretty determined to keep me from joining the afterlife proper. Why would it let me die so easily now unless... Was it going to do something else with whatever was left of me after I died? What the fuck? I didn't like the sound of that. A surge of anger lit in me. The woman from before had mugged me. Even after that had worked out about as badly as possible, the system had kept me from reuniting with the family members that I missed so much. And now this monster was going to kill me for the second time and send me to some unknown and probably less than normal destination. No, I didn't think I was going to allow that. My rage swelled down my arms. A strange liquid sensation traveled from my heart to the fingers of my left hand. The thing lunged. So did I. +E1, fire manipulation. +E1, spell control. +E1, spell attack. +1, spell efficiency. I didn't know how, I didn't care why, but all at once my anger crystallized into will, and my will became action and desire made manifest into a wildfire. I felt heat searing from my eyes as the skulker gazed down at me in a halted shock. I saw the licks of flames fading off from my pupils as they billowed away and yet more replaced them. My one working arm was raised up in a thrust. My body had moved almost of its own accord the moment the monster had lunged. Flames licked down from my shoulder and swirled to form into a rough-looking blade of ethereal bursting flame. A blade that was pierced directly through the already heavily injured skulker's heart. You have created a spell. Raging Blade, first added to spell list. Congratulations. As the first soul from Earth to create a spell, you have earned a reward. +50 mana, +5 intelligence, 10 spell control. You have gained the Trailblazer U perk. The skulker above me struggled and frothed a cough of bright blood onto my face. The droplets splattered against my fair yet clammy skin, but the droplets that would have hit my flaming eyes were incinerated before making contact with them. Congratulations. As the first soul from Earth to create a first-tier spell, you have earned a reward. +50 mana, +5 intelligence. You have gained the Raging Sorcery R perk. The monster above me contorted its face into an angry yet weak growl. As the thing's blade pierced heart spasmed, it raised a shaking claw and slowly fought to bring it towards my face. Warning, your health is approaching 0. Warning, you are bleeding. You will lose 2 HP every second. My anger rekindled at the notifications and the powerful beast's sheer refusal to die. My eyes flared in rage again, but this time it was even brighter than before. My one working hand burned against the flaming handle of my blade. If its heart was determined to keep pumping even when sliced open, then I'd solved the problem. The flames of my eyes exploded in a flash of heat, and my conjured sword went right along with it. The blade became less a solid object and more a mass of uncontained fury. My hand slipped from the magical weapon as it launched forward and drove the skulker back off of me and over to stagger onto its half-bent legs. After piercing through to the beast's back, the blade roared with ignition and collapsed in on itself. The weapon flowed into the skulker's chest cavity. The explosion that came next was deafening to my sensitive ears. The skulker's already damaged heart was swathed in flames. For a few scant, impressive seconds, the pierced, exposed, and damaged organ resisted, before finally crumbling into the blaze. The light in my eyes died down. The blue bar that represented my mana fell entirely to 0. The beast, however, finally swayed and then crumpled. Its body remained intact, and the fur and skin around its gashed open chest was only slightly singed. Its heart, however, was at last blackened and still. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Congratulations, you have reached level 4. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. The notifications continued to spill out many more times in front of my eyes. My head fell back and I laughed as my health slowly crawled back up to full. Funny, I'd barely done any damage to the monster's body, even despite literally causing a fucking explosion in its chest. The skulker's already damaged heart was even still there to be seen in its body, though it was pretty burned and charred. I would have had no chance if it hadn't already been on its last leg, and even then, if I had just laid back and given up. I would have been the thing's food. Plov 150, Battle Healing Eye, Ha 150, Gloom Hunter Eye, 1.50 Incinerator Eye. New types of notifications continued to come as my gushing arm slowly mended itself. I guess leveling up had its perks. My eyes stared into the crimson sky. How the hell was I going to survive this? Chapter 3. A Sorceress is Born. My stamina, mana, and health all ticked back up to full as I leveled up. My mangled arm probably would have been lost from the damage it had taken if I were back on the earth I knew. But apparently in this new world, just about anything could heal. Just like in a video game, I guess. Character sheet, I thought the words to myself as I slowly came to sit up. My body was healing, with little at all remaining of my still fresh wounds now, but my brain still felt adrenaline dumped. My stats spilled out before me. Clarissa Ardent, level 12. Health, 20, 3 RPM. Mana, 260, 5 RPM. Stamina, 50, 3 RRPM. Core points to distribute, 110. Stats, Strength, 13. Endurance, 16. Agility, 18. Charisma, 14. Perception, 13. Intelligence, 27. Willpower, 20. Stat points to distribute, 33. Skills, Acrobatics, 50. One-handed, 50. Fire manipulation, 1. Grappling, 50. Spell attack, 1. Spell control, 11. Spell efficiency, 1. Unarmed fighting, 50. Writing, 50. Skill points to distribute, 110. Spells known. Raging Blade. First, summon a blade of conjured fire. Mana cost dependent on blade potency. Intelligence score governs your bonus damage with this weapon instead of strength. Abilities, NA, perks. Elder Blood. IB, as a member of the Caliban race, you gain a bonus to mana regeneration that increases as your mana does. Trailblazer IR. You've led the way as a member of your world. The system will always reward ingenuity. You gain all skills slightly faster to acknowledge your efforts. Raging Sorcery IRU. You can channel strong emotions into your spells, causing them to explode in a violent burst of mana that deals extra damage. Spells that are already concussive, charge, explosive, have their range and potency increased. Inventory, simple traveler's garb. A couple things caught my eye. First and foremost was that I'd jumped 11 levels just from finishing off the already heavily damaged Skulker. Somehow I didn't feel like that was a common reward for beating a normal enemy. I was definitely in way over my head right now as far as the level of this world dungeon went, but at least my rewards for punching above my weight seemed comparative to the danger. Next was that I had stats to distribute. It looked like I got 10 points to spread between health, mana, and stamina per level. 3 per level for my physical and mental stats, and then another 10 per level for my skills. That made the 100 mana I'd gained from the system as a reward worth a massive 10 levels. The intelligence bump was likewise worth almost 4 levels of stat points. I didn't know if I felt all that smarter from the stats increase, but then again, the numbers and math spread out throughout the character sheet did seem to be coming a lot easier to me. Strangely, I'd also gained a seemingly unaccounted for 110 additional points in mana, which was worth another 11 levels or so in core points. That oddity aside, which I fully planned to investigate later, I wasn't really sure how to spend my points. I really wanted more time to try to mine the system for information on the rules that handled its backend so I could best exploit them. I had a feeling my vastly underleveled self would need all the help I could get. Still, as I looked around the darkened forest encircling me, I didn't really feel all that safe, and I'd already almost died once. I rose up to my feet and made sure to keep my ears perked as I made some quick decisions. My main priority was staying alive, period. As I'd figured out before, I'd gained at least 10 levels worth of mana from the system's rewards alone, and another major increase from somewhere else I couldn't pinpoint. If monsters leveled in the same way as I did, that meant that a level 30 monster like the Skulker would have to devote nearly 26 of all its level gains towards mana alone to match me in total capacity, assuming they didn't get any special racial bonuses to mana or what have you. I also imagined, to my benefit, that most monsters and even other people wouldn't have the benefit of being the first in the world to do something, meaning my own bonuses were probably pretty exclusive. For the above reasons, I figured my mana was probably pretty respectable, even when compared to the strength of the highest level monster that I'd seen so far. Still, the Skulker had almost killed me in one hit. My mana might be fine, pending me verifying that against other beings, but 20 health points wasn't going to cut it. That much had already been proven by my brief stint in combat. I also had no weapons or abilities that used stamina, not yet anyway. So with all of that accounted for, I quickly put all 110 of my core points into health. That brought me up to a total of 130 health. That meant that my health was still half of my mana. But I'd had only 20 health before, so I'd raised it overall by a factor of nearly 7 already. Being able to take nearly 7 glancing blows from a level 30 creature like the Skulker, rather than barely not dying after just one hit, would be a huge benefit. Not to mention that hopefully not being so fragile would really help my peace of mind out. With the aid of my system-awarded mana, I now figured I had the cumulative health, stamina, and mana of at least a level 20-something individual, though the truth of that and the effectiveness of my new strength remained to be tested. Stat-wise, I was much more torn on how to spend my 33 available points. I didn't figure I'd be going toe-to-toe with monsters in raw strength with only 12 levels total, even if I devoted all my stat points to my raw physical power alone. Not when races like whatever the Skulker had been were probably naturally stronger than me already, or likely just had no need to specialize into much other than strength and damage in the first place. The monster definitely hadn't seemed to have a high intelligence score. All guesses aside, I really needed more information to make my decision. System, explain the meaning of each stat to me. Strength is your body's physical power. It governs grappling, unarmed damage, and melee weapon damage. If strength is your highest stat upon leveling up, you gain 10 points in all melee, physical labor, and close quarters skills per level. Endurance is the hardiness of your body. It governs healing rate, natural resistance to mundane damage, and stamina regen. If endurance is your highest stat upon leveling up, you gain extra health points and stamina chalk health regen per level. Agility is your ability to control your body. It governs the efficiency of stamina-based abilities, reaction speed, running speed, and the damage of finesse weapons. If agility is your highest stat upon leveling up, you gain 10 points in all of your known agility-based skills per level. Charisma is your overall beauty and grace. It governs your use of trade and social skills, along with affecting your outward appearance. If charisma is your highest stat upon leveling up, you gain 10 points in all your known trade and social skills per level. Perception is your ability to notice things. It governs your passive awareness, ability to be fooled by illusion magic, and any processing of sensory input. If perception is your highest stat upon leveling up, you gain 10 points in all your known perception-based skills per level. Intelligence is your mental capacity. It governs the damage you do with spells and the rate at which you recover mana. If intelligence is your highest stat upon leveling up, you gain 10 extra mana per level. Willpower is your ability to resist mental attack, push through pain, and generally resist debilitating effects put against you. If willpower is your highest stat upon leveling up, you gain 10 points in the mental resistance skill and all non-elemental spell skills. Alright, well those text boxes made things a lot more complicated. Not to say I wasn't glad to have the info. It at least explained where my extra mana had come from. With the bonuses from the system, my intelligence stat had far and away been the highest as I'd rapidly gained levels. That was what had granted me the extra 10 mana per level. It seemed that the way you built out your playstyle greatly affected your growth. A part of me wanted to see what would happen if I kept all my stats equal as I leveled. Would I get all the bonuses together? Doing that probably wasn't altogether feasible though, even if the system allowed it. It would take away from other cumulative-seeming bonuses in the time it would take to take effect, and it'd already be hard to get all my stats equalized while gaining so few points per level. It might be easier to get 2 stats up to an equal state though. It was something to think on, at least, and to definitely test later. I'd had a fair bit of trouble reacting to and attacking the Skulker, basically being unable to do so until it had chosen to pin me down. It was probably looking like magic would be my go-to attack style for right now at least, making intelligence seem to be a solid pick for my stat points. But Dasarsi, my only spell, made a damn sword. I needed to be able to hit things with that blade, which meant I needed to be able to keep up with enemies in close quarters. Making my second decision of my level up, I brought my intelligence up to 39 and my agility up to the same. Hopefully that decision would let me hit hard enough and dodge quick enough to fall back on magic damage and my increased hit points. I really didn't want to make the mistake of trying to be good at everything, especially not when my enemies were going to have levels on me. I was pretty sure the system had helped to catch me up with its gifts, but all that meant was that I needed to lean into those new strengths and try to out-specialize and outsmart any future opponents. That just left my 110 skill points. System, explain to me what fire manipulation, one-handed, spell attack, spell control, and spell efficiency means. Fire manipulation increases the potency, along with your control over all fire-based spells, and also reduces their mana cost at a higher rate than either spell attack, spell control, or spell efficiency, but does not do the same for other types of spells. One-handed governs your specific skill with a one-handed weapon of any type. Bonuses to damage and fighting styles may become available as you level this skill. Spell attack increases the potency of all your damaging spells without increasing mana cost. Spell control increases your control over all spells, especially useful when creating spells or when innovating in their use. Spell efficiency decreases the mana cost of all spells across the board. This effect is doubly noticeable for concentration-based or long-lasting spells. So that made sense. The 3 skills governing spells made them stronger, more controllable and adaptable, and decreased their cost. Meanwhile, fire manipulation did all of those things, and did them far better on a pure skill point to cost ratio, but the skill only worked on fire spells. One-handed was just a skill dealing with swords, and it seemed I'd gotten a boost already for my past fencing experience. Knowing all that, I'd prefer the versatility of the spell skills, but just didn't really have the points to significantly raise 3 types of spell skills. However, I only had the 1 fire skill, and I already had a leg up with one-handed. With this in mind, I raised my fire manipulation skill all the way to 111. I already felt pretty comfortable with a sword. I was banking on this, along with my increased mana and intelligence, to make the Raging Blade spell hit hard, or at least I hoped it would do so. The downside to everything I was doing was that I couldn't really test any of it in combat, unless I was forced back into it. I definitely didn't feel safe enough to practice out in the open woods, no matter how much familiarizing myself with my new powers would help me get a better idea of how to best use them. I had also almost died in my very first battle. I needed the strength to avoid doing that again. I couldn't afford to be fooling around with menus in the midst of being attacked. No, my choices would either have to save or doom me. But at least now I felt like I might have a chance, if only a slim one, to get a small leg up over future challenges. I wouldn't let my luck in surviving the previous attack on my life go to waste. I closed my character sheet and leveling window. I was going to survive. My heart had slowed down somewhat as I relaxed into my leveling. I wanted to get back to my family and friends, that much was for sure. I also had no idea how I was going to escape this dungeon or find my next meal. Still, I had fucking magic now. How cool was that? I also couldn't help but feel the same satisfaction that had always flooded through me while in the boxing ring or fencing square at having overcome my first real life-or-death enemy. With the stakes becoming so high, the adrenaline rush of combat that I'd always chased in comparatively calm sports was only higher. Yeah, I'd be getting home to my adopted family and my friends, one way or another, but if I could just get a little stronger, I wasn't so sure I wouldn't be able to have some fun while doing my very best to survive. Leveling up was definitely already feeling addictive. I couldn't wait to do it again, as long as my choices didn't prove to be bad ones. Still, I wasn't quite ready to jump into battle right away. I needed to find a safe place. Unfortunately, I had no idea where I was going to go, or which direction would be the safest. Before I could consider this too greatly, however, a glowing orb rose from the skulker's corpse. Chapter 4: Soul Shards. I approached the glowing orb that rose up, to float gently and calmly above the body of the skulker. The ball of cloudy energy didn't at all seem threatening. I reached out with my healed arm to try and confirm my suspicions on what it might be. "Examine your loot, YN." "Yes," I said aloud. Instantly 2 text boxes appeared to either side of the orb, confirming my suspicions that this new world was almost completely like a game in the oddest of ways. Loot list. 1. Greater Bestial Shard. 2. Skulker Hide. 3. Skulker Meat. Inventory 130. 1. Simple Traveler's Garb. I scrolled over each of the items on the loot list. Smaller pop-ups appeared to explain the items as I did. Greater Bestial Shard, a soul shard that brims with a greater than average amount of animalistic energy. Can be used for spell forging, enchanting, combined with other soul shards, or refined for consumable crafting. Skulker Hide, the skin of a mid-level skulker. Item level 30. Can be used in crafting or as a reagent in certain spells. Skulker Meat, the tough and muscled meat of a skulker. Restores 20 health doc minute for 1 minute. Will begin to spoil in 12 hours. I moved all 3 of the items into my inventory. The loot list closed as it was emptied. My own inventory remained open, however. Spurred on by curiosity, I focused in on the soul shard I'd received and turned my hand up as if I were holding something. Just as I was hoping, a jagged crystalline shape materialized into my palm as I willed it to. The bestial shard appeared to hum with a soft green power, almost as if it was a stored source of some kind of condensed energy. If I focused in on where my fingertips touched it, I could almost sense the primal freedom of a thundering herd of beasts hiding just below the hard, shiny skin of the item. The implications of a piece of loot called a soul shard, though. Was it possible that the system had been so interested in my soul because it turned dying creatures into things like this? I felt like I might have part of the right idea with that hypothesis, but it didn't really seem to track fully. It was a soul shard, not an outright complete soul. The name implied that I'd only been given a portion of the skulker's essence in physical form as a reward for slaying it. Then again, I had leveled up. Perhaps that was where the rest of the skulker's being had gone, with it being converted to whatever passed for experience points in this world, or, more specifically, being made into a form of power that had become my own. That seemed like a more complete theory, that the system had kept me, and presumably most other souls under its sway, from entering the afterlife because it had some vested interest in making sure we could all harvest each other for experience and loot. But why? That I had no theory on. I'd need more time, and I imagined more levels before I could gather enough information to make a guess as to the motivations behind the system altering reality on such a grand scale. I dropped my hand and allowed the bestial shard to re-enter my inventory. The idea of enchanting and spell-making seemed interesting. While touching the shard, I'd also felt somewhat spurred on and full of life. Perhaps some sort of stamina-restoring consumable could be made from it? The skulker's hide, meanwhile, might be valuable as an item for trade, but I'd have to find somewhere to pawn it off first. I also had no crafting skills at the moment, however, and had many more pressing concerns. The meat obviously solved one of my issues, though I wasn't all that keen on eating the stinking thing's flesh. Still, I needed to find water and a place to rest and recoup. My dad had been a military man. Before he'd gone, he'd loved the outdoors, and he'd instilled a few good tips into my then young mind. "If you ever find yourself lost, Claire," he'd said, "find the nearest hill or ridgeline, if there is one, and look to see if you can figure out where you're at." And that was precisely what I was doing now. My phone was gone, not that I really figured it would work in this dungeon, and I definitely had no idea where I was at. Picking a direction was just a matter of not going back from where the skulker had come from. I didn't want to run into whatever had nearly killed the thing that had nearly killed me. Making sure I kept going up higher in elevation, meanwhile, was just a practice in mindfulness. It seemed the oddly vibrantly hued forest that I found myself in was situated in more of a mountainous area than I'd initially guessed. Finding water as I climbed the hills and ridges, however, proved to be more difficult than I'd thought it would be. Or at least, finding normal water was. I slowed my walk as I came upon yet another stream of what seemed to pass for fluid in this dungeon. The flowing liquid was far more transparent than most of the muddy water of Earth's mountain-dwelling rivers. It was almost like the mud and sediment that it flowed through couldn't properly mix in with the fluid. The water also seemed to glow with a blue mist, and I could swear there was a magical humming that I could just barely make out with my sensitive ears. I'd refrained from drinking the odd, sound-producing and glowing water because, well, why wouldn't I? Who would drink something like that without caution and thought? I'd probably have to give in eventually if I didn't find a less odd source of hydration, though. Even now I could feel my lips and throat becoming parched from the 2 hours or so of walking I'd done. Still, I wasn't stopping just because I'd come upon another odd waterway. No, it was because of what was drinking from the moderately deep water that I'd paused. It almost looked like a panther, but where it should have had only 2 back legs, this thing had 4. Additionally, its thick fur had a deep indigo hue, and its tail appeared not as thick as most other big cats I'd seen on Earth. Mana Cat, level 25. The nameplate appeared above the creature's head as I inspected it. Level 25. That meant it was nominally weaker than the skulker had been, but I still had far too little data on just how levels worked in this world to be sure of that. One thing was for certain, the cat looked big enough to put a lot of deep gashes in my flesh with its thick, stubby claws. I wasn't too close to the Mana Cat yet. Maybe if I just... The moment my back foot retreated into a slow step, the thing seemed to lift its head. I heard a growl, but couldn't see the cat's face to confirm that it came from the feline. Even my new ears, which were somewhat massive in comparison to my former human ones, hadn't really heard my own footfall, so how had the monster if it hadn't picked up on my coming up on it in the first place? Or had it? The Mana Cat turned to face me. Its eyes scanned the bushes, seeming to sweep back and forth to look for me. I grew still for a moment and hoped it wouldn't see me. I watched as the creature growled again. It seemed quieter than the one from before. Then I heard another small growl, but this one seemed louder. Unfortunately for me, the second growl didn't come from the mouth of the mana cat that I was looking at. I could see that now that the creature had turned towards me. I whirled around to face the second beast that was approaching me. Mana cat level 30. Okay, not good. The second monster was easily within 20 feet of me, and it, unlike the first, most definitely had its eyes locked on me. Despite my best efforts, I probably wasn't going to get out of this without a fight, and with two monsters of a similar level to the skulker no less. My heart began to beat with anticipation and fear. Backed into a corner, I had no way out. The first cat would no doubt be seeing me right about now and coming to join its kin. I opened my hand and took a deep breath. I'd always been a decisive person. Decisions had never not come easy to me. I knew who I was, and that meant I could figure out what I would do fairly easily. I reached for the feeling of my heart in my chest and for the strange energy that had flowed from it when I'd cast my first spell. I felt my mana respond then, but unlike before, there now seemed to be a much deeper well of it waiting for me to dip from. As I exhaled, the exhilarating power surged down the nerve endings of my right arm and flowed into my fingers. Burn, I ordered the mana mentally. A small spark ignited on my palm, and with the sound of it sucking in a large pocket of oxygen all at once, the mystic blaze spread at first into a spear of flame, and then solidified into the shape of a crude sword. My mana bar ticked down somewhat, but the loss appeared negligible. That was good then, because that meant I could use Raging Blade for much longer than before. The mana cat hissed and took a step back. I fell into something between a fencing and a boxing stance. Fighting with an actual sword would be somewhat different from stabbing with a foil. As it was, my Raging Blade appeared as a one-handed longsword. The weight was seemingly non-existent as well, which would take some getting used to. I didn't waste the moment of fear that was clear in the cat's three eyes. I jumped forward with a practiced lunge and with a thrust that was aimed directly at its forehead-slotted eyeball. I could hear my sword cindering in anticipation for the strike. The cat, though, to its credit, recovered quickly from its state of being unnerved and lunged to the side, and then, to my surprise, it blinked out of existence. I didn't see the enemy in front of me anymore, so I made a call and jumped back myself as I rotated around. I should have raised my weapon as I'd done so, however, because the cat was already barreling towards me with outstretched claws from where it had reappeared behind my back. My lack of foresight and absence of familiarity with opponents that could teleport cost me as the beast cut hard into my left calf. I watched my health bar fall by nearly a tenth, as the pain of having a chunk of flesh ripped out of my leg made my blood run cold with shock and then red with rage. My sword ignited with a greater power, bursting out into an even wilder shape as my anger flowed. Before the cat could recover its footing, I struck out and bit deep into its attacking shoulder. The fire from my blade flowed into the cat as it also shredded its flesh. The aura of the weapon intensified on contact with the feline skin, draining my mana further as it did so, rather than simply burning the cat everywhere that the fringes of the main blade's flames touched. The aura of fire also took small nicks out of the animal's flesh. +1 to one-handed. The cat screeched in pain and blinked back into the ether. Meanwhile, I heard another rustling of the forest floor to my left. +1 to blind fighting. The second cat would reappear soon, but that didn't mean that I could ignore the other one. I shifted onto my right foot, and this time I thrusted as I spun to face the threatening sound. The first cat was met with a violent stab directly into its torso as it lunged towards me. Unfortunately, I then felt the weight of its comrade slam into me hard. The cat's sharp teeth tore into my lower right side, and my flame blade was torn from my grasp. Myself and the second mana cat rolled violently into the dirt in a tumble of claws and limbs. As my back hit the ground and the wind was shot from my chest, I watched the first cat also hit the ground with a limp thud. The other beast scrambled as my mystical red-hot sword remained buried in its chest. My eyes flared with a violent, fiery aura as I activated Raging Sorcery. Somehow, the use of my powers already seemed as second nature. I watched as my flaming blade broke from its established form and flowed into the deep wound I'd inflicted on the other mana cat. My eyes were, unfortunately, torn back to the monster that was on top of me as the loud sound of my raging blade exploding filled the forest. My health was now down to less than half as the second cat bit into my shoulder, and it was only ticking away as the seconds passed. I raised my left hand to grab the cat's chest. I needed to get this thing off of me, and it was too close and too dominant in strength for a sword to be the best choice for doing that. Maybe fire manipulation could help me now? I didn't know how much mana it would take to create a new spell, but as the cat began to twist off a piece of my right shoulder, I did know I might not have a second chance at trying to. Throwing caution to the wind to avoid the risk of falling just short in this life or death situation, I pumped as much power down into my left hand as I could. I willed my mana to compress, compact, and form into an outward-facing cone. I could feel the energy pushing against my intent as it was forced into an even more concentrated form. I had to fight the energy just to keep it all together, and then, when the pain in my right shoulder became too much to bear, I ordered the mana I'd collected to catch fire and release itself. I felt the spell form into life and explode, but not before a distinctly different power from within my body flowed into it. Somehow, I instinctively knew this potent additional contribution of energy was from the amplifying effects of my raging sorcery perk. You have learned a spell. Fireball 3rd added to spell list. The mana cat went flying as burnt chunks of its body flew all over my own prone form. +1 to spell control, fire manipulation, spell attack, and spell efficiency. My vision blurred as my health ticked down to nearly a fourth of its maximum. It hadn't taken the two cats even 3 minutes to shred me up pretty damn bad. My leg was crippled. My right arm was now useless. I definitely couldn't lift the limb anymore. And despite having used up over half my mana, with most of that coming from the use of Fireball, I still hadn't received a single system notification to even indicate I'd killed anything. An injured growl flickered oddly into the air as the first cat, the face of its chest and body, crippled from where my blade had exploded within it, materialized a foot or two from me. The cat limped towards me. Murder and desperation were in its eyes. The same fire likely shined in my own, as my eyes quite literally caught themselves ablaze once more. My second ever fireball took pretty much all of my remaining mana as it rushed out of my nearly unmovable right hand. The violent orb of smouldering ignition roared straight into the already mangled and burnt face of the mana cat. The monster was sent flying, much as the second had been, as the ball of flame hit and combusted against its singed fur and crisped flesh. The near exhaustion of my mana left my heart feeling strangely hollow, as if the strange energy had so firmly become a part of me, in so little time no less, that its near absence was incredibly uncomfortable. I had a few moments to watch my health fall to only a third of its remaining maximum as my wounded body bled onto the ground. Clenching my teeth in determination, I rose to stand. I didn't care what level they were, the damn cats looked pretty beat up too. They couldn't have much more health than me in them. And I had a trump card. I just needed to level up to get some health back. Any other beasts would have run away after being beaten to near death, but not the monsters of the system's new world, it seemed. The first cat was still slumped against a tree, twitching and fighting to stand up upon its feet. The second cat, meanwhile, was already rocking back onto its paws, perhaps showing the strength of its extra 5 levels as it came to alternate between slowly limping and sloppily teleporting towards me. The cat then rocked back on its paws as it blinked once more into lunging range. With what I assumed was the last of its strength, the beast jumped forward with its blood-covered, natural weapons extended. It would finish me off with those claws if it managed to hit. I didn't have another fireball in me or enough mana to play around with making an entirely new but cheaper mid-range spell. Instead, I opened the palm of my left hand outwards. Raging blade formed against my skin, facing the mana cat, creating itself from one half of my remaining mana. The other half of my mana I willed to explode outward from my palm behind the fiery blade. The result? My mana bar fell to 0, leaving me almost breathless in a way, and my summoned sword was sent flying forward to impale the monster lunging towards me. The blade bit into the jumping creature's skull, finding some resistance, but still managing to sink a fourth of itself into the bone. I wasn't willing to risk the creature connecting with me, however, so I willed the summoned sword to ignite with raging sorcery. Congratulations, you have reached level 13. Congratulations, you have reached level 14. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. I fell to my knees in relief as the second mana cat's body was knocked off of its course towards me by the smaller explosion of my weapon. I felt an even greater relief as my calf and shoulder began to mend rapidly as a side effect of my level advancements. My health bar began to tick back to full, and the feeling of emptiness in my chest was quickly remedied as my mana surged back into my core. Breathing heavily from the previous exertion, I felt the sweat drip off of my skin as I looked up to where the first mana cat had now stopped trying to struggle up off of the ground. The cat's chest slowed and a small orb floated up from its limp body. Congratulations, you have reached level 16. Congratulations, you have reached level 17. My progress was slowing noticeably with every kill, but I figured that was a good thing. It meant I was getting closer to parity with the creatures of the dungeon. Even if I was only half the level of the two monsters I'd just slain, and even if they'd made me work for the kills, the fact that I'd even managed to succeed in the fight meant that my gamble with fire manipulation, while also keeping in mind the benefit of the system's gifts, had worked out well for me so far. I rose to my feet and began to approach the loot orb of the nearest slain enemy. However, before I could access the fallen cat's inventory, a massive roar shook the mountainside. I looked up to see an outcropping I'd previously been unaware of. From a great vantage point, a massive feline stepped out from what appeared to be a cave of some sort. The body of the creature was at least 3 sizes bigger than the previous mana cats, and it appeared to have more of the bulk of an oversized lion than anything else. Its body was marked with strange glowing glyphs of bright power that shone ominously through its gorgeous fur. Ruler of the West, level 35 elite. The creature locked eyes with me and then roared once more, the second time being no less impressive than the first. The glyphs underneath the thing's glossed coat flared with a bright fury, and then, with a flash, the ruler's body became a bolt of crashing light, a light that was barreling down from the cliffside and coming straight towards me. "Fuck," I whispered aloud, in the way you only did when you just couldn't catch a break. Chapter 5, Ruler of the West. I-5-5, Spelldancer I, Sue 50. Incinerator I. 150. Battle Healing I. Congratulations, for leveling your intelligence and agility in tandem for 5 levels, you have completed the Spelldancer I challenge. You have gained the Spelldancer E-Un perk. I didn't have much time. Something about the Ruler of the West had my blood running cold. The aura of the thing radiated a thick power that spilled from where its glowing form was rushing down towards me from the cliffside above. My character sheet, meanwhile, dropped out before me. Clarissa Ardent, level 17. Health, 140, 8 RPM. Mana, 310, 15 RPM. Stamina, 50, 8 RPM. Core points to distribute, 50. Stats, Strength, 13. Endurance, 16. Agility, 39. Charisma, 14. Perception, 13. Intelligence, 39. Willpower, 20. Stat points to distribute, 15. Skills. Acrobatics, 100. Blind fighting, 1. One-handed, 51. Fire manipulation, 112. Grappling, 50. Spell attack, 2. Spell control, 12. Spell efficiency, 2. Unarmed fighting, 50. Writing, 50. Skill points to distribute, 50. Spells known. Raging Blade. First, summon a blade of conjured fire. Mana cost dependent on blade potency. Intelligence score governs your bonus damage with this weapon instead of strength. Fireball. Third, conjure an explosive ball of fire. Mana cost dependent on fireball potency. Abilities, NA, perks. Elder Blood, IB. As a member of the Caliban race, you gain a bonus to mana regeneration that increases as your mana does. Trailblazer IR. You've led the way as a member of your world. The system will always reward ingenuity. You gain all skills slightly faster to acknowledge your efforts. Raging Sorcery. Rue, you can channel strong emotions into your spells, causing them to explode in a violent burst of mana that deals extra damage. Spells that are already concussive, explosive, have their range and potency increased. Spelldancer Iemi Un. When you are channeling mana, your reaction time and movement speed increase moderately. Inventory, simple traveler's garb. In the few short seconds that I got to see my character sheet, I noticed a few things. First was that leveling intelligence and agility together had in fact netted me both the extra mana from having intelligence as my primary stat and the skill bonus to acrobatics from having agility tied as my highest. Gaining levels so rapidly had also allowed me to grab the Spelldancer perk, which looked useful, even despite being designated as only an uncommon perk. The fact that it was ranked as only level 1 made me somewhat curious as to how strong it might get if I continued to unlock further tiers of it. I didn't have time to dwell, however. The ruler of the West was coming in fast. Figuring my mana was doing just fine, I dumped my 50 available core points into health, bringing it up to almost 200 points. As for agility and intelligence, I bumped them both up to 46 and stashed my remaining point into perception. Having seen just how effective fire manipulation had become once it had passed the 100 points mark, I brought one-handed up to 101 with the 50 skill points I'd gained. This left me with one-handed, fire manipulation, and now acrobatics sitting firmly above the threshold of 100 points each. Congratulations! For reaching level 15, you have unlocked a milestone ability to be chosen based on your decisions up until now. 2 paths stretch out before you, Sorceress, that of the scholarly wizard or that of the hardened battle mage. Which do you choose? What? I didn't have time for this, but still, I couldn't pass up a potential power boost. And what I needed right now was to be hardened against the battle that was rapidly coming. Not at all having the time to dwell on my decisions, I selected the battle mage option. All choices have consequences. New possibilities open before you even as others wither away, at least for now. You have gained the battle mage unperk. Congratulations. As the first soul from Earth to unlock a milestone ability, you have earned a reward. Battle Mage unperk has been removed and replaced with the Warmage R perk. My eyes quickly scanned through the description of my newly gained ability. Warmage R. All of your offensive spells cost half as much to cast and deal an extra 50% damage. Half cost. Holy shit. Yeah, that was worth the half second it had taken to get it. I slammed my character sheet shut just as the ruler's energized form slammed into the forest floor. A burst of power radiated off of the beast, sending a wave of air pressure that left me shielding my face out of instinct. The oversized mana cat roared then into the air as it settled into its own rematerialized weight. I heard the trees shake, all around us, as if in recognition of the beast's dominion over this place. I clenched my left hand and then stretched out my now healed right. The spark of ignition that came along with my activation of Raging Blade was already feeling all too familiar. Strangely, I found myself grasping the blade in an almost completely different way than before. The weapon now felt more at home in my palm than it ever had, and to an extreme degree, even despite me being a rather proficient fencer even before the system had reared its head. My body fell into an instinctive defensive stance. Having doubled my one-handed skill, it was almost as if the system had granted me decades of sword training in only a few mere moments. My physique also felt much lighter now, as if the bonus to acrobatics had done much the same in terms of my gymnastics capabilities. This was insane. Leveling up was truly amazing. I spun my flaming sword in my now much more agile-feeling hand. I had to resist getting caught up in a bout of rising overconfidence. The ruler of the West finished its roar and lowered its large head. The creature leveled its eyes off to stare into mine. The monster snarled at me and then bared its massive fangs. I met its gaze. Let's go. The ruler charged in response to my challenge. It was faster than I could have imagined. I felt the mana that was being channeled from my Raging Blade also spreading out to empower the rest of my body, courtesy of Spelldancer. Still, even with this noticeable boost and my increased acrobatic capability, I only just barely managed to dodge the opening strike from the ruler. The massive claws of the beast were much more developed and menacing than that of the lesser mana cats. That much was all too clear as my head jerked back in a dodge, granting me only a few mere inches of safety from the horrific slicing power of those cutting weapons. Time slowed in that first moment of near death between myself and the beast. Our eyes locked, and I saw a cold-natured, yet now furious pair of suns burning behind the feline's gaze. It hit me then. I'd killed its children, the mana cats, and it didn't care that they'd attacked first. This was personal for the beast. My body reacted to the beast's outstretched claws almost on its own. My sword arm roared up and slammed my blade's cutting edge into the sharp blades upon the monster's huge paws. My blade's fire warped, and the sound of cracking flames made physically manifest resounded against the ringing of those steel-like claws as the ruler's arm was sent veering slightly off balance against the combined strength of my raging blade and one-handed skill. My flaming blade re-established itself into shape as I jumped back from the already spinning about monster. The creature flickered from existence. However, with my increased reaction time and body control, on top of already seeing how the mana cats had fought, I was ready for this trick. When the ruler reappeared behind me, I was already coming down in a violent side slash towards its exposed neck. My blade came within inches of inflicting a debilitating blow, and then, without warning, the ruler dematerialized once again. I felt a powerful claw slam into my back as I was sent flying into a nearby tree. My increased health fell by a quarter as I fell to my knees in front of the towering plant. I jerked my buzzing head to the side to watch as the ruler of the West calmly stalked towards me. As it stepped forward, its body flickered and two smaller mana cats formed from its body. I staggered to my feet. "All right, asshole, you hit hard," I admitted aloud and raised my left hand. "But let's see how you deal with this." Above my outstretched palm, a bursting of flame flickered into existence. Where before, Fireball had cost me almost half of my mana, now that I had a better grasp on it, and with the help of Warmage, the spell now only took about an eighth of my maximum mana away. I launched the flaming orb without hesitation towards the ruler, even as its summoned pack charged me. The mana cats from before had each taken a little more than a fireball's worth of damage to slay. I didn't expect an elite and higher level variant of those same creatures to go down easy. Still, as the empowered orb smashed into the face of the ruler, it did prove to cause the beast to stagger back and be temporarily blinded by the explosion of force and vibrant flame. While my spell was making contact, one of the ruler's summoned allies had slipped under the ball of fire to come almost within striking distance of me. I lunged forward to meet its attack. Compared to its leader, however, and with my new levels, sidestepping the beast and dragging my sword along its underbelly proved only moderately difficult. The creature howled as I pumped extra mana into my raging blade, and I leaned into the cut. As I withdrew my blade, the cat rolled forward through the air and hit hard onto the ground. The ruler, having quickly shaken off my spell, was now charging me, along with its other uninjured ally. I summoned another fireball and threw it at the powerful Pride Leader. The large feline flickered from existence, but that was only marginally annoying, seeing as its summon was still within the blast radius of my fireball. With a yelp of pain, the smaller cat was sent skirting across the ground as the flesh of its exposed side was horrifically melted through. The ruler once more appeared right in front of me, too close for me to get my sword at it in time. I quickly summoned another fireball, but the cat was intelligent enough to see through my bluff. With the angle that my arm was at, I wasn't going to be able to launch the orb at the ruler before its claws hit me and broke my concentration on the spell. Not unless it jumped back in fear of the spell itself, which it didn't appear willing to do. Not wanting to waste the casting, I was instead forced to fling the flaming orb at the cat I'd cut into with my blade, just as the ruler once more cut into me with its claws. The searing agony of having the massive cat's claws digging through my exposed stomach was enough to make me want to scream in shock. But all that came out was a shriek of rage as I drove my blade deep into my attacker's shoulder. I jumped back from the creature and activated Raging Sorcery. My sword exploded in the ruler's hide as I launched another fireball at the only remaining mana cat. The already charred creature tried to dodge, but was quickly consumed by the fire. Its sibling, meanwhile, already lay still from the fireball that I had unsuccessfully tried to use to threaten the ruler. With my mana rapidly depleting, I managed to throw 2 more fireballs at the ruler, and even managed to launch out a third before the notification I'd been expecting thankfully popped into view. Congratulations, you have reached level 18. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Each of the slain mana cats were now only worth a level each to me. It didn't matter though, I wasn't after the skill points at the moment. I winced through the agony as I pushed my ripped open stomach back together as the healing of leveling up once more kicked in to mend it shut. My health and mana once more ticked back up to full as the ruler charged forward through the horrid blaze of the 3 fireballs I'd lobbed at it. Some of the creature's previously gorgeous and powerful fur and skin was now torn away, even exposing glistening bones in some places. Meanwhile, I, who had no doubt been once more knocking on death's door only a moment ago, would be back up to full health in only a few more seconds thanks to my being able to exploit my lower level and the side benefits that came with increasing it. I'd done my very best to burn through my mana and do as much damage as I could to the ruler, while also leaving just enough resources left over to slay its summons as quickly as I could. Now, with my quickly created plan coming to fruition, all of my previous spells had practically been cast for free, and my new levels were already providing me with even more mana. I raised my left hand and flung a fireball at the approaching ruler, who quickly flickered out of reality. Fuck, I'd gotten cocky. I spun quickly around and managed to fall into a defensive stance just in time for the ruler to reappear behind me. I didn't attack this time. The ruler had already proven it could pull its flicker trick more than once. I couldn't afford to commit first and then be caught unable to react. I needed this beast to do that instead. As if seeing that it wouldn't get another easy hit on me, the elite creature barreled up to grab for my throat. I thrust my sword forward and, to my ever-growing frustration, the cat disappeared again. Once more, I felt the weight of a massive feline crash into my back. Pinned on the ground, I just barely managed to rotate in time to bring my hand up to the ruler's face as it punctured my throat. A fireball erupted from my hand, blasting the feline backwards and tearing its fangs from my flesh. As the scorching spell bathed its face in a cone of flame, the ruler once more flickered from reality. I stumbled up to my feet. Warning! You are bleeding severely. You will lose 2 AP or sec. Great. With that debuff, I'd lose the majority of my health in just over a minute. The cat reappeared, looking much worse for wear, a dozen feet away from me. I squinted in a growing dizziness at my enemy. I raised one hand to my wounded throat as another was bathed in the flames of a growing, upcasted fireball. As if sensing my disability, the ruler roared in fury and began to charge once more towards me. My eyes flared red, and I summoned a bout of careful flame to heat up and burn against the palm that I had rested against my bleeding throat. Usually it seemed like my flames were incapable of actually burning me. However, as I willed the summoned mana to cauterize my punctured artery, the pain of burning flesh came quickly. I winced under the agony of having my skin burned shut and lobbed my charged fireball at the cause of my predicament. Warning, you have stemmed your bleeding, but internal damage remains. You will now lose 1 HP sec. That would have to be enough of an improvement then. Despite all odds, the ruler was on its last legs. I could sense it. The cat flickered from reality once more and reappeared right in front of me. My fireball exploded harmlessly behind where it had been previously. I opened my hand to summon another blade. A half-second later, my conjured weapon was deflecting a slowing claw strike from the oversized mana cat. The cat came at me again and again, as if it too was growing more desperate. Another claw strike came, which was deflected as I backstepped. Then another and another, as I did the same thing over and over again. Seeing an opening, I poured mana into my sword. My raging blade erupted into a roaring bloodlust as I brought it furiously through the guard of the ruler. For the second time, I felt my weapon cut deep into the flesh of the monster as the blade entered the elite creature's neck. Unfortunately, however, I felt the ruler dissolve around my weapon as it once more flickered. The cat appeared on unsteady legs a half-dozen feet away. I stumbled back onto weakening feet of my own as I recovered from my interrupted attack. Seizing the moment, despite my growing weariness as my internal damage took its toll, I conjured a final fireball and hurled it at the ruler. The creature roared, but appeared unable to dodge the blast. And it appeared the monster would be forced to eat the full force of my fireball at range without it attempting to flicker away. However, at the last moment, another figure shifted out from the elite's own. Watching my health tick down dangerously, I'd put a good bit of my remaining mana into the fireball in a bid to finish the ruler off and gain another level to heal. When the spell instead impacted into the summoned mana cat, the ruler was indeed spared the blunt of the blast, but its sacrificed comrade was all but fried from the outside in. I half laughed in disbelief as the next notification came. "Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Only a single level had come from the slaying of the summon, but it was enough. My health stopped dropping and began to increase. New mana surged into my bones. Realizing that it had just doomed itself in a last-ditch effort to not be incinerated, the ruler took a step back from me. I raised my sword arm and sent my blade flying towards the creature with a flick of the wrist. I never would have tried the attack in this way before, but with my increased skill and agility, it seemed a simple thing. My blade flew through the air, catching the cat just as it was starting to glow, as if the beast had summoned up the energy for one last teleport. Throw sword added to ability list. My weapon pierced and then violently exploded in the neck of the ruler, just as it managed to dissipate into the air. However, as the cat reappeared only a step or two away, back towards what I assumed was its den, its body promptly fell over dead. "Congratulations, you have reached level 21. Congratulations, you have reached level 22. Congratulations, you have reached level 23. Congratulations, you have reached level 24. Congratulations, you have reached level 25. The familiar notifications came one after another, only to be followed by not-so-familiar ones. Congratulations, you have defeated the ruler of the West. 4 even stronger rulers remain. Defeat the remaining rulers to acquire the power to overthrow Cowagan, the Lord of the Hunt. Stronger rulers. Oh God, this was going to be fun, I thought sarcastically. But just as I was thinking that, I felt the earth shake as the body of the ruler of the West began to glow. A pillar of light erupted from the creature, and then another pillar barreled down directly over top me. Congratulations, you have defeated a low-tier world guardian. You may either attempt to integrate its power into your own, or forgo this for a different, lesser reward. Warning, you are only 30% compatible with the Western ruler's mana signature. Failure to integrate the inherent nature of another being into your own may result in permanent and lasting damage to yourself. Do you wish to proceed? YN. The pillar of light bathed me in power. I could feel the wild and dense energy of the Western ruler within the pillar and raging all around me, trying to overtake my very being by mere nature of proximity. I paused. I'd gotten lucky up until this point in a lot of ways, but I'd also almost died in every single battle. If these other rulers were even stronger, I definitely needed more power if I wanted to get home. If Earth was undergoing anything like this world was, my remaining family and friends were going to need me. I selected yes. As if the system immediately dropped whatever barrier it had been using to protect me, I all at once felt the power of the massive feline flow into me. Its energy poured into my own. I felt the cool, flowing and agile power of the ruler edging in on all sides around my own weaker, embering inner fire. The feeling of having the foreign power entering into my own body was smothering and oppressive, and yet, the more I fought against the mana, the more it eluded me, just as the cat itself had. I felt the first strike of pain as the ruler's mana overtook my left arm. I felt the fire of my own soul being beat back, surrounded and then smothered by the sheer hunter-like will of the ruler's spiritual essence. When my power would charge forward, the rulers would draw back from, and then surround and ambush my own mana. I had previously thought my mana had traveled along my nervous system, but feeling it more than ever before, I now saw that my body housed a network of dedicated mana circuits. Circuits that were, one by one, being cut off and systematically and painfully snuffed out by the foreign mana. I began to realize that I might have made a horrible decision. No matter how hard I fought the internal war, I was losing out to the sheer elusive ruthlessness of the cat's power. Just like when I'd tried to fight it head-on, the cat's mana would appear and disappear where I least expected it to, and then it would use its superior strength to strike hard and fast. Only now I couldn't rely on leveling up to outlast the creature. I just couldn't take the thing, or its essence, in a straight-up fight. That was why I had wanted its power in the first place, damn it. Wait, I wanted to claim its power, not snuff it out. And yet I'd gotten so caught up in the unexpected discomfort of the mana's invasion that I'd instantly just tried to fight it head-on. Despite the pain, I slowly forced myself to relax. The cat's mana had already disabled the mystical circuits in pretty much every part of my body, besides those in my heart and mind. If it got to my core, no, I couldn't think like that. I needed it to get to my core, only not in the destructive manner in which it was now approaching it. As the cat's power slammed against the greatest concentration of my own, that which sat directly above my heart, I changed my course of action and allowed the ruler's mana to flow over and into mine. I swarmed the cat's power with my own, but I wasn't fighting it anymore. For a moment, a feeling of wrongness filled me as the cat's power neared my heart. My own mana core fought against the intrusion of the outside influence, and yet I used all of my will to force it to let go of its remaining resistance. The cat's mana flowed into my heart fully then. However, as my own remaining mana hadn't been snuffed out by fighting with the rulers, the two powers instead began to mix and combine. The blue-white pure mana of the cat mixed with my raging red flames. The powers swirled. At first, the mixture of mana was unstable, and I felt in that moment a tipping point of probability. Would the two mana types combine into a viable product, or violently react to each other in the last seconds of merging? I poured everything I had into the careful controlling of my inner fire. Where my flames threatened to burn up all of the cat's mana, I allowed them to ebb. Where the cat's mana threatened to snuff out my flames, I channeled the extra energy into burning off the ruler's excess power. Slowly but steadily, the blue mana began to burn not away, but completely into my fire. It became both the fuel for my flames and a permanent part of them. The fire of my flames, meanwhile, tinged a white-blue as they consumed the ruler's power. The flames within me felt infinitely more complex and powerful as they spread throughout my body and integrated the rest of the cat's remaining power as a part of my being. The pillar of light broke apart, and I fell to my knees as my nearly destroyed mana circuits were all reactivated by my spreading mana. Congratulations, you have achieved full integration of the Western ruler's essence. Its strength is now your own. May you use it to free this and other worlds. You have gained the Pure Flames RU perk. Mana Flicker, 3rd added to spell list. +5 to fire manipulation, spell control, spell efficiency, spell attack, and one-handed. +620 Spell Dancer 2. +450 Incinerator Eye. +250 Battle Healing Eye. My chest heaved in exertion. It seemed leveling up couldn't solve every uncomfortable feeling. Every cell in my body felt stretched out and altogether different. It was as if my very being had been alerted somewhat, made more free and feral, as if I had, in some small way, become more like the spirit I'd absorbed. The notifications kept coming as I reflected on the changes I felt. Congratulations. As the first soul from Earth to slay a world guardian, you have earned a reward. Summon Mana Cat, 3rd added to spell list. With every breath, the feeling of soreness retreated somewhat. Still, I needed sleep, I needed food, and I needed water. I didn't have any more fighting in me today. I glanced up to the den of the Western ruler. Somehow, perhaps because of my absorbing of the creature that had called this territory home, I knew that I would find no unpleasant surprises within the cave. My eyes lowered to scan the various loot orbs covering the canyon. The Western ruler had no orb, so I assumed I'd already gotten everything that I was going to from it. The various mana cats, however, all had an orb of their own. I'd collect my loot. Then I'd sleep. Chapter 6, Spell Forging and the Fluffy. The ruler's den strangely felt like home. It wasn't that I had the cat's memories or anything, but I definitely had bits and pieces of its nature melded into my own now. The lack of lighting in the dry, cozy rock structure didn't bother me either. For whatever reason, I hadn't had trouble seeing in the dark since waking up in the dungeon, a benefit of my new body, I imagined. The instincts of the assimilated ruler led me to the deepest part of the rather shallow cave it had called home. A bedding of leaves, twigs, and various bits of scavenged scruff greeted me there. I leaned down to one knee and stared into the ruler's unceremonious sleeping spot. Why exactly did I want to curl up in the feral-looking bedding? It was a far cry from the soft cotton sheets I'd gotten used to at home. Just how much of me was now the cat? I shook my head and allowed myself to fall back against a nearby cave wall, close to but not within the nesting. Alrighty, this was way too weird. I closed my eyes. Higher musings about the current nature of my soul aside, I was very tired and very hungry. After assimilating the Western ruler and looting my many kills, I'd broken down and drank from the nearby glowing stream. I'd partially been motivated by a newfound feeling of ease at the idea that probably also came from the absorbed ruler, and to my relief, the water hadn't really had any ill effects. In fact, despite already having my mana at max capacity post-level up, the liquid had actually given me a feeling of warmth in my mystical core, as if the water was capable of not only quenching thirst, but also slightly restoring one's mystical energies. A part of me wondered if this mana restorative property of the water could be distilled and concentrated, perhaps into a sort of mana potion. But I didn't have any containers or anything to work with, so I was forced to shelve the idea. Though I was tempted to sleep first, food was my next priority. I still felt a very strange, instinctive wrongness at the thought of consuming the skulker flesh, so I instead summoned forth some of the mana cat meat that I'd looted post-battle. It turned out that I could store about 10 pounds worth of a stackable item, like meat, in one slot of my 30-slot inventory. I could also choose the amount that I'd take out any given time. A small piece of feline breast meat appeared in my hand. Not at all having the desire to go scrounge up firewood, or even seeing the need considering, I instead bathed my hand in relatively low-heat aura of blue flames. It was a weird sight, now that I thought about it, watching the uncooked flesh of the mana cat sizzling and shrinking in my flaming hand, while my own skin didn't feel anything but a pleasant tingling of mystical power as my conjured fire danced over it. I rotated the meat in my hand as I crudely cooked it. Hwacha 1 to cooking. Funny, I was feminine in a lot of ways, but I'd never been much of a chef. The system seemed to recognize this as it rewarded me with skill points for the most basic of acts, that of simply heating meat. As the meat sizzled a pork-like smell, I mentally signaled my character sheet to open. Clarissa Ardent, level 25. Health, 190, 20 RPM. Mana, 380, 35 RPM. Stamina, 50, 20 RPM. Core points to distribute, 70. Stats, Strength, 13, Endurance, 16, Agility, 46, Charisma, 14, Perception, 14, Intelligence, 46, Willpower, 20, Stat points to distribute, 21, Skills. Acrobatics, 170, Blind Fighting, 1, Cooking, 1, One-handed, 106, Fire Manipulation, 117, Grappling, 50, Spell Attack, 9, Spell Control, 19, Spell Efficiency, 7, Unarmed Fighting, 50, Writing, 50, Skill Points to distribute, 70, Spells known. Raging Blade. To first, summon a blade of conjured fire. Mana cost dependent on blade potency. Intelligence score governs your bonus damage with this weapon instead of strength. Fireball. Third, conjure an explosive ball of fire. Mana cost dependent on fireball potency. Mana Flicker. Third, break your body down into pure mana to quickly move from one place to another. Mana cost dependent on teleportation range. Summon Mana Cat. Third, construct a singular Mana Cat from your own being. Permanently restricts 10% of your total mana. Companion grows as your mystical reservoir does. Abilities. Throw Sword. Utilize your familiarity with a sword's weight and your excellent mind-body connection to hurl a sword at an opponent. Accuracy dependent on agility score. Range and damage dependent on strength score and stamina expended. Perks. Pure Flames. RU. The purity of the Western ruler's mystical energy has combined with that of your inner flames. You bypass resistance to fire damage and deal half damage to fire-immune creatures. Raging Sorcery. RU. You can channel strong emotions into your spells, causing them to explode in a violent burst of mana that deals extra damage. Spells that are already concussive, explosive, have their range and potency increased. Trailblazer IGR. You've led the way as a member of your world. The system will always reward ingenuity. You gain all skills slightly faster to acknowledge your efforts. Warmage R. All of your offensive spells cost half as much to cast and deal an extra 50% damage. Spelldancer IUN. When you are channeling mana, your reaction time and movement speed increase moderately. Elder Blood IB. As a member of the Caliban race, you gain a bonus to mana regeneration that increases as your mana does. Inventory 830. Simple Traveler's Garb. The basic functional clothes of a traveler. No bonuses. Skulker Hide. The skin of a mid-level skulker. Item level 30. Can be used in crafting or as a reagent in certain spells. Skulker Meat. The tough and muscled meat of a skulker. Restores 20 health minute for 1 minute. Will begin to spoil in 12 hours. Mana Cat Fang. The fang of a mid-level mana cat. Item level 30. Can be used in crafting or as a reagent in certain spells. Quantity. 1. Mana Cat Meat. The sweet and sour meat of a mana cat. Restores 10 health, chop minute and 10 mana minute for 1 minute. Will begin to spoil in 24 hours. Quantity. 2 units. Mana Cat Pelt. The pelt of a mid-level mana cat. Item level 30. Can be used in crafting or as a reagent in certain spells. Quantity. 4. Greater Bestial Shard. A soul shard that brims with a greater than average amount of animalistic energy. Can be used for spell forging, enchanting, combined with other soul shards, or refined for consumable crafting. Greater Mana Shard. A soul shard that brims with a greater than average amount of mana. Can be used for spell forging, enchanting, combined with other soul shards, or refined for consumable crafting. Quantity. 3. Much like the Skulker, the Mana Cats had dropped various bits and bobbles. Interestingly, 4 of the 5 of them had given me a pelt, whereas 1 had given me a fang. Furthermore, only 3 of those had dropped a soul shard. Apparently it wasn't guaranteed that you'd get one from a monster. And the shards that the cats had dropped were different than that of the Skulker, however. Whereas the hideous, stinking creature had produced a bestial shard that radiated a wild and animalistic force, the shards of the Mana Cats seemed to pulse with a synchronized hum of pure, non-specialized mana. I felt myself regaining a bit of my mental energy as my mind mused on the possibilities behind the shards. I had 70 skill points to distribute. I really wanted to try out the so-called enchanting and spell forging that the item descriptions of the shards hinted at. Still, could I even put points in a skill I hadn't discovered? System, I said aloud, distribute 10 of my skill points into spell forging. Pleasant 10 spell forging, 10 skill points. Damn, I muttered. It had worked. A new menu opened. Spell forging. Available elements. Fire, water, earth, air, force, radiant, necrotic, mystic, psychic. Available ranges. Self, touch, ranged. Available effects. Buff, damage, debuff. Enchantment, summoning, manipulation. Available shards. Greater Bestial Shard X1, Greater Mana Shard X3. Okay, well at least I was spoiled for options. I just had to figure out how the whole thing worked. To test the waters, I selected water as an element. You lack the water manipulation skill. Spell control will be substituted to decide the maximum level and overall effects of your created spell. Please envision your desired spell effects. Then you will be able to decide the level of your desired spell. I had to imagine the spell. So the whole spell forging thing didn't just operate off of rigid menu-based choices then. I guess that made some kind of sense, considering that this was still real life, or at least I was pretty sure it was. I already had fire-based magic and both close and ranged attacks. What I lacked was utility. Maybe I could see what options I had to resolve that. I imagined my mana forming into a flowing state, running through my body and granting me increased fluidity in battle. Essentially, I was trying to make a spell that allowed me to become ever-moving and adaptable like water. I was also somewhat trying to see if I could use a spell to mimic a perk, in this case, the Spell Dancer a perk specifically. As my thoughts crystallized, a series of notifications spiraled down. Select spell level first. With limited options, which I imagined was either based on my rather low spell control score or even lower spell forging skill, I selected the only level of spell that was available to me for a water-based spell. The system then responded with more dialog boxes. Envisioned spell. Flow, first, take on the nature of water, slightly increases your reaction time and flexibility, expends 20 mana bash minute. Spell cost, 1 soul shard of at least mundane quality. Select shard, greater bestial shard, greater mana shard. I found it somewhat odd that I could use something other than a water shard to create a water-based spell. Perhaps using a mana shard made sense, as it lacked a defined element. But a bestial shard? It didn't really track as far as I could tell. I selected the bestial shard out of curiosity and watched as the spell text surprisingly changed. Envisioned spell. Sea beast's flow. First, take on the nature of a sea beast. Slightly increases your reaction time and flexibility, while also allowing you to move underwater like a native of the sea. Expends 20 mana or jar minute. Selected shard, greater bestial shard. Create spell, YN. Now things made more sense. The shard type used would alter the spell in unique, and I imagined potentially powerful ways, but it didn't look like it could raise the spell level beyond what your spell control or elemental affinity allowed, even if you used a higher level shard than was required for a lower tier spell. I selected no to the question of if I wanted to create the altered spell. With the influence of the bestial shard rejected, the text of the envisioned spell returned to the original simpler version and once again prompted me to select a shard to expend in its creation. Wanting to confirm my suspicions, I then selected the mana shard next. The spell, however, at first glance didn't seem to alter like it had with the bestial shard. Envisioned spell. Flow. First, take on the nature of water. Slightly increases your reaction time and flexibility. Expends 10 mana per minute. Spell cost, 1 soul shard of at least mundane quality. Select shard, greater bestial shard, greater mana shard. So that meant that mana shards only granted you exactly the spell you'd envisioned then. No, I did notice a change as my eyes rescanned the mana shard-backed flow spell. Instead of costing 20 mana per minute, as the original flow spell had suggested it would, the addition of the mana shard reduced the cost of the to-be-created spell by almost half. Perhaps then, I imagined that meant that if I'd chosen a water shard, if they existed, then the spell would have been slightly stronger for its level or something due to synergy between spell and shard type. Glad to have the information, but not wanting to waste a higher level shard than was needed, I withdrew my request to create the flow spell. System, I addressed the seemingly ever-present onlooker. What's the difference between how I created spells before and spell forging? If you possess the required affinity skill or spell control level, you may create a spell with the aid of both strong emotions and a clear need without using spell forging. Spell forging allows you to harness the power of soul shards and your spell-related skills to create unique spells at any time. Careful spell forging may also allow you to create spells that are stronger than their level and mana cost would otherwise indicate. Well, it was an answer at least. It seemed that what I'd done was the quick and dirty method, whereas spell forging was the hard science behind making a spell. The system also seemed to pretty strongly hint that spells created through the expending of mana shards could be more powerful and specifically crafted than their self-learned counterparts. It was an interesting system, but not one that seemed like it could outright be worth the initial investment I'd have to make in it at this very moment if I wanted it to grow in power enough to be useful. Not at least when I could still seemingly acquire pretty potent magic without it. I closed the spell forging menu altogether. I didn't regret the 10 points I'd spent into the skill, but I also didn't quite want to explore it further until I had more skill points to play with. I finished off the remainder of my meat as I split my newly acquired core points between health and mana. I'd probably need to shore up stamina soon, but as it was, I'd only unlocked one physical ability, and I wasn't really too concerned about it at the moment. With the addition of the Pure Flames perk, which seemed to ensure using fire magic would never really be completely useless to me, I figured continuing to level my fire manipulation wasn't as much as a risk as before. So with that in mind, I put my remaining 60 points into the flame-based skill. I then closed my character menu. There was really only one more thing I wanted to do before I rested. While the instincts and vague feelings I'd picked up from assimilating the spirit of the ruler of the West did seem to indicate that there weren't really any other threats in its immediate territory, I couldn't help but not want to fall asleep unguarded. And honestly, I also just wanted to look at something that didn't want to kill me. I took a deep breath and reached for the feeling of my heart-based mana core. I felt my well of power ebb and flow with my heartbeat as I tried to summon forth the spell that I desired. To my surprise, I found my awareness shifting into a sort of inner soulscape as I did so. Mist swirled around me in my mind's eye as my attention was split between the real world and my inner one. I felt Summon Mana Cat siphoning off the promised percentage of my power as a figure began to emerge from the mists of my mental domain. Somehow, I knew that what I was now seeing was a place that was a manifestation of my mana core itself. And the creature approaching me from out of the ethereal mists of possibility that made up my mana core. It was none other than the being I had summoned with my spell. Unlike the other mana cats, though, this one was white in coloration and larger than they had been. Its eyes also shone with a much greater intelligence that it met my own gaze with. The creature blinked at me and then roared. The echoing shout lacked some of the strength of the Western rulers, but none of the pride. I also somehow knew from the vibrating power that, like the ruler, that this cat was also female. Then, as the creature still roared, I suddenly opened my eyes again. Standing before me, where there had previously only been unoccupied space, was the large creature that I'd seen in my vision. I could somehow sense its power and the inherent loyalty towards me that radiated off of its very being. It was almost as if the creature was a part of me. No, that wasn't accurate. It had been a part of me, but now it had already become something all its own. I reached a hand out, and the female panther lowered her head for me to place my palm upon it. Her fur was as soft as it was pristinely beautiful, and I realized, very fluffy. A low purring came from my summon as I pet her gently and with respect. Then, without warning, the cat took a step towards me, knocking my hand away playfully and dragging her scratchy tongue up my cheek harmlessly. I found myself letting a much-needed laugh out. I hadn't realized how stressed I'd been before. Just seeing a friendly face made a world of difference. "Whoa, girl," I said to her. The cat licked me one more time and then sat back on her haunches before me. The posture was almost more canine than cat-like, though. "You are tired, Lady Clarissa," a regal voice echoed suddenly in my mind. "Allow me to watch over you while you sleep." My mouth fell open. The mana cat's own lips had certainly not moved, but I'd also definitely heard the words coming from it. Almost telepathically? How do you know my name?" I blurted out in surprise, perhaps missing the more salient questions as I did so. The panther purred in what I assumed might have been amusement at my expense. Chapter 7. Hunted. As I woke up, I noticed that my wavy black hair had fallen in front of my face. That was something I hadn't noticed at first. My hair had changed color when I'd been brought back to life. Honestly, at the risk of sounding ungrateful, I missed being a blonde. Then again, I wasn't sure anyone would expect me to be too grateful for being thrown into a dangerous death world. I blinked the sleep from my eyes and took in a deep breath. Gwyneth's wild scent filled my nose. That was the panther's name, apparently. I hadn't given it to her, or at least I didn't think I had, but she claimed that had always been her name. It was weird and hard to really grasp when the panther tried to explain where she'd come from. She'd been created from my mana, a fully matured being, with her own personality and strong opinions, despite having no life experience or memories to draw from. Maybe that was in part possible, because she was just as animalistic as she was human-like. I figured her reliance on her instinct perhaps allowed her to simply get how to exist as she wanted to, without needing too much of a point of reference for where she fit into the world to do so. I had no fucking idea, honestly. Magic was weird. I pulled my arm off of the white-furred panther and pushed myself up to my knees. The panther did have some funny takes on my recountings of my life before the system, though. To my unending surprise, my new friend seemed especially interested when I talked about my favorite television dramas. She'd even tried to get me to talk about my adoptive mum's favorite soap operas, but I'd been forced to disappoint the massive cat when I'd quickly run out of material to talk about in that regard. I hated soap operas, only watching them when I'd wanted to spend time with my mother, but the stoic panther had taken it well enough on the surface, though I swear she'd brooded somewhat before going out to hunt for the day. The comfortable furs that we now laid on were a product of Gwyneth's daily patrollings of the area. The many stacked and cooked corpses were also a part of her contribution. Of course, I'd provided the fire to char them with. Meanwhile, I'd spent the last week getting my bearings and figuring out just how the system functioned in detail. Try as I might, I hadn't been able to create another powerful spell without the use of spell forging. It really did seem like the system would only allow you to create potent spells for free when your emotions were running extremely high and the stakes were just as up there. Though, to be honest, I still hadn't really figured out why that was. I suspected there might be further, undiscovered workarounds to the issue. Eventually, though, I'd at least managed to produce a small utility spell through pouring my mana into stone over and over, though it proved to be somewhat more limited in potency than my other created spells. Shape Earth had allowed me to create various stone pots, jugs, and pans, though it had taken some trial and error to figure out how to infuse rocks and clay with just the right concentration of mana to make sure they retained a shape after I'd ended the spell. That process of discovery and the following 6 days of training had granted me the skill of earth manipulation to mirror my fire manipulation skill. Once I'd gotten the whole thing down, I found that I could make all the pottery that I needed to store water and cook proper meals. I'd even managed to create a stone canteen of sorts for easy hydration on the go. With my earth manipulation at only about 60 points, even after daily training, however, I found it somewhat difficult to use Shape Earth to pull off anything too crazy. I'd tried to create spikes from the ground and walls of rock to various levels of my own frustration. I could pull some of it off, sure, but it was very mana-intensive. I suspected I would either have to invest in more dedicated spells for combat and defense, or that I'd have to raise my affinity for the earth element to a much higher skill level to avoid doing so. The other downside was that Shape Earth couldn't create earth, only reshape the rock and stone that already existed. Additionally, the further away from me that the rock was, the harder it was to make the spell work. Honestly, it pretty much worked best with just touch. I guess I shouldn't have been too surprised, though. Fireball was my only long-range fire creation spell, and it was a 3rd tier casting versus Shape Earth existing as only a 1st tier 1. Mana Flicker had proven to be a lot more promising. It took a good bit of mana to use, but the amount was definitely manageable with my respectable pool of mystical energy. I suspected that if I could get my spell efficiency up to a solid level, that I'd be able to use the teleportation spell just as effectively as the Western Ruler had. It was something to work towards. Lady Clarissa, Gwyneth's rumbling, beautiful voice echoed through my mind. Did you sleep well? I smiled and rested my hand on the panther's snow-white head. The majestic and powerful-looking beast purred into my touch as I stroked her soft pelt. I did, Gwen. What about you? I knew that the cat slept pretty lightly, but she always seemed to enjoy her snoozings. Even though we hadn't seen any sign of serious threats since the Western Ruler had been put down, I, for one, felt much more comfortable knowing that Gwen was watching over me as I slept. I dreamed of my last hunt, the cat admitted, and of your stories. I smiled. I wondered which second-hand supernatural drama she had been imagining in her dreams. The cat rose suddenly and stretched her long body. Are you going out again now? I asked. I knew from experience that when Gwen wasn't sleeping or chatting with me, that she liked to be out prowling. It seemed to be a fundamental part of her nature. If you would permit me, my lady, the panther bowed her head. Just be back for dinner, I told her. The cat approached me and licked my face. I will bring back dinner. I raised an eyebrow and looked at the many animal corpses all about. We kinda have enough. That's not the point, my lady, the cat said sassily as she turned to walk towards the mouth of the cave. Well, I guess we could always use more jerky. It had taken me a while to figure out how to keep the meat that Gwen kept bringing back with from spoiling. Turns out the secret was a long, slow cook to dehydrate only the most thinly sliced strips of flesh. I couldn't really fault the panther's prey drive. We'd have to leave this cave eventually, and it'd be good to have ample provisions when we did. Gwen also didn't seem to fear the forests of the dungeon, but I did wonder how she would fare in a fight against a real threat. Regardless, as Gwen left the cave, I rose to my feet. Slow boiling over one of the multiple fire pits I'd constructed throughout the cave was a singular pot of glowing water. The concoction was thicker than the normal river water I'd been hauling back for the past few days, in between bouts of exploring both the system and my own magic. I'd originally hoped I could dilute the mana-restoring water of the dungeon to make some sort of mana potion. Unfortunately, I'd found out that this wasn't exactly possible. Sure, the water restored a very small amount of mystical energy on its own, but it didn't seem like it could be concentrated in order to do more. The bubbling liquid that was currently in the pot, however, was glowing a much deeper shade of blue than was normal. In fact, I could barely even see the half-dissolved mana shard that I'd placed into the boiling water a few hours prior. Congratulations, you have created a potion. As the first soul from Earth to do so, you have earned a reward. +50 alchemy, +5 lesser mana shards, +5 lesser physical shards, +5 lesser bestial shards. Finalize your potion. YN. Gwyneth loved the stalking most of all. The hunt was everything that wasn't protecting her master, and everything that wasn't the hunt was protecting her master. She'd been tracking a particularly potent smell of game, that of a fatty mountain hare that she suspected herself and Clarissa would quite enjoy. But now her ears were laid back on her head. Something wasn't right. There was the smell of something else on the air. It was a wrongness, a corruption, a filth. But it was not, unfortunately, weak. She could sense a wild and chaotic power suffusing throughout the particles of the scent. It was a power that seemed diametrically opposed to her own ordered and structured mana core. What concerned her the most, however, was that the nearly silent hunters had gotten so close before she'd even realized they were nearby. A bush rustled, then a massive, ugly form lunged out towards her. Gwyneth flickered from existence. She reappeared in the air, directly in front of one of the skulkers, and did not even hesitate to bite deep into its disgusting-tasting flesh. The large, troll-like monster did not collapse under the weight of the snow-white panther's tackle, however. The beast did stumble, but it remained standing as Gwyneth tore and rended into its upper right clavicle's flesh. The monster tensed in pain as it placed a heavy, clawed hand upon the panther, and, with a violent and self-preserving force, it ripped and tossed the mighty cat a dozen feet through the air. Gwen landed directly onto her feet as 6 of the creatures slowly began to enclose around her. The cunning panther could see ill and focused intent in the eyes of the skulkers. These weren't creatures that were acting on pure whims alone. The cat released a mighty roar of rage. Whatever their plans, these monsters would not find their way back to her master. I selected yes to the option of finalizing my potion. As I did so, the last of the greater mana shard dissolved into the brew. Congratulations, you have created Greater Mana Potion, Pour, X5. The glowing liquid in the clay pot flashed a bright light and then disappeared into my inventory. The stat box of the potions I'd created then entered my view. Greater Mana Potion, Pour. Brewed inefficiently and without much skill, this potion still brims with a greater aura of magical energy. Restores 50 mana, quantity 5. I held out my hand and summoned the stackable item. A filled and cork-topped bottle materialized into my palm. I could see faintly glowing blue liquid sloshing around within the thick glass of the container. Out of curiosity, I removed the cork and smelled the contents. The scent of blueberries and spearmint filled my nose, an odd combination, honestly. I returned the bottle to my inventory. 5 greater potions of even a poor quality didn't really seem like a bad haul, to be honest. I could get back 2/3 of my mana just with those potions alone. I'd also gained some more shards to experiment with as a reward from the system. I wasn't sure I wanted to use them on just more potions, however. Rather, I opened the spell forging menu instead. Spell forging. Available elements: fire, water, earth, air, force, radiant, necrotic, mystic, psychic. Available ranges: self, touch, ranged. Available effects: buff, damage, debuff, enchantment, summoning, manipulation. Available shards: greater bestial shard x1, greater mana shard x2, lesser mana shard x5, lesser physical shards x5, lesser bestial shards x5. I selected the Earth option. Earth manipulation skill, 60. Please envision your desired spell effects. Then you will be able to decide the level of your desired spell. I imagined a spell that would allow me to create a spear of earth that would erupt from the ground. Select spell level, first, second. It seemed that a skill level of 60 in earth manipulation only allowed for me to create a second level spell. I didn't figure a lesser mana shard could do much for me in terms of creating a second level spell, however. So I selected first level. Envisioned spell. Earth spike. First, create a single spike of earth to spear enemies with. Mana cost dependent on size and power of spike. Spell cost: 1 soul shard of at least mundane quality. Select shard. Greater bestial shard, greater mana shard. X2, combine X3, lesser physical shards, combine X3, lesser mana shards. My eyes stuck on the option to combine the 3 lesser mana shards. I'd almost forgotten that the item descriptions had said that was possible. System, what happens when I combine 3 of the same soul shards? I asked. Combining 3 soul shards of the same type creates a magic gem of the same type that is 1 level higher than the combined shards. Magic gems can be socketed into items and then programmed to create powerful enchantments, or used in place of soul shards to create spells. Magic gems, unlike soul shards, cannot be combined. What happens if I combine different soul shards? I asked. Different variations of magic gems will be created based on the combined shards and their levels. This whole system kept getting more and more complicated, but really that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Versatility in my options meant that I could further lean into my strengths. The more I looked at the suggested Earth Spike spell, however, the more I doubted whether it was the best choice. I already had damaging spells. What I needed was healing, but I'd already toyed around with the idea in the previous week and found that I couldn't really produce anything of worth with my current earth and fire affinities alone. Staring at the Spellforge menu and seeing the presence of more shards to expend gave me an idea. Maybe damage resistance would be the next best thing to healing. I backed out of the current spell creation window and restarted the process. I once again selected Earth as my element of choice, but this time imagined my mana flowing into my skin and strengthening it. When prompted, I once again selected the option to create a first-level spell. In response, the system obliged me with another text window. Envisioned spell. Stone skin. First, harden your skin with your mana, turning it nearly as hard as mundane stone. Cost 60 mana per minute. Spell cost: 1 soul shard of at least mundane quality. Select shard, greater bestial shard, greater mana shard x2, combine x3, lesser mana shards. This time I went ahead and selected the option to combine the 3 lesser mana shards. The system then recognized my selection and produced a new spell description based on my choice of shard. As was normal when selecting to use a mana shard, the casting cost was then reduced for the envisioned spell. Envisioned spell. Stone skin. First, harden your skin with your mana, turning it nearly as hard as mundane stone. Costs 30 mana per minute. Spell cost: 1 soul shard of at least mundane quality. Create spell, YN. Yeah, this time it was a no-brainer. I could use the lesser shards to make more mana potions, sure, but I honestly didn't think they'd be all that impressive. If it took 3 of the lesser shards just to make a single first-level spell, they couldn't really be capable of creating potions that were anywhere near as good as what I'd already gotten my hands on a moment ago. 5 mana potions wasn't really enough, but this spell seemed to offer the chance to greatly increase my durability. meaning I would need fewer health potions when I finally got around to figuring out how to make them. I selected yes. The text box of the Spellforge menu flashed, and I was given a new prompt. Stone Skin, first added to spell list. Then another notification that I'd actually not really expected, since I'd already been rewarded for making a spell so many levels ago, also popped up. Congratulations. As the first soul from Earth to forge a spell, you have earned a reward. It seemed that creating a spell and using spell forging to make one was enough of a difference in the system's eyes. Plus 150 spell forging, plus 110 lesser physical shards. The reward menu closed, and instead, another notification was shown to me, overlaying the still open spell forging menu. For reaching 50 skill points in spell forging, the potency of all future forged spells has increased. Well, that filled in a gap in my knowledge. I had been wondering what the spell forging skill actually did as it leveled. After all, I'd gained access to the spell forging menu with only 10 skill points devoted to it. It also seemed like the level of spell you were able to create was entirely dependent on your spell control and elemental affinities. But now I was getting a better idea of what advancing spell forging might offer. Bonuses to the created spells themselves, regardless of tier or type, and perhaps I suspected, more options in what you could create at higher levels. Nevertheless, I closed the spell forging menu for now. Having gotten my hands on the damage reduction spell I'd wanted, I had some experimenting with alchemy to do. With my successfully brewed mana potions having emptied my clay pot of fluid, I rose to my feet to collect a nearby jug of water. I spent the next few hours toying with my new shards and playing with the heat of the fire I was using to dissolve them. The system-granted increase in my alchemy skill seemed to give me some instinctual hints as to what to do to best brew potions, but in the end, it was my own eye that did most of the work. It seemed that the lesser soul shards were much more fragile than their stronger brethren. Because of this, I actually managed to waste an hour on overcooking a few physical shards. What I had hoped would become a health potion instead became useless goo that the system didn't even deign to create a stat block for, though it did inform me that I had fucked up enough to waste a few of my shards. My next attempts were somewhat more successful, however. I used a low, careful heat to melt the mystical crystals down, and in the end I was rewarded with a successful notification. Finalize your potion, YN. A familiar flash followed my confirmation. Lesser health potion, average, X5, added to inventory. I summoned the bottle as I observed its stats. Lesser health potion, average. Brewed adequately, this potion hums with a noticeable but faint aura of restoration. Restores 25 health. Uncorking the health potion, as I had done with its mana-restoring counterpart, I noticed that the red fluid instead smelled of heated cinnamon and pine sap. What was it with these potions and weird combinations of smells? Regardless, as it turned out, lesser shards were not only harder to work with in some ways than stronger shards, but produced weaker products as well. That said, the designated quality tag of the lesser potion was actually higher than the one on the greater potion had been, likely due to it being more appropriate to my current alchemy skill. All in all, I'd lost about 3 of my lesser physical shards to the useless potion, and it had taken around 5 of them to then successfully create the lesser health potions that now filled a slot in my inventory. The cost of the lesser potions was in stark comparison to the singular greater shard that I'd needed to make the greater mana potion. I hadn't been willing to risk combining the lesser shards into a magical gem to try and create stronger potions, in case gems weren't compatible with my level of alchemy, or just with potion making at all, but it was definitely something to either ask the system about later or to test outright myself when resources allowed. I dismissed the health potion back to my inventory. For now, though, I needed to stop hunching over the fire. My back ached, and I had the strange sense of dissolving magic crystals still filling my nose. As I stood, however, a burst of telepathic intrusion entered into my mind like a barreling train. Enemies. Gwen's voice, sounding more savage than I had ever heard it before, crashed into my thoughts. I could, however, tell that the cat wasn't nearby, as the link between us felt extremely faint, as if she had exerted a lot of effort to send the singular word to me from a distance. Shocked from the sudden, unexpected shout into my very mind itself, I glanced up and scanned the room instinctively. Just in time, actually, to see a familiar and lumbering form enter the cave mouth. "Very much food here," the skulker said as it sniffed the air before its eyes then fell on me. "Best food still breathing, though." My right foot fell back into a combative stance. My eyes slowly licked with fire. It seemed like the peace that me and Gwen had enjoyed was now over. I had more pressing concerns than the one enemy in front of me, however. Namely, where the fuck was my cat? Flames wisped into existence and spiraled around my arm and down into my palm. "You picked the wrong fucking person, asshole," I said to the creature as I summoned a fireball into being between my fingers. Chapter 8. Soul Synergy. The skulker stepped forward, planting its big and clawed foot violently into the cave as it fell onto its hands. The creature broke into a run, directly headed for me. Its all-too-familiar nameplate populated at the top of my vision as it charged. Skulker, level 30. Back when I'd only had 20 health points, just a glancing blow from another of the things had nearly killed me, and that one had been injured. Without activating Stone Skin, I imagined that meant that I'd probably end up losing 20 to 40 health points if this thing managed to sink its claws into me. I already couldn't really rely on leveling to heal. I'd have to be careful and tactical in how I fought now, at least if I wanted to survive. I threw my blazing blue fireball at the beast's face. The troll-like beast half growled and half hissed as it diverted its charge to the side and rolled roughly away from my blast. An explosion rocked the outside of the cavern as my spell flew into the outside world, easily missing my enemy. I watched as around 30 points of my mana was drained from the relatively restrained and now wasted spell. The amount was about what I could regenerate in a minute, but I imagined I'd need more than one fireball to deal with the skulker, and if Gwen's frantic telepathic warning was an indication of her also dealing with a similar threat, then I might be in trouble. I still had greater mana potions if I needed them, though. There was no reason to hold back too much yet. I crouched into my trademark sword stance and opened my hand in front of me. A flicker of a spark ignited and spread out into a slightly more refined than before blade made of twisting flames. My fire manipulation was nearing 200 points now, and I had a feeling that would be a tipping point of some kind. Luckily, unlike Fireball, Raging Blade's draw on my mana was basically negligible unless I was pumping extra power into the sword to increase its damage output. My one-handed skill was also just over 100, which I was starting to guess amounted to a level of ability that a low-level professional athlete might possess. The skulker jumped back on its legs and rocketed forward. It was slower than the mana cats had been. It was still a bit of a blur, however, reminding me that I needed to increase my perception score in the future. But what my eyes lacked in seeing my acrobatic skill compensated for somewhat with the speed at which I could move my body in response to what I could see. I shifted my body in a pirouette and spun around the beast's outstretched maw. I felt my violent, bloodthirsty mana burn into the monster as my sword met its hide while I spun past it. Knowing from experience just how ridiculously thick a skulker's hide could be, I channeled more of my power into my weapon as I felt it meet flesh. The edges of my conjured blade exploded out in a raging fury. The skulker roared in agony. Unfortunately, in the half-second of my feet shifting away from the beast's fangs and of my blade digging deep into its flesh, my eyes missed the skulker's repositioning of its arm and claws. A pain burned through my stomach as the disgusting natural weapons of the beast shredded, moderately deeply, into my body. I activated Stone Skin instinctively, but too late to really reduce the damage. The skulker's claws did slow, however, as my flesh hardened and took on a glowing aura. I yanked myself away from the monster and felt its claws leave my flesh. My sword pushed through the remainder of the skulker's left shoulder as I dodged away. The pain from my torn skin diminished somewhat as my spell activated, probably as an unexpected side effect of Stone Skin, but my deeper layers of flesh still burned in discomfort. My health bar ticked down by around 30 points. It wasn't all that much in comparison to my total health pool, and my body still felt relatively functional despite the deep, gaping wounds the monster had created. It seemed my increased levels and health pool really did make a difference in just how much I could handle. Wounded, with bubbled up and burnt flesh and hair singed against its arm, the skulker fell back a few steps. I watched a few points of my health tick back up. I could feel my deeper wounds tingling as my flesh began the process of mending itself. At my current regen rate, it'd take a little over a minute for me to recover from the skulker's first attack. My eyes focused in on my enemy's own wounds. I narrowed my gaze at them as a question formed in my mind. I jumped forward and aimed my weapon directly at the beast's head. The creature hissed at my flaming blade, but did not retreat, as it then jumped forward to meet me. The towering monster raised its wide and clawed hands up in a fast-moving moment of violence. My sword raised above my head with the intent to split the beast's skull. My feet carried me close to doing so. The skulker's agility carried it more swiftly to its own goal, however. The beast brought down its massive claws. As things went, it would hit me before I could bring my blade down on it. My ever-growing sword instincts told me as much. I maintained my course, however. There was no turning back now. If I dodged left or right, I would be caught in the longer reach of the monster and would waste the entirety of my own attack. My sword fell down in a deadly arc, but one that appeared all too fated to be intercepted as the skulker's claws came within a breath of ripping into my cheek. I felt the barest touch of the monster's claws contacting with the skin of my face as my body broke into pure mana. The skulker's large claw swiped straight through my now glowing azure and dispersed mana cloud of a head. Mana blink reduced my body into 1,000 shreds of united consciousness, driven purely by will and intent. My essence disappeared and then swarmed behind the skulker. I let out an exhilarating war cry as I reappeared behind the monster's back and brought my sword down with all my might. The creature's ears, however, twitched at the last moment, and it shifted its head to the left. My blade, instead of cleaving into the monster's unprotected skull, instead bit deeply into its neck. Seizing the opportunity, regardless, my eyes flared with fire, and I practically overloaded my raging blade with mana. The weapon's fiery aura swarmed out around the stabilized core of the conjured blade and expanded the cut it had made. All the while the sword's violent power burned everything it touched. The skulker screamed in agony and spun around powerfully. I jumped as fast as I could, but felt its claws nonetheless rip deeply across my chest. I grunted in pain as my jump became a fall and I hit the ground hard. Stoneflesh proved only capable of reducing the physical damage of the skulker's attack by about a fourth. It was a noticeable change, but still not an incredible one. I was far from invincible, even with the spell, and the pain burned through me almost all the same. As I lost concentration, my raging blade dissipated into the air from within the shoulder of my opponent. The monster, however, didn't immediately lunge towards me. Instead, it swayed backwards. Its eyes appeared to be blurring and confused. I noticed something then. Whereas the first wound the creature had inflicted upon me was now halfway healed, the skulker's flesh remained burnt and cleaved. Either this thing was weak to fire, or fire magic slowed regenerative capabilities in general. I stowed both possibilities away in my mind as valuable information. Regardless, I took in the skulker's swaying form. If this was a war of attrition, then this thing was going to lose. At least as long as I didn't run out of ways to damage it first. I glanced up to my quickly depleting mana bar. Mana Blink had cost nearly double what Fireball now did to cast. I'd have to ration my mana and choose my spells carefully. Unlike the mana cats, which had been fast-moving and hard to hit, the skulker was still speedy, but also hardy and moderately heavy-hitting. It seemed more than able to take a few of my hits. As if to prove this observation further, the damaged and burnt monster blinked and then seemed to notice that I'd fallen. The creature lunged forward. I raised my hand. Fireball flew from my palm. The force of magic that hit the skulker violently exploded on impact and then bathed the entirety of its front with a raging burst of flames. I took the opportunity to push myself up to one knee. When I looked back up, however, I saw something that surprised me. The skulker was still standing. I took a few deep breaths as I summoned my flaming blade back out of my mana. As I pushed myself up to my feet, though, I noticed that the beast's eyes were entirely devoid of life. The burnt and charred body of the beast was simply standing out of sheer sturdiness alone. I continued rising up to my full height, and then, without hesitation, stepped forward and removed the beast's head from its neck. As before, had to pump a noticeable amount of mana into my weapon just to get through the hide. But as I did so, I cleaved straight through the iron-like flesh and tendons of the monster. The creature's body smashed into the ground, followed a moment later by its head rolling sloppily across the ground. A loot orb slowly rose from the monster's body as my eyes shifted back to the mouth of my cave. My large ears had detected at least 3 sets of footsteps right after the monster had fallen. And sure enough, 3 more skulkers now lumbered with smiling mouths at the entrance to my makeshift abode. Were these things hunting me? In a pack? I opened my empty hand and summoned forth another fireball. The creatures had come for me quickly. Before I had known it, I was engaged in a losing war of dodging and taking painful slashes when I failed to do so. Not for the first time, the first of the trio came at me with a violence as I moved to evade a claw strike from both the second and the third monster. My acrobatics score was quickly growing as I dodged and veered, though so too was my health depleting rapidly. I slashed through the stomach of one beast and yet felt another create a gash against my own thigh. I grunted into the pain as I caught a lull in their advance. I took the opportunity to summon a greater mana potion, pour, into my free hand. I spiraled a fireball down the length of my raging blade and launched the destructive orb from the weapon's tip as I uncorked my potion with my teeth. I rolled beneath the arm of Skulker number 3 as I downed the contents of the elixir I'd summoned. I tossed the potion bottle aside as it disintegrated back from wherever the system had conjured it upon my brewing of its contents. My now free hand vaulted into the earth below me, not only catching me and guiding my roll underneath the swiping claw of my charging enemy, but also raising the cave floor itself up slightly as I activated Shape Earth. The skulker who had committed to attacking me in that moment, and who I had dodged, tripped over the jagged rock I had magicked up from the otherwise relatively flat ground. Unfortunately, I was unable to press my attack on the beast immediately, as I was forced to deflect one of its companion's claws off of my flaming sword as I spun to my feet. I gritted my teeth and narrowed my eyes at the fallen skulker. Mana Blink activated and carried me away from the ally of the knocked prone creature and brought me to instead stand above the fallen monster itself. Sweat dripped from my forehead. I ignored how tired I was becoming. I brought my blade down in a merciless strike aimed directly for the beast's heart. Before I could finish the attack, however, the fallen skulker grabbed at my ankle. I was too weak. I wasn't quick enough. To make matters worse, the first of the trio was now jumping towards my now immobilized form. In a moment of pure instinct, I activated Throw Sword and my arm whipped up as if guided by a force that both was and wasn't fully my own at the same time. My blade spun with an incredible violence out of my hand as nearly half of my stamina bar depleted instantly. The flaming sword, however, flew true and lodged deeply into the first of the skulkers. The creature was flung back as the blade in its chest exploded at the moment I activated Raging Sorcery. Unfortunately, I too was ripped from my feet as the monster below me, who had a hold on my ankle, pulled against me with all its might. Not seeing much option now, even despite not wanting to use up the mana, I activated Mana Blink once more. As the skulker pulled me up into the air and dug its powerful hands into my ankle, never wavering in its grip, my body broke apart and I flew to rematerialize around 15 feet away from the 3 monsters. My body was bleeding in multiple different areas. Even with my increased vitality and system-granted health, I was starting to see double of everything in between breaths. I heaved in pain, my body was half bent over, threatening to buckle underneath the stress of what I was putting it through. The skulker who had tried to throw me to the ground was slowly rising up onto its large hands. The one who I had exploded a blade into was also twitching on the ground now, but it didn't look dead. The final beast, meanwhile, was pretty much unwounded except for a shallow cut I'd left on its thigh with an earlier attack. A lesser health potion, Average, materialized into my left hand. I gulped down the liquid. The potion bottle harmlessly shattered into nothingness as I suckled down the last drop as quickly as I could. The worst of my internal and deepest injuries shifted away from threatening to end my life, but much of the damage still remained. I swayed upright somewhat. I could take on one skulker, maybe two, but three? I'd come a long way, but without the advantage of rapidly leveling and gaining health being easy to come by. Could I even do this? The time it had taken me to drink the potion had cost me. I would have liked to drink another one, but the skulkers were already beginning to encroach upon me once more. Was I going to die? The skulkers charged as one. No, I wasn't. Fuck that. I brought both of my hands out defiantly in front of me. Flames erupted from between them, and my raging blade was once more within my grasp. My body was slowing, my wounds were taking their toll. My mana couldn't take many more spells, but I would not go down easy. Accepting the possibility of death was the same as accepting the death itself. I wasn't willing to do that. Some intrinsic part of me, the same part that had spurred me on through all of my life's struggles, also spurred me forward now as I jumped as quickly as I could to meet the foremost of the skulkers. I screamed as my eye brought my blade in an upwards arc. But I realized my arms were so heavy, I couldn't give in. But my hands felt weak. I just needed to hold a little tighter. The skulkers' claws encroached ever closer towards their killing range. I just needed to be a little faster. My eyes flared with what could perhaps be seen as madness, the madness of sheer will. And then I did move just a little faster, after all. My scream intensified as I, somehow and despite all the odds, brought my weapon up and across the neck of the leading monster. It should have been faster than me, by a good margin, but suddenly I had just barely eked it out in terms of raw ferocity. I felt my blade cleave through the head of the beast entirely, and I fell forward past it and its allies. I landed hard on my front foot as my stamina reduced entirely to zero. I was shocked beyond belief at what I'd just accomplished. The power and speed of my slash was beyond anything I had been capable of before. Resolute Strike added to ability list. So I realized as my entire body slumped forward, that was it. I'd unlocked a new ability that had allowed me to momentarily outspeed my enemy. I fell to my knees, forced to lean on my downward-faced sword, as all I could do to resist crumpling entirely to the rock below. I truly had nothing left. A small part of me was hoping I'd find myself leveling up after killing the skulker, but the notification never came. My ears twitched as I heard the two remaining enemies lunge towards me from behind. But I truly couldn't move to do anything about it. It seemed there were dire consequences to fully draining one's stamina. My will to survive might have granted me power, but it had also doomed me, or perhaps it had only ever granted me a few extra moments of life. I could hear the skulkers coming for me now. It was over. I had fought with everything I'd had, and, when that had been exhausted, I'd found more still to fight with. But now I couldn't even open my hand from around my blade to summon a potion. Not that I had any stamina potions anyway. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I felt the doom of the skulker's claws approaching. But then, suddenly, the air distorted in front of me. "Clarissa!" Gwen roared as she mana flickered into existence before me. The cat was bloody and battle-worn, but her eyes were possessed of a rage incarnate that shone with not a hint of care for her own injuries. A loud thudding reverberated as the mana cat rocketed into the body of the monster that I had heard come up directly behind me. I fell forward in shock as my body went cold. So that was what almost dying in battle felt like. Strange, it was different from being shot when you were helpless. As a few points of my stamina recovered, I summoned a health potion into my hand and then drank it. Then I summoned another one and downed it too as I rose to my feet. A mana potion then came next, after which I rotated my body around and into a half crouch, just in time to catch the claws of the most injured of the skulkers. I placed my hand upon my conjured blade, and trusting in its inability to hurt me, I half-sworded the monster's claws into redirecting its arm down and away from me. I used this same momentum to come to stand and then slammed my blade harshly into its neck. I saw the light flicker from the creature's eyes as I jumped backwards to avoid its dying slash. Raging Sorcery activated at my will and removed nearly half of its face as my blade exploded in its flesh. The creature fell in a fiery husk, But I wasted no time in summoning another sword into my hand. Gwen was locked ferociously in a duel to the death with the only remaining skulker. I did not intend to allow her to fight alone. The skulker dropped one of its claws deeply into the panther's right flank as she dodged. Rage exploded in my chest at seeing Gwen hurt. "Gwen, get back," I screamed, not knowing if my invulnerability to my own spells extended to my summon. Fire wisped up my blade to form into another spell as I slashed it down and launched a fireball from the cut into the air. The magic attack soared through the open space and smashed hard against the skulker's face. I, meanwhile, charged through the fiery blast as it happened. My sword then cut violently across the chest of the skulker as I passed it. Gwen charged then, her own claws dug deep into the monster's right thigh. We both ended up behind the beast. I screamed in exertion as I turned back towards the monster. The panther roared in battlelust as she did the same. Our cries echoed together throughout the cave, merging into one. We both lunged with all of our might and crossed past one another as we both cut deeply into the body of the turning skulker. I landed to one side of the monster. Gwent settled onto her front paws on the other. +5, summon synergy, +5 one-handed, +5 fire manipulation, +2 alchemy, +5 earth manipulation, +5 spell efficiency, +5 spell attack, +5 spell control, +5 spell defense, +5 acrobatics, +15 50 incinerator I. Sentry 50 battle healing I. She 150 battle bond I. 150 mage armor I. Congratulations, you have reached level 26. The skulker halted and then fell. I collapsed soon after that, my flaming sword dissipating and my body weight settling onto my hands and knees. Pain raged in me as my adrenaline dumped for the second time throughout the entire battle. Gwen, meanwhile, swayed and then collapsed. "Gwen!" I shouted in worry. Despite my discomfort, my health, mana and stamina was now restoring itself. Gwen's, however, was apparently not doing the same. I summoned a health potion and forced myself from my knees and up towards my fallen friend and companion with as much speed as I could muster. Chapter 9. Bond Evolution. My hands fell gently on the panther's beautiful and once pristine coat. Where before her fur had been a spotless white, now I saw the true extent of her many wounds. Deep gashes from who knew how many skulkers' claws crisscrossed my companion's and now savior's body. How had she even managed to stand, let alone come to my aid while being so damn injured? I felt guilt and fear welling up in my heart. I hadn't realized how alone I'd felt before summoning Gwen. She'd already proven herself to be the most loyal friend I'd ever had. And even though it might have been a part of the nature of me being her summoner, the panther's loyalty felt so genuine. I couldn't lose her. "Gwen," I shook the cat and tried to rouse her. She wasn't healing. She was at least comparable to me in strength, if not stronger, which meant she should be recovering from her wounds by now if she was going to. My blood ran cold. Was she even breathing? I uncorked the potion and poured it lightly into the mana cat's mouth. It only dribbled out. "Gwen, come on," I said. "Don't do this, girl." As I shook the panther, I felt something I had barely noticed inside of me before slowing beginning to dwindle. I blinked in confusion for a moment as I reached out to the strange sensation in my mana core. When I did so, the presence of Gwen's own spiritual essence touched me back. What I was feeling, I realized, was the spiritual tether that connected myself and Gwen, and that presumably allowed her to exist as an extension of my own soul and mana. And it was slowly fading. If the cord was a thread of golden blue light, then it was slowly dissolving away, particle by particle, into nothingness. I could feel Gwen's touch fading. I could feel her dying. "No," I said out loud and gripped the cat's gorgeous fur. "No," I said as I clenched my fists harder. "Not when I can shoot fucking fireballs from my hands and teleport. You are not going to die on me." Tears welled up in the corners of my eyes. I wasn't a crier. But even someone who wasn't could cry when their friend was leaving them. Forever. "I'm not giving up," I told my feline friend. As quickly as I could, I opened the spell forging menu. For spell element, I selected Radiant. For range, I selected Touch. For effect, I selected Buff. Without any hesitation at all, or thought to the cost, I sacrificed a greater mana shard to create the spell that I'd envisioned. My hands bathed themselves in a glowing, soothing light that spread from where I touched Gwen to cover the mana cat's entire body. I poured and poured my mana into the spell, but no matter how much I tried, the healing hand spell I'd created did nothing. Gwen wasn't moving, and Gwen wasn't breathing. I was failing her, and my friend was almost gone because of my inability to find a solution. The cord that connected us grew so very thin. I could feel it almost ready to break apart and drift away into nothingness. "Gwen," I whispered, "if you can hear me, just hold on." My mana reached 0. My hands lost their glow. I closed my eyes and brought my face down to hover just above the cat. Tears fell from my face. "Please," I said. I felt everything inside of me, wishing I could just save my friend. I'd give anything. I'd already given my mana and resources. I'd give anything else, too. I ground my teeth together. There had to be a way. Spellforging had failed me. Healing magic had failed me. But Gwen's soul tether was still attached to my mana core. She was still clinging on, waiting for me to help her. Just like she'd helped me. She'd given everything for me already. It was time for me to do the same. I reached out to the cord of power that bound us together. My mana core was nearly drained dry, but at the center of it there still pulsed a power I'd never dared to touch. Somehow I instinctively knew the energy that resided at the core of my being was more than something the system had given me. It wasn't mana, no, that circulated around and flowed from the deeper energy. The deeper power was me. I was pretty sure it was my soul. And it was what the thing, almost dissolved cord binding me to Gwen, was actually connected to. Opening my eyes for a single moment, I looked at the cat's unmoving face. She looked peaceful. But that wasn't enough. She needed to look alive. I had to make that happen. No one else would, or could, for all I knew, help me. I closed my own eyes in determination. I focused in on the strange energy at my core. It was hard to grasp, as if everything within me told me not to move it and not to expend it. But with my emotions raging inside me, as I willed it to move, it did indeed begin to. The power of my soul dimmed slightly as it began to course up the barely remaining soul tether between me and Gwen. I felt an incredible pain and emptiness spread throughout my very being as bits of my soul flowed along the tether. The feeling of lacking was indescribable. It hurt, yes, but it was so much more than that. Using the strange power made me feel like I was left as less than I had been before as I did so. But I couldn't stop. Everywhere the glow of my soul spread along the tether, the decay stopped. No, I wouldn't stop. Gwen had been willing to give her life for me. That made her family. Family didn't give up on each other. At least it shouldn't. And I wouldn't. I pushed yet more of my soul's essence out from within me and along the strange tethering cord. Eventually, and with a spark of light within my mind's eye, I felt myself leave my waking physical form. My awareness was now filled with two spinning nebulas of energy. One was massive and bathed in flame. The other was a presumably once bright glowing light that was struggling to not flicker away into nothingness. Somehow I knew that these two clusters of power were the very makeups of me and Gwen. The two energies were almost completely out of sync, however. They rotated and spun, nearly escaping each other's gravity entirely with every cycle of the spin that they were currently just barely maintaining. My awareness shifted yet further, and I realized that I wasn't watching the fiery nebula, but rather that I was the fiery nebula, and I could feel my own functioning soul's orbit overtaking and dislodging that of Gwen's dwindling soul. For a moment I panicked, until I realized that I felt some small piece of myself also cindering within Gwen's core. In fact, that small piece of myself was what seemed to be relighting Gwen's soul every time it almost flickered out. What I had been doing with the soul tether had apparently been working, I realized. Fine then, I'd keep going, even if it meant losing most of myself to restore Gwen. Ned, she could have half of everything if that was what it took. I willed the part of me that existed within Gwen to grow stronger. As I did so, Gwen's light grew and mine faded. Suddenly, however, as Gwen's light flared, I felt some of my power being taken from me without my active giving of it. It was as if, once I had started the transfer, that I couldn't stop it. Not, I instinctively sensed, without pulling life back out of Gwen, which I wasn't willing to do. My light dimmed, more and more, and Gwen's continued to grow stronger. Just as our two lights were nearing an equilibrium, however, I felt myself then become the weaker light. I was now the one that was fading. My soul was dissipating, I realized, and being absorbed into Gwen's own in much the same way I'd consumed the ruler of the West, only I had willingly started the process of giving away my own essence. My nebula of power continued to die. Eventually, I was almost as weak as Gwen had initially been. I felt my consciousness fading out as Gwen's overtook my own. A blackness that was almost like sleep began to rest over me. I'd wanted us both to live, but if this was the way it had to be. And then, just as suddenly, I felt myself spark back to life. It was slow at first. I experienced multiple cycles of a black oblivion that was followed by bursts of growing awareness. I could feel a new energy growing within my own. It was purer and less raging than my own, but it had a touch of stern love within it. Was Gwen sharing her soul's essence back with me? My soul continued to flare up and die down until eventually mine and Gwen's own souls were orbiting in a perfect harmony. Our souls still didn't look identical, but there were now parts of each of our souls in each other's. Gwen's bright core of glowing white was wreathed in an aura of flames, and my fiery soul was now giving off a powerful white glow. It seemed that, because neither Gwen nor myself had opted to consume one another's soul when energy had been allowed to transfer along our soul tether, but rather that we had both freely given of ourselves when the other needed it, that we had actually bonded rather than merged. My eyes opened then. Gwen's wounds were healing, but my own body felt terribly tired. The pain in my soul core was gone, however. Instead, it was replaced by a strange feeling of connection with Gwen. When I reached for our soul tether, though, I found nothing. Rather, I could freely feel Gwen's soul itself, as if it was my own, though it quite obviously sat within her own mana core still. And I imagined that she would be able to feel my soul in a similar way when she awakened. Conjure Mana Cat has been removed from spell list and replaced with Call Familiar. Congratulations, as the first soul from Earth to create a bond with a familiar, you have earned a reward. 150 Soul Synergy, Conjurer's Mantle are added to perk list. For reaching at least 50 points in Soul Synergy and having a familiar, you have unlocked various abilities. Eyes of the Familiar, perk added. Eyes of the Conjurer, perk added. Another new dialogue box from the system then appeared before my eyes next. Your familiar, Gwyneth, is ready to evolve to a new form. Do you wish to guide her evolution now? YN. I selected yes, and the world once more disappeared from around me. Gwen appeared before me then, at least a form of her anyway, in my mind's eye. The cat walking before me was featureless and made of pure glowing white mana, but I could see that it was still my faithful companion. Gwyneth shares in your strength, but not necessarily your path. You may choose from 3 paths for your familiar: Mana Strider, Lightning Caller, or Flamebearer. 2 images then shifted out from the silhouette of Gwyn's form to walk by its side. The Gwen to the right took on a form that was thinner and more lithe than the Gwen I knew, but that was still larger in size. Swirling glyphs of power covered her body, much like the ruler of the West, and she appeared to blink in and out of existence at her whim. Her eyes also shone with a vibrant azure light. The Gwen to the left was, contrastingly, much larger than the Gwen I knew in both raw size and muscle mass alike. Her once white coat was tinged black as if covered in a thick soot. Fire prowled from her eyes, and powerful flames cindered on the edge of her blackened hairs. I felt a strange connection to the flames that this alternate version of my friend wielded, as if I was the reason she now had access to the element. The Gwen in the middle, however, seemed to become a mix of the two as it finally took shape. She was neither thinner than the panther I knew or more overly bulky. She was just a larger version of herself. An azure lightning, however, flickered off her body and shone in her noble gaze. It seemed that I would be able to choose which form my friend would grow into. Interestingly, while I myself was not too tanky, Flamebearer seemed to be drawn from my own affinity for fire. Likewise, it seemed to be designed to fulfill my current, growing need to have someone there to divert damage away from me so I could unleash my spells and deal out skirmishing attacks with my conjured blade. But Flamebearer didn't feel right. It was too much a divergence from what Gwen was. I needed Gwen's opinion. And remembering what had just happened, maybe I could have it. I reached into my soul core and felt for the presence of the cat's own spirit. Just as I was hoping, Gwen's touch reached back out to me after a few moments of searching. I willed for the panther to help me decide what she would become. My eyes flared a bright light within the vision, and suddenly, and somewhat to my surprise, a crash of thunder resounded. The flames from the Flamebearer version of Gwyneth burst up as the cat itself became a part of them. Likewise, the Mana Strider version dissolved into particles of pure power and spiraled towards the heavens as well. When the two powers met high above the Lightning Bearer evolution, they merged as one with a crackling flash. The flames were charged with pure mana, and then suddenly burst down into a thundering lightning bolt that was neither purely elemental nor entirely made of magical essence. The vision faded from my sight as the bolt of celestial fire made from the combined powers smashed into the Lightning Bearer version of Gwyneth. Meanwhile, the cat herself, now alone among the previous three, roared and shook the splintered sky with her voice. My sight once more refocused into the material plane. I was still holding Gwyneth's fur, only now she had grown much larger. The cat opened her now gorgeous and glowing blue eyes. "You saved me," she said. I smiled through my tears. "Yeah, imagine that." The panther purred and slapped her tail against the ground. Her lips seemed to curl up into what I could only assume and feel was a smile. "I saved you too," the cat said happily. "Yeah," I laughed out of relief. "You did." Chapter 10, Preparations and Enchantments. Gwen weakly lifted her now much larger head and sniffed the air. "There were more, but they're fleeing," the panther informed me from where she still lay. I perked my head up and peered out into the deceivingly peaceful-looking mid-afternoon day outside of our cave. "Why?" I asked her. The cat scented the air once more, as if to confirm her previous statement. "I think, my lady, that they're likely only retreating temporarily." I gritted my teeth in contemplation. Some of my previous relief at saving my friend faded as the reality that I was in a hostile alien environment set back in. "We need to make the most of what time we have." I spoke my thoughts aloud, and then, well, I'm getting tired of being the one being hunted by those things. With a favorable swoosh of her large tail, Gwen growled in agreement. "Shall we do the hunting next then, Lady Clarissa?" I scoffed, not at the cat, but at the absurdity of the situation. "It's bigger than just that. I think we have a dungeon to clear, Gwen." More skulker pelts, 4 more greater bestial shards, and 2 unique items was the haul from the enemies myself and the evolved mana cat had taken down together. I summoned the first of the 2 items that were new to me into my hand so that I could better inspect it. Gem of the Hunter, C. A unique magic gem, can be socketed into items during enchanting. I knew that soul shards could be combined into magic gems. I was also aware that the enchanting skill existed, but I didn't know that enemies could drop their own variant gems. The Gem of the Hunter was of common quality. That probably meant that it'd just provide basic bonuses and nothing too flashy. Still, it might have potential to be useful, if only as a stepping-off point into enchanting. I returned the unique gem to my inventory and instead summoned the next interesting bit of loot, which I felt might be of more immediate use. I had to lift both of my hands up to grasp the strange and superbly detailed diagram and instruction-covered piece of parchment that appeared in my hands. The item description opened before me as I looked at the singular piece of paper. Monster hide armor, crafting schematics. Instructions to create a unique piece of armor. These schematics can be used once to create monster hide armor, or added to your crafting recipes with a leatherworking skill of 100 or higher. As I looked at the crafting schematics description, another window appeared beside it to better explain the stats of what it could create. Monster hide armor, base stats. Medium armor, 15 damage resistance, item level 30. System, why does it include the tag of base stats in the item description? I asked aloud. The materials that you use in the creation of the armor will determine its finished properties, but its base stats will generally at least be as high as what is listed in the crafting schematics. I looked down to my shredded clothes. To be honest, what I had to cover me could barely even really be called clothes anymore. Following the same train of thought, I then inspected my currently equipped garb in my inventory. Simple traveler's garb. The basic functional clothes of a traveler. No bonuses. Item, health, 1/10. As I hovered over the barely hanging-on garments, the system offered me the chance to mend them. Mend armor, costs 1 linen spool, YIN. I definitely didn't have any linen, so fixing what I had was currently a non-starter. Regardless, I could also definitely use an upgrade in the armor department. If 15 damage resistance meant that the proposed monster hide armor would negate 15 points of damage per hit, before I took the remainder of what was left over, then that was a massive upgrade up from literally no protection at all, especially when stacked with stone skin. Yeah, it somewhat sucked that I'd have to give up the crafting schematics in the process of using them, since I definitely didn't have the time or resources to power level my leatherworking to 100 points. I could imagine that being able to make armor could become quite the valuable skill under the realities of the new system. Still, survival was more important than a lost future opportunity. You had to have a future first to worry about it after all. I placed my intent upon the schematics. Open crafting menu, YN. I selected yes. Crafting menu. Available recipes, NA. Available schematics, monster hide armor. Crafting skills, NA. The crafting interface was definitely simpler than the spell forging menu. Though maybe that was to be expected, or perhaps it was just a side effect of my non-existent crafting skills. I selected monster hide armor from the schematics list. The menu prompted me with a warning. You do not possess the required crafting skills to add this schematic to your crafting recipes. No skill bonuses will be applied to the final product if you proceed. Do you wish to consume the selected schematics to craft the desired item, YN? Once again, I responded in the affirmative, and the crafting window shifted to heed my commands. Monster hide armor. Required components, 3 monster skins, furs between levels, 30-50. Optional components, crafting skill too low to utilize extra components. Select components, Skulker hide X3, Mana cat pelt X3. Okay, now this was somewhat more familiar. The text was different, yes, but what I was seeing was basically a reskinned spell forging options list from what I could tell. If I was following correctly, that meant that using either the hides of the skulkers or the pelts of the mana cats would offer different bonuses to my finished piece of armor. Still, as I thought of wearing the flesh of the gross, troll-like skulkers, the same strange revulsion I felt regarding the idea of consuming their meat welled up inside me. I just couldn't do it. I didn't really know why, but something deep inside me was telling me that it was a disgusting premise to craft armor from the skulker hides, despite the system very clearly being okay with the idea. I did my best to shift my mind from the oddly instinctive disgust and selected the mana cat pelts as my desired components instead. And just as with spell forging, the moment I'd made my choices, the selected components shifted the text of the to-be-crafted armor's description. Mana pelt armor. Description: a luxurious and soft feeling. Fur armor crafted from thick mana-infused hides. Base stats: medium armor, 15 damage resistance, 10 spell resistance, item level 30. Create armor, YN. I almost selected yes, but before I could, I did my best to fight back against the odd revulsion against using the skulker hides. I at least had to see what they had to offer. I realized this choice could seriously affect my survival. I backtracked and selected the hides as my desired crafting component, just to cover my bases. Thick hide armor. Description: a rugged-looking and thick fur and hide armor. Base stats: medium armor, 20 damage resistance, item level 30. Create armor, YN. So if I were to make the armor with the skulker hides, then it offered a greater level of physical resistance then. 20 damage resistance was a lot, so much so that it basically would have negated the weakened hit I had taken from the injured skulker back when I'd first been brought to the dungeon. Still, 20 wasn't much more than 15, and the extra 10 resistance to spell damage was the numerically superior option in my opinion. Even if I had yet to really be directly attacked by an enemy spell, I had a strong feeling that it was coming sooner or later. Ultimately, I once again settled on creating the Manapelt armor, with some less than minor relief. After confirming that I wished to craft the item and reconfirming to the system that I was okay with sacrificing its schematic, the crafting menu abruptly closed. The Monster Hide armor crafting schematic flared a bright gold in my hand and slowly burnt away into particulates of energy. Monster Hide armor crafting schematic removed. 3 Mana Cat pelts. Plauschon Mana Pelt armor. The armor that I'd created appeared in the air above my hands and floated down softly to sit atop them. The leathers and fur were incredibly soft and supple, just as the description had promised. I felt a ping of guilt, however, as I looked over to Gwen. The cat, perhaps sensing my emotion through our now even stronger bond, glanced over to me. I met her gaze for a second, wondering what she might think of me wearing her kin. The massive cat rolled her eyes at me and returned to gnawing on a cooked rabbit. I guess that meant she didn't care. Gwen was pretty utilitarian about survival after all. I'd probably been worried about nothing. I selected the crafted armor in my inventory and then clicked to equip it. My shredded shirt and trousers glowed a bright gold, much like the now dissolved schematics had, and then said glow spread to cover my body before instead solidifying into the armor I had crafted. In the end, everything but my hands were covered by a protective and cross-stitched mix of midnight leathers and fur. Congratulations! As the first soul from Earth to utilize the crafting menu, you have earned a reward. +50 leatherworking. Familiar's barding, crafting schematics, added to inventory. For reaching level 50 in leatherworking, you have unlocked a number of basic crafting recipes. I would never grow tired of receiving the system's very convenient rewards. For a moment, I wondered just where I'd be without the many bonuses I'd been granted. The answer was too simple to ponder for long, though. I'd be dead. A shiver ran through my spine as I opened the crafting menu again and selected my new schematic. This time, the menu allowed me to add the schematic to my crafting recipes as it seemed to be an easier one to learn. Though I did note that the schematic was still consumed in the process of me learning it, I would at least, presumably, be able to craft the item type more than once now. Familiar's barding. Required components: 1 monster skin, jot fur of at least level 10. Optional components: crafting skill too low to utilize extra components. Select components: Skulker Hide X1, Mana Cat Pelt X1. Ugh, I muttered to myself. Clarissa. Gwen looked over to me. It's not really a big deal, Gwen, but I think I can make you some armor, I replied. Thing is, I only have a pelt like, well, what I used for my armor and those from the skulkers to do it with. Gwen slowly studied me, as if contemplating. How much would this help us? Probably a lot, I admitted. I'm getting a pretty big bonus to my damage resistance from the set I made for myself. Something about using the skulker hides just feels wrong, though. Why? The cat asked. We killed them fairly. The spoils are ours. I get that, I admitted a bit hesitantly. You okay with it then? I still wasn't sure I could personally bring myself to wear armor made from the weird troll-like monsters on account of the wrong feeling I got from them that I couldn't place, but if it didn't bother Gwen, then I didn't see it as too much of an issue, I guess. It's fine with me, Gwen said. I'd rather not almost die again. Her last comment bit a little deep into me. I owed her the same level of worry I gave myself. Uncomfortable and irrational feelings be damned. I selected the skulker hide as my desired component to craft the barding. The crafting menu, as always, shifted to suit my selection. Thick hide barding. Description: a rugged and thick-looking armor for your familiar. Base stats: medium armor, 20 damage resistance, item level 30. Create armor, YN. I selected yes. 1 skulker hide. Thick hide barding added to inventory. Equip thick hide barding onto your familiar, YN. Hey Gwen, you ready for me to equip the armor on you? I looked up from the menu and asked, It's ready. The cat growled in confirmation. Hearing the panther's reply, I then answered in the affirmative to the system's prompt. Much as it had when I'd equipped my own armor, a golden light shone over Gwen and spread to cover the majority of her torso. When the armor had solidified, just as mine had previously, the panther's vital points were largely covered with thick grey armor. Her head remained mostly unprotected, but a plume of black skulker fur did rest threateningly atop the leather above her powerful shoulders. The panther stood and stretched her limbs. Gwen took a test swipe into the air with her massive, dangerous paw and then growled in approval. "This will do nicely, my lady," she said. "I feel ready to hunt." I smiled. "I'm glad you like it. I have a few more things to do, though." I felt the cat's acquiescence pass unspoken along our emotional bond. The panther laid down and returned to her meal, seemingly unperturbed by the constriction of her new barding. Feeling some further curiosity about the possibilities of what created items could offer, now that I'd better equipped us both, I summoned the Gem of the Hunter into my hand. "System, distribute 1 skill point into enchanting and open the enchanting menu," I ordered, taking a guess as to how the skill related to the gem might work. 1 skill point. +1. Enchanting. Error, a minimum of 10 points in enchanting, is required to access the enchanting menu. Well, damn, it could have told me that before taking my singular point. But I guess I had phrased the command in the sequence that the system had executed it. "System, distribute 9 skill points into enchanting and open the enchanting menu," I corrected myself. 9 skill points. +9 enchanting. This time, though, the system carried out my second command as well, and the menu I'd wanted to access populated. Enchanting menu. Available gems, Gem of the Hunter, C. Available items, Mana Pelt Armor. Enchanting skill, 10, Novice. Getting a feel for how the system's menus worked now, I selected the Gem of the Hunter and my Mana Pelt Armor rather quickly. Not that I was spoiled for choice. The expected sort of pop-up appeared next. Mana Pelt Armor of Muffling. Description, a luxurious and soft feeling. Fur armor crafted from thick, mana-infused hides. Base stats, medium armor, 15 damage resistance, 10 spell resistance, item level 30. Enchanted effect, your movements are muffled to near silence when wearing this armor. Create armor, YN? Near complete silence, huh? At first, I'd been pretty intent on figuring out just who between myself and Gwen would benefit most from whatever the gem had to grant to us. However, the cat was pretty much already completely silent in her movements, whereas I was not. And if we were still being hunted by at least some of the denizens of the dungeon, it could only benefit us both if I was able to move just as undetected as my friend. I confirmed to the system that I wanted to enchant the armor. Gem of the Hunter, C, removed from inventory. Mana Pelt Armor has become Mana Pelt Armor of Muffling. Congratulations! As the first soul from Earth to utilize enchantments, you have earned a reward. +50. Enchanting. +5. Greater Mana Shards. Soul of the Enchanter. R added to perk list. I felt a flow of discreet, almost barely noticeable energy tingle along my flesh as soon as the system acknowledged my choice. I took a step forward and then another back. And to my surprise, no matter how much I tuned my sensitive ears in to listen, I could not hear myself walking against the cave floor. "Gwen," I looked to the cat, who was strangely also already looking at me closely once again. Can you hear me moving?" "Did you create another spell, Lady Clarissa?" she asked. "I can hear you, but only barely. I suspect this too would become impossible if you weren't right next to me. And also if you weren't quite bad at moving silently in the first place." I dropped my mouth in disbelief at the casual insult towards my stealthiness. "No, Gwen, it's not another spell," I admitted. "I just enchanted the armor." The cat purred and took another bite of her food. "That will be useful. We won't have to move slow to keep you from giving us away to everything nearby." "Thanks, girl," I said, realizing she really didn't mean anything by her frankness. It was just how she was. In the panther's mind, she was probably actually complimenting my choice to shore up what she saw as a weakness in my skills. My blunt friend had brought up a good point, though. I could use a few more spells, especially with the addition of the greater mana shards, the system had just granted me for my foray into enchanting. Healing hands already made up for some of my need for healing. As long as I had mana, I should be able to heal myself and Gwen. Though, I would need to continue to increase my spell control or to train my radiance manipulation skill if I wanted to unlock higher tiers of healing spells in the future. Of course, our armor should now provide a much-needed buffer between us and the damage of our enemies. Still, it couldn't hurt to be a little more careful. One of the biggest issues I'd encountered, even after increasing my health pool, had been that of bleeding effects. Even if an attack itself wasn't too grievous, a number of bad bleeds could rapidly drain through my health. Still, I had an idea to solve that. I channeled my intent towards opening the spell forging menu. I selected fire as my element of choice, allowing me to rely on my rather high fire manipulation skill to craft the spell I wanted to make. I then imagined my desired effect for the spell. When the system asked me what level of spell I'd like to create, I selected first and offered up 3 lesser physical shards to the menu as payment. Cauterize wounds, first added to spell list. +5, spell forging. I repeated this process a few more times and ended up with a total of 3 other new magical tools in my mystical toolbox. Cauterize wounds. First, stop bleeding with the power of your fire magic. Mana cost dependent on the severity of your bleed. Flame cloak. Third, surround yourself in an aura of fire that causes fire damage to anyone who touches you. Costs 15 mana per minute. Wall of fire. Third, create a flaming wall of fire. Mana cost dependent on length, height, and power of wall. Rune of flame. Third, create a hidden rune that explodes when tripped by the caster. Mana cost dependent on the strength of your rune. All in all, I lost 3 more, greater mana shards, and gained another 10 points in spell forging on top of the previous 5. After finishing that, I distributed my skill points from reaching level 26 into soul synergy, as I had a hunch that getting it to level 100 would greatly strengthen the bond between myself and my familiar, to provide further benefits to us both. I put my core points into my mana. My stat points, meanwhile, I once again split between intelligence, agility, and perception. Now all I had left to do was to brew some potions and pack away food for mine and Gwen's upcoming foray back into the outside world. Sunlight shone upon my and Gwen's faces. The panther's bright, glowing blue eyes flared with a powerful light. My long ears perked up to scan the air for the sounds of the surrounding woods. Some 15 new, greater mana potions now filled my inventory, along with another 15 greater stamina potions crafted from bestial shards. I would have liked to produce more health potions also, but I lacked the ingredients. That said, between cauterize wounds and healing hands, I could pretty much just use mana potions as healing potions with extra steps. "Can you track the skulkers back to their home still?" I asked my feline companion. The panther licked her lips and opened her nostrils to the wind. Gwen rumbled a low growling in her chest. "It's faint, but as long as it doesn't rain, we should be able to catch up to where their trail grows stronger." "Okay, good," I replied and looked down to my familiar. "Let's go then." The panther growled again in the affirmative. It was time we became the hunters. Because as much as this dungeon wanted to kill me, I wanted to go home more than this place wanted to keep me here permanently. Of that I was sure. I had to be. Chapter 11. What Goes Crawling in the Night. Gwen stalked some 30 feet away from me. Over the past few days of travel, the panther and I had further honed in on the increased strength of our spiritual connection. Thanks to the perks that Soul Synergy had unlocked, Eyes of the Conjurer and Eyes of the Familiar, we could both essentially remain entirely aware of what one another was experiencing whenever either of us made the effort. This didn't include thoughts, but just sensory inputs like sight and smell. Though we could telepathically communicate, the way we spoke without speaking to each other versus what we said to ourselves privately was still a lot like the difference between talking and thinking. Regardless, having someone's sight and experiences just a small reach of consciousness away was an odd sensation to be sure. I wouldn't have expected Gwen to get as much use of the ability, considering her own senses were much more honed than my own, but I could feel the panther reaching out to see through my eyes much more often than I did the same towards her. I wasn't really concerned with this, or anything, however. Though I couldn't read the panther's thoughts, I could sense my companion's general emotional state, and even underlying intent if I tried hard enough. Through this and our other interactions, I was realizing over time that Gwyneth had an incredibly tactical mind. The cat was basically using my eyes and ears as an extension of hers in order to better map out the surrounding area. Though I could still feel small moments of frustration when my own weaker senses annoyed my friend and she would recede momentarily back to instead rely more on her own. It was through this sharing of our consciousness that Gwyneth and I had raised our soul synergy skill to only a few scant points away from 100. And as we approached the milestone, operating almost as one unit was becoming only ever easier. Our abilities were proving especially useful now, in particular, as we were forced to move through an increasingly thick fog just as the sun set. We'd long since lost the skulkers' sense, though we were currently trying to pick back up on their trail. As we'd moved southeast in our search, the terrain had become less full of sloping mountains and more covered by crags of black stone. Dead and dying trees completed the nightmarish and dark landscape. "Clarissa," Gwen reached out to me telepathically. I slowed my walking and willed myself to see the world as she currently was. The sound of skittering filled my, or rather Gwen's, hypersensitive ears. It was still a little difficult to pull off, but being able to sense the location of the panther allowed me to then figure out where, in relation to myself, the sounds that she was hearing were coming from, mostly Anway. "I hear it," I told her telepathically, aware that she could feel my mental touch within her own mind as I tapped into her superior hearing. "It doesn't sound like skulkers." "No," Gwen agreed, it almost sounds like—" I was cut off as a violent whooshing sound filled Gwen's ears. "Clarissa, move!" Gwen roared, this time also out loud. A number of sharp pains bit into my neck. I activated stone skin just as the needle-like barbs pierced slightly through my already thickening skin. Being distracted by our conversation and trying to identify the sounds, I'd realized too late that what Gwen had been hearing had been coming directly for me. My hand shot up to where I'd been punctured. "I'm okay," I said, just as my legs started to stumble. "What the fuck?" I said as I swayed to fall against a nearby stump. I grunted as the many trees all around me started to spin and multiply even further. "Ugh!" I moaned as a numb chill ran throughout my body. My fingers became sluggish as I tried to grasp at the stingers that I felt within my hardened skin. "You have been paralyzed." "Manzwad, poison resistance." I just barely managed to grab a hold of one of the stingers and pull it free as my arm slumped limply down to my side. For all the good the act did, though, as there were still 2 more stingers in my neck. I felt my own mind lose a hold of Gwen's somewhat. It was hard to focus on anything when your head felt very, very intoxicated. From the depths of the immediate mist, and as my body continued to feel as if it was freezing solid, I watched a number of massive red and white spiders scurry out into the chilly air. Frostblood spider, level 15. You had to be kidding me. I'd been taken down in one shot by a level 15 monster. I mean, sure, there were a lot of them, at least 24 that I could see already, but I didn't imagine it took more than a few of the monsters, at most, to shoot 3 stingers my way. I was supposed to be the one punching above her weight class here. A cracking of thunder boomed through the small clearing as Gwen crashed, in the shape of a bolt of lightning, through the bodies of multiple spiders. The cat rematerialized in the center of the throng, but as multiple of the monsters turned to raise their large thoraxes towards her, the cat was forced to once more return to her lightning state. Where Gwen had been only moments before, a dozen poison stingers flew past her. My familiar was smart, but the fact that she had already figured out she needed to keep moving meant that she was playing against time and numbers. She couldn't establish a firm footing, or else she risked getting poisoned just like me. And levels be damned, eventually she was going to make a mistake. Even now, just before she had teleported, I had watched at least one poison stinger bounce off of her thick leather armor. All it was going to take was one lucky shot from the spiders and she'd be dead weight. I needed to get back into the fight and fast. I activated cauterize wounds around the puncture points where the 2 remaining spider stingers extended into my flesh. It was hard to grasp at my magic, especially while Stone Skin was still active and the poison surged within me, but nevertheless I managed. I felt a heat sear out inside the flesh of my neck as the skin that the stingers were still pumping poison into became thickened and burned by my mana. My head near instantly cleared just a little bit as the poison had a bit more trouble getting past the burned tissue I'd created with my spell. I grunted in discomfort before seizing upon the small moment of increased clarity I'd won to activate Flame Cloak. I got the spell off just as a number of new stingers flew through the air to meet the aura of flames that erupted to enshroud my body. The natural poison darts cindered away into nothingness against my spell before they could impact with my face. Meanwhile, the stingers that were still doing their best to pump their bone-chilling payload into my neck also burned away into nothingness, but I was still poisoned. Thankfully, though, my Warmage perk and fire manipulation both drastically reduced the cost of Flame Cloak. With those two combined, I could essentially maintain both my aura of flame and Stone Skin for little more mana than what I could regenerate in a minute anyway. This meant I didn't have to be worried about being poisoned further now that I was aware of the threat of the stingers. Gwen, meanwhile, reformed from her lightning yet again, but this time she roared loudly with another ability. All around the powerful panther, thunder-like waves radiated from the feline's body. The closest spiders to the cat were quite literally thrown from their many legs and sent rolling into their ever-growing number of comrades. Hang in there, Gwen. Fighting against the poison, I willed a single appendage to move. It took everything I had, but eventually I managed to make my index finger twitch down to touch my hand. I couldn't even feel my skin touching itself. Regardless, at that very moment, I channeled my mana down from my heart and threw out my unmoving arm into that singularly obedient finger. A golden glow radiated out of the appendage as healing hands activated and rejuvenating energies flowed into my body. Unfortunately, however, I felt no relief from my current state. Damn it, healing hands wasn't going to cut it. Was it because the spell only specified that it restored health and not that it cured poison? As I was running the options in my aching head, Gwen's thunderous roar ended. The panther tried to activate her lightning teleportation once again, but before her body could break into electricity, a number of stingers found their way into the exposed joints of her armor. A leap of fury sparked into my otherwise numbing heart. Gwyneth, for her part, did not immediately falter. The panther lashed out and tore straight through the nearest spider and then bit through the head of another, which, while gross, was impressively ferocious. However, I could feel the cat's panic flaring through even our now sluggish bond, as her body already began to respond to her more slowly. I couldn't move, I could barely speak, and my mind felt weird, but I could still think for the most part. System, I slurred in a way that was barely even understandable to me. Create a spell to cure this poison. Element, radiant, range, touch, effect, buff, spell. Tier, first, use 3, lesser bestial shards. I was just throwing a Hail Mary. I had no idea if the process of spell creation could be automated through verbal command, but I needed a cure for this poison quickly, and my eyes were too blurred to read a menu for long. Creating spell. Envisioned spell. Accelerate metabolism. First, speed up the heart and metabolic rate of anyone that you touch to burn through toxics and poisons much more swiftly than generally possible. Poison burn through dependent on mana expended. Selected shard. Lesser bestial shard. X3. Create spell. YN. Yes, I slurred. Accelerate metabolism added to spell list. I wasted no time in activating the spell and channeling it through the same finger which I'd tried to activate healing hands with. I felt the supercharging mana of the spell almost as quickly as it looped through my finger and back into my body. My heart began to speed up, faster and faster. +1 poison resistance. Within a few seconds, it felt like my eyes were going to explode out of my skull. I almost regretted using a bestial shard to create the spell. It was no doubt the animalistic nature of the shard that had flavored the spell into a metabolism manipulator rather than something gentler. Then again, the poison was pretty strong from what I could tell, so maybe it was a good thing the spell I'd created wasn't subtle or reserved. Even still, as I watched Gwen begin to stumble amid the horde of spiders, I realized that the poison wasn't clearing from my body nearly fast enough. I thundered down even more mana from my accelerated heart into my finger to be funneled into accelerate metabolism. As my mana drained, I felt my body threaten to falter under the strain of the overclocking spell. +1, poison resistance. However, just as I thought I'd push myself into cardiac arrest, I felt my foot twitch involuntarily as it was reconnected to my conscious control. I pushed my heart just a little faster, my body just a little harder, as I slowly willed myself to slump forward. +2, poison resistance. My movements were slow and ugly at first, but eventually I came to stand. The spiders were now swarming Gwen. I blinked away the numbness in my eyes as they sparked with flame. How many times did I have to prove to this dungeon's monsters that they shouldn't fuck with my cat? I raised both of my arms into the air. Directly below my downturned palms, flames erupted from the ground and then spread diagonally out away from me in either direction. The walls of flame rose into the air as they went along to incinerate a number of spiders that were unlucky enough to be in their paths as they spread off to either side of Gwen's twitching body. Multiple monsters, however, were already all but on top of my panther familiar. A blade of flame erupted from my hand as I lunged forward and activated Mana Blink. My body accelerated violently through the air as it broke apart. My figure, flaming sword and all, re-emerged a half-moment later next to Gwen. I wasted no time in sloppily cleaving through a spider that was biting into her flesh. Another of the beasts was smacked off of my friend by a side thrust of my blade. A third was blasted away with a fireball. "This is going to feel a little weird, girl," I told Gwen as I reached out towards her, with my hand glowing a strange gold-green color. My flame cloak receded from my left arm as I prepared to cure the panther of the poison in her veins. However, just as I was reaching out to touch my friend's unmoving form, a blindingly white bolt of something smacked into me and tore horrifically into my shoulder. My eyes shot up in a violence as I felt my muscles and tendons ripped clean through. A deathly pale and perhaps only vaguely human-looking creature stood, hand raised at me, on the edge of the mist and my sight. She seemed oddly tall. Her lower half, however, was still fully obscured. Meanwhile, the force from whatever she had hit me with sent me flying from my own feet. Not, however, before I spitefully returned fire. "Rach!" I yelled and sent a furious fireball at my attacker as I tumbled through the air and quickly thereafter lost sight of her. I hit the ground hard and my eyes spun, my lungs heaved from the force of the impact. But Gwen needed me. Despite my pain, I rolled to my hands and slowly began to stand again. The moment it wasn't needed to help me climb back to my feet, my left hand shot up to grasp the strange and clumpy spear-like object that extended almost a foot out from my bleeding shoulder. When my fingers touched the weird projectile, it stuck very lightly to my flesh. It even came away somewhat in milky stands when I instinctively almost removed my hand from it upon feeling its odd texture. Was this spell, spike, or whatever it was, made of webs? I looked around to the various spiders that were now trying to scurry around my flaming walls. I was sensing a pattern here. But fuck it, whatever. I reasserted my grip on the web spike and pulled. With a grunt of pain, I removed the sharp projectile, but before I could even cauterize wounds, another web spear slammed into my thigh. The second spell, too, tore through my armor and knocked me, this time face forward, from my feet. I landed directly on my hands this time. Rage shot through me even more strongly. "God damn it!" I screamed and slammed my now one good leg out from underneath me and planted its foot onto the ground firmly. My eyes flared with fire, and with anger boiling in my heart, two more walls of flame were summoned into existence by my will and boxed me and Gwen entirely in on all sides. The fire of all four walls, of which the first two had faltered somewhat when I'd initially been hit by the spell, flared up so brightly as I poured power into them that I couldn't even see through them to the enemies on the other side. Good, that meant that bitch who'd hit me also couldn't see to launch another fucking spell my way. I reached down to my leg and removed the second spear from my flesh. I forced myself to my feet as my magic burned closed the bleeding vessels within the wounds the web spikes had created. It hurt, but it was necessary. I stumbled towards Gwen once again and finally placed a glowing hand on her body. The cat shuddered as I funneled the power of accelerate metabolism into her. I could feel her discomfort, but also her strength flowing through our spirit bond. "Tell me when it's working," I told her very seriously. "A little more," Gwyneth said back to me. I redoubled my efforts and used the psychic feedback coming off of the panther to gauge just how much mana I should channel into my spell to better cure her without causing her body undue stress. A few more moments passed and then, "Now," the panther said. I pulled back off of Gwen and stumbled back up to fully stand. Sweat trickled down my forehead and body beneath my armor. I summoned a greater mana potion, pour, into my hand, and then downed it, followed by 2 more. My mana ticked back up quickly. Meanwhile, my mouth savored the pleasant though tart blueberry aftertaste that I was becoming accustomed to. "All right, girl," I said as I closed my eyes and drew in a deep breath. The walls of flames shifted. The box of fire I'd created collapsed at its edges and began to spin into a violent circling inferno. "I'm ending this stupid shit," I told her. "They're almost half our level, and I'm pretty sure bugs should be weak to fire." My flame cloak died away, and my raging blade dissipated, leaving only my hands enshrouded with fire as I spread them out to either side of me. I pulsed my mana out to slam against the walls of flame, and then, with a considerable effort, I forced the inferno I'd created to spread outward. The shadows of dozens and dozens of frostblood spiders were absorbed and burnt away into ash as my spell expanded across the clearing. My arms shook from the exertion and my mana bar depleted rapidly as I shoved outwards with my power against the fiery circle. Finally, however, as my inferno reached the edge of the clearing, I dropped my arms. My circular tornado of heat faltered and slowly spun out into nothingness. Not a single spider remained, but all around us loot orbs began to rise from ash piles. Pal 4150 Incinerator I. Congratulations. For destroying at least 50 enemies with fire magic, you have been granted the Incinerator IC perk. And I didn't really have much time to dwell on the achievement notification, though. I needed mana. Gwen rose to her feet. I summoned another mana potion, but only just barely had time to drink it before my panther roared and slammed me to the ground. My eyes grew wide as I realized I was entirely incapable of even reacting to Gwyneth's speed. Her large body tackled me and held me down as 3 more indistinct flashes of white flew over our heads. 3 of them. Gwen alerted me with a telepathic signal and then a very physical growl before the cat's body broke off into a lightning bolt and thundered against something to our right. My large ears perked as, for the first time on my own, I recognized the sound of what I thought was a web dart cutting the air. I quickly rolled to the side and stumbled up just in time to watch a white, sticky arrow instead slam directly into the ground where I'd been laying. I shot my eyes back to where the original spellcaster had been. I looked up just in time to see a shockingly beautiful and equally hideous combination of woman and spider emerging from the mist. The creature wore no clothes to speak of, and her long, white hair draped down against her flawless porcelain skin. Red eyes shone out and sat above a dainty nose and demure lips. I reached out for a half-millisecond into Gwen's consciousness to see her struggling against what appeared to be the biggest frostblood spider of them all, one which dwarfed even her massive form by almost a margin of 4. But she'd said there had been 3. "To your left," the cat sent the telepathic message, along with a stream of herself hearing what sounded like a bowstring being pulled back. I summoned my flaming sword into my hand and spun towards the sound. I just barely managed to dodge to the right as another arrow flew by my head. My eyes locked with the archer just as I avoided his second shot. The creature was the most human-like of the trio, but was far more grotesque than the mage. In contrast appeared. The monster was just as white-skinned as the mage, but feeler hairs covered its long and stretched-out body. Its eyes were meanwhile doubled up and beady, and its mouth was far more arachnid than human. Its spindly fingers, meanwhile, gripped a bone-white bow. I watched as the creature raised its hand out to the side slightly, and as if casting a spell of some kind, rapidly constructed its next bit of ammunition from numerous thin threads that wrapped together in the shape of an arrow, seemingly of their own accord. "You're right now," Gwen screamed into my head, and a side-eyed glimpse, that wasn't my own, of the mage spider summoning another web dart filled my mind's eye, courtesy of the ever-vigilant cat. The feed of mental images was severed, however, as I watched, still through Gwen's eyes, as a massive spider leg smashed violently into the panther's face. I, meanwhile, turned just in time to meet the spider mage's spell with a fireball that incinerated the other spell mid-air and on contact. In the following half-second, my own ears perked up and guided me towards cutting the archer's next incoming arrow from the air as I turned rapidly back towards the bowman. As my flaming blade sundered the web arrow in two and burnt away at its threads, I heaved in a few already exhausted breaths. This fight would not be easy, and if it weren't for Gwen, it would probably be impossible for me alone to win. But I did have Gwen, and we would not fail. Chapter 12. Tactical Carnage. Another arrow flew towards me, but I didn't even try to sunder this one in two. Even with the effects of Spelldancer buffing my movement speed for as long as I had my conjured blade in my hand, seeing an arrow well enough to chop into it mid-flight was a challenge large enough that I didn't want to commit to trying it twice if I didn't have to. Instead, I dove to the side. As I did so, my hand planted down firmly and a discreet flash of heat flared between my palm and the chilly, deadened earth. Thanks to Warmage, which cut the cost of all of my offensive spells by half, on top of the cost-mitigating effects that fire manipulation had on the majority of my magical skill set as well, I didn't really have to worry about running out of mana as long as I was smart. And being smart was the keystone that a victory in a battle like this would be built upon. I had to be tactical, or I was risking my life and my friends. Gwen, you still kicking? You blacked out there for a second. I sent the telepathic message as I rolled back to my feet. As I moved, my eyes once again locked onto the spider-like archer from where he perched weightlessly upon an especially thick tree limb. Bone Silk Archer, level 30. A growling came back through the telepathic link. I'm going to rip its legs off, Gwen roared into my mind. The signal was mixed with a dull buzzing that I could only imagine was a carryover from what must be a pounding pain in the panther's skull. That's the spirit, I said, and dodged another arrow. Just let me know if you need healing. This time I didn't roll, however. I instead sidestepped and summoned a ball of fire into my palm. Unfortunately, at the last moment, I was forced to once again aim the spell in the direction of the mage, as another of her own spells perked my sensitive ears. I'm getting tired of being ganged up on, girl, I messaged again to Gwen. As I communicated with my familiar in the seconds between actions, I twisted my body and lobbed the fireball that had been meant for the archer directly at the mage instead. And for the second time, I was forced into a roll to evade her spell after letting off my own. When my free hand touched the ground to guide my acrobatics-fueled dodge, my palm once more flared with the same red glow, and my released magic settled into the dull dirt. Gwen, meanwhile, sent telepathic flashes of her doing her best to hold off the massive spider she was facing down. She was doing a good job, but was struggling to find an opening in the face of the monster's many-angled and massive, though deceptively fast-striking legs. What if I told you I had... My telepathic message was cut short by a searing pain in my calf. I heard my panther companion roar in rage at my sudden spike of pain that I couldn't keep from flowing through our soul bond. I fell to a knee under the weight of the arrow that had managed to pierce through my armor. My flamecoat burned away at the edges of the spider silk projectile even as it drew my blood in a gush. Unfortunately, my spell only appeared capable of eating away at the thickly wound layers of the arrow at an annoyingly slow rate. You're just a waste of mana now, I thought as I deactivated the previously pivotal spell. The blue fire spiraling around me faded off into the air. My hand grabbed for the arrow, but not before another, smaller but sharper web spike pierced into my ribcage. I heard my bones crack somewhat from the force as the spike spun to a stop inside my torso. Fuck, I screamed and doubled over from the force of the strike. The pain was a lot worse than that from the arrow. The muscles in my punctured leg began to numb. I could feel my lungs bleeding. It was a wet, burning, panic-inducing feeling that was quickly growing cold. You have been paralyzed. You are bleeding internally. You will lose 2 HP sec. 1-to-1 poison resistance. Oh great, poison, fucking arrows! My eyes were already spinning by the time the green-gold glow of accelerate metabolism flared around my free hand. I clenched my fist to allow my spell-bathed fingers to contact the non-enchanted flesh of my palm. My spell-altered mana flowed back into me through the point of contact, and my heart began to thud violently to fight off the poison. Pos 1. Poison resistance. I started to stumble back to my hands and knees. Macros 1. Poison resistance. I almost made progress before another arrow smacked into my back. I shuddered forward again. My mana-pelt armor was doing a good job of reducing the damage to my health, but being turned into even a well-armored pincushion fucking hurt like a bitch. Despite the overall damage to my health not yet being horrible, at least as long as I got around to solving the issue of my damaged lungs soon, I could still feel more poison seeping into my body from the new arrow. My head felt like it was spinning in circles, both from the poison and my cure for it, as I rose to my feet defiantly even despite my pain. To make matters worse, with it being neither fire-based or an offensive casting, accelerate metabolism was going to strain my mana stores if I had to keep it up for minutes on end. Plus, all the fucking weaponized webs sticking out of my body were hardly pleasant. I needed an alternative to... My poison-dulled senses picked up on the familiar sound of another web bolt. My mind had been too addled by pain and poison to allow me to do anything but stand up. I hadn't properly tracked my enemies. Time slowed as I turned my eyes to watch the spell flying directly towards my face. This was going to be far worse than a normal hit. The spell was inches from my face already. I didn't have time to dodge. My neck was already shifting to try to avoid the incoming spell, but it just wasn't going to happen. Despite how much the system had strengthened my body, I didn't think my brain could be pierced clean through quite yet without it killing me. Not everything could be pure numbers and damage counters. Reality had to factor in somewhere. I only had one chance to save myself from a possibly lethal critical hit. I had to have a solution, and I had to have it now. As my panicking mind ran through options, my legs carried me back in an instinctive and sluggish jump that was more of a stumbling trip. Still, the movement was better than just standing still, as it put just a little more space between me and the incoming magical attack coming my way. My eyes flared a bright red as my spell-aided body still fought to clear my poison-fueled double vision. The web spike was only a half-second from contacting with me now. The sticky spear alternated between being one and being two as it spun in my adrenaline-slowed sight. Unwilling to just die easily, mana surged from my core and pulsed down through my feet. From the ground directly in front of me, a blast of thick fire erupted. Unfortunately, as I watched the web spike edging ever closer to my face, I realized that no matter how much mana I had poured into the wall of flame, that it would not reach the opposing spell in time to burn it up. This was it. I was about to be skewered through the skull. With the poison running through my veins, and with it not being a fire-based spell, I didn't have time to activate Mana Blink. But just as my mind was raging against the shock of certain death, a crack of thunder deafened my right ear at the same time as a shining flash of lightning half-blinded the same eye. An impossibly large four-legged body appeared in front of my own, with its front legs outstretched. I watched as the panther's reaching claws, arcing with electricity, slashed through the web spike. The solidified webs flashed as my familiar's lightning-charged claws entered it, before it pulsed and then shattered under the invading touch of Gwen's explosive mana. I caught my body weight on my aching, arrow-pierced calf. Wincing in pain, I turned as quickly as I could towards the sound of an approaching arrow. My lungs heaved in agony as I activated Resolute Strike, which drained half of my stamina in one go. Despite the cost, which was the only way I could have hoped to move fast enough while being so beat up, my flaming blade shattered through the blitzing arrow that had been aimed directly at one of the unarmored spots on Gwen's thick neck. I caught myself against the dying force of my ability-charged sword blow on my lead foot. With a violent cough, I expelled a small mist of steaming blood into the night air from the exertion. "Gwen, can you give me 10 seconds?" I heaved. Sweat and blood poured from my body in trails. "Absolutely," the cat sent back without a single question or moment of hesitation. Gwyneth roared. Being truly up close to the feline, unleashing her thunder-charged shout, for the first time, my bones rocked inside my body against the force. Another arrow came, and another web spike followed it, but they were shredded upon reaching the outer edges of the defiant shout's mystical sound waves. The sheer force of the roar rolled through the air, and even though I could feel the mana of the cat's spell purposefully not harming me, it was still suffocating in its thickness against my flesh. Was Gwen stronger than me? With no real time to dwell on that thought, I let my body collapse further down into a half squat, one hand supporting me against my exhaustion, as it had wanted to since I'd stood back up. As I went down, I slammed my flaming sword's tip into the ground to free up both of my hands. First order of business was the poisoned arrows. I could still feel them leaking a cold paralysis into my bloodstream. I reached down to my calf and, with an unpleasant yank that I felt rending muscle, I removed the barbed and sticky arrow first. Next came the arrow in my back. That one took a few more quick pulls to dislodge, but thankfully it hadn't sunk too deeply into my armor. Cauterize wounds activated as almost second nature to stem the bleeding created from removing the arrows as I withdrew them from my flesh. I moved on to firmly grasping both hands around the web spike that had nicked my lungs. "Fuck," I said as pain radiated through my bones just from touching it. Knowing I didn't have much time, I pulled with all my might in my best go at a clean removal. My eyes bulged as I near instantly slapped my free hand, now charged with healing hands, against the now open wound. I felt my punctured lung threaten to deflate before my mana refilled and sealed it. If I didn't have the numbing effects of the paralysis still coursing through my veins, I figured I very well might have passed out from the agony and stress. I summoned a mana potion into my free hand and drank it, followed by one more, then a stamina potion. As the potion's bottles dissolved into the air after their contents consumption and the majority of my internal damage ebbed away, I pumped a last charge of accelerate metabolism through the hand I'd used to restore my lung. The thundering of my heart gave me enough strength to stand just as Gwen's protective roar shook to an end. "Are you all right?" Gwen communicated. "Peachy," I said as my hand wrapped around the handle of my sword and removed it from the dirt. "You're a lifesaver as always." A purr came from Gwen, followed by an emotional charge of worry. "Good, but it's catching back up." I glanced over to the sight of a massive spider barreling at high speeds towards us. Chunks of exoskeleton were ripped from its huge legs, but it looked annoyingly alive enough. Frostblood Baron, level 30. "How'd you even get it away from you?" I asked as I shifted my head out of the way of another arrow, and then lobbed yet another fireball at the spider mage, who had raised her hands in what appeared to be a different incantation than she'd yet used up to this point. "Teleported," Gwen said, as she turned to slowly shift towards the spider once more. "Smart, an oldie-goodie," I said, and then took a step in retreat, allowing me to see both the mage and the archer, and placing my back to Gwen's. "Can you hold this thing off for another minute or so?" Gwen growled back in the affirmative. "All right, I've got the artillery then," I said and stepped forward into a run. The half-spider, half-woman mage was holding her hand against a charred arm. Seemed my last fireball had done some good after all. She certainly hadn't gotten her last spell off. Her info populated as my eyes focused in on the fellow sorceress. Frostblood Countess, level 30. An arrow roared towards my face as I bolted towards the mage. This time, however, with some of my vitality restored, I merely broke into particles of mana as the archer's attack flew harmlessly through my head. Mana Blink allowed me to reappear right beside the Countess, and I wasted no time in driving my sword through one of her spider-like legs. The mage screamed in pain, shifting just enough as she did so to keep me from severing her appendage entirely. Meanwhile, I was forced to retreat and twist into a sword-slash-fueled pirouette as a tight grouping of 3 more arrows flew through the spot that would have put me in the best position to press my attack on the Countess. The glancing edge of one of the projectiles trimmed a bit of skin off of my dodging cheek as it flew by. I heard the sound of that particular arrow vibrating and knocking into a nearby tree. The freshly opened wound on my face buzzed with a slight numbness. Thankfully, I didn't feel the paralyzing touch of the poison spreading beyond the immediate, small cut it had left on me. Plunging into poison resistance. I sucked my teeth at the notification. With Spelldancer guiding my quick-moving steps, I bolted forward to repress my attack. I kept one eye on the archer and one on the mage I was approaching as I obscured myself from the former with the latter's body. The archer couldn't shoot me if the only shot he had would be through his comrade, not unless he was very dedicated to making his mark. Meanwhile, numerous thunderclaps echoed throughout the clearing, as I had no doubt Gwen was giving the sturdiest looking of our enemies absolute hell. It only took me a moment or two to see that I was faster of foot, and in close quarters, than the Countess. "You're dead," I said as I entered slashing range once again. My enemy raised her hand defensively up at me. A glow of white surrounded her palm. Fuck, I couldn't let her get a spell off. At close range, I might not be able to dodge, and she'd be able to aim far too well. I activated Resolute Slash in an effort to cut the spellcaster's casting short, and felt my muscles tense and my heart thud an extra beat. The light from the spider mage's hand spiraled out to wrap loosely around me, flashing in between existing and not quite, as the spell solidified into form. I felt my downward strike slow as my body was wrapped up in the magical webs. I also felt something seeping into me through the mana-forged silk, a strange power that touched my own mana. I tried to activate Mana Blink to escape, but felt my mana straining in vain as my body flashed blue, but failed to slip its solidity. It seemed the Spider Mage's spell limited my use of movement-granting spells as well as restraining my physical movement. Meanwhile, a speedy line of silver crashed past me and my enemy. A particularly thick arrow slammed firmly into the ground behind us, just almost out of my view if I didn't turn my head. A long silk line extended back from the back shaft of the projectile. I struggled against the movement-restricting spell for a half-second. Meanwhile, I watched as the web cord connected to the arrow tightened and rapidly began to be tugged against. A heartbeat, the archer flew through the air, dragged along by his strange arrow to pounce down into a crouching position behind myself and the mage who'd restrained me. The Mana Silk archer slowly rose to his feet. His many eyes met with my two as he drew an arrow and began to raise it up, at nearly point-blank range, to threaten my heart with his aim. I looked back to the mage. "You smart bitch." My eyes flared with visible fire as Flamecloak flared out of me with a massive surge of mana. But no, I quipped, and gritted my teeth as the spell and movement-restricting webs were burnt away against the heat of my inferno. The archer launched his shot. As the last of the web snare was burnt away and its magical effects rendered inert, my body once again blinked away in a flash of blue light. In the next half-moment, I was driving my blade through the back of the Mana Silk archer. I left the weapon impaled in the creature's chest as I blinked away once more, and Raging Sorcery ignited and set the conjured sword to exploding violently. A second later, I was reappearing behind the Frostblood Countess, just as her ally's attack was embedding itself in her own exposed torso. As the skilled arachnid sorceress was shrieking in pain against the force of the unexpected arrow sliding inside of her, I wasted no time in raising my hand to the back of her head. The fireball that I unleashed, point-blank and without ceremony against her face, had no mercy or pomp to be found within it. The archer's fragile ribcage and limbs, meanwhile, were sent flying under the force of my exploding sword a few feet away. The spider mage, after being burned up with a good portion of my mana, wavered, skull-faced and without life in her eye sockets, for a single moment before her body crumpled. I slowly lowered my hand as the blood from the sorceress was burnt away by my flame cloak before it could even touch me. I frowned and fixated on the horrific scene of what I'd done to my enemies, before another crash of thunder caught my attention. "Gwen," I summoned 2 more mana potions and drank them down. My body flickered, and within a moment, I was 15 feet behind where my panther and the Frostblood Baron were doing battle. "Artillery dismantled," I shouted to my ally as I charged into the fight. "Good job locking this bastard down, girl." With a swift jump upwards, I blinked away into the air once more. My flaming sword appeared in my hand, raised above my head, as I rematerialized above the giant spider's eye level. I let out a war cry and fell swiftly in an arc that would lead me to cleaving directly through the thing's bleeding and clawed apart, face if I had anything to say about it. Unfortunately, just as I was coming within killing distance, the spider lifted its ugly, massive thorax and launched a barrage of long stingers directly at me. Not wanting to test the poison of a monster twice the level of those that had all but disabled me, I was forced to mana blink away. "New plan," I said as I reappeared beside Gwen. "I'm going to take care of its legs for you, one at a time." The panther was panting hard. I summoned a wall of fire that made the Frostblood Baron shirk back in momentary surprise. I placed a hand upon my friend and sent healing energy into her. The tired cat's breaths stilled somewhat. I summoned and drank another mana potion. I was burning through them way too fast. I was laying down flame runes as I dodged the arrows before, hoping if I put down enough that I could lure these guys in close to them. I admitted to the cat as I healed her. "Think those were wasted, but I have a better idea on how to use the spell now." Gwen took a few more deep breaths. "You good to keep going?" I asked my panther as I felt my mana surging back up from my potion. "How can I help?" Gwen asked me in response. "Distract it while I work," I told her, respecting her appraisal of her own condition. "Deal," the panther responded. I dropped the flame wall. Gwen broke off into a bolt of lightning and reappeared directly above the spider's face, far faster than I had. Wasting no time, the cat landed with a mighty force directly onto the creature's head. The mighty cat dug her claws deep, drawing out massive streams of blue blood from the spider, and clung hard to the monster's flesh. I stepped off into another teleportation spell of my own and appeared directly beside one of the tree trunk legs of the spider. I slammed my palm against the hairy exoskeleton. My mana flowed onto the leg of the monster, leaving a barely noticeable magic circle where I'd touched it. I was disappearing before the creature had even noticed my presence long enough to lash out. Gwen, to her credit, was scaling the face of the injured beast and attacking at its many eyes, trying to remove those she hadn't already rendered useless in their long battle. I, not long after I'd disappeared, was already coming back into being on the other side of the spider. Working systematically now, I placed my hand on another one of its legs. Just as I did so, and as Gwen crested over the monster's head to start ripping into the natural armor of its neck, cutting it off one chink at a time, I watched the arachnid raise its thorax to try and pepper my friend with poison stingers. My eyes flared. A loud explosion shook the Frostblood Baron as the first leg I'd touched was blown to smithereens. The creature had forgotten all about its attack against Gwen by the time I was teleporting back to its other side. Another explosion resounded as the second leg I'd touched was crippled. This process repeated itself again and again, stopping only long enough for me to drink a mana potion when needed, before I used mana blink to appear directly beside Gwen atop the barely standing spider. "Gwen, get 20 feet away at least," I ordered her. The panther roared and burst off into the form of a lightning bolt. I stepped forward to where she'd been and slammed my weapon to use as a handhold directly where she'd been. My free hand I placed down directly atop the thing's body. Mana poured from my core down into my palm, and the largest magic circle of all the ones I'd produced glowed, this time very brightly, as I laid it down. The spider rocked on its remaining legs and raised its thorax at me again as it threatened to try and shoot its projectiles at me. My work was done, despite the creature's best efforts, however. I activated Mana Blink and was off to reappear beside Gwen before the half-dead creature could even strike out. The spider, and what was left of its body, was blown open even before my feet had once more become solid upon the ground. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 27. Plage 5, Soul Synergy, Plage 5, One-Handed, Plage 5, Fire Manipulation, Plage 3, Alchemy, Plage 5, Spell Efficiency, Plage 5, Spell Attack, Plage 5, Spell Control, Plage 5, Spell Defense, Plage 5, Acrobatics, 150 Battle Healing Eye, plus 350 Incinerator 2, Yintao's 50 Healer Eye, 150 Trap Artist Eye, so 450 Exterminator Eye, 350 Overclocked Eye, 150 Battle Bond Y, 150 Armored Eye, 150 Mage Armor Eye, 150 Anti-Venom Eye, Haj 110, Spell Dancer 2. For reaching at least 100 points in soul synergy and having a familiar, you have unlocked various abilities. Essence link, unadded to perk list. I had ignited my flaming sword when I'd also activated the rune that had killed the Frostblood Baron. So, with my hands freed, I approached Gwen and placed a hand upon her soft pelt. Well, that was harder than I expected, I admitted. Our enemies are getting stronger, the cat observed. We did good, I said, but these aren't even rulers or elites. I still have gaps in my game. The panther absent-mindedly growled in response. I channeled my restored mana into closing up the remaining wounds on my comrade before a flashing light and a system alert caught my attention. A map to a boss's lair has been revealed. Collect the map to be granted a quest, which will grant appropriate rewards to slay this elite monster. I shifted my gaze to the oddly and distinctly shining loot orb that was raising up among many others from the somewhat distant corpse of the Frostblood Countess. Convenient, I said aloud. Chapter 13, Poison and Ice. Looks like we've got a map to a different ruler's lair, I said to Gwen. The skulkers might have to wait. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to find their trail again when it's this cold, the panther said to me as she moved to follow me towards the Countess's differently glowing loot orb. We might have to take all of the bosses out before we can get back to Earth anyway, I told her. Might as well take the opportunity to take one down if we have it. Approaching the corpse of the spider mage, I reached out and touched the ball of luminous energy now floating above the body. Loot list. 1. Greater Mana Shard. A soul shard that brims with a greater than average amount of mystical energy. Can be used for Spayfell forging, enchanting, combined with other soul shards, or refined for consumable crafting. 2. Map to the web spinner's lair. A map that will lead you to the lair of the ruler of the south, the web spinner. I took both of the items for my own. I tried to summon the map into my hand, but was instead greeted by a system announcement as I activated the item in my inventory. Initiate minimap, YN. Yes, I said. A large overlay of a massive map filled my vision, and just as quickly as it had expanded, it shrunk down to fit comfortably into the edge of my peripheral sight. My eyes focused on the newly appeared map. I could see a marker for me on it, and another for Gwen, no doubt as a result of our bond. Gwen, can you see this? I asked. I felt the cat's curiosity sweep over me, and then felt her mental touch reach to see through my eyes. I can now, the cat's voice rumbled in my head. Share minimap with party member YN. Assuming Gwen was still seeing what I was, I selected yes. The cat growled slightly, and I felt her mind's eye recede from linking with my own. Mine is more detailed than yours, Gwen said. This time I reached into the cat's mind to see what she was talking about. That's odd, I said, realizing that she was right. I wonder what's causing that. It's a pretty big difference. Yours shows more terrain features and… Just as I was speaking, the part of my mind that was still attached to observing my own personal world caught my own minimap changing. My map now looked just like Gwen's. Well, mine just changed to be the same, I communicated. I paused. Gwen, I started again, do you have any tracking skills on your character sheet? Maybe since we're doing this together, we both benefit from what you can do. I was asking about actual skills, as in anything that went beyond the abilities granted by her physical makeup and senses. I don't have a character sheet, Gwen replied. What? I had just assumed for all this time that she had. So, what do you have? I asked. An ability and traits list, the cat responded. It tells me what I can and can't do. I gained a few more of both when you guided me into evolving. Interesting. And mana, health, stamina? I inquired. I have those, the panther answered. My abilities use them, just like yours do. Do you have spells? I asked. Before you picked up your lightning, we could both mana blink the same way. They're not called that, Gwen answered. Traits are things like my senses. Abilities are things like your spells. The panther's natural tracking ability probably was the reason my minimap had updated then. That's weird. Why would the system give us separate ways of categorizing powers? I asked aloud. I just figured everyone and everything was working off the same power balance. Maybe it had something to do with creatures, which Gwen had originally been, even if I thought of her as more of a person now, being more instinctual. Still, it was odd. As we were talking, another notification had pinged in my vision. You've discovered a new quest. The web spinner's lair. Quest conditions: slay or otherwise permanently defeat Galadel, the web spinner. Time limit: none. Rewards: 1 rare magic item. Do you accept this quest? YN. Give this a look over, I requested of Gwen. What do you think? I felt Gwen's eyes within my own and could sense her mind mulling the words presented by the system alert. Which meant she could read, I noted. Was that always something she could do, or had it been granted when our souls had further bonded? Could you always read? I asked her. Like before you became my familiar? I'd never tried before that, the cat replied. Her mind felt split as I could feel it was still finishing up the text it had been working on, but it feels normal. Yeah, to be fair, she wasn't really that old. I still couldn't get my head around the fact that I, or at least myself with the system's help, had created an entirely sapient being. I guess that makes sense, I replied to her and trailed off for a moment. So the quest. Are you up for it? I personally think it's a better shot at progressing towards clearing this dungeon than stumbling around in the dark looking for lost enemies. Worst case, we take out a major threat that's right here in front of us. Best case, we do that and find out where the skulkers went and just who sent them, while we tackle the immediate issue. The panther's mind slowly redirected its attention away from the words and back to conversating with me. I follow your lead, Lady Clarissa. She certainly did, but why? We were friends, bonded in a really weird way, but her loyalty was almost more instinctual than freely given. Gwen, do you want to follow me? I mean, is that a decision you've made? I asked. I felt a strange emotion that I couldn't pass flowing from the cat after she contemplated what I'd asked for a few moments. I didn't make the decision, she finally admitted. It had just always been made. I felt a little guilt. You're my friend, you know, I said. I'd be really lonely without you, and yeah, we both really don't have anything better to do than work together to escape this mess, but I once again paused as I tried to collect my thoughts. Then I continued on, talking to the panther. If you wanted to make a different decision for yourself after all this, then that'd be okay, you know, I said. I think we're always going to be bonded now, but I want you to follow yourself too, and not just me. The panther purred. You have a good heart, she said. I felt myself redden a bit. Thanks, but following you is the decision I want to make, Gwen assured me. It was what I was created to do, and when you bonded our souls together to save me, it became more than that. I chose to give a part of myself to you too. We're in this together, my lady. I only felt my own loyalty, freely given, growing as I listened to the panther's straightforward and heartfelt words. Thank you, I said, not knowing what else to say. I'm going to do my best to not let you down. You won't, the panther promised me. I smiled a little. Gwen was a lot more animalistic, but the way she was so sure of herself reminded me of my big sister, and her little bit of honest innocence. That reminded me of my younger sibling. So the quest, I asked. I agree with you, Gwen said. It's best to hunt your enemies before they can hunt you. Perhaps we've scared off the skulkers for now, but this web spinner has already sent these minions of hers against us. We should scout with the map and then decide a course of action. We definitely shouldn't rush in, no matter how to the point the quest objective is, I agreed. My mind lingered on the fact that, despite it seeming like the quest was indeed suggesting it, that the wording didn't necessarily demand that we kill the boss monster it revolved around. How avoiding doing that might work, I couldn't begin to guess. Then again, the Frostblood monsters had seemed more calculating than the skulkers had been, which were more like lumbering brutes than the tacticians the spider monsters had leaned more into being. Of course, the arachnid beings had still attacked us on sight with a deadly ambush, so I couldn't really say I felt all too willing to negotiate with them, but maybe if it came up, I'd consider the option. I'm accepting the quest then, I told Gwen. I returned my focus back to the system text. Do you accept this quest? YN? I selected yes. A new quest has been added to your journal. My eyes shifted up to the minimap that still filled both mine and Gwen's vision. There was an arrow leading us further south into the craggy, cold wasteland on the map. There would be a time to follow the map, and soon, but first. I glanced around to the many lootable corpses all around. I'd wasted a lot of resources on the previous hard-won battle. I needed to replenish my stores and to rest a little. "Let's gather up our loot and then we'll see what we can do about the quest," I offered. Gwen growled in agreement. I went from corpse to corpse collecting the offered items. Of course, I looted the remaining 2 high-level monsters first, before anything else. The Bone Silk Archer offered up only 2 items, just like the Countess had. Loot list. 1. Greater Physical Shard, a soul shard that brims with a greater than average amount of the physical world's energy. Can be used for spell forging, enchanting, combined with other soul shards, or refined for consumable crafting. Quantity. 1. 2. Bone Silk Thread, the supple yet steel-strong silk produced by an arachnid archer. Item level 30. Can be used in crafting or as a reagent in certain spells. Quantity. 1. The Bone Silk Thread was interesting. I'm sure it'd have its uses as I further honed my crafting skills, probably as an extra component once I'd unlocked that feature from the crafting menu. The physical shard I'd gotten, meanwhile, meant I'd have a chance to create a few health potions of greater strength. Though probably still of lesser quality, it'd be a major step up from the lesser health potions I'd relied on regardless. But I had a lot more items to collect. It wasn't time to start brewing potions quite yet. I approached the giant, burned corpse of the Frostblood Baron next. On it, I found something quite interesting indeed. Loot list. 1. Greater Poison Shard, a soul shard that brims with the subtle power of deadly poison. Can be used for spell forging, enchanting. 2. Frostblood Poison, greater, a blood-freezing magical poison. Renders creatures without the appropriate resistance completely immobile and paralyzed. Quantity. 5. Poison, huh? That could be useful, though I didn't really have any weapons that were physical enough to cope with it. Still, the description made me glad I'd very purposefully avoided being hit by any of the great spider's stingers. The rest of my looting proved much less eventful. Despite there being a massive quantity of the Frostblood spiders, their lower levels seemed to limit their loot tables. At about a 50-50 split, I'd collect either a lesser frost shard or a lesser poison shard from roughly 2/3 of the monsters. The other third would usually at least give me a lesser and lower quantity variant of the Frostblood poison. All in all, I'd collected a ton of poison and a lot of soul shards that weren't of my preferred element. "All right," I told Gwen, "that should do it. Let's find somewhere a bit more defensible so I can restock my potions and experiment a little." When I'd reached level 50 in leatherworking, I'd been granted a number of basic crafting recipes related to the skill. Gwen's hunting had come very much in handy when it came to making use of said achievement. The panther had provided the pelts and skins I'd needed to create a rugged-looking tent big enough for 2, along with a bedroll for myself and some fur rugs for both of us to lay and walk comfortably on. It was in this tent that we now rested. I'd summoned some food from my inventory for Gwen, who was now settled in comfortably atop a deer hide. I, meanwhile, relaxed atop my bedroll, which was a comfortable mix of deer hide and rabbit fluff. 3 of my earth-shaped clayware cauldrons bubbled in the middle of the tent, as a number of soul shards were dissolving in each. I was glad I'd made sure to stock up on filled water skins before we'd set out, as it seemed having access to liquid for potion brewing, and just drinking too, of course, would prove to be a sticking point for my comfortable survival. As my potions brewed, I now held my palm out in front of me. I was a bit frustrated. Fire magic, being the first magic I'd stumbled upon and invested heavily in, had come easily. Conjuring fire was all about allowing your mana to flare quickly and brightly. The faster you let it burn up, or the more you compressed it before you let it spark, the more potent the spell would become, only stopping as your spell consumed your mana down to nothing. Earth magic had taken more work to figure out, as it either required a deep saturation of one's mana into already existing earth, or for one to allow their mystical energies to form very tightly into a solid form. Stone skin, for example, felt as if I was pouring my mana into my flesh, and then allowing said mystical energy to thicken and suffuse the skin into a rough exterior. That said, I hadn't gotten stone or flame soul shards from the spiders. I'd gotten frost and poison shards. Poison magic wasn't so hard to understand. I'd created a simple spell known as Sickening Touch, with a lesser shard as a test. Poison shards seemed inclined to produce necrotic-type spells, though I was sure, as with all shards, that one could get creative with their use. Sickening Touch had allowed me to feel out the necrotic element. Necrotic spells were actually somewhere between earth and fire spells in how it worked, it seemed. Like earth magic, necrotic magic needed to be suffused into a target's being to really get the desired affect. I'd tested this on a few already withering plants. Unlike earth magic, however, necrotic magic didn't strengthen whatever it suffused into. Like fire, necrotic magic wanted to consume whatever it touched. Only necrotic magic didn't burn, it rotted, and it didn't feel warm, but rather cold and dead. After figuring all of this out, I'd racked my brain for a possible use of the element that would best suit me. I had finally settled upon creating a spell, similar to Sickening Touch, which simply rotted whatever it attacked. But that would more allow me to play to my own skills. My flame magic would remain my main attack skill. However, I always had a free hand when I used my conjured blade. I'd also used very little of my hand-to-hand experience up until this point. So with that in mind, I'd created the Sap Strength necrotic spell. The idea behind the spell had been inspired by me remembering just how exhausting being in a hard fight or spar could be, and how every hit would feel like it carved a bit of your strength off of your fortitude. Essentially, Sap Strength would allow me to drain just a little bit of my opponent's stamina every time I touched them, or every time I punched or grappled them. The spell was, to me, a dedication to trying to further expand some of my other strengths. Being vulnerable to the poison of the frostblood spiders had shown me that being too tightly specialized could create vulnerabilities. I still couldn't afford to move too far away from what I was good at, but I did feel comfortable enough to start trying some new things. It was with this spirit of adventure in mind that I then moved on to trying to use some of my lesser frost shards. Frost magic, however, proved to be absolutely nothing like either earth, fire, or necrotic. Trying to push more mana into frost worked in the strictest sense, but the more I imagined pumping power into the spell I'd created, a simple one dubbed Frostbite, the more the magic seemed to push back against me. It was as if frost magic was entirely opposite of what I was used to, and it frustrated me. So as a small stream of ice danced above my palm and a trickle of sweat dripped down my forehead, I finally gave up with a sigh. I just wasn't getting it, and it seemed the system noticed too, as its rate of rewarding me. Frost manipulation was practically glacial when compared to how generous it generally was. Maybe I'd have better luck if I stewed on it for a while. I took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from my brow. My eyes redirected to the bubbling potion pots. My brews should be just about done anyway. I got up to approach the first of the 3 pots. A foaming red broth threw up puffs of cinnamon-smelling smoke into the air directly above the earthware. Finalize your potion, YN. I selected yes and was greeted by the expected alert. You have created Greater Health Potion, Pour X5. The next pot had a minty and blueberry-smelling concoction and rewarded me with a few more mana potions. The final pot, however, bubbled a gross sludge black. Finalize your potion, YIN. With a much greater curiosity, I again selected yes. You have created Lesser Poison, Average, X5. About what I'd expected from the lesser poison shards, I guess. I pulled up the item block. Lesser Poison, Average. A poison of a relatively weak variety. Brewed adequately, this concoction manages to bring out a little of the base component's ability to cause sickness. If ingested, this poison will cause 5 HP/s of poison damage for 30 secs. If coated on a weapon, the weapon's next hit will cause 1 HP/s of poison damage for 30 secs. If thrown onto the ground, unlike stronger poisons which may create a noxious cloud, this poison will dissipate mostly harmlessly. The hint that stronger poisons could be used as some sort of chemical grenade was interesting, but currently mostly out of reach, unless I wanted to sacrifice my single, greater poison shard to further experiment with which I wasn't quite ready to do yet. Again, though, I was running into the issue of not having a physical weapon to coat with poison. My raging blade was a pretty potent weapon, and it gave me a lot of versatility, especially because I couldn't really be permanently disarmed if I relied on magic to form my weaponry. Still, it had its drawbacks. My mind began to mull over a few possible solutions as I took in the sunset between the tent flaps. "It's getting late," I said to Gwen, somewhat absent-mindedly. "I can get the first watch if you want to nod off." The panther growled a bit. "I can finish eating while you rest for a little while. Get some rest, my lady." I reached up to rub my eyes. The panther seemed to need a lot less sleep than I did, though I knew she liked lounging at certain times much more than most people I knew. "All right," I said, not putting up much of a fight, "but wake me up before too long. We both need our sleep if we're going to start on the quest tomorrow morning." Gwen bit and tore into her meal. "I will," she promised. "Rest." Chapter 14. What Doesn't Kill You. I'd propped myself up against a second, rolled-up bedroll I'd created. My legs still rested within my actual sleeping sack. Gwen was slumbering peacefully by the tent's small fire. The leather and hide pop-up was large enough and vented enough at the top to accommodate a few little flames. I'd slept well enough within my furs, and now it was my shift of the watch. Still, it was a chilly night, and that had only grown more apparently true the further we moved into what we now knew to be the web spinner's territory. Not being able to sleep while I was keeping watch, without defeating the purpose of it, I'd used up a few bestial shards to create a new spell. Heat Body. First, channel your mana into warming your body. It was a simple one, but a spell that went a long way towards keeping me comfortable. And yes, things were a lot more life and death than they'd been in my past life, but at the end of the day, what was the point in having magic if you couldn't use it for the small things? Other people might judge my use of the lesser shards as a waste, but those people probably weren't sitting up at night shivering. Gwen had her fur, I had my magic. My magic. How cool was that? Besides, if this strange system ever took me to someplace truly frigid and not just uncomfortably cold, then my new heat body spell would no doubt pay its dividends. And whether I cleared this dungeon or not, I had a feeling the Centrality wasn't going to be done with me, Gwen, or Earth anytime soon. I still wasn't sure how I felt about that. I could still feel the nipping and growing cold as it poured at the outside of my comfortably heated skin. My core, however, radiated with a comfortable warmth that spread throughout me like a warm Christmas night, and the mana expenditure was hardly noticeable at all. I breathed out and watched my comparatively hot breath create a cloud of moisture in the dry air. There weren't many sounds in the old-feeling, black forest. Not many things moved about in the cold. Insects certainly didn't. Fluffy animals might, and Gwen had managed to find a few small rabbits throughout the past days, but we'd seen noticeably less life overall than we had in the dungeon's western sector. My mind drifting to another concern that had been sitting at the back of my mind, I held my hand up and stared at it. Slowly, a noxious-looking dark green covered it as I activated Sickening Touch. My eyes lingered on the necrotic magic. I watched as the strange cloud, somewhere between a miasma and a flame, continuously curled up and around my fingers before dissipating a few scant inches from my skin. I wanted to get home. It was the quiet moments like this that reminded me of that. The times of reflection and contemplation, divorced from the battle that was already becoming my new normal. No matter how many times I reflected on it, once the dust of whatever latest near-death experience Gwen and I had walked into had cleared, I'd always find myself stuck for at least a little while on just how insane everything was. I was a liberal arts major, a focus in English literature with a minor in mythology. Academia was the end goal, and even that fanciful dream was only made possible by my very generous adoptive family. They'd opened so many doors and completely changed my life. I was sporty, sure, and I liked a good bit of athletic fighting, but I was just a normal college student. On all accounts, I shouldn't be killing and risking my life in pitched battle on the norm. But here I was. I'd woken up enough times in this new world and in this new skin to realize that this was all for real. And on that note, no matter how much I missed my family and friends, they wouldn't even recognize me. My hair was completely different. I had what was pretty much elf ears, and my skin was definitely far from the deep tan it had once been. I sighed. Things were fucking weird right now. Regardless, I had to actually get home to sort the problems that would come up once I got there. My family might not recognize me, but if I could get their attention and convince them of who I was, then I knew they'd accept me no matter what. They loved me in a way I knew I was really lucky to have. But to get home, I would have to keep surviving, and as lucky as I'd gotten, with as much pain as I'd already endured, and my eyes moved to Gwen. Even with the new ally I'd found, I still needed to keep preparing myself for victory in every way that I could. The enemies that we'd seen in the south so far seemed to mostly focus on web and poison-based magics, but they dropped both frost and poison shards in their loot. So even if I hadn't yet seen it, I still expected some ice magic to pop up sometime soon. I couldn't do much about the web magic as far as resistances went, but my fire magic had already proven to at least be somewhat effective in keeping it from tying me up. My eyes stared hesitantly at my poison-enshrouded hand. My poison resistance needed work, though. Sickening Touch didn't really drain mana unless I was actively using it to sicken something. So for the past minute or so, I'd just been watching the spell's aura closely. I had the mana and health regeneration to do what I was about to do, as long as I didn't push it. It wouldn't affect my guard shift either. I wouldn't go so far as to impair myself in any way that would keep me from keeping watch. I had a few hours to work, and I intended to make those hours count. I took a deep breath and sighed once again as I placed my hand atop my opposite wrist. The gross-looking aura of my spell floated like a rotten-feeling blob against my skin, but it didn't penetrate my body. My own magic couldn't hurt me, not if I didn't want it to. As always, mana seemed to be self-selecting for who it damaged, and the intent that guided that selectivity was everything. I pulsed my will into Sickening Touch, and while gritting my teeth in anticipation, allowed the tasked mana to enter my body. The skin of the area that I was grasping instantly surged with a deadening feeling. To my surprise, there was no sharp pain, only a dull ache that spread out. I hadn't been using much mana at all, though. I increased the flow of my power into the necrotic spell. The system alerted me then that I'd been poisoned. You have been affected by necrotic poisoning. +1, poison resistance. +1, necrotic resistance. The dull ache became a deep ringing in my flesh, mixed with a warm burning. I could feel my cells dying as I poured more power into my forearm. Feeling my breathing becoming labored and not wanting to push too far, I removed my hand from my wrist. My eyes grew wide at what was left behind. Where my fingers had touched had now become completely blackened. The wrong feeling throbbing spread deeper into my body as my health continued to drop. I could already feel my hand growing stiff as its feeder capillaries and veins were eaten away at by my magic. I felt a little unnerved by my own spell as I activated Accelerate Metabolism. Sickening Touch was only a first-tier spell, but as with all spells which grew stronger to scale with how much mana you fed them, I could see it becoming truly debilitating over time, and if properly provided with mystical energy to burn. My heart thundered in my ears as I felt the magic of my Radiant type spell combining with my body's natural defenses. Slowly but surely, the feeling of Sickening Touch's taint slowed to a crawl and stopped just short of reaching deep enough to touch my bones. My poison resistance and necrotic resistance went up a few more points, along with my Radiant manipulation, but I noticed that the actual damaged Sickening Touch had already done only seemed to be fading slightly faster than my normal HP regeneration would suggest it should. But that made sense. Accelerate Metabolism wasn't designed to allow self-healing after all. The dark green aura over my right hand faded and was replaced with a luminous golden glow as I activated Healing Hands. I wrapped the soothing, warming light of my restorative spell over my self-injured skin. Almost instantly, I felt a comforting relief seep into me. Less than a minute later, as I was still doing my best not to overdo my mana expenditure, and I was removing my hand from my wrist to see nothing but restored flesh where the blackened finger marks had once been. I was given a few more points in all the involved skills, along with a few mostly forgotten but promising notifications. 150 healer all. Hamwansart 50 overclocked eye. Hamar 50 anti-venom eye. I'd seen those system alerts before, earlier in the day, in fact. System, show me the requirements for healer the how, I said quietly as to not disturb Gwen's very sensitive hearing. I felt a small spike in the panther's consciousness, nonetheless, but quickly relaxed my worry as it settled back down into restfulness, right after it had jumped up a bit. Available achievements filtered for healer. Healer 1. Heal yourself or others. Grants a small reduction in the cost of all healing spells. Progress 350. I'd gotten perks from achievements before, namely in the form of the Incinerator Y and the Spell Dancer I perk. Incinerator was just another tool in my toolbox, as it provided a passive increase in fire damage against enemies. Spell Dancer, meanwhile, was invaluable, as it essentially made me move and react faster just for channeling magic, which I was generally always doing in battle anyway. Spell Dancer had also, as of our last fight, leveled up, though I hadn't until now thought to glance at it. I split my vision as I pulled up my character sheet beside the filtered achievement list. My eyes scrolled down to the perk in question. Spell Dancer 2. When you are channeling mana, your reaction time and movement speed increase significantly. The perk hadn't really evolved much from what it had originally done, but the switch from providing a moderate to a significant increase made me excited to test it out sometime soon. The fact that the achievements were numbered and could be further upgraded as well was an interesting and perhaps exploitable concept. System, show me the requirements for Spell Dancer Throw. Available achievements filtered for Spell Dancer 3. Spell Dancer 3. Level your agility and intelligence in tandem for 20 additional levels. Adds a moderate reduction to the cost of all movement, granting spells to the perk. Progress 0-20. So that was a divergence from the previous pattern, however, but it still seemed to be in the flavor of what the perk seemed to be getting at. 20 levels, though. It seemed the requirements to level an achievement perk up might just double every time you climbed up the ladder of their progression. If that were true, then it'd likely eventually become very hard to progress further if the achievements didn't have an outright cap after a certain point. System, how many bonuses can you get for leveling attributes in tandem? I inquired. You may gain a bonus for leveling a maximum of 2 attributes in tandem. All combination of attributes grant a specific perk after maintaining them for a number of levels, but you will be slowed in gaining the bonuses granted at specific attribute point milestones, which meant that everything was a trade-off. Fair enough. Spell Dancer and agility plus intelligence fit my fighting style, though. For now, I was content. Granted, there might be an argument towards leveling up only a single attribute in the future if the rewards from my current path ever dwindled or became underwhelming. Perhaps that would happen once Spell Dancer presumably started to require 40+ levels to advance. I closed the window and dismissed the system's answers. My mana had ticked back up to about where it had been before. I took another very deep breath and allowed the energy from Heat Body to stop reaching into both of my arms. I then struggled once again to activate Frostbite. A number of small icicles formed along my fingers, and a misty fog of cold blue started to seep off of my frozen but not too cold-feeling flesh. I was using way more mana than I felt I should need to, but ultimately frost resistance could likely also prove to be vital in the days to come. Mimicking what I'd done with Sickening Touch, I brought Frostbite down onto my opposite wrist. The painful cold of the spell was a lot more immediately noticeable than the necrotic magic had been, and it stung me deep the moment I allowed it to enter my body. It didn't take me long to gain my first point in frost resistance, though the gains with frost manipulation came a lot slower. Eventually, when I couldn't take the sheer cold, burning throbbing of my flesh, I pulled my icy fingers off of my now wounded skin. In a much different way, my wrist was once again blackened, but this time it also looked altogether stiff and frozen. After inspecting the damage, I quickly replaced my hand back over it and began healing the cold-induced injury. When I was confident that rapid warming wouldn't cause more harm than good, I also allowed Heat Body to once again flow into my arms. 150 insulated eye. Fuck, I whispered to myself in recognition of the harshness of what I was doing. Frost magic fucking stung. I reached up to wipe off the cold sweat that was forming on my forehead, despite my body already becoming quite comfortably toasty once again. It took me a few minutes to mentally recover from my initial foray into the training of specific resistances. The shit was brutal to say the least. Still, just as I was briefly wondering if it was all really worth it, images of my sisters and adoptive mother filled my mind, followed by that of my friends, my father, and of a particular old lover whom I promptly cut off from my thoughts. I glanced over to Gwen once again, still sleeping soundly, although I noticed that she'd twitched somewhat when I'd hurt myself with the magic. She could probably sense my self-caused discomfort on some unconscious level, but hadn't been awoken by it due to my otherwise relative calm, even in the face of the pain I'd been feeling. Motivated by thoughts of my family, I once again allowed my mana to flow out from my hand to create the poisonous aura of sickening touch. It was going to be a long night. The mini-map led us on roughly a week-long journey before we started to near our destination. The forest had grown very, very thick, and cold swamps had replaced the hard mountainous ground that had connected the south to the fringes of the west. Thankfully, it was too cold for mosquitoes. I imagined they would have thrived in a less-than-freezing swamp. Gwen seemed to do all right, despite being both cold and wet at times, with her sturdy constitution. For my own part, Heat Body kept out the worst of the chill, though I very much treasured the nights where we'd set camp on whatever secluded away, dry land that we could find. Sleep was my shelter against the stressful treks of the day. My guard shifts were, contrastingly, spent building my affinities and resistances to both frost and poison, along with the added bonus of raising my aptitude with radiant magic, and to a much lesser extent my fire affinity. As it was, I'd gotten my poison and necrotic resistances to about 100 points. Frost resistance was sitting at about 80 points, as I'd had trouble conservatively channeling the mana needed to cast Frostbite at a great enough strength to keep increasing my resistance quickly. My radiant and necrotic manipulation skills had, meanwhile, hit roughly 60 points, with frost manipulation lagging behind at 40 points. I'd also gained the healer Fauve, overclocked Vi, insulated Eye, and anti-venom Vi perks from their respective achievements. Healer, as I'd seen before, reduced the cost of my healing spells. Insulated provided a slight resistance to frost damage. Anti-venom made it so the effective time of poisons you'd already been exposed to was slightly reduced. Overclocked, meanwhile, had been unlocked by Accelerate Metabolism, and it increased the effectiveness and reduced the cost of all spells that enhanced the body's natural processes. After gaining that one, I'd taken the plunge and used a greater bestial shard to create another healing spell, this one called Accelerate Healing. The new spell did pretty much what it said on the tin. In contrast to Healing Hands, which was still better at directly treating individual points of damage, Accelerate Healing could flow throughout my entire body and target multiple issue points at once, along with being better suited for hitting at internal damage, though the new spell was slower at doing its work than Healing Hands, at least for the same mana cost. We'd encountered scant few monsters in the following days, beyond the occasional stray pod of frostblood spiders. I'd done my best to avoid being stung by them, even despite my increased poison resistance, and since there hadn't really been anywhere near as big of a group of them as before, well, I'd yet to be able to test how effective my hard-done training had been. Additionally, and with mixed feelings, I had discovered with Gwen that she couldn't train the same way I was, as she had once again reminded me that she couldn't gain skills in the way I did when I'd brought it up. Then again, I hadn't wanted to repeatedly poison and heal her anyway, as the thought of doing what I was doing to myself to someone I cared about made me a little sick to my stomach. Thankfully, she already had a better constitution towards poison resistance that I'd initially had, which still counted for something. As my mind lingered on her vulnerability, I felt Gwen send a telepathic but silent growl through our soul link. I slowed to a halt, feeling the cold water swirling around my internally heated thighs as I flashed my consciousness into Gwen's eyes. Whereas I was almost swimming, the cat had been gracefully leaping from tree to tree, but had now also stilled. Through my companion's vision, I quickly made out the cause of her concern. She was looking suspiciously at what appeared to be a ruin of some sort. Various shadowy shapes, too far away to make out with even her sharp eyes, milled about the sides of towering but dilapidated and some half-sunken stone structures. My own eyes glanced to our shared mini-map. We were sure enough close to where we needed to be, and both me and Gwen had, not even a half hour ago, agreed to be on the lookout for anything telling or suspicious. This was probably it, or at least the entrance to it, though. The Web Spinner's Lair. Chapter 15. A World Made Flame. The ruins were still pretty far away, and I couldn't even see them from where I was standing. It was Gwen's higher vantage point from atop a tree limb that allowed her to glimpse it. How do we want to approach this? I telepathically communicated with the panther as I looked through her eyes. I can't make out how many of them there are, but there's definitely movement going on in there. A lot of them look smaller, Gwen commented back. Probably just frostblood spiders. We could deal with those pretty easily. Sure, but I imagine there are at least a few higher levels scurrying around, I said. I could scout closer, Gwen offered. Right. You're a lot quieter than me, even with my armor, I said, referring to the enchantment placed upon my gear that muffled almost any sound I made while moving. Still, I don't really want to walk into an old ruin without knowing how many enemies we might be facing. I'd rather draw them out from a safe distance, but... My voice trailed off as my mind worked. I found my thoughts drifting back to an idea I'd had for some time, but hadn't really had a chance to test yet. We might not be able to move fast enough on foot to get away with all this water, Gwen commented to me. We can't teleport forever either. I pulled up the description of mana flicker, third, break your body down into pure mana to quickly move from one place to another. Mana cost dependent on teleportation range. Just as I'd remembered, there wasn't a hard cap on the range of the spell. It also didn't say anything about needing to be able to see where you were going, but I had up until now found that it pretty much worked that way regardless. Still, thanks to Eyes of the Familiar, I essentially had two sets of vision. Could I then teleport to anywhere that Gwen was looking at, seeing as we could share our senses with one another? I want to try something, I said to the cat. Can you try looking at that little bit of land right over there behind us? I pointed to what I was talking about, a little outcropping of dirt and trees approximately 50 feet to our rear. Yes, Gwen answered back, as straightforward and loyal as ever. Thanks, I replied. Just hold your eyes there for a minute if you could. I closed my own eyes and allowed my vision to drift entirely into Gwen's. Sure enough, I could now easily see the small little patch of earth surrounded by frigid water directly from the panther's point of view. I willed Mana Flicker to activate and forced myself to travel to the place that I saw. I felt my body break apart and, with a bit of a sense of mental out-of-placeness, watched as my mana particles reformed into my physical form within Gwen's gaze. I opened my own eyes and, sure enough, found myself standing upon the small island. I smiled slightly. I was still going to be limited in range by the cost of Mana Flicker, which grew with distance, but being able to appear anywhere that Gwen was or could see within the limits of my mana pool essentially skyrocketed the potential usefulness of the spell. I have an idea to draw out the spiders, girl, I said to the cat, whose interest I could sense peeking over our soul link as she watched my little bit of experimentation. With the ruins still being a little too far away for me to feel good about how much mana it would cost me to teleport into them, me and Gwen were forced to prowl carefully closer to the outcropping of stone towers and buildings. When we were close enough to begin to make out the shapes of the spiders, we stopped getting any closer. We were looking for them, so we could see them, but I didn't think they'd spot us if they weren't expecting us. That was if the spiders themselves had the mental acuity to stand guard in the first place. I need you to keep a close eye out for anything that might see us, I said to Gwen. Follow me and warn me if we're caught. Whether we can pull this off quietly or not is going to be the linchpin in the plan. Gwen growled back telepathically in the affirmative. With the cat watching my back, I then walked up to a nearby tree and laid my hand upon it. I willed my mana into the bark, and with a discreet red glow, a magic circle was engraved into the wood and then faded away to be almost unnoticeable to the naked eye. With my fire manipulation being as high as it was, on top of the benefits of warmage, halving the cost of all offensive spells, and with raging sorcery increasing the potency of all explosive spells, I wasn't forced to expend much mana at all to lay down a relatively decent rune of flame. As was the usual, I had put my core points from reaching level 27 into my mana pool. Even with the 10% of my pool of mystical energy that Gwen's existence cut off from me, that still left me with a little over 400 mana. Elder Blood made it so that my mana regeneration increased in comparison with my total mana. In the end, I was now regenerating somewhere around 40 mana per minute. That was enough to fling a restrained fireball or to lay down a decent flame rune, which meant that even without expending mana potions, I could produce at least one rune a minute. The sun had just gone down. We had the advantage of darkness on our side. I was also confident Gwen's senses would allow us to flee before most enemies could get the drop on us. There were a lot of trees in the icy swamp surrounding the little ruin. I also had all night to touch each and every one of them, and if that didn't work, we could always retreat and regroup back near the boss monster's lair the next night. This might just work, I sent the mental message to Gwen. A plan is better than no plan, the cat encouraged back. I couldn't argue with that. I also didn't want to. I was somewhat tired of almost dying in every impromptu battle. 60 runes an hour was my comfortable cap, just based on mana regeneration alone. I managed a little less than that, due to being altogether, well, not human, but the meaning behind the saying still held. Around 8 hours later, and I was exhausted. Before the sun could slip up over the towering trees, Gwen and I had already moved a good mile away from the web spinner's lair. The panther held back for a while I set up camp, just long enough to observe the many spiders retreating back into the depths of the ruin as the sunlight hit them. I split my focus as I pitched our tent and watched through the panther's eyes as Gwen scouted out the habits of the enemy. They didn't like the light. That was going to be useful information. It was while watching all of this, and with the added illumination of the breaking dawn, that Gwen was finally able to make out the shapes of what appeared to be a few more humanoid creatures, which while were much lesser in numbers than their frostblood spider allies. After a while, and as the ruins had grown quiet, I called Gwen back to camp and went about preparing for the next night. For my part, I brewed up 5 more greater mana potions, from my remaining greater mana shard. I also opened the spell forging menu to take care of something that I figured I might need in the coming few days. I had 1 greater bestial shard left. Spelldancer 2 promised to increase my speed and reaction time while channeling mana significantly. My entire build currently revolved around making myself an agile skirmishing battle mage. I saw no reason not to double down on the effects of the attribute-granted perk and to try and further exploit it. I was very deliberate in the wording behind my envisioned spell, as I imagined just what I wanted. Thankfully, during my elemental resistance training, I'd also managed to get my overall spell control up to about 80 points, meaning that I now had access to creating second-tier elementless spells and the ability to cast them at a lesser cost. The system responded to my desires as it presented me with the spell I'd asked for. Envisioned spell. Accelerate adrenaline. Second, channel your mana into your physical body, multiplying your current speed and strength. Mana cost dependent on the strength of the multiplicative factor. Selected shard, greater bestial shard. Create spell, YN. Overclock, I would no doubt further decrease the cost of the spell, as it dealt with the enhancement of the body's capabilities. It was quickly becoming clear to me that optimizing my strength would not solely come from increasing my mana or skills, but by synergizing everything I had in my toolbox and exploiting what was there when I could. I selected yes to creating the spell. Plot 5 Spell Forging. For reaching level 100 in spell forging, you have unlocked the ability to use 2 soul shards in the creation of spells. 2 soul shards. I wonder what I could make with 2 shards affecting a spell's nature. Still, it was something to test later. I currently had limited resources beyond lesser poison and frost shards. Feeling pretty good about how things were now going, I summoned an earthen pot into my hands. I still had a greater mana shard left that I could brew into another 5 mana potions of the greater tier. Then I'd get some rest, along with Gwen doing the same. Tonight would be the last night we'd spend laying down fire runes. Then we'd grab a little more shut-eye the following day. After that, though, well, the fight would truly begin. Another day of rest had passed, another night of rune laying too. I couldn't begin to count the number of trees I'd laid my magic into. It was time. Gwen was prowling far above me on a particularly high tree branch. She could see the entire ruin and off to any side of it, from where she gazed out. That fact was crucial to this plan. I rested on dry ground on another small bit of land that rose up from the swamp below the cat's perch. With my mana fully recovered and my body feeling well rested, I summoned a fireball into my hands and launched it towards the ruin. I'd charged the explosive blast with enough strength that it could fly the decent distance from where me and my familiar stood cloaked in darkness. I watched as the large ball of fire soared through the otherwise dark night, a raging inferno set against the black cold. And then the spell made contact with a building. The vibrations of the explosion that followed shook the crisp air and filled it with the smell of magic. I summoned another fireball and tossed it. I got an alert that I had killed a frostblood spider. And still yet, I called forth yet another orb of flame and hurled it. Soon enough, I could see a number of spiders scurrying towards where I stood. "The south, Gwen," I sent the telepathic message to my already briefed cat. And with that, I activated Mana Flicker and looked through Gwen's eyes. As previously mentioned, the panther could see everything around the ruin, and with my coaching now looked to its southern edge. I watched myself reappear where she gazed, and though my mana took a good hit from the medium-distance teleport, I still managed to gather my senses pretty quickly. I then repeated the process of hurling fireballs until a horde of frostblood spiders were scurrying, their feet freezing the swamp below them as they walked across it, towards the southern edge of the tree line that I now stood in. "The east," I sent the mental message to Gwen. A mana potion formed in my hand, and I drank it down quickly before I then teleported away to where the panther had then shifted her gaze at my behest. When I'd reformed once more, I again threw more fireballs until I'd grabbed the attention of yet more mobs to draw them towards me. There had to be over 100 of the monsters prowling around the ruin alone. I felt a chill run down my spine. If the plan failed, then we might be in trouble. "The south," I called out to the cat telepathically. I repeated the pattern of teleporting, throwing spells, and drawing the spiders out until hordes of the beasts were running in every cardinal direction, towards the woodline around the some sunken and some still barely standing buildings. "Scan the ruin," I called out to Gwen mentally, and then drank 2 more potions. The cat's eyes did as I asked, and, the moment I saw the humanoid figures I was looking for, I gave my next command. "Now, take the vulnerable ones by surprise." I activated Mana Flicker one final time, but only a second after I had started to conjure my raging blade. My body broke into mystical energy and soared into the heart of the ruins. I wasted no time as I appeared behind the back of a confused-looking frostblood countess. Unlike the pure caster I'd faced before, this countess held a spear in her hand. The mob was watching with rapt attention to the east as her spider underlings chased after one of the perceived sources of the fireballs. The countess turned with a hiss, perhaps detecting the magical fluctuations of my spell, as I formed into physical stature behind her. My hand was still outstretched beside me as a pillar of flame shot out from it, and to the countess's lack of luck, formed firmly into an elegant blade as I swung it towards her throat. Accelerate adrenaline and Spelldancer kicked into action as I poured a surge of power into my raging blade. The mystical weapon made contact with the startled countess, and before she could properly react, I had removed her head from her shoulders. "1," I communicated telepathically to Gwen, my heartbeat, blood and mana pounding throughout every sinew of my body. I heard a massive crack of thunder fill the air as a hurling bolt of lightning lit up the night sky. A half-second later, the cat responded back. 2, Gwen declared, a mental image of her appearing above a perched bone-silk archer and rending his small neck to shreds with her teeth, following a vicious tackle, filled my mind. My ears perked at the sound of something wet disturbing the air. I turned just in time to shift mostly out of the way of what appeared to be a blast of viscous acid. Despite my evasive action, the furthest edge of the spell still burned against my armor. Thankfully, the gear's enchantment against magical attack seemed to stave off the glancing blow. In response to the spell, I raised my hand and shot a blasting fireball directly at the giant spider that had appeared from nowhere to spit poison at me. The nameplate of the Frostblood Baron scrolled across my vision. I hadn't remembered the last one being able to hurl poison at me, though. It seemed that there were different variations of all the mob types. That made things somewhat difficult. I'd have to stay on my toes to not be caught off guard too badly. My fireball slammed against the face of the spider, and to the spell's credit, it did seem to knock the massive beast back and cause it to stumble. Unfortunately, however, the Baron was much sturdier than either of the Countesses had proven to be. To make matters worse, as I caught my footing, another of the half-woman, half-spider spellcasters stepped up beside the massive Baron. I had my work cut out for me. The second Countess of the Night raised her hand, which held a peculiar-looking staff, into the air. The whitewood rod had a green, noxious-looking jewel encrusted in the heart of its tip, that was wrapped in ashen wood branches. The Countess uttered a few cackling syllables that I couldn't quite pass, but that sounded ominously like words of power. The jewel of the staff flared dangerously, and I felt a wave of mana sweep through me, not causing any damage, but still feeling very uncomfortable. I glanced over my shoulder to try to track where the unseen wave of mana might be traveling to. My eyes reached out in that half-second towards where the many drawn-away Frostblood spiders were now entering well into the range of my flame runes. To my annoyance, however, the spiders seemed to suddenly turn back around following the Countess's odd spell. So that was how the arachnid sorceresses controlled the spiders. Well, I was going to lose my chance, even though I had been hoping I could lure at least some of the humanoid and higher-level monsters out into the woodline before making my move. I charged towards the Countess and Baron, and as I did so, I reached out to each and every one of my flame runes. The explosion that followed was deafening. The entire world was seemingly rocked and bathed in fire. Hundreds of explosions went off at once as my carefully laid trap was sprung. The sheer concussive force rattling the air probably would have caused me to stumble and fail in the sword strike that I was currently aiming for the newly appeared Frostblood Countess. It would have, that was, if I hadn't already activated Resolute Strike. The ability steeled my movements and guided all of my focus into maintaining the next singular sword blow I'd make. The Countess and Baron, meanwhile, could only hiss in agony as the blinding lights of the massive number of explosions that now filled the swamp. Just as Gwen had noted a day prior, they didn't like the light. And even as my own sensitive eyes were hurting, I could still see. I surged my mana into my raging blade once again, and with the added strength of Resolute Strike, cut clean through the torso of the second Countess. I didn't even have time to think about mentally declaring the kill as a vicious roaring ripped through my consciousness. 3, Gwen roared and then slammed down in the form of a bolt of lightning atop the head of the hissing Frostblood Baron beside me. My mana, health and stamina all surged up as I reached level 28 from slaying the countless Frostblood spiders and the 2 mage ringleaders. Taking advantage of the Baron's disorientation and my restored stamina, I mana flickered directly beneath its pain-shrieking head and drove a Resolute Strike up directly into its head from below. Unable to defend itself, the spider twitched and shrieked as the core of its nervous system was pierced. I teleported a few feet away and called for Gwen to do the same. The moment that the panther had crashed in the form of lightning down beside me, I activated Raging Sorcery and watched as the Baron's head was exploded by my still lodged-in sword from the inside out. The huge spider collapsed as I got its death notification. 4, Gwen purred with a self-satisfied bloodlust from beside me as she prowled up to my leg. I took a deep breath. A lot easier to kill them when we're the ones doing the ambushing, I said. Good job, Gwen. I looked all around us. Where before the night had been pitch black and cold, now the sound of falling trees could be heard all about as my spells felled dozens upon dozens of the half-dead plants. The trees that didn't fall to be extinguished by the frigid waters were bathed in blue flames. The cold swamp was now swarmed in a heating inferno that turned the black night nearly into day. I was a little shocked by the damage I'd done, to be honest. I definitely didn't possess the destructive power I was now witnessing. Not in one go, anyway. Being tactical had allowed me to leverage my strength many times over. I glanced up at the minimap. The quest marker was guiding us further into the ruin and towards what appeared to be a large cathedral of some sort. "Let's go," I started to say, but was stopped as a shrieking pain ripped through my mind. I fell to my knees as a series of mental images assaulted me. My vision split and doubled, swirling, and when I could see straight for a few brief seconds, the world was drastically changed. The ruins around me became a shining city, sparkling in a different color of moonlight than this world generally sported. The ugly swamp, contrastingly to reality, was also replaced by a beautiful and much deeper lake of midnight blue. "Little Caliban," a sing-song voice echoed throughout my head. "Perfect little Caliban. So untouched. How?" The voice trailed off before resuming, "I must know. Come to me." I heard Gwen roar in concern as she brought her face near mine. My vision returned to normal, and the sprawling city of the moon once more became the sunken, ruined hovel I knew it to be. "Clarissa," Gwen urged at me to respond to her. How many times had she said that before I'd heard it, I wonder? "I'm fine," I said as I regained my bearings. "Did you hear any of that, or see it?" I inquired of Gwen. "See or hear what?" the panther asked me, though her haunches lowered somewhat as she realized I was seemingly okay. "So whatever it was bypassed our bond," I said. "That's not good. I didn't think anything could do that." "What's happening?" Gwen asked. I slowly rose to my feet. "Something spoke to me, a woman, probably, maybe I think, the web spinner," I explained, "and I saw this place, but before it was ruined and when it was much bigger. Other stuff too. I think this swamp somehow used to be a deep lake." I felt Gwen's confusion through our restored soul link. "I don't know either, girl," I admitted, "but I think there's more to this dungeon than we're realizing." My mind lingered back to the quest's specifically worded conditions. "I'm not sure what we're missing," I continued, "but either way, we need to keep moving forward. I'm not just going to stand around and wait for things to happen to me, and I don't like things rooting around in my head uninvited." Seeming to share the sentiment, Gwen growled once more and fell into solidarity beside me. I took a step forward and collected the loot from the enemies around us as the forest burned and the ominous red of the world's strange moonlight flowed from on high. From the two countesses, I gained 2 greater mana shards. From the Baron, I received a greater frost shard. Then we continued on to our ultimate destination. Even still, as we approached the tall and blackened cathedral, I felt a strange pull from inside its dying stones. Something magnetic reached out to me from within the one-time place of worship. Something ancient and alluring, but off all the same. Chapter 16. Lair of the Spider. "Gwen, if I say the word, I need you to be ready to hide in my soul core," I telepathically communicated to the panther as we approached the cathedral's steps. I'd received the perk, Conjurer's Mantle, from the system a while ago. Its main feature was that it made all of my familiars stronger than they would normally be. However, it also had a secondary use case. My eyes were scanning over the text of the perk, along with splitting my attention between it and pulling up the spell-forging menu as we walked. Conjurer's Mantle, R. All familiars under your control are more powerful than their stage of evolution would suggest. Your familiars can rest within your soul core. I didn't know just how far the web spinner's powers could reach inside my being, but she had definitely been capable of assaulting my mind, and from a distance too. I didn't want Gwen to get hurt if she proved incapable of protecting her own mind, though I suspected her rather more focused way of thinking might give her an advantage over me in that department. This new enemy was dangerous, and in a way we hadn't yet faced. I would have told Gwen to be ready to run as well, but I already knew she would never do that, not if it meant leaving me to fight a superior enemy alone. I needed a weapon against the mess that we might be walking into, but I was hesitant to spend my rather limited resources. If I made the wrong choice in the kind of spell I'd create to fight against the web spinner's particular brand of magic, then I'd most definitely pay for it. Still, the first telepathic assault had brought me to my knees, and brought with it numerous questions on the true nature of the dungeon I found myself within, and I was pretty sure the boss monster had ended it on purpose. Now that I knew to be expecting attacks of a mental variety, I figured I might be able to hold up better against them. But still, I might not be able to access the system menus if my looming enemy chose to really try to fry my brain. Trying to prepare for this before it became an issue, I very deliberately did not give the system verbal commands as I scrolled through the options for creating a spell. The web spinner's knowledge of our presence meant that she probably had at least some nominal ability to observe us. I didn't want to tip my hand by declaring out loud that I was trying to prepare a defense against her. I instead made my selections with my finger as I went about inputting my desired parameters. When I was done, the system presented me with my envisioned spell. Heal mind. Second, suffuse your mind with healing, radiant energy. This spell will actively return your mind to its natural state whenever it is altered by outside influences. Mana cost dependent on the level of mental damage to be reversed. Selected shard. Greater mana shard. Add secondary shard. YN. Create spell. YN. I would have made the spell be one of a psychic variety, but I had exactly 0 points in that type of magic use. The main issue was that I wasn't sure just how powerful of a spell I would need to resist the web spinner. My Radiance manipulation was at 60, which meant I could create second-tier spells in the Radiant category, and that they would cost less to use. I was taking a chance, but my first instinct was to rely on my strengths. Still, it was only one of multiple options. I paused on my new ability to add a secondary shard, though. I was hesitant to truly commit to just walking in with the Heal Mind spell alone. I could still feasibly create a psychic spell with my remaining mana shard if I didn't use both of them up in one go. I selected yes on the option, however, if only to better explore what it might mean. Another pop-up appeared when I did so. Select secondary shard, greater mana shard, X3, lesser poison shard, X3, lesser frost shard. It seemed that I could also use shards of a lesser level than the primary shard when selecting a secondary option, which probably opened up a lot of future customization. While poison and frost shards didn't seem like they would add too much to a mental resilience spell, I still selected each option to further explore them. For my efforts, I was given a pair of spell variants when I selected the 2 shards. Frigid Mindscape. Second, suffuse your mind with healing, radiant energy mixed with the aspect of frost. This spell will actively slow the effects of mental intrusions and will likewise slowly reverse said effects. Mana cost dependent on the level of mental damage to be reversed. Noxious Mindscape. Second, suffuse your mind with healing, radiant energy mixed with the aspect of poison. This spell will actively eat away at the framework of mental intrusions and will likewise slowly reverse said effects. Mana cost dependent on the level of mental damage to be reversed. The effects were interesting, but what bothered me was that they changed the wording of Heal Mind, which seemed to suggest relatively focused mental healing. Both of the new spells, on the other hand, specifically called out that they would only slowly reverse the effects of mental attacks. This made them seem less than ideal to me. When I selected the greater mana shard, however, I was met with a series of options. Selecting a mana shard as a secondary shard allows you to choose from a list of options to modify your spell, without raising its casting cost, dependent on the tier of the shard. Would you like to turn this spell into an aura to also buff allies, increase the tier of this spell by 1, or further lower its mana cost? The greater mana shard definitely offered the more interesting options, though at a much greater resource cost to my current shard stores. While reading the options, however, the new information eventually led me to close out of the Heal Mind spell entirely. Instead, I pulled up a new spell. Envisioned spell. Thought Ward. First, erect a psychic barrier around your mind, protecting you from outside mental intrusion. Mana cost dependent on the strength of the ward. Selected shard, greater mana shard. Add secondary shard, YN. Create spell, YN. I wasted no time in selecting that I'd like to add a greater mana shard into the spell forging process, and when prompted, selected that I'd like to reduce its casting cost further than a singular mana shard already would. It was possible that my spell forging skill might be able to offset the issue with mana cost of using the psychic element. The spell morphed to fit my desires rather quickly. Envisioned spell. Efficient Thought Ward. First, Erect a psychic barrier around your mind, protecting you from outside mental intrusion. As a spell with the efficient quality, the mana cost to cast this spell is greatly reduced, but is still dependent on the strength of the ward. Selected shard, Greater Mana Shard X2. Create spell, YN. I selected yes to creating the spell. I had a lot of mana for my level, and despite her seeming to be strangely intelligent when compared to the other monsters I'd faced, I didn't think the web spinner could be all that much of a higher level than I currently was. If the inclusion of another, Greater Mana Shard, was truly going to make the spell way cheaper, then I figured I'd have a chance at stopping whatever the strange boss monster might throw at me, as long as I devoted the mana to doing so. Speaking of, as the massive, tarnished and frozen moss-covered silver doors of the web spinner's cathedral came into view, the feeling of radiating power was becoming almost physical in its thickness. I could feel the odd energy pulling at my mind and trying to influence me to walk into the large church, unprepared and without hesitation. And it pissed me off. I summoned up my efficient thought ward and channeled mana into it, until the pulling of the cathedral stopped having much of an effect on me. To my relief, it hadn't been all that expensive of a cast, only costing me around 50 of my 400 plus mana to make happen. Still, I didn't want the ward shattering the second the web spinner actually attacked my mind, if she was indeed capable of doing so. I had a good reserve of mystical energy, but I didn't want to waste any of it. Of course, I also didn't want to be too conservative in my preparations. As tonight's events had already shown me, being tactical and preparing before a battle could altogether decide its course before it had even began. With that in mind, I channeled another 200 mana into my ward. As my power flowed into the invisible shield around my being, I felt the spell wrap around not only my mind itself, but my entire body and spirit. The invisible shield grew thick in my magical senses, glutting itself on the power that I was feeding it. I summoned a few potions to offset the cost of the preparatory and perhaps paranoid casting. "The pressure coming off of this place is insane," I said to Gwen. "You might want to jump into my soul core now. I don't think I have the mana to protect us both." Gwen growled beside me. "And leave you alone?" "Just until we know it's safe," I reasoned. "No, I'm sorry, Clarissa," Gwen said. "I won't do that. I can handle this." Could she, though? Then again, she had no thought ward, and she still seemed to be advancing along beside me fairly easily. Maybe she really was more resistant to psychic attack than me. I had never known Gwen to overestimate herself either. "All right, I'll trust you," I replied, "but please, if things go against you, promise me you'll retreat." Gwen rumbled a sound in her throat. "I won't ever leave you." I sighed. "Yeah, I won't leave you either." And with that done, I summoned my raging blade as the doors of the once gorgeous and now ghostly cathedral, bathed in the bloody moonlight, began to eke open ominously and of their own accord. Ancient, massive, and off-putting were the words to describe the scene that opened up before us as we climbed into the ancient churchly building. "Be careful, Gwen," I sent the telepathic message to my familiar. "This place gives me the creeps." We walked a few steps into the dilapidated building before my new body's night-adapted eyes began to scan the expansive room. Crimson light filtered in through the stained glass and sometimes shattered windows that lined either of the grey brick walls of the cathedral. "The air feels wrong," my panther communicated to me, and then growled aloud, "I don't like it." I could feel the mystical and mental pressure that my more resilient ally was speaking of as the magical aura flowed, less like a battering force and more like a surging river, around my mental wards. "Me either," I said back to her, restating my discomfort. "Just stay on your toes. We don't—" Movement caught both of our eyes then. "Clarissa!" Gwen snapped a warning. I gripped my flaming blade. Its blue aura danced its light across the space around us and cast Gwen's now hackles-raised shadow ominously against a nearby stone pillar. A figure, larger than any we had seen thus far, and even more massive than the truck-sized Frostblood Barons had been, was slowly lowering itself from above. Held by a thick thread, more akin to a steel cable than a web, what I could only assume to be the web spinner descended from the ceiling. My eyes scanned over the odd, terrifying, and somewhat beautiful creature. She appeared to be a monstrous cross between a Frostblood countess and a scaled-up version of the aforementioned spider barons. There was one thing that caught my attention and that separated her from the others. However, her humanoid upper half was less wild and monstrously inclined than that of the countess's had been. Rather, the web spinner, whose name now populated before me as a system nameplate, appeared much closer to how I now looked. Galadel the web spinner, level 38 elite. In fact, minus the spider that had replaced her legs, she looked like what I presumed to be a Caliban. What in the hell did that mean? Yes, you are. The web spinner seemed to pause in her words and almost gasped in her final utterance. Real? Who are you? I asked, my words feeling a bit caught in my throat. You're the first person I've been able to actually talk to since coming here. I felt a change in the fluctuations of magical aura radiating off of the boss monster as I asked my question. The web spinner's face contorted in discomfort as the magical pressure bearing down on me and Gwen grew considerably more oppressive and violent. The web spinner suddenly fought against what appeared to be a great pain and struggled aloud in an unseen argument. No, never, I will not kill the last of us. You will not trick me again. The web spinner's line of string snapped off of her massive thorax and she slammed into the ground. Her huge arachnid legs found elegant purchases on various rows of ancient wooden pews, of which only a few cracked under her not insignificant weight. What are you talking about? I further asked aloud of the visibly conflicted monster. What do you mean again? What made this world this way? The web spinner's beautiful, now agony-racked face looked up to me as her emerald eyes flashed between a calm green hue and one of a sickening red that was more akin to what the countesses had possessed. Little Caliban, Galadel repeated her earlier address as her fang-filled mouth clenched in agony. I should have told you to run, but I felt hope. Tears streamed from the monster's eyes as the green was overtaken, this time more slowly but also more permanently seeming, by the sickly crimson. Please, the woman said aloud, everything we loved is gone. Please, please kill me. Galadel's head lowered and her eyes closed tight before she uttered her final words. Before I kill you. And with that final ominous sentence, the woman that was Galadel who had lowered her head was gone. I could feel it somehow. It was the web spinner that raised her head next, and it was murder that she held in her glowing, inhuman eyes. With more questions and emotions welling up in my chest than answers, I was forced into action as the boss monster raised her hand threateningly. I could sense danger as I charged forward in response to the feeling. I saw no weapon in the web spinner's hand, meaning that she was likely a caster. My mind was already working out the tactics and possible advantages of this situation. If I got close, then I, who could fight it out in melee, might be able to use her large and cumbersome size against the monster. Of course, I had no real desire to kill the web spinner after seeing the decency and pain in her eyes from before, but she had also made it all too clear that there was something inside of her that wanted to kill me. And it was that something's bloodlust that I could now all but feel throbbing in the air. Galadel had asked for mercy even, and I suspected mercy was something she had sought for as long as this ruin had been crumbling from the city it had once been. Maybe she deserved to be freed by death. Certainly, no one deserved to be turned into a monster against their will or to be made to continue to live as one. As I moved and my mind worked over all that had happened and might happen, a flash of white clouded over my enemy's long and delicate fingers. I suddenly felt my advance slow as if I was caught in 1,000 little strings. My eyes widened in confusion when I felt the tingling of mana slide across my flesh as dozens of tiny strands of spider silk became visible all around me. The strands lit up before my eyes, becoming visible with the same milk-white aura that surrounded the web spinner's hand. Foolish child, the web spinner said. Her voice was the same as before, but her way of speaking had entirely changed. You have been within my web from the moment you stepped into this place. You were just too weak to see it. The web spinner clenched her fist further in my direction. The mana-charged web that the enemy sorceress spoke of surged with a pulling upwards, and I felt the many strands of spider silk tightening around me. Cuts quickly covered my cheeks, forehead, hands, and any other exposed part of my flesh as I was lifted off the ground by the now sharpened and pulled taut web. I felt Gwen roar in rage from beneath me as I was yanked a dozen feet into the air. Whatever this boss monster was, if the ruler of the West was any indication, she was much stronger than she should have been based on her level. "You will be shredded to pieces," the web spinner said to me as her web dug into my skin, "just as I could have done at any moment since you began your little attack." The monster tightened her raised fist. I felt the many strands of spider silk dig deeper into my body and began to feel their pressure through even my crafted armor. "No," I started to say. Unfortunately for me, the moment I showed even an ounce of resistance, the web spinner's eyes glowed a brighter flash of red, and her oppressive aura thundered against me like a freight train. I felt cracks form in my thought ward against the sheer bloodlust of the mental assault. The monster's spider silk dug deeper into me, actually threatening to cause significant damage if I let it tighten any further. I was only momentarily thrown off by the increased mental and magical pressure, however, and my thought ward, despite cracking and allowing some of the psychic attack through, did hold strong. "You won't," I finished my sentence in a shout as my mana raged out from me and I was bathed in a cloak of flame. The mana-infused strands of cutting silk fought against my own anger-filled flame cloak, but in the end they did begin to wither away underneath the heat of my fire. I felt the monster's web give way as I started to tumble to the floor far below. The impact against the ground rammed into my ankles as I made contact with the frigid and cracked stone tiles of the cathedral's flooring. My body fell into a crouch and I lost some of my health as I tried to recover from the inevitable fall. I needed a fly spell as soon as it became feasible. Besides, flying would just be badass. A massive blur of white shot past me as I slowly lifted my head up from where it had fallen in the immediate shock of the pain of my tumble. Gwen roared and sent a telepathic shout of fury into the open air for all to hear as her body crackled with electricity. "I will kill you," the massive panther declared as she barreled between the aisles towards the web spinner. Gwen's body broke apart as she ran, and within moments a crack of thunder echoed throughout the massive stone building as the panther became a bolt of living lightning. "Nah," I said as I came to stand, a trademark blue and red fireball forming as a spiral of flames taken shape in my hand. "We're going to do that together." Chapter 17. Burning Web. "Jump in front of her eyes and then cut right," I screamed to Gwen telepathically as I launched myself up onto a dust-covered pew. Galadel raised her hand violently towards me, but I was already flickering into a stream of mana before her webs could ensnare my body. Still being carried by the upward momentum of my jump, my essence reformed a dozen feet closer to the web spinner. Gwen, meanwhile, had already lunged upward with her massive and powerful legs to block the vision of our enemy. I felt the panther's mental touch flash into my own vision to double-check her timing just before she shifted her weight and veered off to the right. My hand released the fireball with a violence the moment the path between me and Galadel was clear. The truly massive half-spider, however, was having none of it. Her massive milk-colored and talon-bearing hands whipped out as a hiss left her fanged mouth. The red moonlight caught a sparkle along the many almost invisible strands of spider silk that extended and reached out to meet my attack. I couldn't quite make out how Galadel made it happen, but my sharp eyes did catch the flashing of yet more imperceptible webs within the air, suddenly surging with a flow of mana. The revealed cross-section of now glowing spiderweb caught my fireball, and, to my annoyance, proved very capable of slowing it down. Some of the webs did burn away, but so too did my attack. The violent, spiraling flames of my spell were almost drained away into the webs as if they'd been absorbed and not merely extinguished. To further complicate things, as my spell's energy seemed to be taken into the web, I watched then as the glow along the glimmering threads intensified. Soon after, the webs even seemed to start to mend and reform themselves. "Damn it," I cursed to myself as the web spinner then slashed her other hand towards me. Once more, I saw the glimmer of webs connecting along her fingertips. I felt a series of quickly tightening spider silks wrap around me before I could activate Mana Flicker completely. Just as my body started to break apart into energy, I felt a familiar and disorienting rebounding back into my more solid state. Much as the Frostblood Countess had once done to me, it seemed the web spinner could also restrict my use of movement, granting magic within the binds of her web. Honestly, shouldn't have been surprised. My eyes flashed with fire. Still, I already knew how to deal with this. The barely burning wisps of my flame cloak rushed themselves up into an inferno. My body became but a silhouette within the spinning blanket of azure and bluing fire. String by string, strand by strand, I felt the constricting touch of the boss monster fall away. And yet I was also realizing that I was using far more mana than I felt I should have to break free. And to make matters worse, the more of my own energy I pumped into my flame cloak, the brighter the glowing webs that held me flared with power. A power that they seemed to transfer back into the webs not directly being burned off of me. I heard Gwen roar from somewhere off to the side. I glanced into the panther's eyes as I felt the last of the strands of spider silk dissolve off of me. My friend seemed to be doing better than me. Her sharper instincts had thus far kept her from getting too caught up in the web. I watched as the cat's thunder-charged voice spiraled out from her mouth. A powerful shockwave ripped through the webs separating the cat from our shared enemy, and though the roar did seem slowed by the entangling strings, unlike my fireball, it wasn't stopped. The force of the thunder roar crashed into the frail-looking torso and face of the web spinner with a thudding crack and visibly sent the boss monster's smaller upper half veering off to the left. Seizing the moment, both me and Gwen activated our respective teleport spells. No longer constricted by webs, mana flicker sped me towards the web spinner. Gwen, meanwhile, flickered into a bolt of lightning. I think the webs absorb part of our magic, I communicated to the panther in the half-second that followed, as our mana-made forms carried us through the air rapidly. She controls them with her fingers, Gwen replied back from within her lightning bolt. I can see them when she attacks. It's a starting point, I shot back telepathically. As we spoke, and each carried ourselves through another dozen feet of the air, the web spinner roared in rage and pain from Gwen's attack. The boss monster wobbled back upright and instantly threw both of her hands up. The webs connected to each of her 10 fingers glimmered once more. I felt something constrict around my ethereal form, catching the many particles of mana I had become out of the air. Once again, I felt myself thrown back together against my will, only this time it was much more uncomfortable as the webs that the boss monster had used to catch my teleporting essence strained against my reforming body. Fuck, I gasped as the air was knocked from my suddenly solidified lungs. Does she have you? I shot back to Gwen telepathically, currently unable to focus enough to look through her eyes. Yes, Gwen roared back into my mind. I could feel the frustration pouring through our link. Screw this, I said, and I drew a massive amount of air into my lungs. I unleashed the breath just as I once more forced the flames along my body to flare out violently. The webs, however, seemed almost stronger now. It was harder to burn through them. In fact, it became more and more difficult to burn through the webs the more of them I burned away. In a bout of perhaps childish impatience, I redirected the majority of my mana into my right arm and freed it with my flame cloak. With my sword-wielding hand freed, I then rotated and cut aggressively against the glowing binds that restrained me. The webs came away much more easily under the assault of my flaming sword, though they did still seem much stronger than before. I fell to the floor with a roll and locked eyes with my enemy's crimson orbs. Your efforts just worsen your straits. The darkness within Galadriel mocked me as she then swept her hands towards me again. Yeah, your webs feed off of my magic, is what I wanted to say back to the monster, but refrained from doing so. The less the web spinner knew that I knew, the more of an advantage I would have in surprising her with a counter. As for the moment, however, I knew what was coming now, always more webs. But despite being able to catch the flicker of moonlight and mana against the strings that were actively moving, the half-spider's attacks came too quickly. If I hadn't have leveled up my Spelldancer perk, in fact, I wasn't sure I would have been able to see them at all. Regardless of any perks, though, the monster's web soon hit me like a train and slammed me back into yet another binding of invisible threads. I grunted in further annoyance as the flame cloak along my back freed me enough to slash against the glowing threads in front of me. For what it was worth, the more solidified nature of my raging blade seemed to mean that the web spinner's mana-draining webs couldn't seep as much power off of it as they could from something less refined like my flame cloak. The cutting edge of my sword was also much more effective at slashing through the webs, even as they seemed to grow stronger off of the mana they absorbed from myself and Gwen. Try not to give her any more mana than you have to, Gwen. I shot the mental advice to my companion. The webs just get stronger the more she drains away from us. Gwen growled violently in response to my communication and then sent a mental flash of her cutting through a swathe of webs with her huge claws. She's probably better off than I am at following my advice. I knew one thing for sure, however, I never wanted to be on the receiving end of a slash from my familiar's massive natural weapons. As for myself, even with the power of my acrobatics score and with Spelldancer flowing through my body, I still wasn't fast enough to react to Galadriel's attacks. I could at least see the attacks when they started, however, and I had a trump card I'd created for situations exactly like this. I summoned a fireball into my hands and launched it towards the web spinner. "Catch this!" I shouted out the taunt. At the sounds of my words, Galadriel's vision shifted from unsuccessfully trying to further entangle Gwen and shot towards me. The web spinner sucked her teeth at me. "Fool," she said, and twitched a finger in my direction. She no doubt thought I was just feeding her web yet more mana. However, at the exact moment she moved to control her web, I activated Accelerate Adrenaline. I felt my world still as power and speed surged from my heart into my fingers, arms, legs, and up into my eyes to slow the world around me. The passive boost of Spelldancer and Overclocked just further compounded the effects of the spell I'd cast. Where before I'd only been able to glimpse a flash from the webs connecting to my enemy's fingers when she moved to manipulated them, now I watched the energy travel from her fingers and all along the web. It was still fast, but I could track where her mana was flowing. I smiled and reared my arm backwards. My blade spun from my hands as I activated Throw Sword. The web spinner's eyes widened in confusion and then shock as my sword met the string that she had pulled against to try and empower her webs to stop my fireball. The strand of glowing spider silk attached directly to the boss monster's left index finger fell away to float in the air. My eyes then flashed and my thrown sword exploded, thanks to the effect of my Raging Sorcery perk, further burning away the web spinner's control line. My fireball, meanwhile, soared momentarily unperturbed by the invisible but unempowered spider webs between it and Galadriel. The web spinner, surprised but apparently not to be thwarted, moved another of her fingers, and a different patch of webs than she had originally meant to activate glowed to life and caught my spell, draining the flames into her network of silk. But the fireball had gotten much closer this time, and I could counter my enemy now. I'd seen her tell, which had been what I'd been trying to draw out now that my eyes could catch it. I summoned a greater mana potion and drank it down with one hand as I conjured back another raging blade into my grasp. "What are you doing?" the web spinner said, and narrowed her eyes at me as my fireball sparked fully into its dimming death. I smiled and stepped forward. I was seeing just what she could do and when, but I wasn't going to tell her that. The boss monster frowned at what I guessed was my lack of a response and my seeming confidence. The remaining 4 threads on her left hand's fingers flashed. Tracking 4 mana flows, even with Accelerate Adrenaline, was probably impossible. Still, time was slowed enough for me to see one at a time. I danced forward, still allowing my skill points over bodily control and swordsmanship to guide me. Mana flowed through my limbs, extending into my summoned blade as an extension of my being and cutting through the first of the activated webs that I tracked Galadriel's mana as flowing into. A step, a turn, a slash. I pirouetted forward. My feet guided my hips turned my arms, and my blade cleaved into my all-too-confident enemy's second string. I slashed into the third with a cut that was guided by a flick of my left quad. The final string, however, pulled up just out of my blade's reach at the last moment and connected to an invisible piece of spider silk. "Have it your way," the web spinner said as her eyes flashed a violent crimson. My own eyes grew wide and I lunged forward to try to follow and cut the final thread of silk, but it was too late. A psychic force slammed into me and knocked me to my knees as my pre-erected thought ward struggled to hold itself together. Mana flared from the strand and flowed into the previously invisible webs it had connected to. For the first time, the entirety of the cathedral's network of spider silk glowed with a sudden and powerful flash. The screams of a million anguishing souls pounded against my skull. The cracks in my mental shielding spread, and soon there were more gaps in it than there was solidity. Meanwhile, frost began to shed in a thick fog from the webbing the boss monster had empowered. Hundreds of lines of spider silk now hummed with icy mana all the way from the lowest wooden pew and connecting to the highest archway's unfeeling bricks. I, meanwhile, very much felt the conjured and frigid air penetrating through my weakened flame cloak and counteracting the effects of accelerated adrenaline as my muscles turned to ice. But despite all of that, I could feel almost none of my own physical agony through the barrage of seeming second-hand mental torment that was now washing over me. "Gwen," I gasped telepathically through the sheer agony of the throngs of screaming voices. "Help." My vision swirled. "Clarissa," the words that slipped through were just as ragged as my own, if not more so, as the cat sent a mental image of the web spinner ensnaring her directly within a network of sharp and freezing webs. "I can't." My vision blurred and then swirled. "Die by your own absorbed mana, weaklings," Galadel mocked us. I watched as my hands covered themselves in a frigid layer of ice as my flame cloak died away. My mind was shattering, my body failing, freezing. I felt the soul link between me and my familiar weaken, and Gwen was dying. I had to fight back. The singular determined thought once more reared its way through the sound of what seemed to be a million agonized wails shouting directly into my soul's non-existent ears. And still there was too little mana to do what I needed to do. No, that was bullshit. I could survive. It would just hurt. I could feel my frost resistance slowing the gnawing cold down every so slightly, which at least gave me a chance. Still, I felt the muscles in my face freezing too greatly for me to even maintain my grimace of pain. I would not just go quietly into a frigid death. I poured nearly all of my remaining mana into my thought ward to seal the worst of the cracks. This reduced a few 100,000 of the shrieking voices to a mere head-splitting pressure, pushing against the mystical barrier I'd somewhat repaired. What little mystical power I had left, I flared into my hands with heat body. The pain that soared through my flesh as it slowly came back to life was far more agonizing than losing feeling in it had been. If my tear ducts hadn't have been frozen, I surely would have cried against the stinging, aching and thudding discomfort. My inflamed hand shook as a mana potion appeared into it, the heat of my body thawing some of the ice from my fingers. I brought the potion to my lips and instantly expended each drop's potency as it entered me, directing the consumable's power towards bringing warmth back to my core. Another potion appeared, and then another. My thought ward was topped off, and then a cloak of flame wrapped around me to further insulate myself. I downed a final elixir and slowly began to stand, stumbling under the nearly mind-shattering pain of regaining my body's feeling. With heat body and flame cloak firing on all cylinders, along with my insulated perk, I just barely managed to stave off a good 2/3 of the blizzard swirling around me. Perhaps thinking me closer to death, I finally had enough awareness to see that the web spinner had foolishly redirected her attention to finishing off Gwen. Still, despite being very much alive, I was far weaker than I needed to be. I summoned a health potion and drank it in the moment of reprieve I now had. "Get into my soul core now," I told Gwen telepathically as I drank. "Clar." A weak-sounding grumble came back over our bond. "Now," I ordered, feeling no need to accept complaint out of concern. A low-sounding purr of defeat came out towards me. "What?" Galadel redirected her attention to me as Gwen's body broke away into nothingness. As the monster was becoming confused, I felt my cat's spirit travel over our soul link and merge into my own spirit. She was still distinctly her own entity, but I could tell she was now safe. That said, I didn't want to think of what might happen if I died with Gwen existing within my spirit. "Get your bearings," I sent the message to the panther hiding within my soul. "I might need you soon." The web spinner's eyes narrowed in realization as she looked upon me. "You're not so foolish of a mage as I thought. You're more adaptable than your level might suggest." I grimaced. "You've only got 3 on me, bitch." The monster chuckled. "So foolish." I gripped my sword into my hand. "We'll see." Galadel slashed towards me with her free hand. I stepped forward and, with the aid of accelerate adrenaline, bobbed and weaved through the incoming strands of quick-moving spider webs. To my shock, as I dodged out of the way of one thread, it brushed past my hair and cut clean through a lock of it. The same thread flashed past my face with a razor-sharp glistening. Galadel was far too versatile in what she could do with her webs. Seeing the steel-like thread only barely missing me, I allowed my body to dissipate into mana. I kept my awareness firmly planted on the web spinner, however, as I now knew more of her tricks. Staying well aware of my surroundings while using mana flicker was hard, but possible with the reality slowdown of accelerate adrenaline in effect. If only just barely. The moment the spider monster flicked her hand towards me, I rematerialized before her webs could force me to do so. Finding my flow among the information I'd managed to gather on my enemy throughout the fight, I reappeared in the half-breath before one of her razor-sharp spider threads would have hit violently into my teleporting body. My sword, guided by pure instinct and determination, cleaved through the weaponized control web. "You won't get close to me," Galadel said, as if to assure her own confidence. "We'll see," I thought to myself. A mana potion appeared in my hand as I once again used mana flicker to cross another half-dozen feet. Before I became solid again, mid-spin, and used my blade-wielding hand to cleave through a clump of frozen webs that blocked my way. My eyes darted in every which direction as I took in all the variables. Mine and Gwen's life depended on me not making a mistake. So I simply wouldn't. I raised the potion to my lips and began to drink it, before ducking and disappearing a half moment before another razor-sharp web strand would have cleaved my head off of my shoulders. My body rematerialized, and I threw the dissolving mana potion bottle into the air. The empty glass was sliced in half by one of Galadhel's strings before it could fully dissolve back to wherever the system had drawn it from. I, however, cleaved through the same string before it could bisect me. The battle continued like this for the next minute or two. Galadel would send her webs towards me. I would teleport away from them. She would predict my movements and try to stop me. Having the benefit of actually knowing where I was going, I would counter her prediction and cut through whatever she was trying to send my way. I wasn't quite winning, but I wasn't losing right away. The cold drained me, and my defense against it used my mana. Mana flicker also burdened me with its resource cost. My potions would run out soon. My health would eventually break down. My thought ward would shatter. I was paying dearly with time I didn't really have for every foot of ground I took from Galadhel. I was getting closer, yes, but I wasn't quite sure the calculus would work out in my favor. "Gwen," I tried to rouse my companion from within my soul core. "Yes?" she asked as I appeared a bit closer to Galadhel and cut through another cluster of frozen webs. "Can you handle the psychic attack out here?" I asked. Gwen hesitated. "I can fight." "Nah, I know this shit hurts too bad," I said and cut through another strand. "I just need one strike from you." I grimaced as I made my first major mistake, and a strand of spider silk cut deep into my right thigh. I slashed through the same spider silk further up from where it touched my flesh before it could remove my leg, and then sidestepped another one. When I say go, shoot straight and go for the kill. Don't think, don't aim once you're out here, just strike. I sent the message to Gwen. "Can you do that?" "Yes," the cat said back with a bit more confidence. "Good," I said and dodged into a teleport once again. "I am done entertaining your little show," Galadel threatened towards me. The web spinner, for the first time since she'd activated the cold spell, moved her left hand. The string that sent the frigid mana into all the others broke off, just as Galadel spread her arms off to either side of herself. Fresh silks extended out quickly and flashed with mana from all 10 of the monster's fingers. I did my best to cover as much ground towards the monster as I could in that moment, but I did only have a couple seconds to exploit. It was still hardly enough time to get me within striking distance. The web spinner threw both of her hands out towards me. The webs the monster wielded came in at me from every direction then, glowing with the same energy that had proven able to catch my teleportation, but also glistening like the flesh-cutting cords had. Seeing the very real danger I was in, I slammed my hand into the ground as quickly as I could manage. My mana flowed into the stone flooring and spread out to spin all around. Walls of flame grew up to surround me as my mystical energy sparked and caught ablaze, connecting and spinning outwards in a massive expenditure of mana on my part. The mana-touching, body-cutting spider threads, only a second later, connected with a physical force along my conjured walls of fire. The feedback against the two mystical forces was staggering. So staggering that I was forced to raise myself up from the ground and hold each of my arms out from myself just to try to keep my spell going. My muscles and mana strained as I fed the inferno protecting me and tried to expand it against the wrapping and constricting touch of Galadhel's powerful silk strands as they spun and wound themselves all around my struggling tornado of fire. The thickness of the mental assault in the air also grew much more powerful. My ward once again began to crack. Things being as they suddenly were, I just didn't have the mana to keep it going for long. Not if I wanted to keep my defensive flames in place anyway. "Gwen," I communicated through clenched teeth. "See her?" "I'm ready," the cat told me. Hearing what I needed to, and just as my walls of flame were pushed back to spin against my outstretched palms themselves, I groaned with exertion and used the last of my strength to force the flames back outwards and to push Galadhel's strings further apart from each other. Thanks to my last-minute efforts, on the outside of my spell, there was now a small gap between me and the monster. "Now," I said internally. Gwen roared from within me, and without a moment's hesitation, she acted. Lightning cut through the air and filled the gap I'd created as the cat emerged from within my soul core. Galadhel's eyes grew wide. A half-second later, I fell to the ground as my flames and mana finally gave way. Next chapter, 2209 to 22, Chapter 18, Revelations. Chapter 18, Revelations. The world became fuzz as my knees hit the ground. My swirling vortex of flames wisped off into nothingness. Time slowed even as Spelldancer and Accelerate Adrenaline burned themselves out with the last of my mana. The pressure against my thought ward finally receded. Before my drifting, swimming eyes, I saw two Gwens and two of the web spinner. The panthers, enshrined in air-singing lightning, reached their claws out of her elemental form and before the Galadhels could react, cut clean through the boss monsters' necks. The half-spider, half-Caliban woman's eyes bulged in shock and surprise. The woman's hands slowly fell to her sides. The silver strings that had been only seconds from rending me into pieces followed suit, going from stiff razor-like lines to free-floating strands of waving silk. "How?" the web spinner said, and spit out a cough of blood. "This world was already ours." The monster staggered as her legs collapsed underneath herself, crushing a number of pews as she did so. The monster's still crimson eyes bore into me with a mix of abject disbelief and an almost fearful hatred. "How?" The moments that came next were slow and agonizing as I watched the very intelligent and alien, yet grossly human, sapience of the crimson-eyed monster fade out to a dull grey. And yet, in the last moment, when all the bloodshot red had faded from the woman's eyes, and when there was almost no color left, I almost thought I saw a sprig of peaceful green hiding deep within their depths. And with that, the humanoid half of the grotesque monster slumped forward unmoving. The two Gwens once more became one as my mana and health began to tick back up. The panther landed a few feet away from Galadhel's corpse, her paws bloodied and wet from the slaughter. "Congratulations, you have reached level 28. A series of further skill notifications flew past my awareness then. However, just as my mind was starting to come back to itself, a wave of discomfort passed over me. "Gwen, I need you to—" But before I could get my request out, the world began to shake. A pillar of light erupted from Galadhel's corpse. As I had been with the ruler of the West, I was once again bathed in my own cocoon of blinding light and power. Unlike with the ruler of the West, however, there were two colors of light swirling around me now. There was a beautiful cerulean and a vicious and cold ice blue. I felt both calm gentleness and violent frigidity swirling over my skin. "Congratulations, you have defeated a low-tier world guardian. You may either attempt to integrate its power into your own, or forgo this for a different, lesser reward. Warning, you are only 10% compatible with one half of the Southern Ruler's mana signature and 80% compatible with its second half. Failure to integrate the inherent nature of another being into your own may result in permanent and lasting damage to yourself. Do you wish to proceed? YN. I didn't really want to proceed, no, but I did want answers. Absorbing the Western ruler had given me some small insight into its mind. I had a strong suspicion that pulling in the Southern ruler's mana might do the same. It might benefit me to try and... I felt my thought ward crack a bit. Something was wrong. I will not lose this world, mage. A hissing, guttural, and angry voice screamed out to me. It is already ours. Your system be damned. The rush of energy into my body was all but unstoppable. My thought ward shattered under the sudden and unexpected assault. Warning, safeguards overridden, extreme bloodlust detected, protective measures are failing. I felt the thing that I all but knew to be the thing that had possessed Galadel seeping through my skin. The cold, icy energy began to penetrate into my own essence. As vicious as the energy was, however, I could feel that it was desperate and somewhat incoherent. It had spoken, that was true, but the more it tried to invade my body, the less together the energy felt. And yet, the invading mana of the Southern ruler hurt all the same. My hand grasped for my brow. Get out of my head. Bit by bit, the cold and hungry darkness seeped into me, and I started to hear the screams all over again. They started quiet and hoarse, as if the voices had stopped shouting momentarily and were only now finding themselves again. "What are you?" I gasped. The screams intensified, and I suddenly felt the touch of many more presences than just whatever was trying to get inside me. It wasn't quite the same, though. Rather, it was as if the wailing voices were merely connected to the energy that was trying to enter me. They weren't the invading mana themselves. The screamers were agonized, anguished, and hurting, whereas the thing that had turned Galadel into the web spinner only felt hungry. "Who are you?" I said this time to the voices. The screaming only intensified, and I felt my hand slip to the ground, as if my acknowledgement of their existence only made them more frantic. "Let me help you." Warning, you are only 80% compatible with the second half of the Southern ruler's mana signature. Failure to integrate the inherent nature of another being into your own may result in permanent and lasting damage to yourself. Do you wish to proceed? YN. The text bubble changed and populated heavily in front of my vision, as if the system was urging me to interact with it. If the monster trying to get inside me was the first half of the web spinner, did that mean the second half that I was more compatible with was Galadhel herself? Much of the cold, frigid, and blue energy of the light pillar surrounding me had already forced its way into my bones. I could feel my own flame-like soul chilling at its edges as the frost of the invading essence tried to snuff it out and replace it. Replace me. I breathed out a sigh of pain and watched as my breath floated on a cloud of internally produced frost. The calm, emerald energy simply floated around me harmlessly, however. I remembered then, amidst the growing pain in my assaulted soul, the hope and fear I had seen in Galadhel's eyes. "Yes," I shouted to the system, "let her help me." The hand on my forehand slipped down to the ground, desperately trying to support my seemingly growing weight as my body was racked in agony. The frost that had entered me really wasn't at all compatible with my own nature. My fire blazed inside and tried to fight off the chill of the invading mana, and yet, even where I would win, I would be weakened. It was as if the pain of fighting for survival didn't slow or deter the blizzard-like soul of the web spinner. My vision grew clouded with frost as my eyes themselves began to freeze over. I heard Gwen roaring then, but for the first time since she'd become more than just a summon, I felt that our connection was muddled, not severed, but very impeded by the pure energy that was enshrouding me. "Clarissa, what's happening to you?" Gwen asked. "Gwen," I gasped as my hair and skin began to freeze. "I can't fight it. It's too strong. Oh God." I slumped down to fall against a numbing shoulder. "It hurts," I gasped. I felt the frigid, hungry, devouring ice within me reaching for my soul core now. The vicious energy was posing itself to try to take over all that I was. Is this what had happened to Galadel? That poor, poor woman. My eyes slowly began to close. I was losing, just like Galadel had. Never again. A beautiful sing-song voice entered my mind. You will not have her. A soothing energy entered my mind as I was swept into a world of visions. I was disembodied, floating. I saw before me an endless sky, a golden dawn set against the silhouette of great silver and gold buildings, a city out of a fairy tale or an epic poem. What one might imagine Mount Olympus to look like if it were to lose some of its Greek trappings. The divinely beautiful sunlight sparkled off of the water of the ever-expanding lake that surrounded the sprawling utopia that I now gazed upon. My non-corporeal eyes were, however, drawn away from merely admiring the beauty in front of me as I slowly began to realize that something wasn't quite right with what I was looking at. There were very few sounds to be heard anywhere, as if the whole world had drawn in its breath to wait and observe some terrible fate awaiting to fall, soon to be struck off from where it was balanced upon a sharp edge. Birds, fluttering faster than appeared casual, flew past and through my high-perched vantage point. And then a chanting reached my ears, carried upon a solemn and oddly chilled summer wind. The voices were legion, 100 at least, all feminine. Some more beautiful than others, but each one alluring in its way, and every single of their words mixed with an unmistakable power. The world shifted with my will to focus in on the origin of the sound. In the heart of the great city, where a miles-wide and long garden stretched out, adding greenery and a gorgeous breakup from the metallic architecture, there stood a skyscraper-sized gateway. The tall and ugly ornate archway was decorated with carvings of every sort of spider-like creature one could dream or pull from their nightmares. The structure certainly didn't match with the style of the rest of the city. In fact, amid the scene it now took up, the towering door felt entirely alien and wrong. Standing before the wrong gateway were the 100 chanters, all headed up by a single woman, hooded and solemn. She carried a raised staff and glowed with a majestic cerulean energy. In fact, each of the 100 priestess-looking women behind her appeared to wield one form of energy or another, an energy that they seemed to draw up from the planet itself to collect into their hands and then channel in flickering streams into the staff of their matriarch. My vision shifted without my input, then to more closely zoom in upon the face of the staff-wielding woman in question. What I saw shocked me. Underneath the hood there was the straining face of a Caliban woman, one who was all too familiar. We practiced the old magic. Galadel's voice entered my ears, though the mouth of the younger version of herself did not move. We drew mana from the world. We thought ourselves strong when they invaded. But in the vision before me, I watched as the younger and more humanoid-looking Galadel began to strain. Her eyes glowed with the channeled green mana before, suddenly I watched as the magic that she was sending from her staff towards the massive gate began to ripple. And then the gate opened and the sorceress's staff glowed as a massive rebounding shockwave knocked her from her feet. My own vision, meanwhile, shifted and changed with the explosion. The enemy had mana within themselves. It was concentrated, far more potent than we thought was possible. Galadel's voice explained. The vision I saw shifted forward in time to show a much smaller grouping of Caliban priestess, still led by Galadel, leading a procession of women and children down a long hallway. A massive explosion rocked the scene as a cloud of frost and ice entered my vision. "Get the people and children to safety," the younger Galadel ordered one of her lieutenants before she turned to face whatever threat was still out of my sight. "The rest of us, we fight." The Caliban priestess's body shone with a dazzling green light as she readied herself to make what appeared to be a final stand. A naturalistic, pure-looking mana seeped up from the cracks in the stone beneath her feet to encircle and twirl around her limbs. Of course, when we were together we could almost harm it. The disembodied voice of the same woman I was looking at went on. The priestesses behind the visions Galadel summoned mana and poured it into their leader, much as they had when trying to seal the archway in the center of their city. I then watched as the leader of the assembled Caliban raised her staff and sent out a wave of pure energy towards whatever was pursuing them. But in the end, our need for numbers was our vulnerability, the voice went on to say as a number of silken threads lashed out across the room from whatever monster the group was trying to combat and sliced through a number of priestesses in one go. The screaming was horrible. Terror and shock filled the eyes of the vision's Galadel before the woman screamed a singular set of words, "Fall back." Then, one final time, my vision shifted. "We led the thing that emerged from the gate down into our most holy site," the narrating voice explained to me. "We took it to the World Heart. We thought we'd be stronger there, strong enough to end its slaughter." Suddenly, I was watching as Galadel, and only a dozen or so of her remaining followers, ran along a massive subterranean bridge, before the group was finally forced to turn and make their stand once again. Behind the group, at the center of the massive subterranean cavern they'd entered, was a truly gargantuan mass of mystical energy. It was an orb of mana, beating like a heart, beautiful and peaceful, and glowing with all the shades of reality. "It only took one monster to end us all," the narrating Galadel said. "The holy city of our empire fell by the hand of a single being." It was then, for the first time, that I saw the creature that had stalked the holy women throughout the entire vision's length. The monster was gross and misshaped. It was long-limbed and only just barely bipedal. It had the head of a spider, but many arms and legs that seemed to clack with deadly thread-wielding pincers. We couldn't stop it. Killing it had proven to be beyond us when we'd first engaged it outside the gateway that had opened, Galadel admitted, so we tried to bind it. I tried to bind it. Within the vision, the remaining priestess and Galadel once more began to chant. The monster struck out with its frost, silvered spider threads, cutting a few more of the women into pieces. As it did so, however, a magic circle formed around its body, and then around the ground beneath Galadel. The monster roared in confusion and rage. The magic circles flashed into pillars of light that bathed each of the two, and the world went white. My reality shifted, and I once more felt my body, but I was still in a place that wasn't the cathedral. The world was white, and Galadel stood before me. "Hello, Clarissa," she said. "You tried to absorb the monster while it was still alive," I uttered without thinking. The Caliban woman smiled sadly. "I did. The World Heart connected the souls of all of our people and all the living things on the planet. I thought by drawing on its power that I could bind the monster into myself." "But it didn't work," I said, feeling a bit of the sad reality that was now coming together about this world's fate. "The monster took over." "Halfway true," Galadel admitted and took a deep breath. "We became one being. Halfway me, halfway it. So together you became the web spinner." I put it together aloud. "I'm so sorry." Galadel continued to hold her sad smile towards me. "It wasn't the worst part. Once it had its talons in me, it led its master to the World Heart." "Its master, do you mean?" I started. "The final boss of this dungeon." Galadel finished my thoughts for me. "From what I could tell, after all the years of sharing a mind with it, our world was unique in having a physical world soul. It apparently made things easier for them." "Okay, but," I continued along with her, finally getting some of the answers I wanted. "Easier how?" "These things came here for mana and power they could only get by killing and absorbing life," Galadel went on. "That sounded a lot like how the system rewarded me for killing monsters." "Like the system that's made me strong," I offered. "Are they connected?" Galadel shook her head. "It guarded its thoughts on the system very well, even after all these years. I can tell you that the system only came to our world after it had fallen and not before. From what I've seen from you, if we had been given a chance to use it, then perhaps we would have had a chance." My mind continued to work as I slowly put together a series of dark suspicions. "Galadel," I started slowly, not really wanting to know the answer to my next question, "what happened to your people?" "Cowagin happened." Galadel spit the name. "The southern ruler, as it was known before it, and I became the web spinner, led him to the World Heart just as I'd told you. After we'd merged, it had near complete control over what we'd become for years. Cowagin used the World Heart to corrupt and overtake every being on the planet, and he gave the souls of my priestesses to it, to me. He warped them, Clarissa. He changed us all into monsters." Images of the Frostblood Countesses flashed into my mind. The woman closed her eyes as if remembering her pain. "I'm not trying to hurt you," I said, "but I wasn't born here, and I think my world is about to have to go through whatever yours did." Galadel took a steadying breath. "I know. For the time being, I can see your mind just as you see mine. For the time being, I inquired. I saw what was perhaps a bit of fear, and yet relief in the woman's gaze then. I died a long time ago, child, she said. This me, what you see here, is just a mana echo. I wouldn't let myself be absorbed entirely by the southern ruler. I held on for so long, but your system is already working to incorporate me into your being as we speak. I won't be around for much longer. My throat dried. What could I possibly say to that? I started to say, at a loss for words, realizing that I was basically overtaking whatever was left of Galadriel's soul. No, Clarissa, I don't blame you, she said. This is a mercy. The woman held up her hand, which I could already see was beginning to fade away into glowing particles of mana. We don't have much time, she said. Over the years I learned to stave off the southern ruler. I've blocked us off in this part of your soul core, but I'm going now and you'll have to face it when I do. My mind instantly went to how badly I'd failed to fight off the incredibly quick and violent assault of the monster before. I can't win. I don't know how, I said to her. I couldn't overtake the monster, Clarissa, because I didn't have the raw power to do so, Galadriel told me, but you do, and together we'll have the will to do so. I have more questions, I told her. Please, Galadriel said as her face began to flicker away. There's not much time. Take my hand. Let me save someone before the end. I gazed deep into the deeply sad and dying being's eyes. There was a beaten-down kindness there, but also the same hope she'd spoken of when we'd first met. Okay, I said, and reached to put my hand in hers, but Galadriel... The woman met my eyes with a bit of confusion. I don't know how, I admitted, but we're going to save everyone. The High Priestess's sweet green eyes streamed tears then as her body finally faded away entirely. The woman's beautifully green and kindness-filled mana flowed around me in a spiral. I closed my eyes as my own body began to break apart into the red and blue fire that my soul's energy manifested as. Our two energies intertwined and swirled. I felt a new power enter me, along with a new knowledge. Galadriel knew how to beat the southern ruler. And now so did I. Mine and Galadriel's combined essence expanded out as the cordoned-off section of my soul core that the priestess had created rejoined the rest of my soul. When I was no longer being protected by Galadriel's aid, the frigid energy of the southern ruler instantly slammed into my soul's flames. The pain was still as unbearable as before. The screams of all the souls the monster had under its sway returned. You are both weak, it screamed into my mind. Are we? I asked back with my will alone. You've only got 2 on me now, bitch. I will... The southern ruler's insectoid voice hesitated. Wait, no, what are you doing? My words to the thing had just been a distraction. I'd needed it not to notice as Galadriel's remaining mana had removed itself from my own to travel into the southern ruler's once more. The only difference from now and when the priestess's soul had been trapped within the monster's, though, was that what remained of Galadriel was now tethered to me and thus had access to my power, my mana, and my levels. I had the strength to at least hold the southern ruler back. And Galadriel knew all its weak points. A blast of soul fire erupted in a section of my soul core that had previously been overtaken by the ice of the southern ruler. Then another and another, as Galadriel delivered my mana to each of the southern ruler's weak points. No! The monster's voice screamed in my mind as it raged against the damage Galadriel was doing, using my soul's potency. You have always been beneath me. She's not beneath you anymore, I told it. None of them are. What do you... The monster started to say, before realizing what we'd done. You can't. The screaming voices, which I now realized were the wailing souls of the priestesses I had seen in the vision, had stopped. For years, Galadriel had been merged with the being that held dominion over the souls of her priestesses. And technically, Cowagin had given dominion over them to the web spinner, not to the southern ruler. Galadriel was one half of that entity. She'd just always needed the horsepower to overtake her mental roommate in controlling her people's souls. You're done for, I said, as I reached out to the many pockets of my soul core that Galadriel's mana had reclaimed for me. I poured my will to survive, to free Galadriel's people from their torment, and to save my own planet from whatever fate awaited it into enraging the flames of my soul. Meanwhile, Galadel finally wrestled the reins of her priestess's souls from the southern ruler, who was far too preoccupied with being burned alive by the mental manifestation of my soul core's mana to stop her. I'd slain a good number of the Frostblood countesses. Those who remained were out on patrols. However, with Galadel now in charge, she was able to clear the mortal part of their minds somewhat. The part of the warped priestesses that had become monsters, the part that had held on, was the same part that had been screaming in agony for years. And now that part was given back a bit of its agency by Galadel's newly empowered touch. I, in turn, soon felt the power of the countesses flowing into my soul core through the machinations of Galadel's mana as she overtook the link between her people and the southern ruler. But instead of attacking me, the frostborn power of the monsters began to overtake and infiltrate the creeping and sadistic icy soul of the southern ruler. "No, you can't, no," the southern ruler screamed as it was subsumed entirely by the donated frost of the momentarily mentally freed countesses and my own flames. The southern ruler struggled, it fought and raged for the sake of its wretched life. But it was too late. I had no mercy as I swept my fire over the foul monster's mana signature, and its death cries echoed before they receded into nothingness. "Thank you," a beautiful voice said as it faded away. "Save them, please." And with her parting words, the final touches of Galadel's consciousness began to fade as her power merged fully into my own. And as it did so, the touch of the countesses also withdrew. Before they completely left, however, I felt their minds once more began to scream in agony as they were no longer being held to their state of restored sanity by Galadel's lingering essence. My flames, meanwhile, spread across the remaining frigid mana left behind in my soul core by the ruler and the withdrawn countesses. The icy mana burned as fuel for my fire, and I finally opened my eyes to reality once again. Congratulations. You have achieved full integration of the southern ruler's essence. Its strength is now your own. May you use it to free this and other worlds. You have gained the frigid flames RU perk. Chapter 19. Frostfire. Gwen was there as always when I opened my eyes. I took a deep, steadying inhale. The frost that had racked my body with pain before came out differently now. My breath was still chilled, and yet it wasn't nearly as painful. Then again, the mana that had frozen me stiff and almost given me my second death had been forcefully brought under my control now. So it kind of made sense that it'd be more tolerable to me at this point. Gwen had pulled herself around me. Her massive body was curled around my own, like a mother around a kitten. She was warm and very fuzzy. "Hey," I said weakly. Gwen's feline, animalistic eyes gazed down back at mine. "Hello." I laughed. Gwen growled. "I almost died again," I said. "Someone up there has something against whacking me." "Whacking?" Gwen asked. "Making me swim with the fishes," I further explained. "Swimming can be nice," Gwen added, "but I think you're using a metaphor I don't know." I raised an eyebrow in false contemplation. "Sending me off to the farm?" I asked, not quite ready to let her off the hook. Gwen growled for real, but even more good-heartedly this time. "I can feel your bad joke, Clarissa," the panther said, referring to the emotions she could access through our soul bond. "Oh yeah, I guess that's back," I said, and slowly began to sit upright. "I'm glad." I had become so used to the bond's presence over the past days that I hadn't realized it had already come back, after being hampered momentarily by the southern ruler's mana. My head was swimming, and a number of alerts were flashing in front of my face. Skill notifications, the lingering level up prompt, etc. were all scrolling before my eyes. One text box in particular caught my attention and surprised most strongly, but it also promised slightly more effort than some of the others, so I temporarily shifted to dealing with the second most interesting of the prompts. "You have completed the quest, the Web Spinner's Lair. Are you ready to receive your rewards? YN." "What happened to you, Clarissa?" Gwen asked me. I tested the joints in my arms. The increased healing capabilities that the system granted me were pretty impressive, even if my regen rates weren't a focus of my build. As far as I could tell, the higher my health pool, the more superhumanly durable I became. I figured I'd always still have my very real limits, though. Well, I grunted a little as I shifted myself onto one knee before slowly raising up to my feet. While I was mulling over whether or not to try and pry some information from the monster's mana, it decided for both of us and tried to go all candy stripers on me, just with less tongue. Gwen made a puzzled sound as I rubbed the back of my head. The base of my neck was still somewhat numb from the bad case of flash hypothermia I'd experienced. A movie reference, the panther asked, her ears perked up in interest. Is it good? I laughed. God, no. Anyway, my face grew a bit more solemn. I was damn happy to be alive, but this whole fallen world mess was proving to be some heavy shit. Turns out Galadel used to be a normal person. Some of the monsters in this dungeon too, it looks like. Bottom line is that the boss monster and his lackeys invaded this world and turned everything to shit. Gwen growled. Evil! Yeah, but don't worry, I continued. We're going to figure out how to put it right. Even if that just means killing everything behind this mess. I felt a tiny bit of rage and discomfort rising in my chest. An image of Galadel's tear-covered face played back in my mind. She'd cried when I'd made my promise to try and save everyone. I wouldn't break that promise. She'd saved me. I'd do everything I could to help her people, even if it just meant giving them the same mercy I'd given her. My solemnity grew into a small frown. I didn't want it to come to that, though. I believe that is the right thing to do, Gwen agreed with me. I exhaled my frustrations. Learning about the catastrophic collapse of a society sucked, but it didn't help to dwell on it, I guess. I was sure I'd be facing the issue head-on in due time anyway. Yeah, but for now, I clicked in the affirmative to the quest reward prompt, we have loot. The text box dissolved underneath my touch, and I watched in interest to see what form my first quest reward would take. The reward prompt faded into a glowing white that then began to take a more three-dimensional and altogether larger shape. The energy continued on, lengthening and growing until it had morphed itself into the form of a familiar staff. Galadel's Staff, ERR. The Staff of the High Priestess Galadel allows the user to fuel their spells with the latent energy of the environment, reduces all spell costs by 30% after all other effects. There was something poetic about taking up Galadel's staff. Well, damn, I said. Not terrible. Then again, the idea of using a staff somewhat clashed with my fighting style, where a big stick might not be best for hit-and-run tactics, but at the end of the day, I guess I couldn't be altogether too choosy with what loot I got. I reached my hand out to grasp at the floating item, but as I did so, the staff began to glow once again. Customizing quest reward to user preferences. Really? Convenient, but that meant the system was all but reading my mind. I'd have to revisit that issue later if I ever got the chance. Just as it had before, the staff shaped and changed itself to become not a staff. The quest reward shrank, condensed, and widened out to become a thick square. Finally, the layer of glowing energy broke off away from the revealed item like embers from a fire to show just what I'd received. World-Blessed Spellbook. R. A spellbook constructed from the mana of High Priestess's Galadel's staff. Reduces all spell costs by 30% after all other effects. The book, now visible in all its grandeur, was beautiful. Its cover was the same gold filigree, traced white-silver that the Caliban capital's metallic-like buildings had been. My prize hovered, bobbing up and down slightly to a gentle rhythm, with its empty pages splayed out before me. A spellbook, huh? It looked small enough to just keep strapped to my person if that was all it took to get its benefits. Yeah, this reward definitely suited me better than the staff, and because of its origins and abilities, it still carried Galadel's legacy with it. I reached out to claim the quest reward. The book floated slowly to meet me, falling into my hands. Do you wish to bond with this spellbook? You may claim and integrate other books into this one in the future, but it will forever remain the foundation upon which other powers are integrated. YN. I really wasn't too surprised with the notification. It seemed the system had layer after layer of complexity, seemingly accounting for every thinking and playstyle. Lasting choice or not, I didn't hesitate to select yes to accepting the item. The system said I could claim other books in the future, if it even came up, and I needed power now. Besides, I wasn't going to let Galadel's parting gift go to waste. I didn't know the Caliban too well, but I felt a certain connection to her pain and struggles to remain a good person, as I figured any decent human being would have. The moment the book had settled onto my outstretched hands, the previously bare pages flashed with 100 small syllables and designs, all traced in light and fire. I watched in real time as page after page of diagrams and sigils representing my understanding of each one of my spells were created and engraved by the glowing flames. Oddly enough, the explanations and images all felt like they were ripped straight from my mind. Even despite never having really tried to break my magic down too intellectually, it seemed my instinctive knowledge had been converted down onto paper, and each word and graph felt intuitive. And even more interestingly, as I held the book, I felt a power flowing from it and into me. It was a calming, mind-stretching pulse of stern encouragement. Thanks to this new energy, I felt my understanding of the arcane grow as the pages of my new spellbook flipped by in front of my face. Each of the diagrams and texts changed slightly as the power of the tome itself streamlined my methods of spellcasting into being more efficient. "Wow," I said as the pages finally stopped flipping by and the book slowly floated up from my hands once more. The tome did a single circle around my head and then, with a trademark flash and a temporary vanishing, appeared into an ornate tooled holster that formed from yet more shapeless light around it. I shifted my leg somewhat to test the comfort of the book and its conveniently included carrying case, but found that it was all but unnoticeable. I glanced back to Gwen, who had raised herself to rest upon her haunches. "How does it look?" I asked her. "Like you're wearing a book on your leg," the panther purred back dourly. I cocked my head a bit. "Technically fair." I moved my attention from the panther over to the corpse of the web spinner, or rather where it should have been. I'd already absorbed the mana and essence of both halves of the soul chimera, so its body was nowhere to be seen. From what I'd seen with the Western ruler, I would have assumed there would be no loot orb either, but apparently that wasn't a hard and fast rule with boss kills. Because, to my surprise, the system had given me a notification that there were unclaimed loot orbs in my general vicinity once I'd woken up. I'd chosen to ignore the prompt momentarily in favor of the more clear rewards of my completed quest. But now it was the next thing up in my priorities. After my feet had carried me the some 24 or so feet from where I'd clasped and over to where the web spinner herself had died, I reached my hand out to touch the floating ball of energy hovering there. The expected text block then spilled out beside the orb. Loot list. 1. Map to the Eastern Basins. A map that will lead you through the Dark Lake swamps and into the Eastern Basins. Domain of the giant Bray, Lord of Nothing. Well, the system may have been varied and customizable, but I wasn't sure anyone could ever accuse it of being subtle. For whatever reason, which was a whole other matter of concern that even Galadel couldn't shed much light on, the omnipresent power wanted me to kill all of the dungeon's guardians. Apparently it wasn't above railroading me onto its desired path easier. I had a feeling that once I looted the map, I would get a "You've discovered a new quest. The King's Justice. Quest conditions. Slay or otherwise permanently defeat Brez, Lord of Nothing. Time limit, none. Rewards, 1 rare magic item. Do you accept this quest? YN." Just as I'd expected, a text notification popped up the moment I placed the item into my inventory. "It looks like we have another quest, Gwen," I said to the panther, "if you're still up for it." Gwen growled in response as I opened and scanned the mini-map. "Good, the system just threw a map to the Eastern Ruler's territory our way," I explained. "Looks like we'll have to feel it out once we get there, but it'll at least take us out of this place." "I'm tired of all this swamp," I added as I activated the map I'd received in my inventory and then selected the option to share the mini-map that resulted from doing so with Gwen. "I don't mind the swimming," Gwen remarked, "but it smells horrible here." Now having Gwen's go-ahead once again, I accepted the offered quest on behalf of both of us. "Right?" I said casually as, no longer being concerned with any further system notifications, I glanced towards the massive sealed doors of the ruined cathedral. I began to walk towards the sealed exit. "I wonder if it's still burning out there," I remarked. Gwen fell in step behind me. "It is." I looked over my shoulder to the padding along Panther. "Yeah, can you, smell it?" Gwen finished my sentence and answered my question preemptively. I sniffed the air and just didn't catch it like she did. Nope. I returned my gaze back to the tightly closed cathedral doors. My vision narrowed as I reached out to touch Gwen's senses. I felt the cat breath in deeply, partly through her mouth and somewhat through her nose, as was her way. The panther damn well almost saw another layer of reality through her senses, as if she had access to an entirely different sort of sight. It was a little overwhelming, honestly. Still, if I focused in just right, catching the perfect beat in Gwen's scenting, then yep, I could catch the smell of combustion and ash that she was talking about. There it is. I got it now, I commented to my friend, knowing she would feel my mental touch reaching out to her. Wish I could do that whenever I wanted. The panther swished her tail. You could probably make a spell. I looked up to the cathedral doors, probably once beautiful in days past, and placed my hands upon it as I spoke to the panther. Probably. The doorway didn't budge much when I shoved it. Somewhat annoyed, I leaned my weight into my efforts and activated a momentary surge of accelerate adrenaline. I'd only used the spell for a single second, but it was just enough to grease the wheels and get the traction I needed. I was already getting used to using magic in my everyday life, in the small moments, I realized. Then again, maybe there was something to only using small bursts of a spell, like accelerate adrenaline, and conserving it for those make or break points where it could do the most work at the least cost. The wide arched passageway parted before me, and my eyes were greeted by the peaking light of the expected blue and red inferno. I'd known my magic had spread a fire all across the swamp, sure, but I'd almost forgotten how crazy bright it had gotten outside the cathedral, despite the crimson moon still very much sitting high on the horizon. I slipped between the body-sized gap I'd pushed open between the two doors, allowing my hands to slip off of the already stilled wood. Gwen curved her body through the doors and trailed behind me. My eyes glanced up to my minimap. It seemed we needed to go very much northeast if we were going to follow what was, at least as best as I could tell, the most expedient route to the eastern basins. Clarissa. Gwen's voice, laced with a new edge, caught my attention. The panther lowered herself and rumbled with a warning in her stout, snow-furred chest. What is it? I asked, and immediately shifted my awareness into Gwen's eyes. Skulkers, Gwen slurred the word. I smell them. The cat's superior vision was already locked on a series of moving shapes in the distance. The hulking figures were staying a good bit back from where the worst of the flames were. I see them, I confirmed to the panther, trusting her to know that I was seeing through her eyes. I flexed my hand, and to my surprise, my new spellbook flew out of its bag to trace the curves of my body and float behind me. Over my right shoulder, the book opened, and flipping to a certain page, a magic circle glowed off of the tome's parchment. Humph, I said as my raging blade expanded out and formed into my hand. They don't like fire. Gwen growled. Should you show them some? These things might be people, I commented, or they might just be monsters. Either way, though, they're hunting us, and I'm tired of it. Let's stalk around back, I told Gwen. We can show them that we're not the same prey as before. The enchantments on my armor made it pretty easy to get close enough to ambush the monsters with Mana Blink, without them even seeing me. My body formed from out of the air right behind the biggest-looking skulker. The muscles in my arm clenched and surged as I activated Accelerate Adrenaline at the exact moment I thrust my conjured sword through the throat of my target. Boo, I said to my victim without a bit of jest, as my weapon lodged itself into its flesh. But we weren't alone. Another skulker to the right snorted at me and turn-lunged, claws now raised, at me. The skulkers had been fast to me before, almost too swift for me entirely, definitely too quick when they worked in numbers. The web spinner's threads, meanwhile, had been downright impossible to trace with the naked eye. I was used to the latter now, however, and the former just wasn't comparable. My magic flowed through my body, bouncing from my arms to my legs like a direction-changing stream, and I used the added energy to shift just so out of my incoming enemy's way. My sword, though, I left in the throat of the first skulker, who now gargled and tripped back in pain and confusion. Meanwhile, when the second monster's head neared that of the first, I activated Raging Sorcery and watched, this time with a slight self-satisfaction, as both of the creature's heads were caught in the self-destruction of my conjured weapon. The next monster came in at me from behind. My mana-sped senses allowed me to catch the sound of its big feet sloshing the water in my blind spot. I turned my eyes over my left shoulder to glimpse my would-be assassin. My body disappeared just as the creature was moving to swipe at me. The moment the monster's arm fully extended, leaving it vulnerable, I appeared half-bending, my hand already reaching out to place itself upon its chest. Where I touched it, a flash of magic engraved itself onto the skulker's flesh. Not one to waste the moment, with my free hand I began to conjure another flaming sword. Then I was gone, teleporting once again. Fully well alerted as they were by this point, the monsters that had been lumbering away in the firelit shadows were now coming in wild waves from the half-darkness. I intended to meet each one. My body reappeared in front of another of the beasts, and as it brought its claws down in surprise towards my face, my blade reached a length in its formation process, long enough to allow me to deflect the impromptu attack, as I then pirouetted behind the monster with my superior footwork. I grunted in frustration, though, as I found myself to have misjudged the force of the mob's strike, sending me slightly off balance as I rounded to its back. Thanks to my mistake, my timing was now off. Two more of the skulkers tried to take advantage of this as one appeared, sprinting upon all fours from the woodline, and another broke through a grouping of small saplings to charge at me indiscriminately. Idiots. Fast, strong, and sturdy, but so damn stupid and predictable once you understood them. Before completely changing my focus to react to the new arrivals, I quickly planted my hand and another magic circle on the back of the monster I'd already swirled around. Following that, my body shifted through space again, and just as my second extra-strength flame rune exploded, taking all three of the monsters it caught in its blast with it. I glanced around as my body reformed some 15 feet from the one other skulker that I'd planted a fire rune on. "Looks like you're the last one," I said, double-checking what I was seeing just to be sure. "I imagine Gwen has the others torn up by now. But me? I have something I want to try out." The rune-marked skulker growled low at me and took a step back, the first time I'd ever seen one of the things retreat. Then again, all of its friends were now smoking or hole-ridden corpses half submerged in the water, and it had only been about a minute since I'd popped in to spoil their little game of thinking they were the hunters. "Oh no," I said, "you're not running away just to attack us when we're not ready, appearing and disappearing as you monsters see fit. That's over." My eyes glowed, hot blue and red at first, but as I called on a more unfamiliar power, now within myself, a crisp and pale color overtook the flame's aura. A trail of the same fire wisped up behind the skulker. It was a fire the color of glacial ice. The skulker lowered its body weight, perhaps trying to guess at which direction it should try to lunge at to attain safety. "You almost killed my friend last time," I said as the flaming circle of Frostfire spread around the monster, connecting fully to itself now. The walls of flame didn't waste time as they wisped up from the water-covered ground itself. Apparently, this new type of flame didn't have any issue with liquids. To its credit, the frightened skulker did eventually jump forward, but only as the threatening circle of fire around it became an inferno. I heard a yelp of pain from inside the blazing, freezing tornado I'd created. No doubt coming from the beast, testing out the solidity of the walls I'd forged. I was watching my mana closely as all this happened, noting that the power I'd gained from the Southern Ruler didn't use any more mana than a normal fire spell. In fact, switching between my normal flames and the Frostfire seemed to merely be a matter of intent and me willing it to happen. Interesting. I reached out my hand and closed my fist. A puff of chill escaped from my palm as I did so. My frigid inferno grew in violence and in size as its flaming walls thickened. The skulker and its considerable strength struggled for a few moments, but soon I felt the resistance against my spell weaken and then disappear completely as the flaming prison's victim was eventually fully consumed by my cold fire. I gave it a few moments, confirming the silence, before I lowered my arm and the inferno began to wisp into nothing. At my gesture, the beautiful fire slowly died out and the now unmoving skulker was revealed. I slowly approached the monster, making sure to keep the flame rune that still resided on its chest on a hair trigger mentally. But the still upright monster didn't move, no matter how closely I approached. Once I was a little outside arm's distance, I took in the breadth of my new power's work. The skulker's skin was blue through and through. Its joints were covered in thick ice. Its feet were frozen fully into the swamp by thick sheets of contoured frost. The little trap I'd activated had cost me a lot of mana, but so too would a normal flaming tornado like that. And, costs aside, it had been the perfect proof of concept. For the first time, ice magic made sense to me. Fire burned up the energy trapped within matter and changed its state by transferring the heat of my mana into a target. My Frostfire, meanwhile, did the opposite and drained the energy out of anything it touched. As my brain was finally coming to better understand the nature of temperature-based magic, a lightning bolt cracked into life next to me as my large panther companion stepped out of it and into the swamp water proper. "Did you do that?" Gwen asked me as she circled the frozen skulker. "A new trick I picked up from the web spinner," I admitted. Gwen scented the air. "Is it dead? It smells very cold." I paused and looked into the iced-over eyes of my victim. "I think so," I half-asked the panther. The cat growled with sass. Chapter 20. The Great Divide. The landscape didn't so much rise up as it dived down, lower and lower, but the way in which it seemed to gradually grow more shattered created the illusion of entering towering and rising canyons. If I didn't remember traveling down in elevation along the many rivers that fanned out of the web spinner's swamps and fed into the eastern basins, then it would have been easy to think I'd gone higher and not lower. Said sum total of water glistened and crashed, flowing and slamming against huge rocks in the massive and interlocking natural cutouts resting far below the orange-hued ridgeline that me and Gwen now traveled upon in particular. I had to admit that the change of scenery was a nice contrast to the dark swamps we'd spent the last some days in. Going further back and thinking to my time following arriving in the dungeon, the wide-open canyons were also definitely less claustrophobic than the overgrown forests of the west had been. There was little in the way of lush overgrowth to block the light from above, though the occasional winding, alien-looking tree did grow out from a rock face here or there and served to break up the monotony of the dried-out and bright-hued stone below our feet. Still, things weren't all sunshine and rainbows, even if I could finally feel the warmth of daylight touching my face properly and without interruption. Namely, what bothered me was the many questions I still had following my confrontation with the web spinner. After doubling back into the ruins the boss monster had infested, following dealing with the skulkers stalking us, Gwen and I had done our best to search for the entrance to the tunnels I'd seen Galadhel and her priestesses use to access the World Heart. Needless to say, quest or not, I figured that if Cowaghan had used the strange manifestation of the planet's mana to corrupt Caliban, then maybe finding it could be the first step to help us to reverse the process somehow. We'd completely failed in finding the World Heart, of course. The vision Galadhel had given me had been very quick and disjointed on account of her not having much time remaining before she'd faded away into my soul core completely. Maybe I was missing too much information on account of this fact and didn't at all know what I needed to do to find the World Heart. Maybe it was just too well hidden, though I found myself frustrated by the fact that I didn't seem to get any inclination as to where it might be after merging with Galadhel's mana. I'd gotten flashes of instinct about things the Western ruler had known after absorbing it, but this hadn't really held as true with the High Priestess. The most I had gotten out of her mana was the knowledge needed to defeat the Southern ruler's mana manifestation, and it had saved my life, but still I had figured I'd get more than a single piece of, albeit very important, information out of merging with an entire other thinking being. Maybe it was the fact that the Southern ruler had been working on eating Galadhel's soul for years. It was possible that there just wasn't enough left of her for me to tap into her memories or powers too greatly. Still, it felt off somehow, like maybe I was missing something, or perhaps where the web spinner had chosen to nest just wasn't near where the vision had shown me it had invaded. That probably seemed the most likely of the options, honestly. Something about how the system was pushing me towards defeating the various cardinal rulers before facing the final boss just led me to believe that the real answers would be found where I suspected Cowaghan no doubt waited for me. The almost storybook feeling to the World Heart being located at the center of the world, also seemed almost too on the nose for it to not at least have a shot at being the case. But I wasn't quite ready to just walk into the boss's throne room, or what he had to pass for an evil lair. I had my doubts about just how trustworthy the system's true goals and origins were, but so far its guidance had both given me the power to survive and led me to answers. For those reasons, and because of just how little I still truly knew about it and everything, I'd decided to keep following the system's lead, but not without a healthy dose of realistic suspicion sitting in the back of my mind as I did so. And my next quest was pushing me towards defeating the Eastern ruler. Unfortunately, the mini-map that I had looted from the web spinner's corpse was quickly reaching the boundaries of its recorded edge. Soon we'd be moving into enemy territory blind, unless we picked up on another trail. Me and Gwen were about to fall off the edge of the world, so to speak, venturing into the unknown as did so. But that hadn't happened quite yet. There was still a bit of a ways more to go. The map was leading us rapidly to its end, and we would have to face it when it came. But more, and with each hard-won battle, I was coming to trust myself and my partner to handle whatever this new world threw at us. "Almost there, Gwen," I said aloud, glancing down from the mini-map. "Maybe another hour." "Then we'll need to be careful," the cat growled in response. "We don't know what's waiting for us." I smiled a bit. "Yeah, we never do, huh? Shit sucks." A rumble rose in Gwen's chest. "If it's bad, then we'll kill it." I laughed at the panther's matter-of-fact way of speaking. "Simple?" "Well, damn," I said as the mini-map closed itself the moment we took a single step outside its boundaries. It had no chill. It had certainly led us to a sight to be seen, though. Galadel had resided within a piece of the ruins of her people's entire civilization. The cathedral that had housed the web spinner had been broken down, waterlogged and decaying. I hadn't seen a single sign of anything that appeared to indicate a surviving civilization since arriving in the dungeon world of Caliban. Not until now. As we looked down to the path spread out below and before us, the many rivers running between the sprawling canyon walls all met an abrupt end, only to plunge down into a bottomless-seeming, deep and rocky trench. It was as if nature itself had carved out a massive line in the earth to separate the southern swamps from the eastern basins. And whereas the side of the gorge that Gwen and I now looked down upon from our perched canyon wall was almost entirely bare and untouched, that wasn't the case for the other side or the space sprawling across the chasm itself. A massive wall, hewn of grey and inhumanly heavy-looking stone slabs, still clean and proper in their appearance and sense of orderliness, stretched as far as the eye could see along the entirety of the great and natural divide. Towers interjected themselves, stretching for miles and miles at a consistent though large interval. But most impressive of all was the huge arching bridge of perfectly cut material that connected one side of the spanning canyon to the other. To support it all in its drab grandeur, massive and wide supports lifted the construction up into the air and stretched into the rumbling waters and dark shadows below, where I couldn't imagine any mortal building team being able to work. In contrast to the militaristic, utilitarian design of the ridiculously long and tall wall, said bridge was dotted with at least a dozen metallic sculptures. Each of the things appeared as if being something between a brass knight and a collection of hardly exposed gaps of shadows. My eyes squinted down to sweep over the unexpected bridge. They lingered in particular on the statues. A moment of contemplative silence passed between me and my companion as we stared down at the sculptures. "Gwen," I trailed my voice apprehensively, "the second we step on that bridge, they're going to come to life, aren't they?" The panther growled, "The wall isn't decorated." "Nope," I said with a tone of annoyed realism. "So why would the bridge be? The whole thing looks like it's all about function over form. So those things are breaking the mold." "Unless they're not decorations," Gwen completed my thought. I reached behind my head and shifted the back of my hair. "So I'm not crazy, right? Their function is probably to murder us." My familiar glanced from me, not turning her head towards myself completely, and back to the out-of-place sculptures. "Unfortunately," the panther paused, possibly for dramatic effect, "I don't think it's you." I dropped my hand from behind my head. It just can't be that easy. A wall means they want to keep something out, and it looks maintained, which is weird because the boss was called the Lord of Nothing. I pointed at the wall incredulously to further emphasize my point. That looks like about the biggest example of something we've seen since getting here. Things can't ever be simple either, Gwen mused back in a half-good-hearted tone. I scoffed. You're like a few weeks old and you're already a nihilist. Gwen didn't flinch at my playful insult and merely responded with a single word to correct me. Realist. I brought my hand up to my chin as if thinking, and then met the cat's eyes in defeat. To be fair and in your defense, I guess everything does try to kill us. Gwen's large maw opened slightly in what passed for her laugh. Like the statues down there are going to. I dropped my hand to my side and sighed deeply. Yep, exactly like the fucking statues down there are going to. I reared my hand back and threw the stone with all the force that I had. Clarissa, Gwen trailed her voice disapprovingly from behind. No, Gwen, I chided back at her. They're going to come to life and kill us. As I turned to argue with the panther, my rock sailed through the air and clanked against the head of one of the bronze knight sculptures with a dull clang. The rock, like the other three I had thrown up until this point, merely bounced off the skin of the statue, which seemed to have some sort of massive spear affixed to it, and skipped into the chasm off to the side of the wide bridge. That's the fourth rock, Gwen said dryly. All right, and the second we step on the bridge, they're going to go all T-1000 on us, I shot back. Do I look like Sarah Connor to you? I don't have the plot armor to take a harpoon through the back. Gwen purred in acknowledgement of my movie reference. I'd already told her a lot about the Terminator movies. I'd loved them as a kid, but mostly just because me and my dad had watched them a lot together before he died. The panther paused in thought before coming back with a more cooperative answer. Throw a fireball. A fireball? I asked back. A fireball, the panther repeated her request. Wake them up. Heavy damn sleepers, I remarked a little sarcastically, but yeah, that might work. I'd honestly had the thought myself. I held my hand out and took a deep breath, allowing the mana to swirl and flow into my palm. The magical essence wisped and swirled as it sparked into a small, rotating globe of flickering blue flame. But what if they actually wake up? I asked Gwen. We kill them, Gwen replied again like it was the most obvious thing in the world. And if that doesn't work out? I asked. Listen, I doubt they're friendly, but at the same time we have zero information on them. The wall stretches for miles, Gwen replied. This is the only crossing that was on the map, correct? Fair points, I acquiesced. But we broke away from walking into fights blind last time. I don't like the feeling of going back to that. That's why we're throwing the fireball, to not walk into a fight by surprise, Gwen replied. Technically, yes, I said back a little reservedly, trying to mull over the different options in my mind. I guess if we can't kill them, then we'll just have to work it out until we do, but that armor looks awfully thick. The bridge is also too wide to funnel them into fighting us one by one and those spears on their arms. If they couldn't use them like that, then wouldn't they be in their hands? You think they can throw or deploy them? Gwen asked. I'm 90% sure they can, I answered. So we have big, heavy enemies with thick armor and possibly ranged weaponry at the minimum. Do you see another option, though? Gwen asked me. Well, I already laid down the flame and frostfire runes at the end of the bridge earlier, I replied. I'd done what I was referring to before even throwing the first pebble. Nah, I guess we have to cross. Exactly, Gwen agreed with me. If there were another way, we'd take it. I sighed. I need a flying spell, but I can't get the damn system to make me one at my skill level. Fuck it, I continued aloud. I'll throw the fireball at the damn mecha. Gwen purred. They look like a fun fight. I raised an eyebrow at her. You just want to kill them, don't you? They're robots, Gwen. They've already been not alived by default. The cat swished her tails. Please don't ruin this for me, my lady. I shook my head and smiled. God. Fine. And with that, I reared my arm back and threw. The fireball slammed against the closest brass knight with an explosive blast. I was already summoning my raging blade into my free hand the moment that my attack had made contact. Gwen was lowering herself into a pensive growl, but then, as the flames cleared and the smoke died down, nothing happened. Huh, I said, and slightly raised myself up from my assumed fighting stance. Maybe I killed it? Gwen narrowed her eyes at the statue, and just as she did so, I heard the snap of what sounded like a crossbow bolt. Dodge, Gwen! Move, Clarissa! Both me and the panther yelled out in unison the moment the sound entered our ears. The panther's body cracked into a bolt of lightning. My own blinked into a swirl of 1,000,000 mana particles. The sound of cracking stone filled the air as we teleported. Our ethereal trails of energy crossed one another, and we both reformed far out of the way of where each of us had been standing. 2 massive ballista bolts were lodged in the canyon rock where each of us had once stood. Where did that come from? I sent the mental message to Gwen, falling back into our habit of not communicating aloud during battle. I don't know, Gwen said back, her voice taking on the careful tone that she did when we entered combat. If you see it, I started the telepathic message. I'll tell you, Gwen finished my request. Return the favor. Yep, I replied. The sound of grinding and creaking metal entered my ears. My eyes shot immediately to the brass knight I'd thrown the fireball at. It appeared completely unmovingly still at first, and then the metallic statue twitched. I fucking knew it, I communicated to Gwen. I agreed with you, the panther reminded me. The sound of more and more gears clicking began to ring out from all of the many statues lining the pedestals on the edges of the bridge. It's time to do that whole killing them thing you were so confident in, I said to the panther. Keep in mind, though. My voice trailed as I looked at the brass knight, which only had a single soot-covered patch of metal where I'd hit its symbol-like head. My fireball didn't do a thing. It's the armor, Gwen said. Can you melt the metal? Could I? I honestly wasn't sure, but that would take a lot of mana if I wanted to make it work. I gripped my sword. Can you? Gwen growled back at me, a chilling tone of hidden excitement sitting just under the surface of her words. We'll see. A final series of clicking noises sounded as each of the brass knights reached their full height and then, as one, stepped off of their raised platforms. And then, with their various weapons and designs, the constructs turned to face us. I laughed again. Well, providing we didn't die, Gwen was right about one thing. This is going to be fun. Gwen purred at my words. Yes, my lady, it will. The ballista sound rang out a final time, and just as before, Gwen and I swapped sides with our magic and dodged the large bolts that pierced into the ground where we'd been only a breath before. But this time I'd been looking for the sound and projectile's source. The tower, both me and Gwen said in unison. I commented on that as my eyes looked up to where the bolt had flown from. We're doing that more often, you know. The top of the towers that struck up to either side of the gate at the end of the long bridge had looked empty before, but now I saw what appeared to be a large murder hole at their apexes. A murder hole that had launched the ballista bolts. Okay, I continued, changing the subject to the task at hand. Archers usually need to go down first, but somehow the archer in this situation is the damn tower. So let's figure all this other stuff out before trying to punch some bricks or whatever. Gwen began to prowl towards the bridge itself, just as the metallic warriors were beginning to move towards us now. One of the golems raised their harpoon-wielding arm towards me. So we assess the enemy? Gwen asked. Yep, I replied. Stay evasive until we know what we're dealing with. Gwen roared and broke into an excited-seeming run. Deal! I laughed and began to charge forward myself as my spellbook floated out of its holster and opened behind my head. Remember, this is still a fight. We could die. Chapter 21, Heat Treated. My legs carried me with a restrained speed onto the bridge. The first of the statue-like mechanical golems still had its weapon-wielding arm pointed straight at me. The harpoon-like spear upon its forearm ripped out like a bullet. The sound split the air, a muted cacophony of unseen cogs whirling hummed in the background. My eyes narrowed, losing some of the carefree excitement that had filled me at the prospect of battle only a moment ago, as my sight made contact with the glowing embers within the creature's shadowed head. You're slow. The spearhead, a long chain rattling behind it, came within a foot of me, but only within a foot. Completing the stride I'd just taken, my toes dug against the carved blocks beneath me, spinning my body out of the way of the sharp projectile. My gaze never lost contact with what served for the automaton's eyes, even as its weapon soared right past my face and windswept hair. A canyon breeze was whistling through the valley, cooling my skin as I assessed my enemies, just as me and Gwen had agreed to open this battle by doing. The monster whose unleashed spear I'd evaded took a step back and raised its shooting arm, seemingly trying to get leverage, as a louder clicking sound resounded from its armored depths. More metal than magic, I think. I sent the telepathic message to Gwen as I righted myself. This guy's slow, though. I heard a crack of lightning echo out from nearby. Not all of them, Gwen sent the message back, and I felt her press a glimpse of what she was seeing into my mind's eye. Dividing my consciousness for a split second only, I watched from the panther's perspective as she broke her run into a mighty and soaring leap, just as one of the varied golems rose up off of the ground. The mechanical automaton was lighter looking than the others. It was bird-like in its face and hands, but bipedal and humanoid in its body's design. Powerful, light-reflecting wings shone and stretched as the golem's well-carved form defied gravity. The creature wheeled its freshly animated arms in an effort to intercept the massive panther that was coming straight for it. The long gleaming halberd it held spun along with its movements to offer some form of defense. Gwen's massive claws crackled with mana-charged lightning, and she was quick despite her size, however. A boom of thunder erupted as she twisted her body mid-air and made contact with the monster's left forearm. Gwen's natural weapons dug into the metal of the golem's carapace, but not as deeply as one would have expected given their savage-looking nature. The golem's arm didn't react at first. Not until the electricity coursed through it did it start to spasm. I doubted these things felt pain, or at least I'd initially assumed they wouldn't. No, it hadn't shuddered when its metal armor was penetrated. It wasn't feeling pain. The electricity was affecting it. The eagle-themed statue fought through the uncontrolled shuddering in its arm to fly up further. Gwen growled in contemplation as her body became another lightning bolt. The cat's paws were reforming back on the bridge below her within a heartbeat span of time. The last thing I glimpsed through her eyes was her watching the twitching in her victim's metal arm slowing as the last of her blue lightning dissipated away from its metallic skin. Another loud clanking noise, this one from Gwen's blind spot, resounded and the cat leapt into action to avoid the unseen enemy as my eyes receded from hers. "We can't fly," the panther's voice was definitive and annoyed. "They can." I raised my conjured sword high above my head and brought it down against the chain attached to the sharpened spear that the first golem had fired at me. I felt the mana-made flame of my weapon colliding violently with the steel grey of the metal links. I grunted as the part of the chain I'd began to heat up with my efforts slipped backwards as the entire length of the metallic construction started to retreat. I glanced to the heavy-set golem who'd initially fired the spear my way just as the crack of a singular tower's ballista resounded. "Incoming," I shouted to Gwen. I heard the cat roar, sensing her presence some distance behind my back. "Not coming for me." My eyes shifted from the golem, which was now halfway through retracting its chain spear back into its forearm, and to the ballista bolt, which was now, just as Gwen said, very much flying straight for my face. And it was flying fast. My senses sharpened as Accelerate Adrenaline roared to life, just as I also pumped its powers into my arm. With an upward twist, pulling my blade across my body, the roaring blue and red fire of my weapon exploded into a solidified rage against the haft of the ballista bolt, just as I pulled myself out of the way of its glistening and deadly sharp point. The wood of the bolt easily cracked, with a snapping that satisfied my ears, underneath the superheated cutting edge of my raging blade. Unfortunately for me, though, another of the bird-like statues had already raised itself from a nearby enough stand. I hadn't seen it at first, though I'd heard it. The metallic fluttering of its sharp-looking wings is what caught my attention. It must have come up and over me from behind. The animated sculpture, this one resembling an idealized barn owl in its face, wings and talons, spun a shining net over its head before promptly launching it at me. Once more I summoned a burst of Accelerate Adrenaline, practicing my ability to toggle it on and off as needed to conserve mana and increase my spell control skill. With my eyes now primed by mystical power and my mind able to react to my surroundings, I engaged Mana Flicker and became a cloud of energy. Missing me altogether, the owl statue's net soared harmlessly through where I had been. My mana, meanwhile, rushed forward in a shockingly fast, ethereal state towards the larger golem who'd initially engaged me. To my surprise, no matter how slow the thing was, its eyes followed my blurring form. The golem raised its reloaded arm, spear tip visible and all. It wasn't even pointing at me, but my instincts, becoming more and more honed by the day, screamed at me that I was in danger. I instantly ended my teleport as the golem launched its spear, and just as I did so, the spear-like weapon roared past my still reforming chest and scraped into my still ethereal form. Pain flared through me, not just as I became solid, but even before I had. I ignored the shock of being hit while flickering in my non-corporeal state and reactivated my teleport, but this time I was moving away from the weapon that had pierced me when I thought myself untouchable by physical objects. The web spinner's magic-absorbing spider silks had been able to touch me, true, but I honestly hadn't expected that to be a capability of these golems. I reformed with the blood trail of a superficial wound running down my torso underneath my leather armor. Well, that'll put a hit in my armor's durability. I activated Accelerate Healing, but to my surprise, the small wound given to me by the golem's spear didn't close. Could magic not heal the wounds caused by these things, or... No, it couldn't be. I poured more mana into the injury, and very slowly but surely, my flesh knitted itself back together and my health bar ticked back up to its maximum. However, the albeit small drain on my mana was far more than it should have been. "Gwen," I alerted the panther telepathically, "if these things hit you, magic barely works to heal the wounds." "Don't get hit then," the cat replied. "Understood." "Right," I said, taking a step back to get as many of the golems all around us into my view as possible. If it's too big of a wound, then I might not be able to heal it easily. I counted 6 of the monsters on my side of the bridge, 2 of the large, spear-wielding juggernauts, 3 avian sculptures, and 1 great axe-wielding and horse-headed warrior thing that was now running through the 24 feet of space between me and it. If all these things can inflict magic-resistant wounds, then we might have a problem. As I was contemplating the very real danger we were in, the horse-headed sculpture slammed its hooves into the stone and vaulted high into the air. "How many over there?" I shot the telepathic message to Gwen as I readied my sword in a defensive stance. The axe-using monster's muscled abs caught the glint of the sun as it rapidly soared through the air. 7, Gwen replied. "Could be worse, I guess." I stepped forward at the last possible moment and dropped my body into a down-leveled position. With my body weight and knees dropping down, I then used my crouch to vault myself up onto my toes. My blade slammed with a resounding clang against the armored middle torso of the incoming horseman. The angry orange eyes of the monster shifted down to me as 2 thin gusts of steam erupted from its nostrils. "Come on, you bastard," I challenged it as my blade fought hard to cleave through its armor. The internally clanking but well-balanced seeming beast shifted its weight forward against me as its hooves met the ground. "Ah!" I exerted myself and channeled more and more energy into my raging blade. The more mana that I pumped into the weapon, the brighter its solidified shape glowed, hotter and hotter, like the sun made into a blade. Just as my weapon began to resemble hot plasma, and as the armor of the equine creature finally began to give way a bit, the zoological golem shifted and swung its axe down and into an upswing. I withdrew the mana from my sword and allowed it to shorten down to the length of a dagger. A trick I'd learned during the nights of practicing my magic since I'd left the previous boss's lair. Freeing my weapon from the resistance it was meeting from the golem's armor and attempted to pirouette behind its back. But the metallic monster was fast, lean-looking, and I could hear the well-oiled gears within its body accelerating into a frenzy. The creature's upswing turned into a spinning attack as the agile and forceful monster grabbed the back of its great axe with its free hand and leaned back as it directed its weight to follow my evasion. The speed in which the axe came in at me, even though I'd had a jump start in dodging, was shocking. No time to evade fully then, I decided in an instant. It would catch me with the edge of the weapon in the very best case, even if I did. I poured the mana back into my weapon and half-bladed it in front of me. Placing a singular hand upon its super-hot surface, but keeping the other on the handle, being immune to its heat and bringing its middle length before myself to intercept the golem's great axe. Holy, I swore as my back foot flew behind myself in an effort to fight against the massive force of the blow. Fucking. This thing was almost as fast as me, not quite but almost. My arms began to buckle, and I just couldn't meet its strength. Only a second had passed at most, but I was on the verge of my guard collapsing entirely. My eyes shifted to the gleaming bronze of the automaton's weapon's axe head, which appeared to be the same type of metal as that of the spear that had pierced me even within my teleporting state. With the golem's speed, if I tried to flicker away, I had a strong suspicion I'd be cut in two mid-teleport. Ugh, I grunted as my grip gave way. Just as it did, the sound of a resounding thundercrack infused the air with the smell of burnt skyfire. My sword dissipated completely, and my body bent back at an almost impossible angle. Despite the name, acrobatics granted control over one's body in general, and agility improved overall flexibility. The great axe soared over my growing eyes, leaving a backtrail of warmed wind flushing over my barely spared nose. My senses sped up by both magic and natural adrenaline. I watched as a bolt of lightning, reforming into the shape of a massive panther's claw, tore into the right shoulder joint of the equine golem. Gwen's magic-charged body shot past the monster, and my familiar landed with a turning and angry growl. The golem's shoulder, now filled with the arcing electricity of the panther's power-enshrouded claw, shuddered, and both of its arms and weapon shot up above its head as if it had lost control. I, meanwhile, caught myself with a hand against the bridge and then rolled to the side on my feet. The sound of a firing ballista cracked, and the flapping of metallic wings filled the air. Breathing heavy, more from the close call than the exertion, I resummoned my weapon into my hand. Okay, I panted aloud, and then switched to telepathically communicating with my familiar. I think we know their weaknesses now. Gwen's eyes shot up to my head in alarm. The sound of the ballista bolt tearing through the air drew closer. I was already on top of it, though. Being able to see behind me through her eyes just made things easier. Accelerate adrenaline surged power into my neck muscles and primed my reaction speed. I tilted my head to the side and watched the horse golem stumble back in shock, its arms beginning to come back under its control as the ballista bolt soared past my moving head and slammed into the stone before the animated sculpture's feet. Meanwhile, Gwen's alarm receded and, over our soul link, was replaced by a feeling of growing satisfaction with me. The panther purred in battle lust. I've been waiting. A fluttering of wings came from above me. "Gwen, take it out of the sky," I shouted telepathically as I jumped forward, shortening my raging blade into a brightly glowing dagger as I did so. The panther roared and burst into a lightning bolt aimed straight for the net-wielding owl-like automaton, now floating freely above where I'd previously been standing. The horse golem twitched in shock, still somewhat disabled, as I drove my shortened weapon into a visible seam between its torso and glowing head. It was a small seam, very small, and I struggled to fit my weapon into it, only managing to do so when I shrank it down so much that it could barely be considered a blade anymore, raging or otherwise. Still, it just barely fit, and as it did so, I smiled. "Bye," I said, meeting the glowing eyes of the monster and sending as much mana as I could into the weapon. I knew how much channeled mystical energy was needed to cut its armor now, and despite figuring its insides were more vulnerable, I didn't waste time in hyperheating my blade to exactly that point. The sounds of internal gears popping and spinning free to clang against the metal armor encasing the monster's insides rang out as I expanded my burning hot blade's length within the golem. The monster shifted its weight and brought its weapon down towards me. A massive cloud of now oil-tinted graying smoke shot from the seemingly enraged automaton's nostrils. I stepped to the side, leaving my sword flaming within its body and finding its attack much easier to dodge than before. The golem was still fast, but its movements were so much more janky now. I felt just enough confidence in my now comparatively greater speed to slap my hand against the plate of the golem's forearm. A flash of red lit up before I slid my hand slightly up the metal, and one of blue and then of red once again flashed beneath my palm before I backstepped into a mana flicker. The creature sent out another puff of increasingly polluted smoke. It stepped towards me, dragging its weapon to its side, its body jittering and shaking. Like I said, one of my eyes flashed red and the other flashed an icy white. Bye. The first thing to ignite was the first flame rune I'd planted upon the monster's forearm. A fun fact that I'd learned when laying hundreds of them when setting traps around the web spinner's lair was that I could control the direction that the rune delivered its mana-fueled and fiery explosion from. To be exact, I could make the blast expand out in all directions, or just in one. The first rune in question flared with a massive amount of light, since I knew exactly how much heat was needed to pierce the golem's armor, and a moment later a pillar of piercing flame was erupting from the other side of the golem's forearm. Granted, it was much less damage than would have been done to a flesh and blood creature. That armor really was strong. The fact that it still had an arm, though now one with a red-hot hole in the middle of it, was quite impressive. I did intend to resolve that issue, however. The Frostfire rune I'd planted higher than the first normal sigil exploded next, purposefully not charged with enough to pierce the metal. It sent a cloud of icy flames spreading all over the monster's already damaged forearm. The red-hot glow left by the previous explosion was instantly cooled, and a sheet of frost instead spread all around the punctured wound. Then I watched with a morbid curiosity as the final fire rune exploded, this time in a less directed manner with a pure concussive force. The cracking was audible as the heat and frost weakened metal of the golem's weapon-wielding arm exploded into metallic chunks. Right around the time my still lodged-in blade ignited also. The battle axe, the golem's hand still clutching it, clattered to the ground beside it. The thing's head and neck, meanwhile, were blown upwards with such force from the explosion of my conjured sword that it was half cocked off of its body, only being connected to one side of its thick torso. I was already stepping further away, as with steam billowing from every blown open hole on its body, the golem fell to its knees and then collapsed with a clanging. "One more time, Gwen," I mentally yelled to the panther as I jumped up at the owl-looking automaton that she'd launched herself towards only a few moments ago. My body once more entered into the form of a stream of mana. The avian golem's left wing was struggling to keep it aloft, as it was shrouded in a familiar electricity. The monster, however, immune to pain as it was already pulling its net, which was seemingly connected to a cable that shot from its hand back up towards its body. Gwen roared in recognition of my command and once more became a bolt of lethal energy aimed directly for the owl's other wing. I, meanwhile, appeared directly in front of the thing, my forming sword raised as it also lifted its twitching left claw to slash at me. Gwen, as I did so, crashed into the monster's untouched wing. Her claws became physical, emerging from her lightning teleport, and dug a hold into the feather-like metal of the avian creature's appendage. The thing shifted downwards against the considerable weight of the panther and the loss of its remaining wing's full function as electricity poured from Gwen's claws and into its bronze form. My raging blade, meanwhile, had reached its full length and a great level of mana-charged potency as I brought it, relying on the power of gravity directly through the net-wielding hand of the avian creature. I would have gone for the other wing or the head, but I just didn't have the angle after all the shifting of its body that Gwen's attack had caused. Nonetheless, I couldn't help but smirk as the thing's only ranged weapon, remaining claw notwithstanding, was taken from it. Still, I remained subservient to gravity, and as I fell, I activated Mana Flicker to carry me safely towards the incoming ground. Gwen, though, remained attached to Thing's wing, ripping and bending it with an animalistic attention. The owl golem fought and struggled, but as it turned its body to try to slash at Gwen with its only surviving talon, the panther managed to bend its metal just so that it lost its ability to remain aloft completely. With a loud pop, the golem fell backwards, and Gwen jumped gracefully away from it. Not dead yet. I send the mental signal to Gwen as the owl automaton plummeted, and a familiar chain spear rocketed towards my teleporting form. Damn it! I cursed at the unexpected attack. The upper half of my body materialized for the briefest of moments, fire spiraling up my arm and into my free hand as I launched a blazing fireball at the incoming projectile. My fireball met the weapon and with a shuddering explosion knocked it aside. The chain spear flew wildly following that, flying back to spiral towards the massive chasm below. Of course, it was still attached to its massive tanky master, so I doubted it'd be truly lost. I allowed my legs to become physical and landed in a roll. "Clarissa?" Gwen checked in on me. I brought myself to my feet and made for the enemy golem. "Fine," I said, and then, seeing that the monster who'd tried to shoot me with its chain spear had turned its attention mostly towards retracting its knocked-aside weapon back into its arm, I reactivated my mana flicker. Having a blast? I made it halfway across the bridge before another ballista bolt forced me to become solid once again. My body flickering into solidity once again, twisted as I spun my arms wide and knocked the ballista bolt aside with my weapon. Gwen sent a mental flash of annoyance as a lion-headed golem interjected itself, wielding a massive hammer while the panther tried to finish off the owl automaton. Ready to meet the challenge, the panther crashed into lightning and reappeared to the side of the lion, dragging her mana-infused claws through its right leg. The monster, sporting thicker armor than either of the other two she'd attacked, however, didn't seem as affected as the others by this strike and brought its hammer down with a mighty force against Gwen's ribcage. The cat was sent flying backwards across the bridge with a crack and a pained howl. My eyes grew wide in rage as the panther rolled into the middle of the bridge. A fireball entered my hand before I knew it was even doing so. I threw the orb of flame with all my might, but the lion golem reacted with the calm of a machine. Its hammer struck down against the attack. The concussive spell exploded nonetheless, of course, and the hammer was sent jerking, along with the monster's upper body, to the side. My blade had already dissipated into the air, and another fireball had entered my freed-up hand. This one, though, with the golem still trying to recover its balance, soared directly into its faceplate. Much as its weapon had been, the monster was sent rocking backwards as its head was bathed in flame. But I wasn't done. This thing had hurt Gwen. I wanted blood, or oil, whatever it had. A Frostfire fireball came next, already summoned into my other hand before the second of the explosive orbs had left my fingertips. The hammer of the lion, however, determined and stubborn, once again shifted up and met its path. The creature was bathed in a blizzard of raging, cold, white flame, nonetheless. The red-hot, glowing bronze of its faceplate chilled instantly and cracked in two. I summoned a final 2 fireballs and lobbed them with hatred. The first the monster again tried to deflect, just as the sculpted metal of its face fell to the ground, revealing a darkness of spinning cogs and twin glowing orbs of orange before the explosion of my spell sent its hammer flying out of its grasp completely and over the bridge's edge. The final orb of inferno entered into the exposed head of the monster, and the blast that followed removed said head. Gwen was just barely forcing herself to her feet as I came to mana flicker beside her. "Are you okay?" I asked with concern. The panther shook her headache out and seemed to regain some of her strength as her equilibrium returned. "Fine," she answered me with a predatory swish of her tail. Metallic footsteps encroached upon us. Wings of metal likewise beat in the air. We were in the middle of the bridge now. 2 of the large spear-wielding golems stood on the outskirts of 4 horse axe users, 3 more avians, and a singular elephant-looking giant. We were now completely surrounded by the remaining golems. Encircling us must have been their goal all along. 2.5 down, I stated as the half-crippled owl golem forced itself to its feet. 10.5 to go. Gwen's pure white coat raised as her anger at being hit was made manifest. "Good odds," the panther said. I summoned a greater mana potion, which I didn't have many of left, even after looting dozens more ice and poison soul shards from the many mobs I'd killed in the woods of the web-spinner's lair. My raging blade entered into my remaining hand as I brought the cork of the potion I'd summoned to my mouth and then spit it out before drinking down the restorative fluids. "Such a cliché line," I responded. The panther growled, "Don't ruin your movie moment?" I finished her sentence with a smile as my eyes glowed a mix of red and white. "I know." Multicolored fire began to whip up along the ground all around us. "Just try to keep up with mine," I challenged the panther. Gwen gave her best, feline-like impression of a scoff and a challenge. "Let's keep count of how many we kill then." Like Lord of the Rings? I asked with a laugh as my eyes blazed with restored magic. You know, don't think I've told you about that one yet, actually. And then the golems charged us. Chapter 22. Rock'em Sock'em. Gwen's lightning crackled over her snow-white pelt. I placed both of my hands together, unsheathing my conjured blade out from my left as I leapt forward to deflect the axe of an equine golem. The thing was just as fast as the first of its kind had been. Accelerate adrenaline and overclocked put me just in front of the fastest of the automatons, but not by much. The monster's battle axe came down with a fury, but it was nothing I couldn't handle now that I knew the gist of what its wielder could do. The middle length of my raging blade ran along the bronze shaft of the battle axe, causing the horse-faced golem to lose a bit of its balance against the press of my superior coordination. Unfortunately, as I met the assault of one of the equines, an avian golem was also slipping into our defensive circle. Gwen, I sent a mental flash of what I was seeing to the panther. The cat, who had just dodged a strike from the giant mace-wielding elephant golem, roared her acknowledgement. Gwen instantly crashed into a bolt of lightning, aimed straight for the vulture-faced and trident-wielding golem in question. The elephant automaton, for its part, started to step forward to do its part to fill the gap Gwen's withdrawal had created. "Puffed," I remarked, glancing over my shoulder momentarily once Gwen, and thus I, also, had lost sight of the elephant golem. My eyes flashed, and the section of flames dancing along the ground in front of the elephant automaton shot up into a pillar of fire, dousing the creature's face in flame and sending it leaning back in surprise. My panther companion rematerialized in that moment, her booming lightning forming into a claw mid-air as she slashed through the thin wrist of the vulture avian I'd warned her of. "Switch," I shouted telepathically as I slipped underneath the axe and arms of the horse golem I was engaged with, my hand slapping down onto its forearm with two flashes of red and white as I broke into a teleport. Gwen growled in acknowledgement, and as the vulture avian's hand was falling away from the rest of its body and my flame and frost runes were igniting on the horse golems, the panther dissolved herself into another bolt of lightning. Gwen and I crossed paths mid-air, her a crack of lightning and me a cloud of jumping mana as we switched targets. The panther's natural weapons met the metal of the horse golem's axe-wielding forearm, just as my Frostfire rune's icy cloud was dissipating from it. The metal, superheated by my blue flames and cooled by my white, gave no resistance to her mana and elementally charged claws as they tore through it. The vulture avian, meanwhile, deprived of its hand and losing grip on its trident, because of this, stood no chance at blocking my sword as I materialized and drug said flaring blade across and through its spindly throat. "Ha!" I said and turned to look at Gwen. The panther didn't stop once she had removed the golem's forearm from its body. She only reformed once she had landed off to the thing's other side. With another roar, Gwen shot her lower body into a cloud of lightning aimed in my direction, her teleport traveling up her and not fully overtaking her physical form until her massive claws, their owner now informed of how strong the golem's armor was, had ripped a considerable chunk from the neck of the horse automaton as she passed by it once again. "All right then," I telepathically said with a smile, as Gwen's intentions passed over our subconscious bond, and I once again activated my own teleport. The cat reappeared where I had been a moment later, grabbing onto the body of the decapitated avian and throwing it with her considerable weight into an incoming chain spear, but not before she herself had dodged off to the side of the whole mess with a mighty leap. As the harpoon-like spear pierced through the bronze, vulture golem with an ugly rending noise, the projectile weapon and its chain was sent veering off course as it was dragged down with the automaton's corpse. For my part, I, now approximately where Gwen had been, reached my hand out of my teleporting form, planting it right where the panther had opened up the horse golem's armor with her claws. My eyes met the still off-balance golem's and flashed with a grinning fury. My spell was then cast, a merciless fireball that roared into ignition upon my palm, spinning in its moment of fiery birth and seating itself firmly into the dark insides of the golem. My foot was already shifting to face the elephant golem, which was now pushing its way through the wall of fire I'd stunned it with. I jumped forward into another mana flicker, my hand leaving the horseman just as my spell ignited. The elephant's body was stumbling backwards, its head shooting into the sky as it was smacked with fire before I'd even made it halfway towards my target. The elephant golem's body glowed a bright cherry red as it encroached inward through my defensive ring. My incorporeal mind reached out through my fast-moving state. The blue and red flames of my fiery wall flickered as if dying off, and then, with an exhalation of frost into the atmosphere, erupted into a white inferno. The sound of a ballista resounded, now 3/4 to the elephant golem, its body slowing as it was bathed in a blizzard of frigid fire. One of my feet reached out of my cloud of fast-moving mana. My toes dug into the stone of the bridge as my upper body, particle by shining particle, pulled itself together into a pirouette and sword swipe. My raging blade was moments from cutting the incoming ballista bolt in two when a crack of thunder rang out. Gwen appeared, paws outstretched as she cut through the bolt mid-air. I lifted my sword out of the cat's direction, a smile appearing on my face, as I redirected my energy towards spinning my body back towards my original target. No use in wasting perfectly good momentum. Besides, the half-second of contemplation had given me an idea. My sword arm snapped forward once I had repositioned myself. Throw sword activated, sending my weapon barreling violently through the elephant golem's Frostfire slowed guard, but not before I'd shot a very deliberate supercharging of mana into it. My stamina bar depleted to half its size, a weakness I needed to fix, as my glowing weapon lodged itself in the frost-covered and warped belly of the bronze elephant man. The fluttering of wings caught my attention. Gwen sent the telepathic image of a hawk avian leveling a spear in my direction. My eyes flashed. The sound of ignition filled the air as raging sorcery ignited the blade I'd lodged into the belly of the elephant. A ballista resounded then, honestly surprising me somewhat, as my attention was shifting. A mana potion appeared into my hand as I turned to face the hawk golem as it unleashed its bronze spear in my direction. "Gwen, swat the bird," I shouted telepathically. "I've got it," Gwen roared over our mental link and cracked into a leaping thunderbolt. I uncorked my potion with my teeth and assessed my situation. Ballista coming in from one side, spear from the other. Both were fast approaching, but I was faster. Accelerate adrenaline surged through my body just as the two projectiles closed in on me. The ballista bolt and long bronze spear connected with a clanging as I dodged out of their way. The former had its wooden shaft snap under the force of the collision, whereas the latter merely spun up into the air in a series of speedy circlings, with the red gems all along its shaft grabbing the sunlight. Easy as could be. I panted and called forth a stamina potion. I drank the second potion down much as I had the first, without ceremony. Gwen sent a mental image of her reaching for the hawk avian, but growling in frustration as the automaton suddenly shifted out of her way. The golem raised its hand in the panther's vision, and a red jewel upon the automaton's palm flashed. Wait! My consciousness immediately roared back into my own surroundings as I watched the jewels along the deflected spear begin to shine with a red glow. The spear suddenly stopped spinning. It leveled itself, and then the battle-fueled smirk disappeared from my face, and my eyes grew wide as the spear, almost too fast for even my eyes to see, barreled past my face in an instant. Stone skin kicked in by instinct as the weapon's tip drew a deep line of crimson down my cheek. Time slowed, even for me, as my eyes took in the startling speed of the spear. And then, the moment of stilled time ending abruptly, the weapon was flying past me and rounding telekinetically through the air for another strike. Shaking myself from my shock, my raging blade formed in my hand, just as another equine golem charged me from the side. I was forced to bring my conjured blade up to redirect the axe strike of the horseman, just as the floating spear soared for my back. "I can't stop this in time," I shot the message to Gwen. Without even a reply or hesitation, the cat shifted into a bolt of lightning, mid-air, and raced for the spear. Unfortunately, she appeared a moment behind it, and it soared past her grasp. "God damn it," I cursed, not at Gwen, but at myself, as I lunged back. The axe of the equine automaton I struggled with was freed from my blade, and even despite me sending a wall of fire up to bathe its face in flames the moment I'd stepped back, the golem's weapon found a strong glancing purchase through the side of my left arm. A trail of blood danced from my freshly opened wound and into the air as I executed another pirouette. My sword, its aim aided by Gwen's sight as she gazed upon the spear she'd failed to stop, clanging out wildly, but with the solemn focus that came only when you were a breath away from death, smacked aside the incoming and unmanned spear. Not even being able to spare the mental focus to call upon my healing magic, I kicked Accelerate Adrenaline into overdrive as the floating spear came in at my guard again and again, seemingly without tiring. A stab, a slash turned into deflection. I evaded. A dozen more thrusts from the spear all came in the span of seconds. My damaged shoulder wailed in pain as I grasped my blade with both my hands, forced to use my entire body, working as one and supercharged with enhancing magic, just to meet the unexpectedly fierce assault of the strange weapon. Then the spear shifted in its path. My heart spasmed under the continued strain of my magic. There was a reason I'd been trying to use it only in spurts. I missed something then, some imperceptible detail in the next of the incoming spear's attacks. I could feel it, but I just couldn't see it. There was just pain for a moment as my mind lost the next bit of time and tried to register the wound. I felt my wall of flame dissipate behind me as my focus wavered. My long ears sensed the rippling in the air as one of the horse golems moved in. But I wouldn't die so easily. My hands reached out and gripped the spear that embedded itself even through my enchanted armor into my side. The weapon tried to pull away, but I redoubled my efforts and just barely managed to hold it still. And I was not alone. A crack of lightning shot behind me. The sound of metal rending filled the air as Gwen met the approach of the horse golem to my rear. Meanwhile, the flash of rune magic seeped out from beneath my palms against the metal of the spear, the lights creating a corona effect in my spinning vision. My own magic wouldn't hurt me. I wasted no time in igniting the runes. Regular fire exploded over the surface of the thin spear. Then Frostfire followed suit and, finally, another blast of red flame erupted. The metal of the enchanted-seeming weapon shifted then, warping against the superheating and cooling. My hands clenched violently with magically induced adrenaline, and the weapon snapped. The red glow along its shaft dissipated as one end of the weapon clattered metallically to the ground. The point and a little of the other side of the shaft, however, remained firmly within my body. I forced myself to stand. It was hard to calm my breathing, but I wasn't dying. Just got panicked, I think. I summoned a health potion into my hand and drank it down, just as I ripped the spear from the flesh of my ribcage. The potion did nothing to stop the initial pain, however. Deep breaths followed as my health bar mostly refilled. The clanging of battle resounded, and I heard Gwen roar, but it was different this time. The world shakes as her voice does. I turned my head instinctually, my worry calming my disorientation somewhat, to my partner. She was surrounded on two sides. The two remaining equine golems, one of them glowing a bright red, had raised their battle axes above their heads. They looked poised to cleave my friend in half, and yet the air rippled as Gwen activated her Chandra's shout ability, and the two monsters were momentarily kept from attacking. White and blue fire leapt into my hand as I cursed myself for letting the panther get surrounded in the first place. I snapped my arms forward, and a moment later, a Frostfire fireball exploded against the chest of the red-hot golem. The normal ball of blue and red flames, meanwhile, smacked violently and ignited against the face of the other. With the two enemies frozen by Gwen's thunder shout, I was given a perfect opportunity to teleport into their guards, just as the shout ended. Moving as fast as I could, with mana flicker, I appeared in front of my panther friend and in between her two attackers. My hands reformed, outstretched, and my palms fell upon both of the golems at the same time. I placed a rune upon each of them before they could regain their senses, and an extra for the one that's only been heated, corresponding to whether they've been cooled or not, and just as soon as I'd laid them, the runes exploded. Fire and ice erupted, and the golems collapsed not long after. I got a mental flash of thanks from my panther companion. "Let's finish this," I say aloud to Gwen, panting as I do. I summoned another mana potion into my hand, running dry after this one. The large spear-wielding golems began to approach us. Apparently the one that had fired its spear through the vulture golem had since freed its weapon. Gwen had apparently already finished off the damaged owl golem also. Its mangled body, with a twisted neck and broken wing, lay unmoving within our perimeter. The wings of the unarmed hawk golem still fluttered above us, though. Thankfully, the elephant golem's was dead, a large and smoking hole in its torso. I hadn't taken chances with how much magic I'd pumped into my raging blade before making it self-destruct within the automaton, which left us with just one more horse golem to take out, along with the hawk and ranged juggernauts. "How do you want to do this?" I asked Gwen telepathically as we fell in beside one another, facing opposite directions towards our remaining foes. The panther purred and sent a mental flash of an idea into my head. I laughed at what she sent into my mind. "We can try, but if it doesn't work, I'm just blowing them up." "Fair," Gwen growled, and then we both burst into mana. The eyes of the spear wielders followed us, and they raised their forearms in our directions. But they wouldn't fire unless... Both me and Gwen reappeared. The golems launched their chain spears. I smiled and jumped. Acrobatics had its benefits. The higher and higher the skill went, the more my lithe body could pull off when it came to moving through physical space. And Spelldancer and Accelerate Adrenaline pushed me just over the edge into being able to do some really cool tricks if I timed it right. Most of the pain was fading from my ribs now, though they were a little sore as I contorted my body over the incoming projectile, slapping my hand down onto it with a flash of magic as I did so. Gwen, meanwhile, merely teleported out of the way of her side's attack. The two spears soared past one another, and then they both lodged firmly into the bodies of the golem opposite the other. "It worked," Gwen purred telepathically, obviously very pleased with herself. I smiled and my eyes flashed a bright red. Both golems pulled back in shock, the gears spinning backwards audibly in their forearms to try and retract their weapons from one another. The spearhead that I'd placed my magic upon, and which was now lodged firmly in the head of the other golem, exploded a moment later. Much like the horse golem from before, the head of the golem my rune had gone off within flew upwards violently into the air, and unfortunately for the opposing golem, who was leaning his weight back in an attempt to retract his weapon from the other's body, the now disembodied head weighed a lot less than the entire heft of the other automaton. "4 for me and 1 for you, if we're only counting after we got serious," I said telepathically to Gwen. I had technically dealt the finishing blows to all the fully intact golems, even if it had been a team effort to get me to that point. Losing its counterbalance, the surviving golem stumbled and tripped over the edge of the bridge. "Huh," I said, my eyes following the falling golem as it plummeted. "Well, if that one counts, then 5. Did that really just happen?" Gwen growled. "Hardly fair." I sent the telepathic equivalent of a playful shrug. "Let's just kill the last ones and get our loot." Gwen cracked into a bolt of lightning beside me and prowled past my leg towards the remaining equine golem, which was now running towards us, axe raised. "It's mine," she said. "Well, fine." I raised an eyebrow and acquiesced. "Sore loser much," I whispered under my breath. Gwen removed her claw from the last of the ground-based golems. The hawk avian, whose weapon we'd destroyed, was long gone, however. I could see its wings flapping against the sun as I glanced to the horizon. "How'd we miss it getting away?" I asked the panther. "Tunnel vision from the battle," Gwen answered back. "Yeah," I admitted aloud, "we should probably work on that." The tower's unseen ballista had long since stopped firing for some reason, as if it too had given up on winning the battle. "Hey Gwen," I asked, looking around at the many fallen golems. The panther looked up to me, questioningly. "Have you noticed that there's no loot orbs for these things?" I asked. Gwen followed my gaze across all the many fallen robot-like creatures. I hadn't. "Well, unless they're just really delayed, there aren't any," I said and crossed my arms with annoyance, "and I'm practically out of potions." And then the system chimed in. "Converting creatures to loot orbs impeded by unknown elements. Please apply manual assistance." "What the—" I mouthed the words. "Well, that's new." Chapter 23, System Limitations. "The bodies are still there," I observed aloud to Gwen and approached the corpse of the horse golem the panther had just removed her claws from. "And the system keeps telling me it needs manual assistance to, I guess, make these things into loot." This is the only time a body has stayed around, isn't it? Gwen observed. Right, but everything else we've seen the system turn into loot has been living and breathing, I admitted. Maybe it's something to do with that. I could still hear the gears spinning to a halt within the chest of the equine monster the panther had put down. A strange glowing light was emanating from the hole in its sculpted chest plate, but it was faint. The system seems pretty preoccupied with souls, I continued and leaned down to peer into the chest cavity of the creature. I can absorb something like them from bosses, and I'm starting to think that's where experience and mana comes from. Maybe, anyway, I'm not so sure about the mana part. I placed my left hand upon the damaged body of the golem and enshrouded my right hand with a flame cloak. Our souls are also linked, Gwen observed. The system let you do that to save me. Yeah, it did. Not that you haven't saved me plenty of times since then, I agreed as I maneuvered the light shedding from my hand to flicker into the golem's insides. The firelight of my spell flickered, bouncing off the whistling cogs and metallic-looking pulleys within the clockwork machine. But it was the faint, flickering glow at the very deepest core of the strange monster that still drew my eye. Connected to various wire-like constructs and locked within a firm and brass-colored setting, a flickering orb, solid and with a glass-like surface, shone with a deep blue illumination. The system was quick to highlight the name of this item, but the notification seemed to struggle to maintain itself as it flickered and glitched every other second or so. Artificial Soul Core. Anti-meritium charged shielding detected. Please disrupt the mystical circuit to allow loot conversion. What do you see? My panther companion asked me as I felt her vision flash into my own eyes. Anti-meritium. What is that? Well, that would be a good question, I said back, observing the faint flickering that shone over the creature's core. Looks like the system isn't all-powerful after all. As I said this, I redirected the flames around my hand to flow into my palm. The magical fire danced and reshaped itself into a dagger-sized raging blade. A fuzzy, flickering energy danced across the soul core seemed to pulse intermittently, never fully fading, and to surge in jumps back into and back out of the various metal-tipped cables that attach to it. I'm like 40% sure the system is talking about whatever glow is surrounding this thing, I told the panther. If it's the soul core it needs to access to make loot, then the glow is the only thing I can think of that would fit the bill of being shielding. You're hesitant, Gwen said, no doubt sensing my feelings of apprehension. Just trying to figure out if I should cut the blue or red wire, I jested, my flame-formed dagger burned in my hand. Or any of the wires, honestly. An image of the artificial soul core, as the system called it, exploding into some sort of magical maelstrom, if I made a mistake, filled my mind's eye. I sighed, but I didn't waste all of those resources to walk away empty-handed. Just be ready to teleport away if anything stupid happens. You're going to cut one of the cables? Gwen asked, still half looking through my eyes. The panther took a step back. I smiled at Gwen. First time I've seen you be cautious like that. The panther growled, I'm just getting enough space to jump to knock you away from that thing if it explodes. Whatever you say, I said aloud and slowly brought my weapon to the edge of one of the 4 cables that surrounded the glowing blue orb. Small azure sparks fluttered off of the edge of my blade as I touched it to the cable. Some kind of magical feedback, maybe. Don't fuck me now, system, I said as I pressed my fiery knife against the cable. And Gwen, please listen for the ballista. I still don't trust it. My blade pressed through the cable, showering my hand with sparks that tingled against the flesh of my unarmored skin. The strange, fuzzy glow around the orb intensified, and I felt an odd and increasing resistance that seemed out of sync with the rubber-like material that I was trying to cut through. My eyes flashed, and the flames of my dagger stirred with mana, growing more coherently formed and violently hot. I felt the resistance give then. My adrenaline spiked, and I almost sent the mental alert to Gwen to run as I cut into the middle of the thick wire. A flash blinded me for a half-second, and then there was a strange, short-circuited sound as the light within the golem's chest was reduced. The rubber-like cord, now cut by my spell, fell away from the artificial soul core. Following that, the strange static-like shielding of the small glass orb flared, one final time, and then dissipated entirely, with most of the energy seeming to disperse out of the metal tip of the thick cord I'd cut away. Converting artificial soul core 100%. Unlike it had when I'd gotten my very first system message, when all of the souls of Earth had apparently been brought under the alien-like Sitem's sway, the conversion of the artificial soul core progressed so rapidly that I didn't even see the progress bar reach 100 before I'd noticed the alert appearing. The glass-covered orb shook, shuddered, and then a large line appeared down its surface before many more cracks spiderwebbed out from it. With a final shake, the artificial soul core shattered. The light within the orb flashed upwards, forming into a small stream of glowing energy that quickly spiraled out of the dark interior of the golem and into the light of day. My eyes were struck by the beauty of the thousands of tiny mana particles, all intertwining and gathering above the corpse of the equine automaton. As I watched, the body of the automaton itself began to glow and break apart, joining into the gathering mass of energy as it solidified into a glowing blue orb, this time one not enshrouded by any glass at all. "I guess that's what manual assistance means then," I said aloud to Gwen. The panther growled and narrowed her eyes at the magical ball of energy. I reached out to touch the newly formed loot orb. Night had fallen, and the two mostly human-shaped figures stood upon a large canyon column. One of them squatted down, a look of contemplation on her beautifully chiseled features. Her cheekbones and jawline cut feminine angles that still belied an almost masculine strength, but that did not touch upon the realm of androgyny. But it was this watcher's bright, amber and sun-colored eyes, flecked with bits of the smallest bursting blue droplets, that stood out the most, as they held all of the steadfastness of a universal constant, a feeling almost any mortal observer would be drowned within if they had seen her as she now appeared. She studied the land far below the elevated earth that her and her companion looked down upon. A small tent, hewn from leather and with a bit of smoke rising from the top, sat in the lower elevation that she observed. "Do you think she'll be the one you choose, Soteria?" The second watcher, its face a hooded blur of changing nothingness, asked the golden-eyed woman. "She is an anomaly, even by our standards, and the system seems to only reward her for it. She certainly seems as determined as you like." The woman seemed to contemplate the question for a moment, her eyebrow flinching a bit at the exaggerated use of the faceless thing's last few words. "No, I doubt it," the woman said. "If this Earth survives, if she survives even, the sorceress will be powerful for her world, for a time at least, but power isn't the only thing I'm worried about. Even if you are the first to notice her, you won't be the last." The darkness beneath the standing watcher's hood changed form in an imperceptible way, and then appeared to go back to being the equally as indescribable void it had been before. "One of my other nieces and nephews will no doubt force her into alignment with their sphere of idea eventually. Powerful mortals don't simply get to be free, or do I misunderstand your great game?" The golden-eyed woman's annoyance shifted into a frown and a sideways glance at the hooded being. "Odd for you to talk of a lack of freedom ending one." The hooded creature laughed. The sound bellowed from deep in its chest. It was a strong laugh, almost a grandfatherly one. "Just an observation, my little idea," the thing said back, as its laugh died off, referring to the golden-eyed woman by the odd term of seeming endearment. "Though I would warn you to not mistake an ending for freedom from the reality that led to it. Even mine. An ending is just another inevitable." There was a pause, and Soteria stood. Her golden eyes still rested on the small tent below. "No ending is predecided. Not even one declared by a godhead of the in-between trinity. Not even one declared by you, uncle," Soteria said, a rouse of challenge evident on her steadfast tone. "You might be right," the faceless thing replied, ominously, but not aggressively, as its companion suddenly turned to walk away. "Or you may be blinded by your own sphere. We will see if she, or another like her, proves fit to bear the mantle I offer." Soteria seemed to ignore the statement of the one she'd called uncle as she passed by the odd being. A wind swept through the canyon, and the two were gone, but not before the faceless thing's masculine-esque voice drifted onto that breeze one final time. "Yes, my young niece, we'll see all manner of interesting things before the curtains draw." The ballista's towers had been empty and completely unmanned. As far as Gwen and I could tell, the weapons were built into the walls of the stone itself. They had either run out of ammo, which I figured to be unlikely, or something had cooled them off. What that something was, or if it was just some quirk of the tower's programming, remained to be seen. Much like I had done with the first, I had aided the system in freeing the odd artificial soul cores of the many golems. Of course, that meant I'd, unfortunately, lost out on the loot from the golem we'd knocked over the side of the bridge. We'd travelled through the open gateway of the large walls at the end of said long path, carefully making our way to a somewhat secluded area in a small valley before night had come. A decent amount of loot, plundered from the golems in question, was now spread out in front of me as we sat beneath the canopy of our tent. 5 of the golems had given me greater mana shards from out of their converted soul cores. 3 of those shards were now brewing in pottery withdrawn from my inventory, almost fully brewed into mana potions by now. The remaining 2 shards, meanwhile, sat in front of me, along with a few chunks of brass-coloured metal, a dozen or so mundane rocks I'd gathered, a red gem, and a strange harpoon bearing metal bracer. The fight with the golems had made a few things apparent. First was that I was far too reliant on mana potions to keep up in a large and drawn-out fight, especially if there was more than a few opponents to deal with. I had a lot of mana, and my flame spells were pretty efficient now, but I couldn't just cast spells forever. My mana regeneration was already pretty tuned up, but combat moved fast, and it really wasn't too much of a factor until the fight was over. I had plenty of mana outside of battle, a practically limitless supply for practice and utility honestly, as long as I was willing to wait the few minutes for my mana bar to recover. I just needed to figure out a way to harness that supply inside of battle. I needed a sustainable alternative to just burning up my mana with every attack. I was pretty sure I had a partial solution though, one that had come into my mind when thinking about how the pebbles I'd thrown at the golems hadn't done anything. In contrast to the inferno I'd opened the battle against the web spinner's minions with. I reached out to grab one of the mundane rocks. Holding it in my hand, it seemed solid enough to survive a throw. But there was nothing special about it, and the thing felt somewhat jagged and uncomfortable in my hand. I took a deep breath, and a brown aura slowly seeped from out of the hand that grasped the rock as I activated Shape Earth. With a lot more mana now at my disposal than when I'd first created the spell, it wasn't so difficult now to shave away the jagged edges of the stone until it was a perfect oval in my hand. Throwing and holding such a comfortable stone would be easy now. My eyes flared with fire, and the brown glow floated off into the air as my palm flashed red against the rock. I poured a massive amount of mana into the rune that I cast on the surface of the rock, determined to make the casting as potent as I possibly could. To my surprise, however, after a few moments of this, the rock shattered in my grasp. Did I overdo it? I opened my palm to stare at the shattered remnants of the stone I'd tried to enchant. I'd only been able to imbue about 1/8 of my mana pool into the rock before it had crumbled, taking the rune I'd cast onto it and my expended mana along with it. Do certain materials have limitations for how much magic they can store? Strange that this rule didn't seem to apply to living beings, though. I reached for another of the unshaped rocks, repeating the casting of Shape Earth, and then once more attempting to imbue a fire rune into the stone. This time, however, I paid close attention to the entire process. Just as I approached the point of mana expenditure that the previous rock had shattered under, I felt the stone I currently held begin to tremble. I pulled my mana away immediately and allowed the rune to solidify with what mystical energy it already had within it. Opening my palm, I felt a little thrill of excitement as I observed the shaped stone within my hand. It was identical to the previous one before it had shattered, except that it had a rune of flame emblazoned upon it. I could feel the trigger existing somewhere between my mental command and the stone's rune. With the amount of mana I'd managed to put into it, the stone should pack the same amount of punch as a relatively powerful fireball. And the best part, it wouldn't cost me a single point of mana in battle to use. Congratulations, your intent and inventiveness have allowed you to create a new item. For your ingenuity, you will be granted a small reward. +5. Enchanting, +5 Earth Manipulation, +5 Fire Manipulation, As my eyes scanned over the system's notification, a small item description opened off to the side of the runestone I'd created. Runestone grenade, fire, un. A small stone imbued with the power of a moderately strong rune of flame. Well, hell yeah. Battles were about to become a lot easier if I could keep finding new ways to harness my powers. I just needed to make a lot more of the grenades, but I couldn't rest on my laurels. I dismissed the newly created rune grenade into my inventory and reached for the only thing that appeared to be a weapon out of the loot I'd accumulated. The bracer appeared to be a smaller and hollow version of the forearms of the chain spear wielding golems. It was brass-colored and had a tiny spear tip coming eking out of its front. Anti-meritium grappling line, R. A weaponized bracer crafted from anti-meritium. Within this piece of armor exists a grappling spear attached to an incredibly thin and tightly wound metallic cord. Wounds or damage created by this weapon are harder to repair via the use of magic. A grappling hook would be useful, even outside of using its extra effects, to damage enemies who could heal themselves with magic. If I could master it, then I'd be able to possibly avoid relying on mana flicker so much, or I'd at least have a mana-free alternative to it. Of course, I wasn't quite done sorting through my loot. Forgoing equipping my new weapon quite yet, I reached for the magic gem I'd looted off of the spear-wielding avian golem. The thing glowed a violent bright red. Gem of the automaton, R. A unique magic gem can be socketed into items during enchanting. At my command, the enchanting menu opened before me. Enchanting menu. Available gems. Gem of the automaton, R. Available items, anti-meritium grappling line. Enchanting skill, 60, Apprentice. Perks, your perk, Soul of the Enchanter, allows you to utilize magical gems one level higher than your current skill level should allow. Having few options available, I selected those that I did have. Though I was curious what effects, Soul of the Enchanter, a perk I'd gained from being the first soul from Earth to enchant an item, might have if I ever maxed my enchanting skill. Awakened anti-meritium grappling line. Description: a weaponized bracer crafted from anti-meritium. Within this piece of armor exists a grappling spear attached to an incredibly thin and tightly wound metallic cord. Wounds or damage created by this weapon are harder to repair via the use of magic. Enchanted effect: the enchanted gem placed within the grappling spear of this item allows the wielder to direct its movements with their mind. Create weapon. YN. I selected yes without much caution. A grappling line that could move and target things based on only mental signals. Yeah, that could definitely come in handy and was just my style. Gem of the automaton, R, removed from inventory. Anti-meritium grappling line has become awakened anti-meritium grappling line. The bracer that I held flashed into a familiar-looking mass of white energy, shifting slightly in my hands. This didn't last long, however, as the now enchanted weapon reformed into a shape that was almost identical to the one it had held before, except that it now had a red gem slotted onto the side of the spearhead that jutted out of it and was also now a bit better suited to my size. As the weapon solidified into its new shape, I selected the option to equip it. The bracer glowed brightly one final time and then appeared on my arm. I admired the weapon and then smiled. I'd have to practice with it soon. I didn't have long before I'd have to claim my brewing potions before they burned. Still, there was one more thing I wanted to do. My eyes shifted to the chunks of brass-colored metal and the greater mana shards that remained in front of me. I reached for one of the shards. System, create a spell that allows me to shape metal, I ordered. Error, your affinity with the element of earth is too low to allow for the manipulation of metal. I frowned and my eyes shifted back to the anti-meritium plating that I'd managed to loot. I'd have to train my earth manipulation then, and the ideas I'd had would have to wait. For now, I'd need to focus on the final thing I'd gotten from the golem's loot orbs, the coordinates to something the system called the Ringed Citadel. Chapter 24. The Kingdom of Nothing. The sound of construction rang out from the bottom of the canyon bluff below. One of the many great rivers of the eastern basins twisted and wound, leaving a mile or so width of land on each side that stretched along the water into the distance. Within the canyon were many bipedal forms. Some were sturdy, some wielded tools. All were as artificial as those we'd faced on the bridge. They each worked, breaking walls and reducing the foundations of great orange stone buildings to rubble. I watched an avian golem in particular, far below, as it flapped its metallic wings with a great struggle, carrying beneath its body a net's worth of shattered stone to some unknown destination. "What are they doing?" I trailed my voice off, one hand blocking the powerful sun from burning my green eyes. Gwen prowled up beside me, her large, predatory gaze narrowed. "Destroying. They're destroying whatever it all used to be." "There's something weird going on here too," I commented, "just like with Galadhel and her priestesses." "Why would they be deconstructing everything?" Gwen asked. "Are they building something else, or—" "I don't know. You'd think that'd have to be it," I replied. "Maybe anyway." My eyes continued to scan the massive city, for that was what I figured it had to be. Many of the buildings were almost completely broken apart, but it was still the best guess I had. Much of the land had been almost cleared of a man-made presence entirely, though it still bore the mark of past construction. As my eyes continued to drift up the layout of the half-disassembled city, they grew wide as they reached where the sun rose up behind its furthest point on the horizon. I narrowed my vision, much like Gwen already had, just to try and confirm what I thought I was seeing. Oh my God," I stuttered as the chill ran through my heart. Gwen growled in response to the sudden shift in my emotions. "Clarissa? Gwen, look through my eyes, or at least look where I'm looking," I said, still transfixed in horror. I felt the cat's eyes linger on me for a moment in hesitation, followed by her confusion and then acquiescence when I said nothing else. The panther's consciousness entered my own, her mind's vision melded into mine. I watched with my friend, through my sight, as we both looked on at the huge sun-blocking mountain of white and brown that sat on the horizon at the city's zenith. The sun still burned brightly behind the mass. We now saw where the net-hoisting golem had been going. Avians and land-based automatons alike, by the hundreds, dropped and threw the byproducts of their destructive efforts all into a massive pile. It was a pile that reached higher than any skyscraper and which had a base that spread out like that of a crumbled pyramid. The top of this giant dumping pile was covered mostly by rubble. The bottom, too. The sides were partially obscured by the many pieces of stone that had rolled down from the top, or otherwise been flung to rest where they did by the arms of the powerful automatons. But it was what could be seen glimpsing out from the core of that massive pile, peeking out between the rubble. That was what horrified me and now my companion as well. "That's—" Gwen's voice trailed, even her strong heart seeming to be brought to silence by what we saw. "Thousands," I whispered. "Thousands, Gwen." My hands balled, the anger burned in my bones, my mana spiraled and raged within my body, reacting to my emotions and seeking a way to lash out with them. A line of blood dripped to the ground from in between the right hand of my shaking fists. "This dungeon—" Gwen still sought for the words. "Is pure evil," I said, my eyes never leaving the massive and never-ending pile of bones that made up the center of the rubble. My voice shook, hatred coming into my usually carefree tone, but we already knew that, didn't we? There were too many golems for me and Gwen to ever hope to deal with in the dead city. The minimap, leading us towards the so-called ringed citadel, also told us that we were far away from our destination. And the people were already dead, their skeletons bleached white by the harsh sun. There was no one to save in the city, no one left who knew enough about them to mourn either. We kept moving, avoiding the sight of massacre we had come upon altogether and the many, many enemies within. It was when we came upon the next city, if it could even be called that anymore, that the true reality of what was happening in the east finally set in. There were no more buildings in this second ghost town. They had all been broken down, no doubt the final result of what we had seen happening in the first, but already come to fruition. This time, you could barely even see the pyramid of bones within the massive amount of rubble, to an even greater extent. Barely, but you could. And I did. There were also no golems that I could see, though. I don't know what possessed me. Maybe it was the fact that there appeared to be no threats. But my legs started to descend into the death-filled valley before I even knew what I was doing. I said nothing to Gwen as I walked either, The panther didn't question me, though, perhaps somehow better understanding the emotions I felt than I did. Once I'd reached it, I couldn't tell you how long I stood in front of the monument of bones. They weren't human bones. They were close but slightly misshapen. Some of the skulls even appeared somewhat like the animalistic faces of the golems we'd fought, but their existence proved, as far as I could tell, that they couldn't be in the same position as the Caliban priestesses. It didn't matter if they weren't human, though. The city around the corpses made it obvious they had been sapient and self-aware. This was a genocide, I said to Gwen. I didn't want to cry, I didn't want to feel anything, but I wasn't sure it was up to me. But no one stopped it. This is terrible, but... Gwen hesitated. Clarissa, are you okay? I paused myself. No, I said. I didn't know them. I don't even know what race they were. But no. I closed my eyes and finished my sentence. No, I am not okay. Gwen growled. Talk to me. I wanted to, but I didn't have the words. The tightness grew in my throat. You can feel it, can't you? What I'm feeling. The panther lowered her head. You're angry. Yes, I said. And sad, she continued, and a tear ran down my cheek. This could be them. Gwen moved in and rested her large, soft head against my thigh. My hand continued to shake, once more in a tight fist, but slowly it let itself go and hesitantly fell between my companion's ears. They die, Gwen, I said, realizing that I'd never really killed anyone, unless you counted Galadel, which was more me killing the web spinner. Anything or anyone that caused this, they die. To be honest, I didn't really know who I was talking about. Did I mean Cowagin? Maybe the boss monster that no doubt awaited us in the ringed citadel, that was probably the direct cause of the slaughter before us. Or was I most angry with whatever was behind bringing the system to my world in the first place? Gwen pushed her head more strongly against me in comfort and solidarity. We'll kill them. My legs hung over the edge of the cliff. My eyes were exhausted, bags under them. How many more cities, Gwen? I asked and sighed. I lost count. We'd passed so many, each as lifeless and destroyed as the last. The eastern basins were a walled graveyard, a hidden country of the forgotten dead. You need sleep, Gwen said. You've been training too hard at night. How many? I repeated. I don't know. I sighed. I'm not losing it, and the stress isn't cracking me, Gwen. The panther purred a bit, contemplatively. I know, but you're worried. Death on that scale. I trailed my voice. It terrified me when I saw it. Fighting monsters, dehumanizing them. Hell, they're not human, I guess. So it's fun. I like it, probably more than I should, but whatever Cowagin is, well, he's a different thing. If he wanted all of this, and isn't just another victim of this dungeon... I paused and then finished. Then he's more evil than anyone humanity ever produced. Even our worst. They didn't destroy entire fucking worlds. They didn't corrupt and torment the survivors and change them until they really weren't even survivors anymore. Gwen growled in agreement. Killing to eat, killing to survive, or to protect what you own. It's natural. And maybe even killing for what's right is too. The panther raised her head to the stars and continued her response. This world didn't die for any of those reasons. I can smell it in the air. The pointless death. It died for no reason at all. I lowered my eyes to look at the beautiful vista below me. I don't want that to happen to Earth, or here, but I think it's too late for this place, no matter what I told Galadel. Gwen and I now sat on the precipice of one small section of a massive ring of canyon walls, one that surrounded a huge and beautiful vista. Green, fertile land. The most fertile we'd seen since entering the basins was dotted with moon-catching flowers and vibrant grass in the depression within and below the canyon ring. All of the lush beauty was fed by a massive lake, filled by the many rivers that ran off the rock walls all around the small section of emerald grassland. And in the center of that lake, there rose, more grand than anything I'd seen on Earth, a tower made for a giant, hewn from silver and surrounded by a dozen building-sized rings that hovered, connected by massive staircases all around it. It was a morbid sight, in a way, for something so breathtaking and fantastical to exist in the center of a land dripping with so much past slaughter. Our enemy is here, Gwen said, turning her intelligent eyes to meet mine. We rest, and then we face him. I exhaled harshly. One more step towards answers, towards Cowagin, if he can even give them. Gwen growled, You'll still enjoy the fight. I chuckled. Yeah, but for a lot of reasons, beyond just the fighting. Maybe that'll just make it better, Gwen contemplated aloud. I'd never thought about justice until recently. You mean until the past 2 weeks of traveling the canyons? I asked. The panther's eyes rested on the glinting silvered tower. Yes. Maybe it's not just me changing then, I added aloud, accepting her lack of explanation. I felt a lot more than she could say over our soul link anyway. The more we fight together, the more I fight like you, Gwen. The more vicious and also calm it makes me. Gwen didn't reply right away. She paused for a moment. As long as we kill for the right reasons, I believe that will just make you stronger. It's not a bad thing, being more like you, I said. I'm not as scared as I was when I first came here. I'm more comfortable in my skin too, like I'm just me. I felt a bit of surprise and maybe bashfulness pass over our emotional connection, but it didn't come from me. I'm more human, I think, Gwen said, her surprise fading a bit as she made the confession. I feel more like that anyway. Not just whatever I am. I feel like both. I smiled. Good, Gwen, if you think it's good. I do have one question, the panther began, changing the subject. What have you been training so late into the night? You look like you've been in pain during your shifts. I was a little shocked as I heard her ask the question. I wasn't aware she'd been watching me at night, but not that closely. Well, I said, I guess I could show you. I pushed myself up off of the ground, my long hair blowing in the moonlight. But I can't do it out here, I said. Let's go back to the tent. I slipped into our hide-made shelter, Gwen padding behind me. I made sure the flap was closed completely after us, even knowing there was likely not another living soul up on the canyon ring besides us two. Once that was done, I walked into the center of the tent and opened my inventory screen. My grappling hook went first, disappearing into shimmering light as I unequipped it. Then came my armor. Gwen didn't react to my nudity at all, though. I knew it didn't bother her. We had bathed since entering the river-filled basins after all. We were used to each other. My pale, though somewhat more tanned skin and muscled curves were now showing in their entirety. Gwen narrowed her eyes. What are those? It definitely wasn't my body, in particular, that Gwen was addressing. All across my skin, there glowed, almost to a blinding degree, now that my armor wasn't equipped, dozens of crisscrossing arcane sigils. Intermixed between these shining runes, however, there were some faintly glowing white and red ones as well, though they made up the minority. They're runes, Gwen, I said, really feeling how weak my body truly felt now that we were nearing the time for rest. When I saw the golems in the first city, I realized how damned outnumbered we were. Okay, but... Gwen's eyes narrowed and I felt her mind probing my own. I didn't feel it until now. You've been hiding how exhausted you are from me. I noticed a part of how tired you were, but... Clarissa, are you in pain right now? I was. A lot of pain. I could barely manage it, in fact. Each glowing arcane rune burned against my skin. Their brimming energy caused my muscles to throb, my heart to pound, and my health regeneration, even when buttressed by accelerate healing, could just barely keep up with how much mystical damage they were doing on account of their mana-charged nature. I felt like I was being torn apart. I think I probably was too. I can hit hard, we both can, but my mana reserves are limited. Potions can't be relied on forever, and if I run out of spells before a fight is over, then we'll probably die if you can't pick up the slack, I explained. My fire and frostfire runes gave me the idea to do this. I raised my forearm and traced it along the runes that I'd etched into my skin through willpower alone. These are like batteries. Each one holds a different amount of mana. All of these probably have a little too much in them, even for practice, though honestly. I closed my eyes and the runes began to implode, each one shattering off into the air as my body absorbed the power I'd imparted into them. My mana bar ticked back up from its mostly depleted state until it reached full. Each exploding rune after that provided me with nothing, aside from a massive amount of relief from the pain I was feeling on their account. "You've made a spell that acts as a potion," Gwen said, a little bit of respect mixing in with her worry. "That doesn't explain the pain or why you've been hiding it." "Bear with me. No material can hold a limitless amount of mana, at least as far as I can tell," I explained. "The runestones I create can only be about as strong as a fireball spell before they shatter if I try to make them any stronger, because I don't have any better material than normal rocks to enchant." I laughed darkly and continued, "As for my body, well, turns out it has its limits too, even if I didn't think it would at first. I used 2 of the soul shards we got from the gate golems to make what the system calls a lesser mana rune. I'm pretty sure the higher level ones can go on items, but these ones apparently only work on a caster. I think it has something to do with them using residual mana coming off of the soul core to maintain themselves, or at least that's what it feels like they're doing. It's not like I have a teacher to explain this stuff." Gwen growled low. "You sound like you've learned a lot." "I have," I explained as my voice grew a little serious. "Like how bad it hurts when you try to throw too many runes on yourself. At first, even just one pretty weak rune made my health bar drain so fast that even healing spells couldn't keep up, and I'd have to release it before too long." "You were just wearing a lot more than one," Gwen observed. I held up 2 fingers. 2 things explain that. The first one is mana resistance. I sort of hit a wall with elemental resistances because unless I was willing to throw fireballs at myself, there was a limit to what I could do every night. But my tolerance for mana runes is apparently a little easier to train. Not that I didn't figure that out by accident. I continued, "What I did was find the perfect balance between my mana regeneration, the damage dealt by as many mana runes as I could handle, and how much it cost to counter that damage with healing spells." "Clarissa, how long have you been doing this?" Gwen asked. "You talk like you haven't been in agony. I can feel that you have now that I'm looking for it." I hesitated, realizing what I was about to say might sound insane. "Every day and every hour since we left the second city, casting runes beneath my clothes and healing spells while I did. Except I can't do it when I sleep, or it'd probably kill me." "And you can keep that many runes on your body now?" Gwen asked. I shook my head and indicated the 5 remaining mana runes that glowed across my neckline. 5. With my current mana resistance, I can keep 5 runes on my body and I won't take damage from them. Each one can pretty much top me off. All the other ones you saw were just me pushing my limits to try and surpass that. If I have a lot of little weaker runes going at once, it also raises my spell control skill quicker since I have to juggle my awareness. So I was multitasking, I guess. "You have been distant these past few days." Gwen started to put together exactly what I'd been putting myself through. The dark bags underneath my eyes began to fade as Accelerate Healing cleaned up some of the damage I'd done to myself now that the excess mana runes were gone. I was still exhausted, though. "Sorry about that, Gwen," I said. "I've just had a lot on my mind." The panther growled. "I won't pry, but we shouldn't hide things from one another." I frowned. "No, we shouldn't. I wasn't so much hiding it, I guess. Keeping the pain from crossing our soul link was more me not wanting to hurt you too. And the rest? I guess I was just stuck in my head and concentrating." The cat shook her head. "You have different runes on you too," Gwen said. I lifted my hand and showed the sigil on my palm. "This is a flame rune." I lifted my other hand and showed the matching sigil on the other hand and continued explaining. "This is a Frostfire rune. You can control which way the explosion goes for those, right? I imagine it would hurt if you just put it against someone's head, or anywhere else really," Gwen said. "Right," I smiled, glad to see she was following. "The fire one is designed to work kinda like a direct blowtorch. It makes one big, really powerful directed blast about the size of my palm. The Frostfire rune is meant to flash freeze whatever I can grab. They're just a little extra utility and only good for one go, but it's something. Plus, they helped me to raise my fire and frost resistance a little more." Gwen sighed. "I'm proud you're my partner. You're smart and brave, but I'm starting to think you're a little obsessive." I cocked an eyebrow, feeling a little bit better now that my body wasn't being hypersaturated with mana. "I prefer inventive," I said. I said you were smart, Gwen indicated my self-crafted sleeping roll with her head. We'll forget the rest. Just sleep. I was tired. I'm sorry if you feel like I kept anything from you. It's fine, the panther said as she laid herself down in front of the tent flap. Gwen closed her eyes, but I knew she was still awake. She could stand guard with her ears as well as she could with her eyes. Not knowing if pushing the subject would just make it worse, I crawled into my sleeping bag, still nude as I'd found it comfortable to sleep that way for a while, especially when the system could equip my armor and weapons for me with a single command or two. However, just as I was drifting off to sleep, a bit worried if Gwen was mad at me or not, I heard a gentle telepathic message enter my mind. I saw the flame rune you had over your heart, Clarissa. Gwen's mental message told me in a calm but very serious tone, maybe explaining why she'd been so quick to let my dishonesty go. You don't need it. I wouldn't ever let you become something less than human. My eyes opened and I looked over at the panther. She hadn't moved. My magic wouldn't damage me unless I let it, but I could let it. The flame rune she was talking about would have been under my armor if I were wearing it. It would have been useless for damaging enemies. I guess she wasn't trying to make a big deal out of it then, but she was smarter than I gave her credit for, and I didn't think she was dumb to begin with. Okay, Gwen, I whispered as I let the flame rune on my chest fade away. I'll trust you. Then no more secrets, she replied telepathically. No more secrets, I agreed. I'm still sorry. Don't be. Chapter 25, A Land That Was. The night's sleep was much needed. The mana oversaturation I'd been putting myself through had greatly strained my mind, maybe even my soul, over the past weeks in a way that made my every thought ache. Think a headache, but worse. And no, I wasn't just describing a migraine. It was weirder feeling than that. It was like having a dull echo going throughout every piece of you. I reached up to wipe my wavy hair from my dream-heavy eyes. The sleeping roll that was wrapped around my bare body slipped down to expose the still humming runes that were glowing faintly along my collarbone. Hopefully, all the discomfort would be worth it. There'd been a lot of pain involved in unlocking the 5 tiny runes that I hardly even noticed after all my training, but that I could still feel pulsing with stored power if I reached out to them. If there were other people acting as players in the system, then I really doubted most of them would be pushing themselves as hard as I'd been. I didn't think I was special or anything, but Gwen had a point when she'd called me obsessed, though obsessive was probably a better adjective to fit me. I'd always been that way too. In my old life on Earth, I'd hidden my long hours hitting the books and practicing sports with an upbeat attitude and a shy party girl persona. Makeup had hidden the bags under my eyes. Ibuprofen had dulled the ache in my limbs, along with the sore limp of overtraining that everyone at my college would have seen otherwise. Wrap all of that up in a happy voice, that was honestly mostly just my personality anyway, and no one was ever the wiser about how hard I was always pushing the envelope of my health. Mostly no one anyway, but it wasn't a bad thing, I didn't think. Not really. I'd been trying to get a handle on balancing my health with my compulsion to tackle my chosen obsessions. That was where the relaxing with friends had come in. Beyond just trying to keep up the front of being a normal laid-back girl, I'd forced myself to network and not just be out of touch, because I'd made that mistake before and I'd really hated being lonely like that. Still, where I'd always found my joy, where I'd always been truly happy, was in progressing and being better than I was the day before in whatever passions had caught my interest for the day, week, or year. I removed my hand from my face and stretched out my shoulders and arms. My eyes glanced over to the elegantly beautiful panther who was relaxing by the opening to our shared tent. Still, regardless of everything I'd been thinking, I'd felt how serious Gwen had been when she'd warned me about taking it easier the night prior. The panther could feel my thoughts, not read them, but feel them. I'm pretty sure she'd caught me as I was slipping over the line into sacrificing my mental health for a goal. It had been a while since I'd done that, but now that the brain pulsing of overexertion had mostly left my mind, it was easier to reflect on how she might have been right. "Morning, Gwen," I said aloud to the cat. The feline's right ear twitched. "Good morning, Claire," she said aloud, and then began to stretch herself, her massive maw yawning cutely as her hind legs lifted her flank into a flexing. I smiled. The panther was ferocious, intelligent, and beautiful. But like any cat, she could still be adorable. She'd also slid firmly into the role of acting as a check on my mental health. We were in a crazy, alien, and ridiculous situation. Reality didn't make sense anymore. Gwen kept me grounded. Yes, I needed power. Yes, I still thought the runes were a good idea, but I respected the panther's opinion enough to take her advice to back off a little and rest. She was both an outside viewpoint on how I was acting and also, thanks to our mental connection, the closest thing to an objective subject matter expert on my spiritual makeup that there was. "You ready to get going?" I asked. "Sleep good?" Gwen shook the sleep off of her fuzzy face. "Very." Camp never took too long to pack up. The system's implemented inventory made cleaning up little more than a process of selecting dialogue options and storing away our many collected niceties and necessities. Our path to the tower was clear. The ringed citadel had only one defined avenue of approach, a massive stone-carved section of steps that led down into the verdant grassland below the canyon ring we'd slept on. It was only when Gwen and I started to walk down the steps that we noticed the huge carvings that had been chiseled out of the rock faces that rose as you descended the two big steps. The carvings resembled the golems we'd faced, but were much more artistic in their existence, whereas the automatons had seemed much more utilitarian, perhaps only touched by a tenth of the artistry that had graced the creation of the rock carvings we now looked upon. Scenes of what seemed to be anthropomorphic kings, queens, and mathematicians, along with warriors of some lost history, traced the steps. "This place is beautiful," I said to Gwen, feeling a lot less morbid and angry than I had the night prior. "But it just feels sad. I can't really place it. Almost like all of this was meant to be something important, but it isn't." Gwen built upon my thoughts. "Like all this had a purpose to the people who used to live in this place." "Yeah," I answered as my eyes linger along the carved scene of what appeared to be some sort of hawk-faced magician, or maybe astronomer, opening his hands to release a sea of endless stars into the sky above him from out of his robed sleeves. Just like that. My face grew more serious. "Do you think the golems even killed all those people, Gwen? It looks like they were built in the image of whoever made this place. And I don't think a killer like that would make art this, what's the word, sentimental." I felt the panther's mind turning over my words. "So why would they be breaking down the cities then?" I paused, struggling to put the ominous floating feeling that was forming inside my chest into words. Maybe it's just another of Cowagin's corruptions, turning the golems against their masters, or maybe they're just trying to put an end to everything that was destroyed by disassembling the cities and putting them to rest with their people. Different cultures see death differently. It could be a thing. "They did attack us, though," Gwen added, "and I'm assuming the system wants us to fight whatever is in that tower." "Right," I agreed. "Honestly, I still have no real idea what's going on in this dungeon. Galadhel put a lot together for me, but it was like the ruler had hidden most of the truth from her too. What I'm most interested in isn't even a good fight, not anymore. I want to know whatever it is that this world is hiding from us. I want to know just why we're here." "We might find that in the tower," the panther offered. "Answers. Or more questions. There's only this ruler, and then one more to go. Then I'm pretty sure we're going to be pointed at the big bad himself. Either way, we're bound to figure something out," I replied. Gwen growled. "As long as we fight for those answers." My face put on an expression equivalent to a casual shrug. "No reason we can't enjoy that too." The tower floated in the middle of the lake, a great monolith of silvered artistry, and the closer we got, the more I could feel the mana coming off of it in waves. It was an odd sensation, almost like there was a gravitational aura of mystical energy coned around the physics-defying structure, one that seemed to suck in power from the atmosphere. Unlike the Great Wall we'd encountered, the tower was much more like the canyon carvings in that it declared proudly to the world that it was built not solely for the sake of utility. Great reliefs depicting even greater scenes that were more gorgeous than Eve what we'd seen on the steps leading us to the ringed citadel were carved into the almost living-looking metal of the tower. The lake surrounding the citadel was entirely calm as well, and as clear and blue as perfection itself, though it did glow slightly with a strange humming. Despite it being set above the water of the massive lake itself, there was no bridge that led into the ruler's sanctum. Rather, the widest of the great hovering rings of constructed silver that surrounded the structure floated right on the edge of the shore. Floating stairs then connected it to the next largest ring, and then on until one reached the highest ring that seemed to allow entrance to the metallic tower. An angular arch, guarded by two cloaked and towering statues of the same color of the rest of the tower, beckoned me and Gwen onto the hovering rings and the path that would no doubt lead us to the Eastern ruler. "Those things are pretty, a lot prettier than the brass golems, but I'm betting they can still move," I said aloud. "Whoever made them definitely seems like they were a better craftsman than whoever made the other ones," Gwen agreed. "Which probably means they're stronger," I replied, putting into words our shared worry. "I'd be willing to bet on it," Gwen said and growled low. "There's nothing wrong with farming a little more loot before we get to the top," I offered. As I began to stretch out the shoulder of my left arm, every little bit helps. I felt Gwen's battle lust growing over our shared connection. I can feel myself getting closer to an evolution. A bit of excitement peaked in my chest. "Really?" Gwen purred. "Every fight gets us a little closer." I smiled. "Then let's get a little closer. Ready?" "Yes," the panther said, and started to prowl forward towards the open archway. I followed behind and stretched out my fingers. At my will, mana began to pool freely in each of my palms. As we walked forward, I brought my two hands together and with a practiced pull, drew the fiery length of my raging blade out from my non-dominant fist, flicking the inferno-formed sword out to my side as I did so. Unlike the other automatons, the hooded guardians didn't whir or whine when they moved. Their arms and halberds simply descended with a beautiful grace as we approached, the weapons crossing to block our way. I didn't hesitate, however. The moment I saw them move, I had already summoned a runic grenade into my hand. The spell-formed stone, my flame magic emblazoned upon its face, was whipping out of my grasp and connecting with the cat-like face of the hooded guardian before it had even fully lowered its weapon. The stone sensed my intent and upon impact exploded with a violent, concussive force. Caught in the moment of its first movement, the sculpture faltered and stumbled back. Its halberd fell from its grasp, and its hand could only resort to grabbing with force upon the archway it stood in front of, its powerful fingers cracking into the silvered stone to prevent itself from falling into the deep lake below. My vision focused upon the casual way in which the Guardian's fingers had pierced the untouchable-looking metal of the archway. It was stronger than the other golems had been and much more nimble. As I observed it, the hooded creature looked upon me. Its carved eyes flashed a powerful blue. My own eyes grew wide and only just barely shot towards to the fallen halberd, in time to see it twitch with an aura of the same mystical color. As I felt, accelerate adrenaline, instinctively jumping into my bones and muscles, the monster's name boxes finally populated within my vision. Hooded Gatekeeper, Level 30 Elite. Hooded Gatekeeper, Level 30 Elite. Elites as gatekeepers? Well, the difficulty curve had certainly just shot up. I was thinking all of this just as the now floating halberd closed 99% of the gap between me and it, faster than I could ever hope to move on my own. Chapter 26. Flicker was in the name. Accelerate adrenaline wasn't enough to dodge the quickly incoming halberd, not when I hadn't registered the weapon as a threat, once the staggering and now glowing gatekeeper had dropped it. I should have made the connection. I'd seen an ability like this before, from the golem on the bridge me and Gwen had passed over to enter the basins. But I hadn't made the connection. Not until the last possible moment. The weapons of that other golem had been made of antimeritium, a mysterious metal that seemed to be able to strike me even when my mana flicker had me in a less than physical state. I could only assume that this elite variant of automaton, though appearing to be made of a more silver-seeming metal, probably had the same sort of abilities, if not greater ones. Maybe it wouldn't be a straight one-to-one upgrade between the two monsters, but I couldn't discount the possibility. The halberd was close now. It was a blur even in my mana-sped senses. I needed more speed. I fueled more mana into my body and mind accelerating spell, churning it into the hungry furnace of the spell's formation. The halberd stilled somewhat in response. The world did too, but the incoming weapon was still too fast. I poured even more mana into my spell. The cracks began to show in my arsenal of spells. Accelerate Adrenaline had served me well, but it too apparently had its limits. My body struggled against me, my mind's speed now outstripping the upper limitations of my physicality. It was like being locked in a straitjacket, bound and sealed into my flesh by my own sense of time. I was suddenly able to perceive what needed to be done, but I just couldn't do it fast enough for it to matter. The halberd inched a near-frozen second closer to me. The weapon's shape started to distort as its edges took up the majority of my vision. My eyes shifted furiously, not as bound by the chillingly slow-to-react chains of sinew and bones that my muscles were as I looked for an answer. Gwen's mouth, wreathed in tiny sparks of vibrant electricity and world-rippling thunder, was half open, but she was just as frozen as the rest of the world was. I felt that our bond was still intact, but that our now mismatched perceptions of time was impeding the connection's usefulness. How did that work? Did magic just pick and choose when it fit into realistic limitations? Screw that. I hadn't been reincarnated into being a damn flame-wielding, elf-looking sorceress just to be limited by my own magic. With the halberd growing ever closer through the malaises of my frozen perspective, and now almost touching my nose proper, I reached into the depths of my soul core. I felt it then, a pulse, or more accurately, a wavering of power at the center of my being. I grabbed a hold of that energy, flooding the fire of my soul's mana with my intent, and pushing it into and forcing it to burn throughout the mana channels of my body. My skin began to grow less physical, as if ready to break away. But even this familiar feeling was moving too slowly. The halberd touched my half-formed nose. I felt the first tinges of pain a moment later, as my lagging nerves finally relayed what they were feeling to my spell-altered consciousness. My teeth, already clenched in contemplation, ground in defiance. Fine, I surged even more mana into Accelerate Adrenaline. In response to my redoubled efforts, time proved to slow to almost nothing, even when I'd thought it already had. I couldn't even move my eyes now. My body was left behind as my mind pushed further beyond its limits. The pain of the halberd, removing only a few particles of skin from my nose, shattered and broke off from any realistic sense of perceivability. A single moment of discomfort echoed into an eternity. My mana bar, meanwhile, drained at a rate that matched my mind's new sped-up perception of time. Just how much mana was I using? In real time, I didn't have the seconds to do the math, but I imagined it was a ridiculous amount. It didn't matter. I had to live. If I'd discovered anything about myself these past few weeks, it was that I wasn't the kind of person who died. I refused to lay down and accept this world's senseless bloodlust. If I couldn't mana flicker my whole body in time, then I'd just flicker the part that mattered. I reached for my soul core once again. I felt the flame of my blazing mana rage beneath what felt like my breast. I redirected that energy, that blaze of defiance, up my collarbone. The power flowed, seemingly unimpeded by the mortal limitations of my synapses, up the nape of my neck, leaving a pleasant warmth as it went. Then it reached my head. The fire spread, filling every pore of my face, flowing around my cheeks and even into every strand of my hair. But it still wasn't enough. I dug deeper. My soul core pulsed, sending more mana into my inner flame, the flame that fueled my spellcasting, which I now realized, as I was almost cut off from all physical sensation and solely focused on it, was somewhat separate from my soul core itself. The fire flowed up and into my head as it, and it alone, from my neck to my head's crown, mana flickered. Reality resumed its proper flow. My nose stung as the infinitesimal part of it that had touched the halberd's sharpened edge was left behind as my head magically forced itself to the side, staying connected to my body even as everything from the neck down did not break away into mana as it did. I tasted blood the moment my skull rematerialized. It was pouring from my nostrils, I realized. That was probably bad. Catching up to me now, my heart thundered, threatening to tear itself apart against the strain I'd put it through by slamming against the walls of my natural limits. My mana was barely at 10%. I could feel that each and every one of my muscles was now strained beyond its limits, not terribly, but noticeably. I'd finally pushed too far, but I was alive. I reached for the stored power of one of my mana runes, feeling it flood into the weakened fire of my inner flame, serving as ethereal fuel that relit its already relighting blaze. My eyes shone with power as Accelerate Healing started to work to repair the damage I'd done. I smiled, even as Accelerate Adrenaline kicked back into gear, though at a much reduced rate, as the healing magics of my other spell wrapped around my damaged and fluttering heart. I could still fight, and I'd learned a neat new trick. God, they were fast. The halberd was back in the hand of the gatekeeper that I'd momentarily disarmed, and that in turn had almost drove its telekinetically controlled weapon through my skull. And the creature was making good use of its reclaimed halberd at that. As was its twin partner, I could feel the sheer, ridiculous force coming off of each of the thing's weapon swings, like a whooshing bus going full speed ahead past me. The bronze golems from before had been strong enough to quickly overpower me when I crossed blades with them. But these things, I didn't even try to meet their attacks. I was pretty sure they'd break my arms if I attempted that. Whatever their strength stat was, it was far greater than mine. I wouldn't even say I was faster than them in terms of agility. Close to that maybe, and able to eke out a lead when I slowed down my perception of time with my spells. But that was it. Luckily, my spell control skill had grown by leaps and bounds as a result of my experimentation with placing runes on myself. I was pretty sure that was the only reason I'd been able to refine my use of mana flicker when it had mattered. That was really coming in handy now. Where before I'd only been able to move my full body in small jumps, now I could move parts of it in way more precise ways, essentially hyper-accelerating my twists and turns. The first gatekeeper came in for another powerful swing of its weapon. Mana flooded into the right side of my body. That side's shoulder, arms, and legs became a blue blur and yanked the rest of me over and out of the way of the silver golem's downswipe. I'd been trying to teleport with mana flicker the whole time I'd had the spell, since that was how I'd seen the mana cats use it. But it wasn't really ever a teleport spell. It had always been somewhat limited by gravity, meaning I'd needed to jump when I wanted to use it to go airborne, which should have been the second tip-off that it had more potential. Of course, the first should have been that I'd always been aware that I'd been moving through space when using it, just in a less corporeal form. The spell was truly less an instant jump from one point to another as it was, well, a way to flicker myself in and out of a physical form, and a very good way to circumvent my physical limitations. Stats be damned, my body could only currently move so fast. But mana, as far as I could tell, moved at the speed of thought, at least until it entered the waking world, where it then moved at the speed your skill with it allowed. Regardless, any delay between thinking and spellcasting just seemed a result of one's ability with manipulating it. It just so happened also that I could speed my thoughts up, which meant I could move almost as fast as I could think, and I could think mighty fast these days. I ducked under another halberd swipe, my upper body flashing blue and becoming translucent as it bent backward under the weapon, combining my mana skills with my acrobatic skill. Then, recognizing the opportunity, I committed to a slightly longer mana flicker as my body broke into a cloud of energy and flew between the gatekeeper's legs. I reappeared behind the monster just as a crack of lightning slammed into the face of the golem before bouncing off of the creature and appearing beside me. The crackle of energy reformed into the shape of a large panther. The other gatekeeper stepped up from behind us. "We're surrounded again," I sent the mental message to Gwen, sarcasm jiving in my telepathic tone. "I'm not so sure we can be surrounded anymore," Gwen said back, satisfaction and battle lust in her tone, "not with your new moves." The golem that had missed me and been hit by my companion's lightning shape turned violently and swung out with another attack. It didn't matter, Gwen and I were already gone. The next minutes were a violent maelstrom of magic and flashing lights. The gatekeepers kept up, truly they did, but they couldn't hit us. Not anymore. My runes kept me topped off. My acrobatic skill kept my feet moving, and when that failed to be enough, my magic slowed my senses and allowed my body to simply flow around whatever attack came at it. Sure, that might not have been enough, since I couldn't literally have eyes in the back of my head, but the thing was that I more or less could. That was because Gwen was there for me. Our bond only grew stronger by the day and was never so clear as it was in the purity of battle, when our soul cores echoed more and more to an even closer hum of harmony. The panther watched my back, and I watched hers, and we saw through each other's eyes. Any enemy, damned elites or not, was hard-pressed to surprise us from any angle now. Halberd strikes came in again and again. Almost none of them hit us, with those that did just barely nicking our skin. Another of my runes burned away. I was trying to toy with flaring, accelerate adrenaline, only when I needed it, but was always forced to keep it going in order to keep Spelldancer going. Still, my mana was always going to be a limitation, especially with my now very frequent use of mana flicker. Though, thankfully, my more precise and less space-covering jumps were much more mana efficient than my previous uses of the spell had been. My blade slashed into the gatekeepers again and again. Each of my strikes left a burning, heat-flaring gash, but it was never deep enough. The only problem was that they were tough. Sweat beaded down my brow as the fight continued. I could feel myself slowing. My spells pushed me past my body's limits, and agility made me damn efficient in the use of my muscles. Still, though, endurance wasn't a stat I'd been able to prioritize, and magic could apparently only shore up a dump stat so much. Even with my newly refined fighting style, I was starting to make mistakes. The golems, however, never tired. Their movements remained strong, powerful, and they didn't react to damage at all. They felt nothing. They feared nothing. Luckily, I still had a lot of mana on tap. I wasn't stupid. In fact, my mind had been working better and better as my intelligence stat grew. My blade had barely been able to pierce the bronze golems from before. I'd guessed from the start that the silver ones would have been too strong, so I'd been slapping my hand down against the silver gatekeepers as often as I could. Here and there, my palm had lashed out against them mid-dodge. "Now, Gwen, get back," I sent the mental alert to my friend. I flickered off to the side of another attack and then broke into another cloud of energy altogether. Gwen landed beside me in perfect tune with my own landing. The gatekeepers looked up at us. For the first time, I thought I sensed curiosity in their glowing eyes, the only emotion I'd seen from them at all, really. I guess they hadn't been programmed to care or notice the dozens upon dozens of explosive runes that now covered their bodies, from their joints to their lithe torsos. My eyes flared each with their own separate blazes as I activated the runes I'd laid. One flashed blue with superheated, mana-enriched flames, and one shone out with whitened frostfire. Then the world shook. "Get down!" Gwen roared over our bond. +5, one-handed, +5 spell control, +5 fire manipulation, +5 acrobatics. Congratulations, fire manipulation has reached the apprentice tier. Please choose a fire specialization, concussive, burning, concentrated. Congratulations, one-handed has reached the apprentice tier. Please choose a style foundation, strength, endurance, agility. Congratulations, acrobatics has reached the apprentice tier. Please choose an apprentice path for your skill. Thief, acrobat, contortionist. Chapter 27, Apprentice Tier Skills. Fire and Frostfire was given life at my will. I could feel the raw, living mana as it ran in circuits throughout my spell-forged runes until they, in an instant, completed their violent purpose. They all erupted, and the world did too. Gwen and I hit the ground hard as her shout echoed throughout my mind. My stomach reverberated, but a foreign disturbing power was building in me, an energy that had leaked into the runes at the last moment. It was a power that had given them far more force than they should have had. Congratulations, fire manipulation has reached the apprentice tier. Please choose a fire specialization, concussive, burning, concentrated. I saw through my companion's eyes as the silver gatekeepers were blown apart, their alien metal crunching in jagged contours as my rune's implosive force blasted against them from every angle their bodies could offer. At first, the strange, magically resistant silver of the golems' bodies seemed to hold up, but then, with explosion after explosion, the cracks began to show. Then, with a massive sundering noise, the first blast of my rune's fire finally ripped through the most damaged of the two. Meanwhile, my mind was being sundered by a shaking energy that threatened to tear me apart. Clarissa, Gwen said. A shot of worry shot over our bond, as she no doubt detected the disturbance in my soul core. And what a fucking disturbance it was. All of a sudden, it was like someone had lit a blazing sun in my mana channels. The overbearing heat of the intruding power shot along all of the pathways that I'd learned to flow my spells throughout. My hands shook, digging against and into the dirt and grass set before the first of the silvered rings of the citadel. My teeth chattered, my eyes flashed with energy. This wasn't my power, this wasn't… What the fuck was this? Clarissa, they're still alive, Gwen roared, and I heard a crack of thunder, laced with hurried concern, resound as my friend charged back into battle. The system notifications continued to flash. Every blip of the text boxes was like a blast of discord within my skull. Congratulations! Fire manipulation has reached the Apprentice tier. Apprentice tier? What the hell was Apprentice tier? I lifted my eyes. Was this surging of power a result of me reaching some threshold of power? Yeah, that tracked, even through the sudden vertigo and discomfort. The system continued to prompt me to make choices regarding my skills. If I made a choice, then would this resounding headache go away? Congratulations, fire manipulation has reached the Apprentice tier. Please choose a fire specialization, concussive, burning, concentrated. What did any of that mean? Clarissa, we have to finish this, Gwen roared over our telepathic bond. Flashes of violent combat, of claw and halberd, bolted over our mental connection. I needed to calm down. I needed to right myself. The system wanted me to specialize my fire magic. It would probably grant me a boost to my power, right? Had it already? I remembered how my runes had seemingly gotten away from my expectations of them. Then the power raging inside of me. Was it meant to be fuel for a greater boost? Was it system energy or my own? It certainly felt like the former. Questions for another day. Of the three offered traits, concussive seemed the most straightforward. It probably dealt with fire magic that went boom. I already had a boost to explosive magic from my raging sorcery perk, though. What about burning? It sounded useful, but how often did I rely on damage over time? My sword cut quickly and cauterized quickly. It didn't really catch things on fire. Neither did my fireball spell, honestly, which was more like a bomb. The same went for my runes. Would the burning trait change that? Give all of my spells a burning attribute and a higher chance to proc a burning effect? Why can't these things have descriptions, damn it? My eyes drifted back to the concussive specialization. My runes, my fireball spell, my ability to combust my sword, it all seemed to point to strengthening my explosive power being the safest choice. But then, hadn't I already gotten a boost to the strength of my runes just by hitting the Apprentice tier? Weren't they already strong enough? Honestly, the only weakness I'd noted as of late was my conjured sword's inability to cut through thicker, mana-resistant armor. I could get around this somewhat by concentrating the mana into a more compressed form, but it was difficult and mana-draining. My shaking eyes drifted to the final option. Did the concentrated specialization offer a workaround to this? Would it shore up my weapon's weaknesses and mana dependency? But what effect would it have on my other spells? I heard Gwen unleash another roar, this one laced with a violent mana. I needed to make decisions faster. I selected the concentrated option. Almost instantly I felt the burning sun within my veins flare and then abate, the energy flooding into the spiritual flame that surrounded my soul core. The power weakened somewhat, but it was still there. And the small part of it related to my fire manipulation no longer hurt. Instead, it had added something to my abilities. The pain wasn't entirely gone, though greatly relived, however. 2 more system notifications flashed before me still. Congratulations, One-Handed has reached the Apprentice tier. Please choose a style foundation, strength, endurance, agility. My conjured sword had dissipated the moment my mind had been overwhelmed by the system energy that had flooded me upon hitting Apprentice tier in my skills. Regardless, I remembered back to all the times I had used the weapon and to when I had first decided to try to min-max my specializations. All skills were supposed to have an associated attribute, right? I had just assumed One-Handed was related to strength, since it hadn't seemed to benefit at all from me leveling my intelligence and agility. beyond my body being more nimble. Had one-handed just been leveling purely by itself this whole time? Did that mean that if I chose agility, I'd gain new benefits to my sword skills based on my power-leveled attribute? I selected agility as my style foundation without hesitation. Strength and endurance hardly made any sense for my build after all. The system energy lurched within me again, barreling through my body and pulsing throughout me. This time, however, I felt the power burning within my inner flame and then pulsing out to reshape my muscles slightly and also imprinting something upon them in ways I couldn't quite place. 1 to go. Congratulations, Acrobatics has reached the Apprentice tier. Please choose an Apprentice path for your skill: Thief, Acrobat, Contortionist. Thief was probably to do with moving controlled and quietly. That could be useful, but I hadn't needed to do that too often. Besides, my magic was usually pretty loud. The option seemed counterproductive to my fighting style. Contortionist sounded interesting, and I was sure it had some niche uses, but again, it wasn't really the workhorse-sounding path that I wanted. Acrobat, though. I'd leveled and gained my acrobatic skill by dodging and fighting acrobatically. The path was even named after the skill. I selected the acrobat path, trusting myself that it was probably the best option for me. The system energy once again circled throughout my mana channels, raging and subsuming itself into my brightly growing soul fire. Much like with my one-handed skill, the power of my now apprentice-level acrobatic skill pulsed back out into my body, loosening my joints and intertwining a limber explosive feeling power into my tendons and ligaments. You have gained the Potent Flames perk. Increases the power and ease of compression of all fire-based spells with every level in fire manipulation. Spells slightly ignores enemy resistances. You have gained the Agile Blade perk. Your one-handed skill will now level along with your agility attribute, granting 10 points per level of agility. This bonus is not retroactive, grants a slight bonus to perception when engaged in combat. You have gained the Acrobat perk, increases the limber and explosive nature of your body. Strain on endurance by the use of the acrobatic skill reduced with skill level. The pain I'd felt before, by the onslaught of the system energies, was replaced with a dull ache. It was even somewhat pleasant. Slowly, I rose to my feet, my eyes set on Gwen as she swarmed around the heavily injured and barely standing gatekeepers. The golems were blasted to hell, missing massive chunks of themselves. Their every movement appeared broken and janky. Gwen, meanwhile, was a whirlwind of fury. She was a natural disaster of lightning and thunder made sapient. Her mana-charged claws tore and shredded, dodging and ripping into the automatons more and more as each second passed. The panther was determined, unstoppable in her intent to protect both myself and her own life, but I could feel her body tiring. I flexed my hand, beginning to pool the mana needed to summon my weapon of choice into my palm. "I'm coming." I sent the telepathic message just as another blast of system power rippled through me, causing me to stumble. It wasn't as bad as before, but it wasn't comfortable. Synergy detected between pure flames, RU, potent flames, frigid flames, RU, raging sorcery, RU, and incinerator Y. C. Do you wish to evolve these skills, YN? What in the system energy then doubled again, if not tripled. Synergy detected between Acrobat, UN, Spelldancer 2, R, Overclocked, UN, and Agile Blade, UN. Do you wish to evolve these skills? YN. The invading power made my head spin worse than before, if only because I hadn't expected it to come back. My mana channels were overloaded once more. Fuck this. I needed to help Gwen. She was doing fine for now. She might even be able to finish the battle herself. But what if she needed me soon? We weren't exactly in a friendly place. At the same time, even through my annoyance, however, I could instinctively feel my various system-highlighted perks shifting within where their influence touched my soul core. I could feel them orbiting each other, as if the power the system had forced into me was highlighting their potential to be something greater than the sum of their parts. My eyes hovered and focused in on the 2 notification boxes. Somehow, I also knew that I could adjust what the system offered. I could remove or exclude certain perks from whatever combination I sought to create with the binding power the system was granting me, presumably as a reward for leveling the skills related to these perks to Apprentice tier. However, I also knew that if I altered the quantity of perks to be combined, that I would lose some of the potential my mind was now dancing upon as it perceived the nature of the compatible perks in a new, mind-stretching light. The system energy tore through me. The only way I'd gotten it to go away last time was to use it, to make a choice. Hopefully, it would be quick. I selected yes to each prompt, without removing a single perk from either. If I was going to go through this pain, then I was going to get the maximum benefit. I could have selected no, but besides not knowing what would then happen to the energy ripping through my body, I couldn't deny Gwen and I needed whatever strength we could get. I couldn't risk just losing out on new power, maybe forever. I didn't quite understand the potential that I was sensing within my perks, but I could feel how powerful it seemed to be. I needed that power. To protect myself, Gwen, and my family, if I could ever get back to them, maybe to get back to them in general. Perk evolution initiated. Warning, failed evolution may result in death. It is advised that you hold back evolution until you are in a safe place. You could do that? The pain of the system introduced energy had felt so pressing. Now the system told me that I could have waited. Why not before? Fuck, I muttered. It was the only word I got out before my knees hit the ground and my vision whited out. The only word, that is, aside for one, singular name, Gwen. The pain that came was overwhelming. It didn't feel quick. Chapter 28, Arcane Fencer. My shout for Gwen echoed into the encroaching blankness that soon overwhelmed not just my vision, but my consciousness as well. I wasn't asleep, nor did I feel awake. I could still see, I realized, as the sensation of opening my eyes flooded over me. A sea of infinity reached out all around. Yet it also felt contained somehow. Contained infinity. That was a bit of a contradiction, yeah? Right? Was I high? No, I sort of wish, but that wasn't it. I shook my head, realizing all at once that I still had one. I could even feel my hair spilling over and onto my shoulders. Strange. I could have sworn I was disembodied not a moment prior. Without thinking too much, I tested my arms, trying to confirm that I could still move them. I could, but when I brought my hands up to my face, they were wrong. They weren't deformed or corrupted or disturbing even. They were just blank. It was a different sort of blank than that was all around me, though. They had form and even some resemblance of shape, but they shone with an abject white, one that was an absence of defined lines. My vision focused in on my strange whitened fingers, as void of detail as they were. I couldn't tell you how long I stared. Time seemed disconnected in this place of disjointed contradictions, this not reality. My flow of perception wasn't correct, I didn't think. But it wasn't strictly broken. It was still moving, at least by the most lenient of interpretations. When my eyes did shift, however, and the fuzzy world behind my fingers became clear once more, I was met with an expanding scope of awareness I hadn't expected. Suddenly, I could see all around me, but not through my eyes, though it still felt like I was observing the world as naturally as could be, despite now gazing in every direction at once. It was a sensation not too dissimilar to splitting my attention between both my and Gwen's senses of vision, but not committing to either one entirely. I could see myself, even feel myself gazing at my own hands. I realized now that what I was looking at wasn't really me, rather it was more like a glowing silhouette of myself. Much like my hands, the figure had all the shape of what I looked like, but lacked the fine details. I appeared to be spinning, I observed, my body locked in a near-fetal position. I could still feel my body, though, and I felt like I was stationary. No, I realized I wasn't spinning. There was an energy around me that was though. It was a spherical aura of sorts that was moving. Upon noticing this, my awareness expanding further, zooming out, but never fully leaving my body either. From where my mental awareness now looked on at the strange glowing silhouette of myself, surrounded in the equally as foreign orb of power, I soon became aware that said orb was all that separated me from a flickering mass of shifting power, of fire, I realized. It was a familiar fire. Was this my inner world? This huge flame that surrounded myself was familiar, though I had only recently felt that my inner fire and soul core were somewhat separate. But the fire, it seemed almost crude? Bright and powerful, yes, but flecked with all manners of conflicting colors that seemed to fight and try to outburn one another. White fire would spark on the edges of my soul flame, only to then drain the entirety of my fire down as if consuming it. Blue flames would then erupt and fight the white flames off, but they would never quite manage to eradicate what I figured was the representation of my Frostfire. All the while, the core of my inner blaze remained a bright red. The power was all clearly mine, though. I sensed no sentient or malignant touch, and I felt that it was all trying to reach a point of harmony, but it was sloppy, as if all the powers I'd absorbed and worked for had never been truly and properly integrated into a proper whole. Is this what my inner world looked like? This unbalanced and unchecked mess? I felt a bit of embarrassment wash over me. Could I fix it, though? It was my soul core, right? I should have some say in how it worked. Trying to see if this were true, I reached out to the blazing inferno that surrounded my inner self, calling to it. I felt the heat of it and the cold of it, along with a certain flowing life that seemed to underpin it all. Evolution initiated. May fate and your own will bless you, young Caliban. My inner world shook, and without warning, the chaos became a maelstrom. The frostfire inherent to my soul flame, previously sporadic but at least under control, erupted and quickly started to consume the rest of my inner fire. I felt the winter chill of the frostfire, the seeming hunger for heat it exhibited. Bit by bit, the blue and red fire of my soul flame was consumed until— "No!" I mentally shouted. A pulse of intent echoed physically out from the cradled silhouette at the core of my fire. This was not evolution. This was just more imbalance. Somehow I knew it was wrong, even more wrong than the lack of harmony from before. My mind rebelled at what I was seeing. My soul flame responded, and an eruption of red flame expanded out from my soul core to meet and stall the encroach of the frostfire. But it quickly proved to not be enough. The heat was being sucked and drained from whatever flame I created to fight the frostfire, almost as quickly as I could summon it. I needed more power. I did the only thing I knew how to do. I reached for the sensation of expending mana to fuel my fire, and, to my surprise, my soul core responded again. Another pulse of intent echoed from the core of the flame, and, as I'd grown accustomed to when reaching for more power, the flames fighting the frostfire burned brightly from a red to a bright blue. Stark, frigid white fire clashed against the vibrant azure flames. Still, though, there was no harmony to be found. The forces of my normal flames and frostfire, with the aid of my will and mana, were evenly matched now, but their fighting created just yet more discord. Even worse, the power each of the flames consumed was slowly, but surely, shrinking my soul fire in its totality. What would happen when there was no more mana to fuel the fire? Would the frostfire take over? Would my evolution fail entirely? Or would the flame that quite possibly represented a part of my spirit itself simply burn out? But what could I do? Why was the frostfire even trying to subsume the rest of the flames? Wasn't it also a part of my own power? Just what had the system done to nudge the sloppily balanced equilibrium of my soul core over the edge and into chaos? I reached for the frostfire with the intent to tame it. I felt the cold of the flame pour through my disembodied mana channels. It was another odd sensation. I could still feel my body, even now as my awareness was split between so many sensations and focuses. As I spread my consciousness through my frostfire, I could sense its nature even more strongly. It simply wanted mana. What? But I thought it had wanted heat. Unless, were mana and temperature connected somehow? As if responding to my thoughts and approving of my new understanding, the frostfire of my soul flame flickered. I could feel my connection to the strange white flame growing, and yet, as I split my focus between it and my blue mana-fed fire, I couldn't quite reach as deeply into its nature as I needed to. I was at an impasse, and yet, just maybe I wasn't. Perhaps releasing my hold on the blue, superheated mana fire was not a death sentence, at least not if I could master and understand my frostfire before it could consume everything else around it. Taking a leap of faith, I let go of my hold on everything but the Frostfire. With the full intent to truly master it, I dove fully into its icy nature. However, as my awareness pushed past the surface of what it was, the sensation of icy cold became something different altogether. The Frostfire began to feel more and more like any other fire. No, it was like any other fire, in fact. Actually, at its core, it seemed even hotter than my other flames, which perhaps explained why it had been able to so quickly almost take over my soul flame once the system had nudged it into rebellion. The Frostfire wasn't ice-based at all, I began to understand, as I almost listened to its touch, explaining its nature to my consciousness. It was simply a hungrier flame. As my mind explored the nature of the Frostfire, I realized that it truly did just hunger for mana and not strictly heat. The mana, my mind probed as I tried to put together just what the Frostfire was trying to tell me. The Frostfire wanted the mana inherent in temperature and matter itself. Wait, did Frostfire just freeze things because it absorbed the mana underlying the nature of heat and not because it was cold? Did mana underlie all laws of the universe then, or was it just temperature that it fueled? And what did that mean? If either were true, I retracted my mind from the Frostfire and reached back into the azure flame that barely flickered around my soul silhouette since I'd removed my awareness from it. I'd never tried to understand my fire magic. I'd just assumed it was simply fire, and it was, I guess. But now I was starting to realize that it was something much more also. Where Frostfire hungered to extract and consume mana, my blue and red flames explained to me that they hungered to spread mana, to impart the energy of their heat into whatever they touched until it all burnt up. They were two sides of the same coin. But weren't my azure flames just a result of me learning to infuse my fire with greater concentrations of mana after I'd absorbed the nature of the Western ruler? If that were true, then why couldn't I do the same with my Frostfire to supercharge it? Mana was mana, and both flames hungered to either absorb or spread it. Both needed it to accomplish their goals. And if both flames were just opposite ends of a spectrum of imparting or absorbing mana, and thus temperature, were they really any different fundamentally at all? Or were they just extreme polar ends of the same concept of mana and temperature manipulation, funneled through the lens and capabilities of fire magic? My head was starting to hurt, but I could feel the realization just barely settling within my mind, and, as if on cue, the various flames within my soul began to mix and intertwine. The colors tried their best to fuse then. Blue flames flared with sparks of red, finally overtaking fully the stark white of the Frostfire, and yet I felt it wasn't just consuming it this time, but rather peacefully incorporating its nature into a greater whole. Despite this success, however, a wave of crashing vertigo washed over me. The colors of the fire in my inner blaze were mixing, yes, but the flames were still dying off overall. They had yet to reach a balance, the act of balance costing more energy than my soul flame had, I realized. I'd figured out how to mix the flames. It was as simple as understanding them, and yet my soul flame still lacked the fuel to properly reach a harmonized state. It was still going to go out, I realized. I needed more energy. My consciousness suddenly expanded yet again. My semi-disembodied mind was yanked yet further out until I could barely see and feel the silhouette of my inner self. It was from my new vantage point that I could see just how weak my soul flame had become, as it tried to successfully mix its component parts into something greater. However, I could also now see various other orbiting bodies spinning around the flame. They were almost like stars, creating an almost miniature galaxy hung in an infinite expanse. Some of the orbs of light flared and flickered like fire themselves, and yet others had numerous other hues and natures. Two of these rotating bodies, in particular, seemed to be struggling against the gravitational pull of my soul flame. They wavered and shook, as if trying not to be pulled within the weakening inferno. My eyes settled on the brightest and most violent of the two. Suddenly, I felt the star too focus back on me, as if it was also alive. Emotions surged through my chest, memories touched my mind, images of my past battles flashed before my eyes. I saw Gwen and I slaying enemy after enemy, but the memories did not stop there. They reached past, further into the past, until the panther was no longer by my side, all the way back to the first moments that I'd begun my new life on Caliban. A face suddenly filled my mind's eye. It was unwelcome, ugly, snarled, and ferocious. I felt it then. The terror, rage, and fury I'd experienced when the first skulker I'd ever encountered had tried to devour me. The survival instinct I'd felt back then entered me as my mind was ripped back to experiencing my inner world. I was filled with a newfound sense of determination and hope to find an answer when it came to stabilizing my soul flame. The star, the violent orb of memories and defiance, it was my raging sorcery perk. I could feel it. And it wanted to help. I reached out with my mind towards the perk. Somehow I also felt the silhouette that represented me reach out towards the star that represented the perk from within the fire and energy it was contained within. There was resistance at first. I realized on some instinctive level that said resistance in fact came from me and not the perk itself. I didn't want to lose raging sorcery, especially now that I realized that it was almost a sentient thing. It had been with me from the beginning, the first power that had risen up from within myself to save me. As I struggled with my thoughts, the blazing star of a perk flashed, and I felt another wave of determination fill me. And something else too, a sense of acceptance that wasn't from me. Raging sorcery wanted this, I realized. It wanted to merge with my soul flame, to return to it perhaps. The resistance it was putting up was not in fact real or from it, but rather a result of my own hesitation and lack of knowledge. I released a mental sigh as I accepted the perk's will and allowed my hold on its existence to loosen. The star, or the perk rather, then flowed peacefully into the fire of my soul. Many other stars circled the blaze that surrounded the me-shaped silhouette. These were many more perks and abilities, I could sense intuitively, but only one more struggled as raging sorcery had. It wasn't as bright as the rare ranked perk had been, but as I reached for it, I realized that it was even hotter in its small concentration. Incinerator touched upon my mind's awareness like a rush of unquenchable magma. It was everything I knew about using flames to destroy, to consume, to incinerate. It was, simply put, my experiences with combative flame sorcery distilled into a perk. A part of me feared allowing such pure, refined violence to enter into my soul flame proper. Yet, I also instinctively knew to do otherwise would be to fail in evolving myself and my perks. I had to accept Incinerator. It wasn't a foreign thing, it was a part of me. It was a part of what I'd become, what I'd done. To keep it separate was to refuse to dwell on what I'd learned and what I'd committed to being. With this revelation, the silhouette at the center of my soul reached for the perk's star, and with another mental exhalation of acceptance, Incinerator flowed into my soul flame, just as the previous perk had. To my relief, I could feel that potent flames had already integrated itself into the greater whole of my soul flame, much as pure flames and frigid flames had. Potent flames was a simple perk, and one that had by its nature joined with my inner fire upon me gaining it, even before I'd arrived in my inner world, as it represented my understanding of fire manipulation itself, which was already an integral part of my inner world's manifested form. Or something like that. It at least saved me the work of integrating it. As the last star, the last perk, joined my soul fire, the various colored flames within it finally finished mixing, and with a burst of energy flared out into vibrant new life. Blue, white, and red became a gorgeous verdant purple, a purple that was the color of mana itself. Evolution successful, pure flames, rare unique, potent flames, uncommon, frigid flames, rare unique, raging sorcery, rare unique, and Incinerator Y common have merged to become a part of a greater whole. You have gained the Arcane Fire epic perk. Mana lives in every soul and also in every seemingly unliving stone. It is the something behind the curtain that enforces universal law, the birthing force that speeds and slows atoms even. Your fire has become more than flame. It has tapped into primal energy itself. Feed this arcane flame your knowledge, and it shall consume all with your intent. Flame-based spells now ignore fire resistances. You may drain mana from fundamental forces to fuel your fire spells and expand the breadth of your abilities, only limited by your understanding of these forces and fire manipulation level respectively. An epic perk? That sounded really powerful, though the description seemed somewhat more high concept than the lower rarity counterparts that had formed it had. I felt tired, and yet couldn't suppress a feeling of achievement from welling up in my chest as well. I didn't think the system would make me sacrifice so many perks if the reward wasn't supposed to be worth it. Yet even as I felt this satisfaction, my world thundered yet more. A number of the multicolored stars surrounding my restored inner flame began to wobble and lose control of their orbit. Was this a result of the second evolution I'd initiated? Just as I had this thought, the first of the wobbling orbiting orbs of power broke completely from its spin. A wave of sudden, instinctive terror washed through me as I watched the star-like accumulation of experience hurtle towards the unknown void that stretched into the nothingness beyond my soul core's dominion. Not knowing what to do, and feeling that if I lost a hold of the star, that I would lose whatever power it represented forever, the silhouette nestled within my soul flame reached its hand out towards the perk, and my will followed with the gesture. My mind touched the star, and my heart thundered. It suddenly felt like I was having a heart attack, as if every limit I had was being pushed. This was overclocked war. Its nature was all too clear. It was almost similar to my raging sorcery in its fierceness. I could feel the sheer determination to become something greater screaming out from within the sphere's light. I harnessed that determination, letting it run through my mana channels as I used that same power to pull the perk star back towards my inner solar system, even as my newly restored soul flame itself shrunk a bit from the mental effort. I was beginning to understand how the whole evolution thing worked, or at least I thought I was. However, if the strain of pulling just overclocked I back into orbit was any indication, then my understanding was not going to make things any easier to actually pull off. 3 other perk stars were wobbling, each blaring with their own light and threatening to try to escape their orbits just as overclocked I had. Not wanting to wait for them to force me to haul them back, I reached out to grab one of them preemptively. My soul flame flickered as my mind grabbed for the brightest of all of the wobbling perk stars. Spelldancer 2 hit me with a surge of flowing energy that, rather than shocking me, served to center my mind just as overclocked. I tried to take advantage of my split focus and slip away from me. I felt my soul strain as I pulled both of the perks further towards my inner flame. 2 more stars remained out of my grasp, and yet, even withdrawing upon both of my grasped perk stars' power, I knew that I was at my limit. I could only hold 2 separate perks hostage at a time, it seemed. Even as I thought this, however, what I figured was Acrobat and Agile Blade were also already about to break loose from their orbits for real. I had to think quick and come up with a solution of some kind. I racked my mind, siphoning just a bit of overclocked's powers to speed my thoughts. Spelldancer 2, meanwhile, continued to flow around my mind's touch, reaching out to me almost. Curious, I reached back to touch the perk's probing presence. More memories flowed, this time elegantly and not forcefully, into my mind. They were memories of pushing my limits to harness the power of magic within my own body. As these images flashed before my sight, I felt overclocked flicker somewhat. It was responding to my memories of using it along with Spelldancer 2. There was a bond there. How did I not see it before? The system had said the 2 perks had synergy. Perhaps all I'd ever had to do was recognize that connection and integrate the perks into one another by highlighting it. Touching upon both of the perks, I flooded back the emotions and memories they had each shared with me, but focused in on the memories and sensations that featured the use of both of the perks working in tandem. Slowly but surely, the perks began to drift around one another. A rotation was established, a mini-orbit based on mutual understanding. I felt the strain of holding the 2 separately abate. Feeling that it was the next most similar of the 3 perks, I mentally grabbed Acrobat and forced it closer to the rotating stars I'd already bound together. Acrobat was new, fresh, and altogether untested. It gave me no memories when I touched upon it, rather it merely pulsed with a feeling of ease that flowed throughout the mana channels of my phantom body. Still, the energies the perk gave off were very similar in nature to the grace that Spelldancer 2 exuded, and it was easy enough to lean into that sensation of sameness. Acrobat, to my surprise, rotated easily into a mini-orbit around the much larger orb that represented Spelldancer 2. I could feel my soul fire dimming further, however. It turned out that the strain of mentally holding together so many perks and moving them about my inner world was incredibly straining over time. I needed to finish this up. At the center of my weakening soul fire, the arm of my featureless silhouette sluggishly lifted to grasp for Agile Blade. The perk didn't really resist me either. In fact, it seemed to flow calmly towards the other perks, much as Acrobat had done. The only issue was that, despite exuding a similar energy to Spelldancer 2, when I tried to integrate Agile Blade into the existing orbit of perks I'd established, I found that it refused to synchronize. Was that because it was a weapon-based perk and the others were not? I felt my soul fire flicker again. I could really tell I couldn't keep this up for much longer now. I needed to stabilize whatever it was that I was trying to do, and quick. I started to wonder if people usually tried to combine so many perks at once. It was certainly feeling like something that was a little much. 1 or 2 would have been doable, but I may have been reaching to try to evolve so many abilities. It was too late to turn back, however. Like always, it was do or die. I'd live with my mistakes or go down with them. I smiled mentally even through the spiritual strain I was experiencing. I'd never gone down yet, though. Making sure to keep a hold on the perks I was trying to combine, I expanded my consciousness across my inner world yet again. With a yet again expanded viewpoint, I took in the sight of the many other star-like bodies surrounding my soul fire. The largest of them, which I could sense represented skills, seemed to dwarf the perks I'd accumulated in their size. A few in particular, to include my acrobatic skill, seemed truly massive in comparison. For a moment I considered attempting to force my assembled perks to orbit around acrobatics. Maybe I could siphon its power off to merge them if I could get them close enough to the skill's star. I quickly gave up on this idea, however, as my soul fire flickered, and I realized that I was struggling just to hold the perks I'd assembled together. I wasn't sure I could move them around at all anymore. So if I couldn't use the power of my skills, what other options did I have? I couldn't move any more perks over to the others either, that much was for sure. But what about spells? Actually, where were my spells? My mind swept my inner world, searching, but even with my viewpoint pulled out as far as possible, I didn't sense a single star formation representing any of my spells. Why was that? Did they not exist within my soul core? And if not, what would happen if I tried to cast one within it? Having few other options and going purely off of my gut and what felt right, I reached within my phantom chest, summoning forth the spell that I was most familiar with. My inner fire flickered and died down a bit more as an orb emerged from it. An orb that, unlike all of the others, was tethered to my soul fire by a stream of flaming power. Raging Blade floated from my inner fire, seeming to hover freely and without a care. The perk star that represented Agile Blade seemed to hum with excitement as the spell orb approached it. Were they compatible? I willed Raging Blade to approach Agile Blade, and as I did so, a stream of power began to reach from Raging Blade to connect with the perk orb. As the two orbs connected, Agile Blade began to glow with a forceful power. It was power that seemed almost ready to jump from it. Curious and running out of time, I tried to force Agile Blade's newfound energy to connect it into an orbit with Spelldancer 2. To my surprise, the power Agile Blade was draining from Raging Blade leapt from the former and connected to Spelldancer 2 easily. That same energy then spread from Spelldancer 2 and began to flow through Acrobat and Overclocked as well. I could feel the perks pulling close to one another, as if the influence of my Soulfire's energy was so close to essentially arc-welding them together, but it wasn't quite enough. My inner flame didn't have much left to give, but I needed more power. Maybe if I could just siphon off more energy with another spell. What did I have that might be compatible with the perks at hand? The answer seemed to come easily enough. I pulled at my soul core, summoning another spell. A moment later, Mana Flicker emerged from my inner fire as a flickering mass. It too was connected by a stream of purple fire to my soul flame. With the last of my mental energy, and as I felt my concentration finally about to lapse into nothing, I forced Mana Flicker to connect its mana stream to Spelldancer 2 as well. My soul core's outer fire then flared in what felt like an attempt at triumph and rightness, just as it was on its last legs. However, nothing happened and the flicker of light quickly fluttered out. The purple flames of my soul core seemed to die off, barely existing anymore at all. Likewise, the streams running along my spell orbs weakened. In response to this weakening, the connections formed between my perks began to strain. It almost appeared as if it was ready to break apart. And if it did, I realized that I wouldn't be able to hold any of the perks together with the strength I had remaining. I'd lose them all to the void outside my soul core if my soulfire didn't just die out entirely first. I scrambled for ideas, for anything that I could do. I remembered that I had fed the raging sorcery and incinerator to my inner fire to sustain it before and to finalize the evolution of the other perks I'd evolved earlier. But I didn't have the strength to move any more perks. It was why I'd summoned spells to strengthen the bond between the agility-based perks I was trying to fuse. Maybe that was it. I had more spells. I reached deep within myself, feeling the strength within me, slowly growing cold and dying. I reached for the first spell that came to my call. I felt the power of Accelerate Adrenaline flow into my soulfire, and just like that, it was gone. The system soon furnished a notification to confirm this. Accelerate Adrenaline has been removed from your spell list. A sense of loss entered my heart, but only until I saw what happened next. My inner flame pulsed with new life as I watched the energy of my consumed spell flow throughout the soulfire, and straight into Raging Blade and Mana Flicker via the connected lines of mana that flowed into them from my spiritual flame. Overclocked, in particular, seemed to grow a bit in both size and brightness when the energy reached it. Was the consumed spell being added to the energy of the to-be-combined perk? What effect would that have on the final product? Realizing that it still wouldn't be enough, however, I dug back into myself and released another spell into my soul flame, once more watching it flow out and eventually into Overclocked. Accelerate Metabolism has been removed from your spell list, and then one final spell was sacrificed. Accelerate Healing has been removed from your spell list. Then it was as if a long-awaited circuit had finally been completed. Purple fire leapt, cycling through Spelldancer 2, Acrobat, Agile Blade, and Overclocked in a rapid loop. My mental strength faltered, just as the perks were all pulled together, merging into an orb greater than any of the others had been. Meanwhile, the spell orbs representing Raging Blade and Mana Flicker remained and connected the combined and newly created perk orb to my inner flame. The two spells, however, seemed stained with a purple aura of flame that they had not been possessed of prior. Congratulations, due to being used as a conduit for the power of your arcane fire, Epic, Raging Blade, Rare Unique, has become Arcane Flame Tongue, Heroic, and Mana Flicker, Rare Unique has become Fire Flicker, Heroic. Evolution successful, stabilized by the power of Arcane Fire, Epic, and your compatible spells. Acrobat, Uncommon, Spelldancer 2, Rare, Overclocked Uncommon, and Agile Blade Uncommon have merged to become a part of a greater whole. You have gained the Arcane Fencer, Heroic perk, more than spell and more than sword. Light of foot and reinforced by Arcane Incantation. You walk the path of the Arcane Fencer. You may expend mana to greatly increase all aspects of your physical and mental capabilities to include reaction time, the healing process, and hormonal balances. Mana efficiency of body augmentation, Fire Flicker, and Arcane Flame Tongue increases with spell control. My body, though I wasn't really in it, felt as if it was faltering. I was happy to see the system had rewarded my efforts with yet more powerful seeming skills. But still, I was more worried about Gwen and what was going on outside my body. Was I just laying there? Was I even going to wake up in one piece? Probably not if Gwen hadn't managed to get a handle on the gatekeepers, even as injured as they were. I needed to get back in the driver's seat of my body. I reached for my physical form, trying my best to pull myself back into the closest thing I'd felt to it since entering my inner world. The silhouette at the core of it all. At my will, my consciousness zoomed back in on the featureless body hovering within my inner flame. I was just about to slam back into it when I noticed something entirely odd that gave me pause. Why? Why were the blank body's pupilless eyes glowing green? It was a clean emerald color that looked almost familiar, but that didn't seem to ripple with any magic that, unlike everything else in my inner world, felt native to me. What was going on? I strained my will, surprised that I was even forced to do so, and slammed my awareness fully back into the silhouette. Then I opened my eyes to the light. I awoke completely disoriented and bathed in sensations that were either entirely new or entirely off. I was standing, my body reforming from purple flames, and with a sensation that felt altogether similar to how Mana Flicker had felt, but also less solid in every way. My arm was outstretching, and I felt a flame-conjured sword within it. But it wasn't my sword. My eyes glanced to the weapon, just in time to see the head of one of the gatekeepers flying away from the sharpened edge of a flame-made rapier that seemed almost German in design. My arm was still holding up in the killing blows stance. How had I cut through the metal of the monster so easily? How had I done so at all if I'd been busy in my soul core? Gwen thundered next to me, appearing from out of a bolt of lightning. What was that? Gwen? I asked in shock, stumbling forward a bit as I did so. I felt something else over our bond. Not malignant, but wrong. Not as it should be. As if you weren't there, but were there. The panther telepathically slammed the question into my mind. You can tell I'm back, I stuttered aloud. Gwen eyed me carefully. Yes. I lowered my sword as the gatekeeper's body fell dead at my feet, Gwen having apparently finished off the other one. What the hell had happened? Had my body gone on autopilot or... And what was the something else Gwen had sensed? Did it have something to do with the green glow I'd seen covering the eyes of the silhouette of my body in my soul core? Something weirder than usual is going, I started to say, when a series of violent screeches filled the sky. The tower above us shook, and from endless carved alcoves on its surface, dozens of flying automatons flooded into the skies to glide over the silvered rings. Gwen's eyes caught instantly onto the sources of the shrieks as she prowled protectively to my side. I took a deep breath. Fuck. And as if heaps of new flying enemies wasn't enough of a worry, the system was all too happy to further remind me of how weird things were getting as we continued in our adventure, and how many unanswered questions I still had. Congratulations, you have slain Hooded Gatekeeper, X2. Converting creatures to loot orbs impeded by unknown elements. Please apply manual assistance. Chapter 29, Flying Monkeys and Grappling Hooks. The spear point of my grappling line spun out, a sheen of purple fire running along the length of it. The metallic rope attached to the spear looped in a great arc and angle. The enchanted item was half guided by my intent and half by what little sway gravity held on it. A tearing, crunching noise and a series of angry hollerings lashed out as the copper-colored spear pierced through the metallic, silvered skin of an airborne and winged monkey golem. Holy fuck! I screamed with my heart pounding in primal, unending adrenaline as my body crashed through unmoored air, me being as high as I'd ever been before, with my entire weight being dragged along by the deceptively powerful contraption mounted on my left forearm. If I didn't trust the grappling line's capability, and considering that my feet were now far from being able to reach anything resembling solid ground, I would have been horrified by how shockingly elevated I was. I flared the mana in my limbs, slowing my mind and allowing the mystical energies to loosen and coordinate my muscles. The thud-thud in my chest wasn't from my magic, though. Evolving my agility-based perks into Arcane Fencer had fixed that issue, as it was much less straining on my body than Accelerate Adrenaline had been before the spell's nature had been integrated into the aforementioned perk. Okay, maybe I was a little scared. After all, I hadn't started out doing crazy web-slinging-esque maneuvers mid-air or anything. It wasn't like I'd just jump off a floating metallic platform to follow a flying monkey without practicing first. I'd built up to it. Gwen and I were now working on clearing the middlemost ring that hovered, bobbing ominously like a boat upon a pond, around the ringed citadel. We'd worked our way through enemy after enemy as we'd climbed towards the tower's top. The power-ups from my perks, evolution, and skills hitting Apprentice tier had proved pretty valuable in making it this far. Though I had to admit, the process of getting said powers had just given me more questions and worries. Gwen had some too now. Ultimately, though, neither of us really knew what had happened to me. As always, we'd decided all we could do was move forward. The monkey golem I'd slammed my line spear tip into lurched down against my weight. Ugh, I wasn't that heavy. I yanked my arm against my grappling line, willing it to guide me to my target more quickly. The bracer that housed the hook's line vibrated violently on my arm as it attempted to obey, pulling me through the death-defying heights even more rapidly. It was fine. I relaxed my body into the unnatural feeling of almost flight. I could process all of this thanks to my magic. Now if I could just hit my mark. As if sensing my murderous intent, the golem raised a clawed hand. The light of day flashed angrily against the metallic, naturally inspired weapons. If I kept on my current course, it'd hit me before I hit it. Well, that was a no from me. I sent the mental signal to the grappling line to reverse its pull, and with a lurch, it slackened. With the copper-hued cable connecting me to the monkey no longer taut and pulling, I was sent lurching downward in a dropping arc beneath the thing. I funneled more mana into my mind-body connection, trying to sharpen it so I could get the timing of my next move just right. And a half-second later, as the power of my inner flame pulsed along my synapses, I jerked my left arm downward. The monkey was in a down flap of its wings, just as I'd planned, catching it when the immediate lift keeping it airborne was momentarily dissipating. The creature bobbed against my weight once more, perhaps surprised at my sudden change in trajectory. It really wasn't enough to make it fall from the air or anything, but of course I wasn't done. As I pulled down, I immediately reversed the direction of my grappling line's pull once more. The cable of the device whirred as it began to pull my weight against the monkey and towards it all over again. A moment later, and I was flying right up in front of the angry, disoriented creature. The monkey shrieked at me with fury just as my grappling line's spear tip ripped out of its midsection. The thing raised its clawed hand angrily to swipe at me, but I was already readying my attack. "Hey there, buddy," I said with a smile as I summoned a runic grenade into my palm. The monkey screeched. I sucked my teeth. Rude. I poured mana into my eyes and right hand, slowing time and syncing my coordination with my new flow of perception. My hand jerked forward, and the small rune-emblazoned pebble I'd taken from my inventory flew straight into the hole my grappling line had left in the monkey. By the time the odd golem's eyes were growing wide in shock, I was already redirecting, once again firing, and being pulled away by my grappling line. My eyes flashed with a purple flame as I was yanked towards the massive silvered ring that was still relatively close by. I blew out a breath of awe and a bit of trepidation as I gazed at the massive lake far, far below, as the explosion within the monkey golem echoed out from behind me. I hit the silvered ring with a roll, a few points of my health dropping off, as my grappling line's spear point guided me onto the platform. A crash of lightning thundered down beside me, catching my attention just as I began to stand up. "Last one?" the panther asked. "Yep," I said, as the system granted me the kill notification for my enemy. "For this ring, anyway." The spear tip beneath me tugged itself out from the shining metal between my legs and pulled back into its housing on my forearm. The purple fire, derived from the blazing weapon spell I'd created from the soul shard of one of the gatekeepers in order to be able to pierce the silver metal of the tower and golems, faded quickly from the spear tip as it settled into its place. The floating rings surrounding the tower were actually pretty far apart from one another, far enough to be well out of the range of my grappling line and fire flicker spell. As far as we could tell, the guardians we'd faced on each ring were only designed to protect that ring and to keep you from reaching the next platform. We'd cleared at least 6 rings at this point. None of the enemies had been as strong as the gatekeepers we'd face at the entrance, not by a long shot even. This ring was different than the others had been, though. There was no stairway connecting it to the next highest ring. There was just a singular hovering platform sitting just beyond what we figured should have been the exit archway of the ring. "I'm guessing it's like an elevator or something," I said aloud when we approached said archway in question. "Don't know why they wouldn't just turn it off if they didn't want us to go higher, though." "Maybe they can't," Gwen offered. "They have guards, but they can't turn off the lifts." "Just weird to me," I said as I gazed up to the many flying monkeys still circling on the higher rings. I squinted as I noticed something odd in the golem's flight patterns. "Hey Gwen, is it just me, or are they flying up towards the top now?" I asked. "Like, away from us?" I felt curiosity flow through the panther's mind as she shifted her eyes to look up to what I was seeing. The panther squinted. I think you're right. The winged automatons definitely seemed to be abandoning the higher rings. I hadn't even noticed before that many of them already had, and that they were now circling the top of the tower proper. Why would they abandon the rings for the top? They trying to make some sort of final stand up there or something? I further wondered aloud. Then the rumbling started. The ring below our feet began to shake, throwing itself out of its pattern of gently bobbing to violently began to rise upwards. What the hell? I said as the ring began to even more rapidly climb in elevation. Hold on. The tower ring climbed higher and higher, completely leaving behind any chance for me and Gwen to use the hovering platform beyond its arch. Both me and the panther were forced to drop into a crouch just to steady ourselves, though Gwen was admittedly naturally almost always in a sort of crouch. And as we got over the initial shock, we both began to realize that all of the smaller rings that had been above us began to trail up under us as we passed them. Well, at least the elevator works after all, I shouted to Gwen. We just got it mixed up on what was actually the elevator is all. Not funny, Gwen growled as the ring that we were on accelerated up higher and higher. Finally, as we crested over the tower's tip, the ring we were on lurched to a stop. And what a grand sight we were greeted with when we made it all the way up, at least once our eyes stopped spinning a bit. The remaining smaller rings that had followed up after us settled below us, overtopped the tower one by one. The floating platform outside the ring's archway, that we had thought to be an elevator of sorts, instead proved to fill the gap between our ring and the one right below us. Each ring below us, in turn, had its own similar platform that linked further down to the next ring, all the way down to the bottom where the rings drew within a step's distance from the citadel's crown. We hadn't been able to see the top of the truly massive tower from the rings below it as it had reached above the sky's cloud cover. Now I realized that it was grander and more alien than anything I could have thought it'd be. The entirety of the tower's top was covered in what almost appeared to be a garden of sorts, but a mystical one. Gorgeous, almost translucent pink-white flowers and scattered trees resembling pink dogwoods covered the breadth of the tower-top's surface, and a great pillar of divinely shining light barreled from the heavens into the tower's center. From this pillar of shining pure mana, I realized, there flowed what appeared to be streams of equally as glowing and blinding water to all four corners of the garden. These bright streams connected at the tower's edges and created a great trailing flow around it. But that wasn't the end of it. Chunks of silvered earth-like islands hovered everywhere above the tower top, creating mini-gardens themselves. Some of these islands housed benches, some displayed statues of regal yet half-animalistic subjects, and yet others bore more of the unnamed tree species atop them. And at the centermost island, which hovered directly around the great pillar of sky-drawn light, I saw him. It was another golem, another monkey even, but whereas the others had been base and almost cartoonish, this one held all the authority and grandeur of their monarch. The automaton in question was more human in its proportions than the others, much more finely crafted than all before had been. Golden braces, beads, and bangles decorated its perfectly emulated carved and downy silvered fur. The golem, looking both more powerful and nimble than any of its brethren I'd yet encountered, was set, legs crossed, upon its particularly craggy island. A glowing tree, delicate flowers occasionally swept into the breeze, hung above it. I could also not discount the sight of the massive, wolf-like canine golem that laid beside the humanoid monkey. The wolf's fluffy-looking head rested upon its seeming master's meditation-set thigh. The monkey had what appeared to be a silvered glaive leaned peacefully and scenically against the tree it meditated in front of. And two of its very intelligent-looking eyes, though it had three it seemed and one remained closed upon its forehead, were boring into me and Gwen. "Why do you further violate this fallen temple, child?" The thing's voice echoed out, strong and confident, as it stroked the head of its canine companion. "There was never anything for your kind here, and now there is even less." The opened eyes of the monkey narrowed and pulsed as it continued its rebuke. Only an end to stories is to be found atop this citadel, as it is in all corners of this wilting world. Chapter 30. The Monkey King. I felt myself gripping my summoned blade, which had grown much more elegant since its evolution. Where before it had been little more than a sword-shaped flame, now the hilt and length itself, in particular, were fully formed of concentrated fire mana. No trails of heat wisped from the weapon in its casually brandished state. Rather, it simply shone faintly in the guise of a purple-hued rapier. If you looked closely, you could tell that it wasn't made of solid matter, but it certainly held all the edges and flourishes of a properly forged weapon now. "You're friendly?" I asked, ignoring the comments about there being nothing for me here. "You're the first person I've met who could form a sentence and not try to kill me immediately afterwards." I'd chosen the word person very purposefully, feeling that perhaps it might disarm the golem if I didn't refer to it as a monster, even if I didn't really enjoy that it had called me a Caliban. I had nothing against the race of elf-like beings, but I knew almost nothing about them. Really, I was just wearing a skin that looked like they did. A thought that wasn't all that comforting in some way I couldn't altogether place. I felt Gwen's presence laying itself firmly upon me, though the panther did not budge her eyes from the odd golems at the center of the enchanted-looking garden. "Be careful," the cat sent the telepathic message as she scented the air. "They smell different than the others." How different were they, though? I focused my eyes in on the golem, trying to force his system nameplate to populate. It was only for a half moment, but I thought I saw the space in front of the finely crafted automatons flicker a bit, before the system responded to my desire in a normal enough way. Monkey King level 30, Elite. Celestial Hound, level 30, Elite. 2 elites. We could handle that, depending on their movesets. Still, something felt off. The quest to kill the Eastern ruler called him out as being the Lord of Nothing, not the Monkey King. Were we in the wrong place, or... friendly? The Monkey King regarded me a bit strangely. To some. I am here for a friend. Maybe. For Brez, I asked, remembering the name the system had called the Eastern ruler. The strange look on the Monkey King's face turned into a committed head tilt. "Do you have a quest, miss?" I felt my tongue catch in my mouth. If Brez was this Monkey King's friend, I doubted he'd take too kindly to a quest to defeat him. The golem pursed its shockingly lifelike lips together and hummed contemplatively before continuing to speak. "How interesting. Did your mother and father survive a world fall? I haven't seen someone in your situation too many times." "You didn't answer my question before you asked yours," I stated. The Monkey King seemed confused. "Oh, about my friend. Yes, child. I am here for Bress's sake. And you, your origins aside, are you here to slay a world guardian then?" "Clarissa," Gwen lowered herself in a defensive posture while speaking across our bond, I don't think we should be here." As if sensing the panther's unsettled state, the Monkey King's sleeping companion lifted its head from off its master's thigh. The moment the celestial hound turned a lazy eye to Gwen, however, the panther instantly began to snarl as a wash of primal violence flooded our soul bond. "Gwen, what's the matter?" I asked telepathically, feeling her emotions but not understanding them at all. Had the hound done something to her? We need to fight or flee," the panther replied, her tone a maelstrom mess of almost territorial distress, but a distress that seemed to be, as I probed deeper across our bond, entirely of her own instincts making. For its part, the freshly awoken celestial hound merely eyed Gwen with its deep, iridescent pupils. With sleep seeming to coat its eyes, it seemed completely unperturbed by the cat. "Is your friend all right?" the Monkey King asked me, with a slight, almost disarming smile on his face. I lowered my gaze, setting it firmly against the golden eyes of the Monkey King. I was doing my best to keep the anger boiling in my chest from making me make any rash decisions. It was hard, though, especially as I could feel the need for action practically thundering through Gwen's fast-beating heart. "What are you doing to Gwen?" I asked, a threat all but underlying my tone. One of the metallic monkey golems, which I now noticed were all circling far out on the edges of the gardens, shrieked out. As if on cue, all of the other monkeys began to cry and holler as they finally caught up to us and joined the remainder of their brethren. Were they being affected by the Monkey King in the same way as Gwen? Is that why they weren't attacking us? But wasn't he one of them? I believe I'm simply sitting. I was thinking I'd say, before you came and began to speak, the Monkey King replied. Orin was sleeping, but I had too much on my mind to join him. Orin was the wolf? Gwen, you need to calm down, I sent the message, with a surge of reassuring protectiveness from my heart to hers. Are they hurting you? No, they're not. The panther panted, her limbs locked in a lunge-ready prowl. I just feel like I'm looking at something too dangerous to talk to. I shifted my eyes back to the Monkey King. I definitely didn't trust him now. You said you were thinking. About what? Why are you up here and where's the ruler? I asked. It's your turn, though, the golem replied. What? I asked. I answered your questions 3 times to your none, the Monkey King replied calmly. Are you okay enough to keep this up? We can't exactly jump off the tower. I sent the question to Gwen silently before answering the Monkey King. I'll be fine. Do what you need to do, Gwen replied. Her voice was more steeled than before, and I felt that she was somewhat calmer after I'd sent my calming emotions her way. I'm not comfortable answering the question about where I came from, I decided out loud. Then why should I tell you where Brez is? The Monkey King shrugged. He had a point. Why would you give up your friend either way? I asked. A flicker of something else flashed over the previously almost mirthful look in the golem's eyes. I wouldn't. But you know about rulers, I said. You know that the system wants them gone. The Monkey King made a low, grumbling noise, reminiscent of an old man, as if his mood had been soured. Many dungeon lords have guardians of one sort or another. Dungeon lord? You mean Cowagan? Are you with him? I finally asked the question that had been burning in my mind since I'd first heard the golem speak so eloquently. The golem seemed to hesitate. I look like the rest of the golems, don't I? Why not just attack me? Was he serious? Because you seem human enough, I replied without thinking. At first I did think you were another golem, but human. The Monkey King's eyes grew wide as he interrupted me. Did you just say human? Fuck, I didn't like that look. I'd just used the word as a turn of phrase. How did the golem even know what humans were anyway? Did Caliban have humans? The golem lowered his own gaze at me, and before I could even begin to reply, I felt the world split in two. The Monkey King's eyes flashed with a surge of golden mana, only for a moment, but in that second it felt like I was gazing into an eternity made manifest. I felt his eyes look past my own, and I knew, somehow, that he had truly seen me. Then, just like that, the broken echo of infinity passed, and the memory of what had been done, what the Monkey King had seen in me, was already leaving my mind, as if it had never happened at all. You aren't what you appear to be, are you? The Monkey King asked me as he groaned and began to push himself to his feet. The celestial hound grumbled a bit when its master forced it to move by way of moving himself, but the beast was soon simply stretching its back contentedly as it too came to stand. Suddenly, in that briefest of moments, I felt a bit of the primal fear that Gwen was feeling. I couldn't tell why, but my mind felt off as I watched the automaton moving. What are you? I asked. The Monkey King answered as he reached back for his ornate glaive, retrieving it from the tree behind him. Didn't you already decide? I blinked, my eyes growing wide. Fear shot through my heart at what I suddenly saw. The Monkey King was gone. He wasn't by the tree anymore. When you saw me, the golem's voice was now coming from behind me. I'm just another golem. The kick that hit me felt like I'd been smacked by a bus. All at once I was flying through the air, soaring over the silvered rings and into the glowing gardens. There was nothing left in my lungs. I heard Gwen roar in defiance, even though I could faintly feel how terrified she was, even through my own hazy awareness. Air. I needed air. Unfortunately, I hadn't managed to find any by the time my body slammed hard against the ground, rolling and tumbling until I came to a stop, thudding against something as my world shook and my vision fluttered. Aren't I? The Monkey King asked me as he completed his sentence and gazed down at me from where his metallic foot rested on my back, it having stopped my roll. The golem didn't even look as if he had broken a sweat. He seemed interested in me somehow, but also entirely unimpressed. I didn't even see any violence in his gaze, despite the actions he had just taken. The odd being's free hand rested against his thigh, while the other was lazily holding up his entirely unused weapon. The strange flowers around us, in a 10-foot circle at least, opened and began to glow with a vibrant bioluminescence that was visible even in the daylight. I could all but taste the mana coming off of them through my bleeding mouth. Chapter 31. Tower of Giants. My conjured blade had evaporated somewhere in between, me being sent flying by the Monkey King's kick and impacting with the ground hard enough to at least pop a few things internally. The breaths were starting to come now, though, at least one or two, but they were pretty damn ragged. Regardless, with the breaths came the rage. My hand raised, shaking and angry. Without hesitation, without dwelling on just how strong and apparently fast this monster was, I grabbed his ankle. "Get your foot off me, fucking asshole," I said through pained exhalations, and to my surprise, the Monkey King's bored expression evaporated. He laughed, his chuckle a halfway point between looking like he felt bad for me and being actually amused. "You just might be human, huh?" he said as his foot started to slip off of my back. My weakened fingers trailed from his metallic fur without much fight. What did he say? I still hadn't quite caught my breath. "Fun," he said, his chuckle turning into a smile. His big, pearly-looking teeth were full on display. What were they even made of? His foot still hovered in the air, his balance perfect-looking and still oh so casual, as if he was contemplating. Oh fuck no. Then he kicked me again. I more felt than heard the crunch in my ribs. I guess if sounds were just vibrations then, strictly speaking, I heard the jangling of my bones in my entire body. God, it hurt. Where before I'd simply been sent flying, now I was outright spinning, rotating like a flicked top, as I'd been hefted off the meadow field of a tower top and sent tracing along its breadth with speed. I buzzed past multiple trees. In my third or fourth rotation, I could swear I saw the Monkey King, waving by at me. That asshole. Was he still smiling? Why did he look like he was just on an evening stroll with a friend or something? I didn't have time to contemplate the possibly sadistic nature of the golem, however. As soon as I'd seen his mocking wave, my face was already rotating away from him. And because of that, I realized I was heading straight for the trunk of one of the massive fantasy variety dogwoods. I could feel that my body had grown stronger, but I hadn't invested in endurance or strength. If I hit the tree, I'd probably almost die. Could a healing spell or arcane fencer even knit me back together? Fuck that and fuck the damn monkey. Fire flicker flared, fueled through my pain and by my defiance. It was hard to grasp the spell through the agony, but with as closely connected as that particular spell was to my soul core, it was a little easier to reach for. My body wavered, glowing and then forming into a wisping cloud of purple fire. The change of my form's state did nothing to dull the pounding discomfort I was in, and I almost fell out of the spell, but I just barely managed to hold onto it on account of how pissed I was. The orientation of my limbs within Fire Flicker was somewhat of a tricky thing to grasp when I didn't have any limbs. The same sensation of floaty de-embodiedness had been a problem with Mana Flicker as well, but the further I pushed my spell control skill, the less Fire Flicker seemed to hold my transformed state to not behaving like fire. I was still bound to gravity though, at least at my current skill level. The sheer, bone-cracking momentum the Monkey King had hit me with still carried over as my body became a cloud of purple blaze. How did that make sense, if fire was energy and not strictly solid matter? Hell if I knew, shit was quite literally magic. Mana was weird, I guess. Thankfully, in the strange world the system dominated, unless a spell was designed to make it do it, fire still retained its inability to really hit things. When my body, as morphed as it was by my sorcery, smashed into the otherworldly silvered tree, instead of it breaking my every bone, I simply split around it. The purple blaze that was me broke into two parts, flowing off to either side of the plant. The sensation was fucking weird, but it gave me just enough time to right myself. Pulling myself back together felt natural, as if it was what the spell wanted me to do. The two halves of me made flame recombined, my body solidifying once it was on the other side of the tree. I staggered back as the flame cloud I'd become grew into the shape of me, and I once more touched down upon solid ground. Agony redoubled throughout all of my reformed ribs. My hand fell to grab at my torso, and my other grasped frantically for the trunk of the tree I'd just hit as I fell into it. It was all I could do not to fall over. My health bar was flashing ominously. Something was damaged inside. I could feel it. The mana of my soul core still came slowly when I reached for it. Arcane Fencer gave me some control over my natural processes thanks to the spells I'd fed it during its creation. As far as I could tell, it was more efficient than Accelerate Healing had ever been. Arcane energies pulsed through my core, knitting unseen broken pieces within me. All of the agony was blending together, though. I could tell by my health bar that I was getting better now, but too many thinks were shattered for relief to come quickly. My hair fell around my eyes as I looked up to search for the Monkey King. I thought he'd be gone, but he wasn't. He was walking towards me now, the eye upon his forehead open for the first time. The golem had an eyebrow raised in my direction. Then, to my surprise, he nodded at me in what looked like approval. After the nod had been given, the air around the Monkey King rippled. His body wavered and twisted as if becoming a mirage. I pulled up higher against the tree trunk I struggled to hold myself against. "What do you have against humans?" I screamed at him, maybe trying to throw him off, maybe just trying to buy myself time to recover. "Nothing really," the king replied, his slowly rising voice barely reaching me from the distance as he span his glaive as if warming up for a fight. "But are you kidding? If I did? You guys can be real dicks." Then he was gone again, as if he'd been pulled into some space in between the air. He didn't disappear or teleport, though. His body quite literally seemed to slide into the space that surrounded him. Where the hell had the monster gone? My healing was good, better than it had ever been, but it wasn't immediate. Still, my health bar was just barely out of the red now. Through my mana was all but halved after the strain of managing the feat of serving the monster's blows. I scanned my head, half expecting the creature to appear to kick me again. But he didn't. What was the golem playing at? And where was Gwen? Clarissa was sent flying. Gwen didn't catch it at first. The appearance of the golem. The Monkey King was too fast for her, but she did feel a strange disruption in the ambient mana around herself and Clarissa before she even saw him. The panther's body acted before her mind did, however, even before her eyes could register the Monkey King's appearance, and she turned on the suddenly appeared attacker, just as he was lowering his leg following his strike. The Monkey King's eyes glanced to the cat. His system nameplate rippled as if glitching. Monkey King, level, elite. As Gwen stared at the golem, her teeth bared in a vicious snarl that ignored the primal terror raging in her chest in response to the sudden concentration of mana surrounding the thing. Then it returned to normal, as if it had never happened at all. Monkey King, level 30, elite. The Monkey King looked at Gwen, the eye upon his forehead wide open and glowing vibrantly gold. "You're very loyal, aren't you?" It wasn't a question, not that Gwen would have taken the time to answer it. The panther lunged, despite her legs screaming at her not to attack. She was scared, yes, but also angry someone had dared to attack Clarissa. The air around the Monkey King rippled, however, and by the time Gwen was where he had been, her claws met nothing but air. And a golden rush of movement, with claws of its own, slammed into her rippling torso. I searched frantically, a shot of adrenaline filling me. I didn't see Gwen anywhere. The panther was gone. The Monkey King was gone. Even his dog was gone. Had they stolen my cat? Meanwhile, the winged monkeys up above, which I'd practically forgotten about, began to screech and begin their descent towards the garden. "That's going to be fun for you." I spun on the voice immediately. My legs listened to me a bit better now, at least well enough to half backstep and half limp away from the tree I'd been holding onto as I self-healed. The tree that the Monkey King was now casually sitting up in, his body draped over its biggest branch, as comfortably looking as possible. "What are you doing?" I screamed at him, already feeling my hand summoning a runic grenade from my inventory. "Where's Gwen?" "You're probably too low level to have a real teleport skill, but it's still rare to have the beginnings of an elemental body like that," the golem said, as he casually swung his free-hanging leg back and forth in the air beneath the tree limb he sat upon. His back was set firmly against the trunk of the plant itself. "I'm impressed you're still standing. You got a self-heal spell too?" What do your elemental manipulation levels look like? My mouth would have fell open if I wasn't so pissed, if my heart wasn't hammering through my chest in what was probably truly real fight or flight-induced quasi-shock. When did the Sage Act get dropped? This guy didn't sound at all like this earlier. Where'd the wise, meditating guy go? Humans can be real dicks. It's like you're two different people the way you're talking now, I said. And Gwen, where's my cat? More than that, actually, the Monkey King replied, and then smiled wide. And you fell for that? Sorry, you were just too easy. I was meditating before you showed up, but come on. The Monkey King cleared his throat, holding up a single finger and putting on what looked to be a serene face, even going so far as to close his eyes as if to mime centering himself. Why do you further violate this fallen temple, child? Only an end to stories is to be found atop this citadel. The Monkey King paused for a second, as if waiting for me to respond to his mocking quoting of himself. My mouth really was hanging open now. When I didn't give him anything, the golem slowly peeked open one of his 3 eyes, then stuck his tongue out at me. He continued, a wise final boss, waiting for you serenely on top of a tower. Even the system is only that cliché half of the time. My grip on the enchanted stone in my palm grew much tighter. Why are you fucking with me? I said through clenched teeth. And more than what? I'm more than 2 people, kinda sorta. At least I can be, the Monkey King replied casually, choosing to answer my second question about what he'd said first. And because I'm trying to decide if I'm helping you or not. You could be worth my time, but... The Monkey King paused and looked over my shoulder, his lips pursing into an amused O shape. Oh. Oh, I said, not willing to take my eyes off the strange monster in front of me. Do you think I'm stupid? I hate to tell you what to do, the Monkey King trailed his voice. Well, no, I guess I really don't. But? I snapped, my desire to peek over my shoulder only growing. You should really dodge that, he offered, raising his hands in what looked like a casual acquiescence. Gwen felt the impact strongly, but the flare of mana that followed blinded her before she could fully react to the hit. The world evaporated, at least momentarily, and solidity and sense went with it. Then it all reappeared in an instant, and she felt her limbs become whole again. Senseless floating, a sensation that she had not enjoyed no matter how brief, became claw-on-claw combat. She felt teeth pierce her shoulder and met it with a swipe of her lightning-charged paw. A loud whine echoed as she tore through metallic fur. Together her and the celestial hound, which had blindsided the panther, slammed hard into silver metal, rolling away from each other for a few feet. They were still on the floating rings, she could tell that much, but they were on a different section, a middle piece, now. They'd moved through space instantly somehow. She'd have to be careful of that, she reasoned. Gwen found her equilibrium winning out easily, despite the hard roll, and she was on her feet by the time the hound was just managing to lift itself back onto its powerful legs. The panther rumbled low in defiance. Fine then, she reasoned, she'd remove one enemy and then help Clarissa with the other. The Monkey King had seemed strong, but she trusted her companion. Her person would find a way to win her fight. Gwen lunged, her body becoming violent lightning. In response, the unwavering hound broke into a run towards her, its body manifesting into a silhouette of divine light itself. Suddenly hearing the incoming shrieks of the winged monkeys from behind me, I had no choice but to look away from the Monkey King. I lashed out with my arm, throwing my runic grenade into the mouth of the nearest airborne automaton. The explosion that followed was at least somewhat satisfying. But they were in a swarm, a gaggle of monkeys, a troop, or would the winged ones make it a flight? A mana rune burned itself off underneath my armor, as a bit of the mana it granted me was instantly burned up and sent pulsing through my legs. I sidestepped and dodged away from another flying golem, bringing my hands together and withdrawing the pillar of fire that was my summoned blade. By the time the second monkey had come back in for me, I was already ahead of it. With a violent twist of my hips, I tore my rapier through its neck and beheaded the beast in one go. Raging Blade, being upgraded into Arcane Flame Tongue, made my weapon much better at cutting through the mana-resistant metal the automatons were made of. The next monkey didn't even wait for its comrade to hit the ground to come in for the kill, however. At close range, however, I had at least somewhat of an advantage. They weren't that fast, and despite being airborne, they didn't have any ranged weapons. I raised my left arm and fired off my grappling line. Blazing weapon was cast even before the spear tip had left its housing, and enshrouded in the purple hot flames of the spell, the sharp point of the metallic cord easily pierced through the head of an incoming monkey, and then another, and another. Soon enough, I had a string of spasming and winged golems, all strung out along the cable of my self-moving and thought-guided grappling line. I didn't have time for mercy, not for robots, not when there were so many of them. More were already coming. Too many. I couldn't even count them all. My grappling line began to rapidly retract as my body and all of my gear pulled into a cloud of flame. A winged monkey came in. I forced my right hand to solidify and remove its head. Controlling fire flicker for long periods of time strained my mind. It was like my brain didn't like not having 4 limbs and a generally human shape, as if it wasn't designed for it. Which I guess it wasn't. My spell control and fire manipulation skills were climbing rapidly, however, and I was starting to be able to pull off some cool tricks, despite the headache of it all. For example, I'd just completely dissolved my right arm and snaked the purple fire it had become between the legs of one beheaded monkey, only to reform my hand and sword on the other side of it to behead the second monster floating behind the first. All the while, the length of the rest of my arm remained in the shape of flame. My left arm, meanwhile, I'd lifted to fire my spell-enchanted grappling line through a few more of the enemies. My feet were getting pretty solid underneath me again, and I was starting to catch my stride. "You got the skill yet?" I jumped as the voice of the Monkey King asked me the question from where he'd appeared leaning up against a tree I'd just dodged behind. "Screw off!" I shouted at him as I slashed the head of a different enemy that followed me around the tree. The Monkey King made a tisk sound before I was forced to lose sight of him as I broke into a cloud of flame to avoid another golem's incoming claws. "This just isn't going to work," the Monkey King's voice continued as I felt a pair of hands grabbing me from behind as I reformed. "If you keep healing the pain away, you'll never get it." "Let go of me!" I whirled as fast as I could, but my sword only hit air. I felt the talons of the Monkey King's hand piercing straight through my side before I heard his voice. "Now I know it hurts." I staggered and my knees hit the ground. How could I stop this monster? As he was prone to do, the Monkey King was suddenly standing in a different space above me as I grasped at the gaping hole that now took up my stomach. I'd never been hurt that badly before. The very violent acting and yet very calm-sounding golem shook my blood off of his beautifully carved hand as he continued speaking. "But this is important. The way you flounder around when you get broken up just ain't gonna work. You can't dodge everything." My eyes shook as the Monkey King's form became 2 of him. I was pretty sure it wasn't magic causing the effect, though, just my own rapidly dropping blood pressure and fluid loss. The golem continued speaking. "Don't make me kick you again to make this work. Suffer through it like a big girl." I grasped for my mana, flaring it into my legs, just enough to jump forward from the ground, even despite my grievous wound. The Monkey King's eyes grew wide as he backstepped, time slowing in my perception as he just barely managed to avoid the cutting edge of my blade. "I'm going to kill you," I gasped. The third eye on the golem's forehead was already opening as he was smiling again. "Gonna have to cut up the other monkeys in the circus first." The golem's body rippled into nothingness, and I was left, my insides dangerously close to becoming my outsides, as the next swarm of winged lesser automatons came in at me. There was no time to pull one of my few remaining health potions out. I had to fight and heal at the same time, and I had to do it with just magic. If I didn't, I'd die. Healing hands flared in my left hand, enshrining it in its golden aura as Arcane Fencer also worked to fix me up. Meanwhile, my sword arm worked vigorously just to fight back the spinning horde of flying monsters. I was surrounded now. I couldn't dance away, not when I could barely stand. The winged golems could still touch me in my fire form. It made me more elusive, but it didn't make me invincible. It wasn't long before the first scratches made it through my armor, then the glancing blows became deep ones. I stumbled. I'd lost too much blood. My mana bar flickered as it fully depleted. My mind wavered. I couldn't even activate my last mana rune. I was falling then. And just as I did, he appeared in front of me. Like a whirlwind, the Monkey King's body rippled out of empty space. The nimble golem spun his glaive and cut the winged monkey nearest to me in half. Another followed that one in death, and then another. Then the Monkey King leaned back and his weapon extended, growing longer and cutting through or knocking aside every monster that flapped its body through the air for at least 10 feet. When he finished with the ones directly around him, the Monkey King rolled his weapon over his head and individually bisected the remaining golems. And he chuckled once as he did it. My health bar meanwhile flashed as it neared 0. I hadn't even realized I'd hit the ground. My eyes flashed black, my blinks became slow. "Did you get it?" the Monkey King asked me. "It takes a shit ton of hurt and damage to manage getting the skill, but you should have it by now." What did he? Oh, I could see it now. 2 system notifications had just populated. Plow 5 pain resistance. Of course. Then there was the other notification. You are nearing death. I blinked and the Monkey King was still looking at me. You should heal yourself if you did get it, the Monkey King offered. I'm not going to do it for you. I fell into blackness. My mind faltered, drifting. A voice. Clarissa, you have to heal. It wasn't the Monkey King's voice. It was sing-song, so familiar. It was friendly. I can't, I whispered as I felt myself falling further into the black of nothingness. Too much pain. A silence followed, just nothingness. And then there was a flash of green mana. Okay, the voice was accepting, calm but laced with a twinge of reserve. I'll do it for you. Forgive me for overstepping again. My eyes shot open. My mana was half filled. My health bar was mostly refilled. I felt better, but the last mana rune on my chest was gone. But I hadn't activated it or healed myself. I remembered that now. I forced myself to sit up. The Monkey King turned to look at me and raised an eyebrow. That's interesting. A flash of light glowed out beside the golem, and I watched as a mass of mangled red and white tumbled out of it. Gwen. Following the limp form of the panther, a hound stepped from the light next, before it flared out. The Monkey King glanced at my half-dead companion, unmoving before looking back at me and speaking again. You know, I'm going to kill her if you don't fight. I was on my feet before I'd realized it. Then my feet became fire. I crossed the space between me and the Monkey King in a flicker's worth of time, meaning barely any at all. With no time to unsheath my sword, and not willing to give the golem enough of a moment to open his third eye and teleport away, the mana for a fireball had already pooled itself into my hand by the time it was slapping against the Monkey King's hard metallic cheek. The concussive ball of fire exploded the moment it touched the golem's face. For the first time I saw the monster falter, his powerful neck being sent careening to the side by the blast of my spell. I didn't hesitate. My right fist followed my first open palm hook with an overhand strike. I wasn't thinking though, I was so angry. My right hand simply connected, this time being closed, as I channeled the power and intent of a fireball spell into it. The purple aura of my flames enshrouded my right fist, and upon contact, exploded. You have learned a spell. Exploding fist, third added to spell list. I didn't think to reflect on this revelation. I was too mad, even if it had been a while since I'd created a spell in the moment. I went in for another hit, planting my feet hard as I summoned my new power and drew on my old boxing days to bring a violently intended uppercut straight towards the damned monkey. Arcane fire condensed around my fist, and without even thinking as I was doing it, my left arm erupted into a fire flicker from the wrist down. My hand, wrapped in the aura of exploding fist, was rocketed up by the exploding pillar of flame that connected to my still manifested elbow directly into the chin of my opponent. It was the Monkey King's turn to lift off the ground now, if only a little, as he was sent staggering back. My mana regeneration rate was good, but even I knew it couldn't keep up forever, or much longer for that matter. I needed to kill the Monkey King before he got his footing. As the monster staggered backwards, I retracted my flaming arm, solidifying it and summoning my conjured sword as I did so. Time slowed as I altered my perceptions with Arcane Fencer and forced my body to its limits with it as well. Sword at the ready, I lunged, activating Resolute Strike as I did so. The Monkey King's head was still lurched back. He was exposed. I knew I could cut the metal he was made of as long as it was the same as the others. I could kill him. And I would, for what he did to Gwen. My shoulders flexed, my body letting go of my reservations towards slaughtering a thinking person. Only the flash that erupted at my side stopped me from fully committing to my blow against the Monkey King. The celestial hound came in faster than I could move. Its canine were barred, ready to rip me in half. The only thing that saved me was the power of Resolute Strike flowing through my body as the ability drained my stamina bar to about half. I pivoted, pulling on skill, spell, and my activated ability. The hound and I crossed paths. It was close, but I struck first. My blade dug into the neck of the monster, sundering it. Enough! I heard a violent shout, and I felt an unseen force ram into me from behind. I rolled, time catching up to me, and landed on the ground hard. Breathing in ragged breaths, I felt a twinge of thought pass over mine and Gwen's soul bond for the first time since I'd seen that she was hurt. Instantly, I turned my head to the cat. I'd landed almost beside her. "Gwen?" I stammered. She was looking at me, but she was hurt badly. "Clarissa," she heaved, her massive chest barely being able to get the words out. "Get in my soul core," I said. "You need," she rasped. "Now," I shrieked, only now realizing that my face was streaked with tears that had probably been there the entire time I was punching the hell out of the Monkey King. The panther's drooping eyes let go of their defiance, and with a flash I felt her flow into me. I closed my eyes and reached for her touch. I found it easily enough. She was weak, but alive. As long as I lived, she would recover within my spirit. So I had to live. My eyes trailed to the Monkey King. The monster looked grieved as he stroked his own companion's head. "I told him to suppress himself so we could give you a fair fight," the strange golem said. There was deep sadness in his voice. He listened. The Monkey King closed his eyes, and I could see his hand gripping his glaive hard. The unmoving celestial hound flashed brightly, and just as Gwen had flown into me, the wolf-like canine spirit flared into the body of the Monkey King. It was his familiar. The Monkey King opened his eyes and came to stand as he spoke. "You're strong. I didn't think you'd be able to kill me, even if I limited myself." The golem brought his hand to his jaw and rubbed it, before continuing. "Oren saw that you might have taken my head there, so he stepped in, but he still obeyed me and didn't try to hit you nearly as hard as he could have." The third eye on the Monkey King's forehead opened, and his nameplate began to shift and glitch. "Monkey King level? Boss? I'll give it to you that you're strong enough. The potential's there," the Monkey King admitted. His eyes were way more serious than they'd been before. "So tell me, why are you fighting? That's just as important." I raised myself up, a look of disgust in the snarl that I gave the golem. "Fuck you." His nose twitched. "I'm trying to be civil. You almost killed my dog. I can help you. I just need to know." I gripped my sword in front of me and interrupted his spiel. "Fuck you. I don't need your help." The Monkey King's mouth hung down a bit as I watched his better angels lose the fight behind his eyes. "You know what? Fuck you." The air rippled around the Monkey King, but this time he didn't teleport away. He stayed right where he was, but more of him appeared nonetheless. One after another, creating a ring of monkeys that surrounded me. "You're a real bitch, you know that," the Monkey King said, all of his mouths talking at once. "But I'll at least make this lesson fair." The monster's nameplate flickered again, restoring his level. Monkey King, level 30 boss. I didn't have time for whatever weird shit he was up to. I lunged forward, raising my blade as if to strike. The Monkey King grimaced and moved to meet my blade swing. Fire flicker activated, and my body began a swirl of flame that slipped the golem's guard. I didn't like being surrounded. My upper torso appeared behind the original Monkey King, my legs still a tail of flames, and I brought my sword down hard into his shoulder, bisecting it and removing his weapon-wielding arm. I could cut him after all. The Monkey King grunted in pain as his glaive fell free to the ground. I couldn't, however, avoid the angry kick that he lashed out with in response to his injury. I flew through the air, and before I knew it, I was smashing into the intact arms of two of his clones. They must have teleported behind me. "Why the hell are you fighting so hard?" the armless version of the golem said as he started to approach me. His voice sounded annoyed. "I tried to talk to you." "Fucking hypocrite," I grunted and reached my hands up to the faces of both of the clones that held me. "It's because I don't trust you." "Will you stop?" the two clones began to say in unison before I ignited the piercing flame runes I'd kept in reserve on my palms. I'd packed a lot of compressed magic into the runes when I'd stored them away, and by the time I was running forward to meet my original armless enemy, the two clones of his that had tried to hold me back were stumbling around with large holes in their heads. The armless Monkey King brought his remaining hand up to his face and sighed. "I don't need a feral child who can't communicate. Training butchers isn't my style." Two of the clones milling behind the golem flickered out of real space, only to appear off to either side of me with their glaives raised. Flaring the mana I had remaining in my soul core, I reinforced my flexibility, and when the pair swung their weapons down, I rolled my back over and behind my hips. My head, to aid my evasive maneuver, became a pillar of hard-to-hit flame, slipping right under the edges of the weapons, intent on stopping me. My hands, meanwhile, both summoned runic grenades. My free palm simply tossed the rune under the feet of the nearest monkey. My sword hand, meanwhile, fumbled to do the same. Once they'd fallen beneath my enemies, I ignited the runes with my mind without hesitation. By the time I was standing, my grappling line was already shooting out rapidly to pierce the ankle of the injured Monkey King. "What the?" The golem's eyes grew big as I yanked him off his feet. "Fuck." The counter-effect of pulling the golem over, however, was that I was sent flying towards him. Exhausted and with my mana rapidly depleting, I smashed atop the metallic monster and we were both sent rolling over one another. My sword fumbled from my grip, flying off somewhere. Coming out on top of him, I straddled the golem and raised my fist. Exploding fist wrapped my hand in concussive purple flame as I brought it down angrily. A tooth was sent flying from the Monkey King's mouth when I connected with the mini hand-to-hand variation of my fireball spell. "Stow," he started to say. I hit him again. I couldn't trust him. I wasn't a butcher like he said. I didn't like murder. I would have liked to have spared him if I could, but he was too unpredictable. I dropped my other hand into his eye, hard, and my fist exploded with arcane fire against his thickened faceplate. My chest heaved. I was so tired. My mana was practically gone. I was just using whatever was regenerating. "Why?" the Monkey King tried to say. He'd almost killed Gwen. I dropped all of my weight and mana into another strike. My body sluggishly followed after my falling strike. I had to protect my friend. I had to survive. My knuckles were bloody, my hand deformed from driving itself into the alien metal of my enemy. I raised my hand again. "Plea," the golem started to say. I couldn't trust him. My fist came down again, just as the Monkey King's system nameplate flickered. "No more," he bellowed, a newfound strength in his tone. "Monkey King, level, boss." My exploding fist hit, my face a strained mix of regret and finality, but this time I felt like I was punching not just metal, but the concept of solidity itself. My hand cracked as the explosion of my spell went off. The Monkey King's dented golden eyes were staring up at me with rage. He turned his head to face my own, easily ignoring that my fist was still on his face. The clones of the monster yanked me off of him, restraining my hands with their now seemingly much greater strength. The injured Monkey King, his face a mess of dents, and still missing an arm, approached me. I met his gaze as he slammed his hand into my face, a punch returned for all the ones I'd subjected him to. I felt my jaw crack. Ouch. My health dropped by nearly a fourth. "I could kill you with less than a thought," he roared. My neck felt like it had been put on a bobblehead's body. I could barely keep it straight enough to look at the golem. When had he got so strong? "Fuck you," I whispered through the broken teeth and blood, purely and only being so repetitive because the phrase itself seemed to piss him off. I didn't want to die, but I was so tired of this world's bullshit. "Why are you intent on killing me?" he screamed, his hand raised for another strike. "When someone begs you to spare them, do you not stop? I don't have room for someone like you in my centrality." "Did you give her a chance to beg?" I said. I had felt what Gwen had been feeling when I'd met her eyes. She'd fought for me and herself, and she'd failed. She felt like a failure, despite being on death's door. Or me. The Monkey King's face shifted, and the fury abated in his eyes somewhat. He lowered his hand. "You have will and talent. You're far above where you should be for your level," he admitted and sighed. "Maybe I did overstep." "Are you going to kill me?" I asked. I felt fear. I did, but at the same time, I felt something else too. In response to this unnamed emotion, I forced myself to stare at the Monkey King, to stare into the eyes of death. And honestly, I felt a bit of satisfaction at seeing his mangled metal features. I'd fucked death up pretty badly, huh? "Maybe. Just tell me why you fight already, about why you want to win so bad," he replied, a bit of good spirit returning to his tone. "This could still shake out all right for you." Was he serious? Images of Gwen and my siblings instantly flashed through my mind at his question, but I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. "Fuck you," I said instead. What right did he have to be the god who decided if I lived or died? My life was my right, not his. The Monkey King's hackles raised, and his face became incredulous. "You've got to be—" I saw the golem give up mentally then. It was all too clear in his eyes and on his face. I'd gotten him, broken through his tough veneer. I smirked a little bit as the Monkey King began to speak again, despite the terror flaring in my tired chest. "You're such a bitch," he said as he raised his fist again. The world went black as he connected with the unbroken side of my face, hard. Dragging, my hair burned against my scalp. My body was too tired to move, even though I wanted to reach up and fight against the hands of whoever was pulling me across the ground. My eyes flickered open slowly. "Good, you're awake," the Monkey King's voice said from above me, though he didn't stop tugging me along behind him. "I've decided this whole thing might have been my fault. I'm not sure if you're just the dumbest talented potential student I've found in a while, or just really angry at the world." We stopped, and I strained my eyes up to meet the Monkey King's own as he continued to speak. "But after thinking about it, I don't think you're a butcher after all," he continued. "I've reflected on all the variables, and well, you tried really hard to stay alive, and I think you might have mostly done that to keep your friend alive too, with her being tucked all safe in your soul core." I felt the golem pull me up. Pain flooded through my scalp as he held me with one hand at eye level. I still couldn't move, my health bar flashing at around 1%. The golem's mouth kept moving, however. "And I like your spirit, I guess, even if you pack a mean right hook." "Fuck," I started to say, after pulling up every little bit of strength I still had left in order to speak. The Monkey King rolled his eyes and cut me off. "Yes, fuck me, I get it." He smiled big and slipped in a snide remark. "That's why I'm dragging you by the hair and not carrying you." He continued and shook his head, disapprovingly. "Anyway, your quest objective is down there. I'm going to postpone my judgment on whether I help you or, kill you before you become a threat to yourself and everyone around you, like all talented bad apples eventually do. So, good luck, I guess." And then he tossed me into the pillar of light at the center of the garden. Chapter 32. The Fall. Everything hurt. Whatever had healed me before had managed to stop most of the bleeding from when the asshole monkey had put his hand through me. But I guess being beat unconscious and dragged across the tower top had partially reopened the damage. The light I'd been tossed into was also beyond blinding. I felt space distort and ripple as I fell through it, and the sky and open air that had been above me became only a memory. Whatever made up the pillar of energy, it wasn't normal mana. At least not anything like the mana I'd felt my soul core produce. It was different. It was either purer or more condensed. I really couldn't tell which. Though maybe those were the same thing, I still wasn't really an expert on the whole magic thing. My head was thudding. My regeneration was doing its best to keep up with my blood loss. It showed 3 HP, then 4, then 2 again, as I felt something small and wet snap in my abdomen when I tried to see if I could still move. It was probably an artery, judging by the burst of wooziness I felt overtake me. I needed it all to stop. My mana was regenerating as fast as usual, though, which pretty much gave me my only surefire chance at not dying. My eyes flared with power. Reaching for the magic, even if my mana bar said it was there, wasn't exactly easy when it felt like my neck was teetering on the edge of breaking. but I grabbed for it nonetheless. My soul core pulsed at my command, weakly at first, but then more steady. The flicker within me became a steady beat, and Arcane Fencer took over, healing me with my magical power. My health bar started to budge out of the red, but it was slow going, and the system warning that I was extremely near death didn't immediately disappear. The sensation of my bones and sinew knitting back together was also extremely uncomfortable. I felt cords of power leak out from my mana channels and grab a hold of my jaw, shifting it through torn muscle to hold it back to where it needed to be. My eyes rolled in agony as the whole ordeal produced a loud popping noise from within my face. Similar sensations and sounds began to play and echo themselves out across my entire body. I wouldn't say the healing was as bad as the actual hurting, but it wasn't worlds better or anything. Small bits of relief did begin to wash over me as the superficial wounds I'd taken in my fight were repaired in the less damaged parts of my body, though. I felt myself grit my teeth as I lifted my eyes out to try and see through the pulsing light of the mana pillar as I tumbled through space. And trying to look through the pillar was like trying to look outside of a light bulb, if one were trapped inside one. It might be possible, but it was extremely disorienting as your eyes were adapted to an illumination that was much more powerful than what you were trying to look at outside it. I couldn't afford to try and channel mana into my eyes to increase my eyesight, even though I was pretty sure Arcane Fencer might let me do that. No, I needed to keep everything focused on fixing the damage the Monkey King had done to my spine just by punching me. As if on cue, I felt the large bone that connected my lower neck to my spine making a clicking noise. God! I cursed in agony. Heavy breaths entered my lungs. I closed my eyes tight, but then forced myself to open them. I needed to see where I was going if I didn't want to go splat. My surroundings outside the pillar were murky at best, and changing fast as I fell, but I could somewhat see what looked like large pipes crisscrossing within a massive circular space. So this was the interior of the ringed citadel. The strange thing was, though, I couldn't see an end to the massive network of pipes. The interior of the tower was humid and hot, but also seemingly much more expansive than even the massive exterior might suggest. Great, more magic, I whispered to myself, realizing that my jaw was once more in mostly working order, though greatly sore. My arm was slow to respond to me when I lifted it, though. Slowly, however, it did so. I closed my fist, more out of habit than necessity, as my grappling line erupted out of the contraption on my wrist. I was aiming for one of the pipes, hoping to take control of my descent. Unfortunately, I realized that I may have misjudged just how fast I was falling when I heard my grappling line pierce into the metal I'd aimed at, which was followed by the sound of said pipe groaning and tearing. My weakened arm was nearly yanked from its socket as my grappling line pulled me towards where it had sunk itself into. I was disoriented as hell as my eyes were plunged into relative darkness when compared to the blinding nature of the mana pillar. I blinked, desperately trying to adapt my eyes as I soared past multiple massive pipes. The sound of tearing metal intensified as my weight pulled against my grappling line. I blinked once again, and as my vision just barely caught up, I was greeted with the sight of a massive pillar of blue-colored steam erupting from where my grappling line was slowly slipping out of the huge pipe it had pierced into. Was the tower steam-powered? Why was the steam blue, though? I knew one thing. I didn't want to find out if it was poisonous to my new body. I instantly instructed my grappling line to stop pulling me towards the steam. My body lurched mid-air as my mind gave the command to the enchanted item, and I felt myself swing to hang like a drifting pendulum beneath the pipe. I took another deep breath. The abdominally sourced blood covering the hole in my armor was growing cold against my skin, meaning that less and less fresh life fluid was making up the mess. I could feel myself stabilizing, just as my mana and health equalized somewhere around 25% each. I took the moment to look around my surroundings. The pillar of light reached far, far into the tower above, which was filled with more pipes and massive steampunk-esque gears that turned in every direction. Likewise, I could see that the terrain below me was much the same, with only one large difference. There was what looked like some sort of raised dome that the pillar of light flowed into. The dome appeared to open at its highest point. I could climb my way back out to the Monkey King, I figured. I frowned. Fuck no, I said aloud, which only left me with going down as an option. Just as I had this thought, and as I was looking down to the odd dome, an odd sound filled my large ears from above. I instantly glanced up, just in time to see some sort of buzzing creature land next to where my grappling line was just barely holding on in the pipe I'd fired it at. The creature seemed to observe the billowing steam ejecting from the pipe for a moment, before it flitted off of the surface of the metal construction and began to bob and veer around the spearhead that held me in the pipe. A feeling of dread filled my tight and aching stomach just as the creature landed on the grappling line and then pulled it free and into its grasp. The Monkey King stumbled and placed his still remaining hand against the fountain-like brick structure that surrounded the tower's mana catcher. He only did this after the sorceress had disappeared into the light of it, however. If his body still needed oxygen to function, then he would have been gasping. He could feel the heavy, unrefined air of the low-level dungeon burning against his very existence. With a grunt, he was forced to allow the manifestation of his power to suppress all the way back down to level 30, before the unrefined nature of the dungeon could damage his state of being. All at once, as his power drew back into the deepest recesses of his core to mostly become dormant, the agony of his injuries coursed back into his mind. His now much lower pain-resistant skill began to fire on all cylinders, but it wasn't enough to fully numb his wounds as it had before. Not at all, in fact. His shaking eyes slowly trailed to the pillar of power pouring into the mana catcher. The girl he'd fought was an oddity. Perhaps she wasn't the most skilled low-tier he'd met in the multiverse, but she was certainly among the most concentratedly annoying. She was much stronger than she should have been for her level. It was pretty clear she'd already managed to tier up at least a few of her skills, and he could only imagine that at least some of whatever perks or spells she had were of a rare quality or above. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to almost imitate an elemental body at such a low stage of evolution. If she managed to cross the first threshold with a high-rarity catalyst upon reaching level 30, then she might become a real up-and-comer. The chance was even higher if she found a catalyst that was in tune with the nature of her soul core and whatever skills or perks she would choose as a foundation for her body. What was most concerning, though, was the fact that she might very well have been level for level stronger than him, who was very much an elite. When he'd suppressed himself to her tier of evolution, she'd managed to nearly tear him apart. If he'd been serious from the beginning, then it might have been different, even when he was suppressed. But he couldn't be sure. And why had she known about humans while being on a world that had never been introduced into the Centrality before becoming a dungeon? When he'd peered into her soul, he'd seen something odd. She didn't appear to only be a Caliban at all, though her spirit didn't have the hallmarks of a body snatcher either. It was all very strange. This Clarissa was very strange, and it interested him to no ends. Of course, there was also the matter of the Eastern ruler and this Cowagin. He frowned and his hand tightened against the mana catcher's stone. They both still needed to die for what they'd done to his friend and the Boy King's world. Chapter 33, Gears and Bugs. Things were never easy. One battle after another, one enemy always waiting and hiding beneath whatever monster was currently trying to kill me. And for what? Levels? Experience. This new world, this new existence I'd been thrusted into, seemed to revolve around murder. Fighting was fun, until it wasn't. I could still barely feel Gwen stirring within my soul core. She was hurt, and she was hurt badly. I growled to myself, just barely stopping the sound from becoming too loud at the last moment, as the mosquito-looking drone pulling my grappling spear from the large pipe it had punctured into. The machine's yanking of my grappling line into its own grasp, of course, brought me along with it. I felt the bug flitter and strain a bit under my weight. How much did I weigh now, I wondered. I hadn't seen a scale in a while, but I didn't feel too out of place in my new form, although I was now taller. Hardly the most pressing concern, though. My mana was still low. My runes were all used up too. I was barely in any condition to fight if this shiny bug pressed the issue. I bit my teeth and glanced down with one eye. I was still a far way off from where the pillar of light from above entered into the dome below. There were plenty of pipes and gears in between me and my best shot at getting further into the tower and escaping. This bug was apparently trying to get in the way, though. Was it some kind of guardian or more of a maintenance bot? I had put a hole in one of the steam-filled pipes. That'd probably piss off any mechanic. Really no way to know just by looking at it what kind of monster the drone was, though. One thing was sure, regardless. It needed to let me go. I was tired of being, quite literally, tossed around. I clenched my fist. My grappling spear responded to my will near immediately. The drone who'd grabbed it was not so fast to react. It clittered its small metallic hands, but the length of my spear was too quick and its surface too polished, letting it slip free. My shoulder ached in its joint as I immediately flicked it and my arm forward, directing my spear line to fly toward where my half-open first now pointed. The metallic cording that my grappling spear was attached to shifted in mid-air before snapping with a fury to follow my commands. This time, my aim was much more focused than before. I wasn't nearly as blinded as when I'd been falling within the pillar of light, and my stomach was no longer possessed of much of a huge gaping wound. My spear tore into the metal of another pipe, and I rode the line that connected to it in a swooping arc through the cluttered air. A few moments later, and at the highest point of the arc through the air, my fist now clinched, I gave the order for my spear to begin to retract as I lifted slightly towards a large, flatly spinning gear. And by large, I do mean big. The thing was at least the size of your average basketball court, and it rotated on a massive metal spindle of sorts. My spear tip and its cord returned into the gauntlet like housing mounted atop my wrist as my feet plummeted towards the gear's surface. The elation of gravity taking over my body surged through me, and before I knew it, I was brake-rolling across the metal of the gear and into a now practiced crouch. The effort of the roll had my heart pumping and abdomen wincing. I still felt lightheaded. Mana could restore both blood and tissue, but too much physical or spell exertion still left behind a feeling of lacking. I was currently feeling that odd sensation and also still physical pain, as my HP was only just now touching the halfway point. I didn't have much time to dwell on the fact, however, as more buzzing entered my ears and I saw the first few rapidly flapping winged shapes appear from behind the nearest turning gears, aside from the one I stood on. Can't there just be somewhere to take a nap? I groaned aloud. Chapter 34, Recovering Wounds. 2, 3, 4. The group of buzzing drones floated into my direct vision and peripherals. All right, it was obviously battle time then, even if I partly wished it wasn't. I'd been in worse situations, though. I could handle this. I had to, as always. I winced and pulled myself up from my crouch. The gear beneath me rotated to reveal more enemies in the spanning chasm of gears and pipes. The occasional burst of steam shot out from one stop-gap release valve or another every other second. The bugs seemed wary to approach me, but they were definitely sizing me up. Good. Every second was helping me recover. I opened my dominant hand wide, reluctantly urging the mana to pulse from my soul core and into my grasp. It was sluggish to travel over my pathways that ached. I might be recovering my mystical energy, but my body was taxed. The soul core in my chest could output the energy I needed, but I wasn't sure how long I could withstand it doing so. My mouth tasted like iron as my flaming purple rapier lengthened from a gout of raw fire and into a glowing weapon. The sword was already a well-worn friend. Even if it had a new shape than its original, it felt as if it was always the same blade, no matter how many times I summoned it. It was merely evolving alongside me. The gear rotated, and so too did the drones begin to swarm and circle around it. I heard a whooshing, and I instantly cursed Gwen's absence. It came from behind, making it amply clear that no one had my back as I'd grown so used to. I almost didn't dodge the detached beak of the mosquito-like drone as the pointy metallic needle soured past my shoulder. Instinct had saved me, along with the mana that I'd swarmed into my perception to speed it up and slow down the time around me. The needle bounced off of the gear's surface in front of me and instantly began to spin. Another needle came next, which I deflected off of my rapier, and then another which glancingly tore a tuft from my enchanted armor. If the damage to my equipment kept up, I was going to be fighting in tatters again. The bug drones were obviously ranged fighters and had one over on me in their numbers. They also had the benefit of being less squishy than most other mobs due to their metallic nature, But I'd been shredding the creatures of the tower all day now, and I was mobile too. I allowed my body to break into a swarm of flame, dodging a few more projectile needle beaks as they seemed to telekinetically redirect themselves towards me after missing my vital spots beforehand. My gauntleted hand reformed first, and my grappling spear launched out, dragging my reforming body through the air. My sword arm, only half made solid again from the flames I'd become, lashed out and cut a worker drone in half as I soared towards, and my feet slammed into the side of another pipe. I shifted my head away from the gushing of purple steam that billowed out of the pipe, from where my grappling spear had punctured it, as I hung off its side and glanced back towards the disoriented-looking but ever machine-like drones that remained.